and you can
But
put
go
them
ahead
on
and tell
water,
me
dude.
why you can't.
We can put 1,000,000 of them on water. That's what you don't want to do. Then we'll get a front and a side view. 1,000,000 plums and 1,000,000 cups of liquid. And we'll see
Are you
all
there,
the
Lion?
ones after so many
Yeah,
start
nah, I'm
diverging
here,
and
dude.
getting crazy.
It's just getting
So no
circulated.
physical.
Maybe somebody else can bring up another topic. We're not
Yeah,
gonna agree
side
on
view.
anything, dude.
And
And
what is
that's
this
how
stuff
Flat Earth
level
stays
to?
in this game for 10 years plus.
I wouldn't
How do you
expect to see
level a
180
horizontal
degrees,
bracket
bro.
to it?
Only in close quarters, right? You would get 180 degrees, which is the same thing on the globe. You wouldn't
Lion,
expect more than 180 degrees when you're only doing 100 feet, 200 feet.
Lion, can I ask you something? How do
What's
you
up?
how do
Right, but
you
you're
how
not
do you
coming up
get
with a
how do you
reason why that's expected on a flat Earth. You just say you expect
how
it.
do you find the equipotential part of a horizontal line that's level in the air? Any kind of ruler or meter stick on a globe to that
That would
little center
be,
point?
No
just fitting the
idea, dude.
observation.
Do any globers know how to find the equipotential part of a horizontal line to the center of the globe, the left and the right
I think
part of
to
it?
the date, as far as I've been listening to flat earthers,
So
no
no
flat
such
earthers
thing
have
as
really come up with a
equipotential.
reason why they expect to see plumb lines diverging in these measurements.
So they can't prove that the end of a horizontal stick on either sideline, no matter how big, is equipotential to anywhere. Do you understand? A left and right side of a cube can't be equipotential to a sphere. Only a dot on the center of that cube can be equipotential to that sphere's radius right underneath it. That's the only
I
part that's equipotential. I swear to God,
I
I
brought
promise you,
I
brother.
brought this up before, Doofus, and you guys don't want to accept the nature of vision, right? How our vision goes from Euclidean geometry, which are straight lines, Cartesian, coordinates, to actually
Equipotential.
eventually it's our vision starts to distort with distance, and you end up with parabolic functions.
Listen, a
Oh,
horizontal
it
line
definitely
is
isn't parabolic.
equipotential.
But anyway, the measurements that we're making are irrespective of the human eye and the human perceptual system. These are the same measurements you can make with automated systems, with cameras, with all kinds of optical systems that have nothing to do with the human at all.
No, it's a
These measurements are the
non-equipotential
same in
horizontal.
those systems. So how our vision works, air quotes, doesn't have anything to do with it.
Show us how an
I disagree.
equipotential horizontal line, the left and right side of a
But there's no
horizontal
reason
straight
for you
line.
to disagree. That's why flat Earth keeps being flat Earth.
I could post papers. It's just not going to be persuasive for you guys.
The papers that you can post, which, by the way, Alan and Shane and Gleam have all pulled up for you ahead of time, those papers don't say what you think they say, because Alan, Gleam, and Shane have told you what to think about those papers.
What
They
to
do
think?
not
They told him what
say
to think.
that measurements via automated systems like theodolites with digital sensors and things like that are
A digital
affected by the
sensor?
way human vision works. That's bullshit that they made up. That's not what they said.
Vision works electrically the same way all the other stuff for sensors work. Heat, thermometers, everything, pressure, everything else works
Actually, in
off an
fact,
electrical
Lion, here's a
exchange.
good exercise for you. The papers
Sorry, you
that you
didn't know that.
have, read through them. Try and find where those papers say that
Try
you
to
can't
find a
make measurements
horizontal.
with theodolites
I
and
don't
digital
understand why this
systems
guy doesn't understand what a
because
side view is.
the stuff in the paper, okay?
You know, a
If
bunch
the
of
paper
garbage, but
actually
not
backs
side
up
view.
what you think it says, it would be excellent for you to be able
So
to highlight
It'd be
the
excellent for you
specific
to be a
section
sixth grader
where
with
it
we could talk
actually
about it.
says the thing you think it says.
We could talk about it. I mean, we have evidence that this is the case, and I brought up the pinhole cameras before
a
as
horizontal
real
line.
life evidence
Equipotential.
of how our vision works.
Pinhole cameras don't have any
Horizontal lines do.
parabolic, as you called it,
They do.
distortions with
They
distance.
they do. They do, and
Okay,
that's why when you have when you include a parabolic canvas, it corrects for any geometric distortions. Now, if you just have a flat canvas, you're gonna notice exaggerations in the artwork or in the photo, not the artwork, the photo. I can
But
Think about
If
what
you
you're
allow me,
saying,
I can retrieve some of the data or some of the sources for that.
though.
Oh,
What you said is
that would be
absolutely correct.
excellent. I would love to see parabolic distortions in pinhole cameras because
The-
that's some shit I've never heard in my life.
It's yeah, I know, and it's a lot of stuff is new to you guys because you guys don't bother looking into perspective and human vision. You
no.
just look at science.
I know exactly what you're
The
talking
science
about.
of
No, 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 no!
Yeah,
Don't
but we're
do
never
do
gonna
that,
get
Lion.
anywhere
Don't do
basing
that
semantics
gaslighting
about
bullshit.
semantics.
Because I have written a
Yeah,
3D
quit
renderer
gaslighting
using the
aside
strict
you.
definition of perspective.
You know the
I have
definition of a
used the
side view?
definition of perspective to create something with it. So
Side
don't
view.
say we've never looked into it. Don't say
No,
we
you
haven't
haven't.
done the research. I have, and I created something. You would have to do the same at some point. Create something with this knowledge that you have.
So, Lion, what you're talking about is true with the pinhole camera. If you put a curved paper in the back of it, those distortions go away. But think of the implication there. So all of those light rays entering that pinhole are coming from exactly where they're coming from. The distortion happens on the projection plane that you map that to. That's where you get the distortion.
Right, and it's not parabolic, it's spherical.
Yes.
That's yeah. That's why you don't want to just start saying shit, because you say words like parabolic where it doesn't apply.
That would be actually, I think I have a pretty good example of that. In perspective drawing, if you do like a 4-point perspective, that's exactly what you're doing. You're taking a scene that wraps around you and you're laying it flat. I had a really good one. Oh, come on. This isn't the one I was looking for, but this is also an example. I thought it was like all the way around. Fuck. All right, I'm not going to find it. Here's another one though. But these are 4-point perspective drawings where you look left or you look right, and this last one here, you're basically looking at the wall of a long hallway, right? And you can look to your left and see down that the far end of the hall, look right to see the other end of the hall.
Where are you posting this? I see it.
Yeah.
11/24. Yeah, all right. I see it.
There's a blue one above that. But this isn't how our vision actually works, right? Like our vision, this is a how you would put it on a flat piece of paper, basically. But if you wrap this around you, how far is the first one? 360 degrees, the first one, 180 degrees, the second one. Then all of these lines would just straighten out. They would just become straight lines again. And in fact, there's something called 6-point perspective, which is the same thing but projected on a sphere. So you could wrap the whole thing all the way around you, top and bottom, and again, all of those lines would just flatten out. Maybe I saved it to the wrong folder.
A lot of us have this whole how our vision works thing down. We've actually used our experience, in real life to do things with that knowledge. It's not like it's alien to us and the flat earthers have all discovered this new thing.
I mean, in my case, 4 years of art school, 3 years of academy.
But the azimuthal grid of vision.
On top of that, I think I got
Yeah,
it
but
down.
art school doesn't tell you.
Oh, here we go.
The art school doesn't tell you how vision works. It tells you how to work your vision. It's a difference.
Ish. Depends on the class. But our teacher was pretty scientific about the whole thing.
I mean, it doesn't tell you what it tells you how to put perspective into your works as opposed to what perspective actually is.
No, they went further than that.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I can post papers, but
That you don't understand.
you're not gonna agree with them. You're gonna critique them because they're not like there's psychologists talking about vision. There's people that are working in robotics talking about vision.
What the fuck?
Optometrists talking
Also,
about
you're going to
vision.
give us.
But then
They
it's
can
if
give-
it's not like
Right,
if
they're
it's not
usually
like
talking-
if it's not a physicist or like like you guys just for whatever reason don't
It's
accept
because
it.
psychology has
Right.
nothing to do with physical sciences.
I understand,
Right,
but
and
but vision is a combination
the
of
papers that you're referring
fit-
to, right?
Go
The
ahead.
papers you're referring to are about perceptual systems. They are not about perspective. It's the
Right.
same thing that Gleam. It's the same thing that Gleam does. It's not okay. Perception in a human, in the human mind, based off the visual information that are being received from the eyes, is not anything to do with perspective at all.
This is where we disagree because the way that we look at reality through our eyes, through the optics, it's not purely physiological. It's
Yes,
also
it is. It's light entering your.
psychological.
It's light
It's a
entering your visual
combination.
cortex.
It's a combination of psychology and physiology. You cannot discount our brains, the way that our brains process the image.
And geometry.
But our brains don't have anything to do with measurements via theodolites. So there we go. It's irrelevant.
You can assert that with confidence, but the latest research in human vision would disagree with you, sir.
No, it doesn't.
can-
Light enters
No,
the
they
eyes.
don't.
Light
Nowhere,
enters the
no,
eyes.
nowhere in the
image-
paper. I'll hold on a second. I've mentioned this already to you, Lion. Seriously, address it. There's nowhere in the paper that says that you cannot make an angle measurement with an automated system because human vision works a certain way. Those aren't connected to each other. Those automated systems that measure angles using digital systems are not humans. I hope you're aware.
So I have multiple papers here, all stating that the way that we see reality, contrary to popular belief, is not purely Euclidean.
Good God.
And
It's
it
like
is-
you can't hear me or you don't want to. I know. It's the same thing. Over and over again, it's just
So I
that you
can-
don't want to accept what people actually
So
know
the-
about these
I
things.
have
He
here a
doesn't wanna
paper
hear
that
you. He's got wits that fully in his head, and you're not going to be able to convince him otherwise.
I have here the geometry of binocular visual space, right? By Wayne M. Zage from Ball State University. It says here, if one were to ask what geometry best describes binocular visual space, most people would immediately reply Euclidean geometry. We do not often ask if the world we perceive by sight with normal vision in both eyes is congruent to the physical world around us. And yet, daily experiences suggest that these two worlds are not congruent.
Talk about
And you won't find anywhere in that paper that ever addressed what I just said to you out loud, and you won't fucking listen to it.
Yeah, I know this paper's not talking about reciprocal zenith angles
Talk
or
about
spherical
binocular
excess. It's
vision.
not what it's just
Right.
talking
It's
about
completely
vision.
irrelevant to what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's not completely irrelevant, dude. It's not, because you have to use human vision to make measurements at distance.
I just explained how you don't. I finished explaining it to you only moments ago how you don't.
The only part that the eye is involved in a theodolite is looking at the little thing that gives you the degrees.
Right. And if you're using something that has a camera attached
Wow.
to it, the human eye isn't doing any of the directing at all. All you're doing is you see the number that you want, the number that it measured. That number is not being affected by how our human visual system works.
It says here, for example, from the time a person is a young child, he probably notices that parallel railroad tracks appear to converge in the distance. Also, in contexts where we may take physical space to be unbounded, visual space is bounded. Thus, the sky appears dome-like, and astronomical objects like the sun or the moon appear to be at relatively small distances from the observer. And this paper,
Appear to
which is
be.
based on,
Appear to
it
be.
says
It's an illusion. It's
based on
illusory.
yeah, I know that. We relate the results of experiments in binocular vision to geometric models to arrive at the conclusion that the geometry of binocular visual space is non-Euclidean and more specifically hyperbolic. Wow,
Binocular.
So what?
who would have thought?
Yes, and notice how they didn't mention any
So what? Does
parabolas
that mean?
Yes,
does
because
that
you
but
mean
said
it
the word
reality?
doesn't.
parabola earlier.
That doesn't indicate that
what?
the
Does that
Earth.
mean
That
the sky?
doesn't indicate that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Does that mean the sky has a dome?
It also
Does that
doesn't
mean the
indicate
Earth is
that these
flat?
measurements that we're making with automated systems are wrong. You're just reading a paper that says something about human perception. But
You realize
more
that because
importantly,
Hmm.
the entire premise of our vision should be Euclidean is wrong from the get-go, because I don't know if you know this, but retinas aren't flat. I would hope you know that a retina isn't flat.
Yeah, I know that, dude. I'm aware.
So the premise that people, the uninformed public says that our vision should be Euclidean is completely irrelevant because it never was.
So I'm not gonna read this whole paper. That's literally not even the first paragraph, and there's way more here. There's a whole book on it. But I got multiple
Yeah, and
sources
none of
all
the paper
attesting
refutes what I said.
the alley experiments. You have, dude. There's so much in here, bro. Hold on, trying to find some good
I
stuff.
have read that.
Right. Are you referring to where they asked the human respondents where they thought the locations of objects were? Because again, that involves the human perceptual system, which, by the way, is completely irrelevant.
Lion, can you tell us what you thought Doofus said or is saying, and what that has
He's
to do
saying
with
that
binocular vision?
he's saying that all of this is irrelevant when making theodolite measurements, which I
And why do you
wholeheartedly
think
disagree.
But why does he think that?
I'm good question. Why do you think that, Doofus?
Well, because as I mentioned, these same measurements can be made through theodolites with camera sensors attached to them. There's no human sensory system involved in where that thing is being pointed.
Oh yeah, so that's
So
why I
does that
brought up
make
the
sense
pinhole
to you,
camera,
Lion?
because this is not exclusive to human vision. Actually, a lot of times people think that it's because of either the shape of the eyeball, the retina, the lens, the way that we have our both eyeballs, stereoscopically oriented, unlike deer, right? But
Yeah, Lion,
this seems to be something that plagues all of optics, not just human
in that
vision.
article,
And I'll explain.
in that
Okay, go
article,
ahead.
what type of vision is it talking about?
It's talking about
what type?
binocular vision.
Okay. Do cameras have binocular vision?
It's not only due to binocular vision. Now I'll explain in a second. With pinhole cameras.
Just answer the yes or no. Do cameras have binocular vision?
Well, let me explain. I'm about to explain that right now. Because it's a little bit more
No, it's a
complicated than
yes
yes
or no.
no.
So yes and
Yeah,
then no,
that-
and then you can explain after.
Yeah,
So
it's an easy yes or no, that one.
yes, yes.
The answer is no.
Yes, technically yes. I'll explain. I'll explain.
No.
No, cameras do not have binocular vision. They have monocular. It's a
Yeah,
single
the answer
thing
is
that
the answer is no,
the
Lion.
device for
No,
light.
but that's what I try to explain to you, because it's not just about having two eyes, right? It's you can close one eye and the same phenomena still persists. That's why I knew you guys
Binocular
would
vision is literally two eyes.
Yeah, I know
Yeah, I know.
what binocular
Two eyes.
too. I understand, but I'm trying to explain to you, it has nothing to do with the fact that you have two eyeballs. You can close one eyeball, depth is still there. People used to think that
But you lose
if
depth.
you lose an eyeball, that all of a sudden you lose depth perception. No, you don't. You still have depth perception.
No,
even with one
you
eyeball.
you
Even
you
with
lose
the
your
camera.
brain. If you immediately lose
Gosh,
one
dude.
eye, your brain loses the ability to triangulate distance from where it is. You can relearn it by your brain referencing other things around in order to gauge distance, but using two eyes, you lose that. Monocular is different from binocular. So no, you lose your depth perception when you lose one eye. You can relearn it, but you won't have it the same way again.
Right. It's not
You,
depth
s-
perception anymore. It's using depth cues, which is different.
Right.
you still
You
have
look
you
at you
still
look at
have
where
depth.
objects are in like your foreground, and you relate them to where they are in reference to objects that are behind them. So you get distance references in order to gauge that things are further away, but your depth is gone.
Can we not? Can anyone do like the parallax thing with both eyes, like close one eye then close the other one?
Yeah. What about it?
Yeah,
Well, I'm just saying, was the original
that's
argument that that
Does it
doesn't?
work
Sorry,
26 miles away?
no, it's fun. That's the whole point of the
So
article.
yeah. So we can talk about
No,
how
the point of the
cameras with
point of the
one
argument is
sensor, right? Cameras with one sensor still have depth. It won't be like 3D, but it still has depth. You still have a depth of field even with one eye. Yes, it's not as accurate, right? With only one eye. I understand that. But the idea that all of a sudden depth completely disappears when you close one eye is patently false.
But is that what the
it's
paper was
not.
talking about
A
with regards
cam,
to
Globers close
hyperbolic
both
vision?
eyes.
yeah, and a camera doesn't have the ability to actually perceive depth. It's not something that it can do.
Neither do you from 26
Exactly. It's
miles.
literally 2D, and it's
Yeah.
2D like coming into the camera. There's literally no 3D ability to it, like we have with our eyes. And the reason is that one eye is off center to the other eye, so they perceive things from slightly different angles, and our brain adapts those slightly different angles into a change in depth as things come towards us. That's how it works. And cameras
As
can't do that. They don't do that, so they can't be tricked by the same things that the human eye can. So, Lion,
at
when you say that your article somehow supports the idea that cameras are seeing in some non-Euclidean geometry, it makes no sense. It doesn't follow that that's the case from your article.
as someone who works in the film industry and has done so for the past 20 years, if you've never heard the phrase that the camera adds 10 pounds, okay, that's not it, the reason it does that is because it's a three-dimensional image being displayed in 2D. Okay, because you lose that natural depth, it makes you look wider. So when they say the camera adds 10 pounds, well, it's an optical trick is what it is because of what the camera is doing. It doesn't actually do it to you. It's just like it's splaying out a 3D image in 2 dimensions. Okay, that's why it's such a push for people to be thin, because the thinner you are, the less effect that has when you're on the big screen, when you're on a 60-foot movie screen. People who look really, really big on those screens are actually not that big in real life.
You can make the camera add more than 10 pounds by being far away and zooming in on their
Right.
zooming
Yeah.
in on them.
How many
So
inches
it's
are you off?
cameras are not human eyes, dude.
Not at all.
So what was the argument about like the distance there? What was he saying?
Nobody knows the distance without a side view.
Well, originally we were talking about zenith angle measurements, and then Lion brought up non-Euclidean visual space.
In binocular vision.
Was the zenith angles addressed?
Zenith angle to where? To where from where? And how do you
Well,
prove it physically?
I mean, isn't the classic one like just if it's two reciprocal ones, like opposite, it's more than 180 degrees?
On what? On what? Where? From where to where? Just a bunch of assumptions of saying, well, this reciprocal purple color mixes with blue and we love the green and yellow it makes. It's not helping you. So you'll need a flat object and you'll need a reference point, whatever you're calling you're getting your angle to or from your zenith point, whatever, right? And then you'll need a globe, a ball, and then you'll need a flat surface and make them both equivalent to the same size or whatever. So whatever big little surface 24,901 of the same thing of a sphere, the little ball. Then get your little camera, put it on that ball, on the face of it, and then put some dots like where you're supposed to put the little things. Then we'll get like a little perspective of what the ball's seeing from its point of view. And then we'll also get a perspective of you and I as a third party knowing what the hell you're talking about, and we'll compare it on a flat
All right.
surface or a
So,
round
Ryan,
surface.
now that we sort of went through that binocular
So
vision, do you have
have
any
you been
reason
able to
why you
steel man a
don't trust
flat
reciprocal
surface
zenith
with
angles?
zenith?
Hold on, I can't hear
Has
you. What
anyone
happened?
ever anybody ever
Now that
seen a
we did the
flat
whole
surface
binocular vision
with
thing,
angles to it?
like we did dismiss what you brought up. That's not good for you. But do you have any reason outside of that thing that we've now dismissed to not trust reciprocal zenith angles to give
You
you
don't
some
have a
idea of
globe, and you don't have a room of stars, and you don't have any angles, and whatever you just made up made no fucking sense if it's done on a flat earth. Everything you said is garbage because we live on flat earth. So do you have any idea why you keep making up garbage and don't have any point of physical reality, right? You can't contend with any reality. You won't
no?
do a side view.
You there,
No
Ryan?
side views allowed.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
put
Hold
a
on, I'm
stick
just
in
waiting
it.
for him.
Don't make it physical. Don't make anything allowed. Globe, look forward, globe,
Why are
right?
we waiting for Demok to finish? What's the point of letting him finish what he says?
Why are we waiting
Ready
you
to
to
come?
start without a side view with your angles to nothing, nowhere, looking through a toilet paper roll? Why are we waiting for your religious belief? Don't got a ball, no zenith on a ball, no reciprocal ball angles. That's weird. Damn, looks like your reciprocal zenith angles die in a lab with a real ball, huh? That's fucked up. Bet you can do it on a
You want to
flat
ask your question
paper.
again?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, brother.
Oh no, it's all good.
Yeah. So
I don't know.
we dismissed that whole article about binocular vision being non-Euclidean. We can actually use photos to triangulate stuff all the time and give us distances and depths. We have like testing where they use grids to figure out lens distortion. So all that stuff's been accounted for. Why don't you trust reciprocal zenith angles? What's wrong with them?
Got a side
No,
view?
no, that's not the case at all, dude. Cameras are affected by the same phenomena that we are, right? So this
No.
compression with distance
they're
isn't
not.
only it's not just because of the lenses or barrel cushion distortion or
Now
chromatic
you're just making.
aberration
Now you're
or
just making
any of
shit
that
up.
stuff. You could completely take the lens away, which is the case with pinhole cameras, and you still have the same type of geometric distortion due to perspective. So
Yeah, but all that's been measured,
perspective
right?
is something that is not unique to human vision, to stereoscopic binocular vision. It happens even with single vision, with one eye, with one sensor, even with cameras without lenses.
Now
Yeah,
you're
but all of
making
that's
shit up.
been measured, quantified, accounted for, and shown to be like easily manipulated using different lenses and using different perspective techniques. So all that accounted for. Like theodolites don't have any of those issues causing them to drop the elevation of another theodolite off in the distance. So why don't you trust the reciprocal zenith thing?
I'm trying to explain to you because of perspective, right? There's
Yeah, I
geometric
understand the word.
distortions because of yeah. So if especially if you have total stations that aren't at the same level, right? If they're at different levels or different elevations, and if you're looking uphill at another station versus downhill at another station, you're gonna have, because of your orientation to the station, there's gonna be perspective distortions that you have to
Like
account for, that
what?
you have to correct for. So when you're dealing with either spherical excess or reciprocal zenith angles, and you're not considering your orientation to the station, your elevation change to the station, and you're just completely hand waving dismissing that, and then you're accounting for some type of spherical excess, that's disingenuous.
Yeah, so what specific perspective thing are you dealing with when you have a theodolite which is leveled off, looking at, say, the legs of a theodolite that is slightly higher than it, that is looking slightly over the top of the other theodolite, maybe at like a marker stick that's attached to the tripod of the other theodolite? What perspective gain is there that will cause a problem?
So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. So with distance, right? With distance, things seem to compress and decline, right? So even if I granted you that they were actually leveled at the same exact elevation, regardless of equal potential leveling, right? Even if they actually were at the same elevation, I'm not confident that you would get 180 degrees. I'm not
Okay, I don't
confident
know what you
that
mean.
you would get
They're
that you'd
not
get reciprocal
levels
zenith
that are.
angles of 90 degrees. I'm not confident because of perspective, just the nature of
Yeah,
vision.
but why? Why? What specific law of perspective?
Be, because things,
Compression? Does compression act
yeah.
on all parts?
So here,
It's
let me read this. Let me read this to you. Recent research confirms that our vision involves a transition from Euclidean to hyperbolic geometry. Now, I just read a
Why are
paper
you
from Penn
resetting?
State University. You don't believe it. That's fine. It's not
Why are
persuasive
you
enough.
resetting though?
But this
Why are
is
you
this is what I'm trying to explain to you. Especially noticeable in stereoscopic vision. In closer ranges, vision operates on a Euclidean level, Euclidean model, offering accurate depth perception. But
What does that
beyond a
have to do
point,
with the reciprocal zenith?
beyond a point, perception shifts to a hyperbolic nature where distances seem compressed due to the exponential scaling of hyperbolic visual space. This is why
Yeah, but what is
second order
specific about that would
measurements
cause
done with
theodolites not to
optics,
be accurate?
done with cameras, done with total stations, sextants, anything that you do with optics is unreliable because of this phenomena.
Why?
That's
Why is
not
it unreliable?
exclusive to human vision.
No, telescopes can
Why
see
is it
further than that.
unreliable?
You're talking shit now, buddy. You're talking shit now.
Vision
Stop
science,
talking shit. You're
vision
talking
science.
shit.
No, it's fine.
Fine. I don't care if you don't
How
like
You
about
it.
don't
how
even
I'm
know
about
what
you
gonna
the
say it
listen?
fuck you're
anyways.
talking about, Lion.
Vi-
No,
I've heard
Lion,
he's
you say
you're,
this
asking me
shit so many
why.
times.
I'm trying to explain.
yeah,
Talking out
Lion,
of
you're
your
pretty
ass.
much.
I can tell you right now. Listen, you piece of shit. You gonna fucking listen to me or what?
Yeah, what do you got to say, dude? Hurry up. You're wasting my time.
You know
You
how to
just gonna
use a
bitch and
fucking
moan?
telescope or not?
You gonna bitch and moan or what? What do you got to bring
Yeah,
to the
you
table,
don't
dude?
even know how to use a telescope.
You got
So shut the
nothing.
fuck
Shut your
up.
mouth. Shut your mouth. You got
All
nothing.
right. So
Vision
No,
so
you
science.
can't
based
even
off of
use
what you've read, Lion,
this
this is what we do.
motherfucker.
I understand, angry dude. It's fine. But the problem with what Lion read was that we've already dealt with the fact that is largely true for binocular. But even then, the laws of perspective are well understood. They're well measured out. We know what they do, and none of them will
No,
cause,
you
say, the
don't.
bottom of
You
something
don't
to
even
compress
have any
differently from the
stars when
top
you
of
go up
something. So if
high.
you have these theodolites
So you don't
pointing
know
at each
shit.
other, the reciprocal zenith angles from
You don't
theodolites,
know
the
anything.
compression
Stop
that
saying what
happens
you
with
know,
distance due to perspective is going to happen
20-year-old
to the
guy.
entire thing. It's not just going to be the bottom of it's going to compress and the top of it's going to compress, especially if
You
they're
don't
at
even know how
same
to
elevation.
pronunciate
Even
words.
if they're at different elevation, it doesn't matter. The compression is still going to be the exact same, with the center being the focal point
What
of the
question?
lens. So
Duvall?
you're always going to have the focal point being the correct place with, you know, some atmospheric
Show us that
thrown in.
That's
contractual
So
that's
horizontal
not
nothing
line.
the
that you just read
case.
to us. Okay, can
That's
you give
not
me a
the
case
case.
of
Show us
something
the
in the very
focus
center of the field of your
horizontal.
vision for some reason being moved due to perspective?
Yes, so I brought this up before. In Alex Gleason's book, he quotes the Royal Astronomical Society, and he talks about how they were making theodolite measurements 6 inches from above the water surface, 25 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet, 150 feet, and even 2 miles up in a hot air balloon. They had a theodolite with a lens and a steel tube 18 inches long with a closed aperture on the other side. So the other side just had a little hole in the very center of the tube on one end, and on the other end it had crosshairs. And they made measurements at every single elevation from 6 inches above the water to 25, 50 feet, 100, 150 feet, and 2 miles up. And they noticed that every single measurement done with the theodolite with the lens, there was a horizontal dip.
My
There's a
God, you're going
vertical
from
dip.
perception. Do you understand that
Yeah,
the
of course there's a
cameras?
horizontal.
Do,
No,
wait, hold on. Do you
of
understand that
course there's a
cameras
horizontal.
don't really
But
cameras don't have
No,
the screen
don't get
behind them?
sidestepped. I want to deal with exactly what he just said, okay? The horizontal dip is predicted by the globe, okay? That doesn't mean there's some law of perspective that changes. That means the higher up you go,
I'm not
as
saying
you
that.
math this out on globe Earth versus a flat Earth, you'll have a dip to the horizon. This has been measured by MC Toon. This has been measured by who's Wolfie a lot. This has been measured by just about any of the big flat Earth, globe Earthers that go on a plane, right? Multiple times. the horizon dips below eye level the higher up you go, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that's all
The
the point.
horizon
But
dips
what
below
does
eye
that have
level.
to do with
I'm
perspective
trying to. It's
changing
not.
your eye
It
line?
doesn't. It doesn't. But what I'm trying to explain to you that when
Okay,
you
then
do,
why did you just say it to me?
because what you consider curvature, right? Because of the horizontal dip, it has nothing to do with curvature. It has everything to do with the construction of the
Incorrect.
lens. It has to do with the
Again.
lens
Why?
Totally
itself.
You
wrong.
say that.
My God,
We
you're
just went
totally wrong.
through.
Can you be
That's
more
not true.
wrong?
You couldn't
Is it
answer my
possible?
damn question.
But
Is it
before
possible line for you to be more wrong on this? I mean, you're totally wrong on this.
fine,
I don't
that's
think
fine.
it's totally. I don't think it is possible for you to be more wrong on this because you're flip flopping from a camera to vision, not realizing the camera doesn't have the brain behind it. This whole hyperbolic thing you said is inside your head.
I'm gonna get
That's what
there.
this paper says.
It's there's a lot. You guys are asking me a lot, but I'm giving you a.
I just
No,
want
you're
you to
not.
answer
You're
about
I'm
flip
giving
flopping
you a
back and forth.
reason why you
center
have
of your vision.
when you do make theodolite measurements with a lens, why you have a horizontal dip or vertical dip, and it's
the
because of
Earth
the
is a
lens
sphere.
itself. It's
No,
because of the lens
incorrect.
itself.
Incorrect.
Now, with
Wait,
that being said,
no.
though, oh my
What you just said to
gosh,
us was the opposite. You said all they did was change their elevation, and that caused a horizontal dip change. You didn't say they changed their
no,
lenses. They had the
no,
same lens, different elevation.
I didn't get to
Horizontal dip
finish.
change.
I didn't get to finish. So
Look at this. You don't
with
need a lens.
whether you were 6 inches above the water, 25 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet, every instance with the theodolite with the lens, there was always a horizontal dip, right? The horizon dipped below eye level, regardless of elevation. Now, with the construction of the steel tube 18 inches long, with an aperture on one end and a cross on the other, the horizon was always at eye level, regardless of elevation, at least 2 miles up, right? Now, this is
Who
from the
measured that?
astronomical side. Now, going back to hyperbolic
Wait,
vision,
you think this actually exists? Do you?
yes.
Where?
What you want the source for what I just said?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second. dude.
You go back to that paper about vision now, and not
I have
about
to.
cameras.
So
You
I had
keep
to.
flip-flopping.
I got
You
tabs
keep
open now.
flip-flopping.
I gotta close out my tabs. I
You
gotta go
keep
find this other.
flip-flop. You keep
I'm not.
flip-flopping
We're
between
talking about like
cameras
2 or 3
and
different things
vision.
at the same exact time.
But you
So,
say
let me-
camera, then you give to prove it, you give something on perceptions.
Right. So let
Alright,
me tackle this first because we were originally we were talking about human vision, right? Hyperbolic visual space, right?
well, I want to know
So
the
I
citation
posted.
for this. Is it just a Gleason's book? If it's just a Gleason's book, I don't care. That's just a book.
Yeah,
If you can show me
it's in
the
Alex
study
Gleason's
where it's
book,
from,
but he
that's fine.
quotes the Royal Astronomical Society Globers doing these measurements in the 1800s. But
What if he's
before we
lying?
get into that,
You have
let me
he's
just
lying?
tackle this out first. Let me tackle this out first. I think I already posted the paper, but I'll post it again in case it got lost. Whatever, I'll post it again. Now this is a whole PDF. I'll post the whole PDF. I'll post the whole PDF. Why not? Who cares? So we got files right here. Okay, this is the whole PDF. If you want to look at it. So the introduction, the abstract, it says Euclidean geometry is widely accepted as the model for our physical space. However, there
Why are
is
you
not a
rereading
consistent
this?
model.
Listen to it twice already,
No,
lying.
I didn't read this yet. This is a new paper. It's a new paper. The other paper was from Bell State University. This is a different university. This is a different researcher, right? But they came to the same understanding. Euclidean geometry is widely accepted as the model for our physical space. However, there is not a consistent model for our visual space. There's evidence that our eyes work to make pictures and images of the physical space using a hyperbolic model. It is this in this paper we're going to explore hyperbolic geometry and hyperbolic models of binocular visual space. In hyperbolic geometry, all the axioms of Euclidean geometry hold except the parallel postulate. The models of hyperbolic parallel lines explain how we perceive parallel lines as curved, such as how railroad tracks going off into the distance appear to converge.
Yeah, we've already gone through that. They converge at a central point, the center of your vision. They don't cause like the bottom of the theodolite or the top of the theodolite to be compressed. And the theodolites are just leveled out. The center of their vision is where that compression all would come to. So I don't know what that has to do.
See, this is the famous wit that, oh, there is no curve, we only see it curved. It's not really curved, we only perceive it as curved, despite the fact that we can fucking measure it curved.
I'll get there. So this is
No, you
I
won't.
put
You just
this
have
is
to
a
dodge on
conclusion.
this one for a while.
No,
You've
no,
been
no. This
dodging
is
on
a
this one for like the last hour.
So this is the conclusion of the PDF, right? We have seen that our visual space is not purely Euclidean, as we believed prior to the Alley experiments. There is a difference between our visual perceptions and the physical world. We explored the works of mathematicians who have investigated these differences in terms of different types of geometries. The application that comes from the Alley experiments show that hyperbolic geometry is the best fit to model our binocular visual space. Even though hyperbolic geometry was initially controversial, it is becoming a standard piece of modern mathematicians.
Lion,
Mathematics.
if the Earth is flat, what do you think is the ultimate purpose of everybody on the planet who works in these fields, the hundreds of millions of people that work in these fields, lying?
Dog, that's a non
To hide
sequitur.
God.
That's a non sequitur.
But yeah, so
No.
again,
Hey,
so
if I get an answer to that from Lion, that'd be great. Like hundreds of millions of people around the planet working in these fields. Some of them in countries
To
that
hide
are
God.
direct. Some of them in countries that are directly oppositional to other countries, and yet they agree on this. When it would actually be better if to expose a lie and expose the country that's lying. Yet, what ultimately is the purpose here? Is the goal?
Of what? Of the heliocentric model?
Of hundreds of millions of people on the planet all agreeing that this math works, these observations work, that the Earth is a sphere. Like what is the goal of them saying that?
I don't think there's a goal necessarily. Like,
Then
we're
why would
talking
they
about-
lie?
They're not lying, dude. Most people believe this paradigm. There's a compartmentalization that's occurring in NASA. Most NASA workers have no idea that they're being lied to. They're following a paradigm.
By who? Wait. Who is? Wait, hang on a sec. Who is lying to them? You could take every government to the top.
Right.
Like,
so if you
okay, so who's lying?
So in my worldview, right, the people, the 1%ers at the very top, right, the Masons, the Jesuits, the Cabal, the Sanhedrin, right, the
Masons and
Synagogue
the
of Satan.
Jesuits.
Okay, so hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. So you could just like name a group. It doesn't name a group. Why are they lying though? Because you're talking about groups that are situated in countries, and oftentimes those groups are directly oppositional to each other, and they occupy oppositional countries. If one of them was directly lying to the populace, it would actually behoove their opposition to expose that lie so that that country loses influence by having the lie exposed. If they lose credibility.
No,
So
not necessarily.
why is nobody exposing this?
Have you seen the movie Lord of War with Nicolas Cage?
Yes, I have. That's about it. Yes, I have.
so-
It's
yeah.
about-
So
hang on.
you have-
Yeah, no, hang
you
on.
have-
Before people jump in. Yes, I have. It's based on a true story, and it's about It's about arms dealing. Okay, so what?
It's an analogy. So you have people that are funding both wars, both sides of the war. Right?
We've known that. We've known that since the 70s, dude.
Right. So there are people at the very, very tippity top, right, that are willing to lie to both governments and compartmentalize.
But that's political power. But that's political power and resources, not the shape of the Earth.
No,
None of that has any bearing on the shape of the Earth. The Earth could be round. The Earth could be an oblate spheroid, and people would still lie to get more power, more resources, and more influence. So why are they lying about the shape of the Earth?
So what I'm trying to explain to you is the same people that are behind Russia's Space Force are the same people behind NASA's Space Force at the very top.
It doesn't matter. They're all agreeing upon one thing. China, Russia, the EU, America, Australia, Africa, everybody agrees. Every single space agency on the planet all uses the same math, the same models to do the same work. They're just doing it for their own ends instead of a global end. So if there was a lie and an oppositional country knew that, and they could damage the credibility of an opponent on the global scale, damage their credibility in the eyes of their population, why would they not expose that?
They're not they're not enemies, dude. The people at the top are controlling the whole chessboard, dude. Right? So you got people controlling the pawns, right? There are pawns within every government. That's all they are, is pawns.
If
And
the
there are
Russians
people at
are
the
in
top
charge of, if the Russians are in charge of the Space Force, then why didn't they just say that the Russians landed on the moon first?
Right.
The Russians have not landed on the moon, dude.
No,
Yeah, but if they were in charge of it all, they would
what the-
claim that they did.
I've noticed very much, Lion, how you've done everything you can to avoid answering the question. What is the motivation to lie? What is the goal? What are they accomplishing by lying?
So it's not like there's a direct answer to that. It's a philosophical
There
question.
is. There is. They either have a goal.
Why does evil exist? Why do
No.
people lie?
They either no.
Why?
Yeah, well, okay.
Dude,
People
why
do
people lie,
things.
bro?
People
Like,
do
you
evil
serious?
things. Okay, it's very simple. People do evil things, or what we would call evil things, in order to gain from them illicitly. They either do it out of fear, they do it out of anger, they do it out of desperation, they do it out of greed. Okay, they do it out of a maintaining of their position. There's 100 motivations. If these people are already in power and nobody can usurp them, then what do they gain? Because if the Earth was a sphere, nothing about what they do would change. They'd still be doing the same thing. So why are they lying about the shape of the Earth? What does it gain them?
I don't know. But you already listed a whole bunch of motivations for lying. So you're answering.
Okay, but here's the problem. They don't gain anything monetarily by lying about the shape of the Earth. They don't gain any power because it doesn't elicit anything from them, from the people, because it's literally just knowledge.
I disagree.
That's all it is.
No, because I have a spiritual connection to the Creator, and this idea of the glow model.
Do you think it's so that they can try and hide God? Is that what you think it is?
That's not the only reason. That is a big reason, though. Is to hide creationism.
Okay, fine, great. If creationism and your particular God could be debunked, would you cease being a flat earther?
You cannot debunk God, dude.
Yes, you can. Depends upon the God you're talking about. Yes, you can. Because it depends.
The answer was to hide God. I nailed it. I fucking nailed it.
Right. I just wanted. I suspected it myself. I just wanted to get there. I wanted to hear him say it. So it depends upon how you're defining your God, Lion. Like if you define it in a particular way, and if it's defined in a particular way, it can be debunked, because if you define it in a logically contradictory way, it can't exist. All right. So, but even then, it still doesn't track, because even if creationism were true, it wouldn't matter if the Earth were round, or it wouldn't matter if the Earth were round, because knowing that the Earth was round wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't alter any dynamics of people interacting with one another. Whether the Earth is round, I still have to pay taxes. I still have to pay my utilities. I still have to work on a daily basis. It doesn't alter anything. So the question then is, why do you think they're trying to, so what God do you think they're trying to hide?
Dude, we were talking about visual space, dude. You want to bring
okay, but none of that, but here's the problem, Lion. None of that you were talking about is relevant to the real issue at hand.
I wasn't done, dude.
It's not relevant to the real issue at hand. The core of the issue, like the core of it, is it, do you believe it's impossible for the Earth to be a sphere? Like, what is the logical contradiction there?
I'm not saying it. I don't think it's impossible. It's not
okay.
possibility.
So
I just don't believe
that it could be. Great. So
yes.
It's possible that it could be. But now we've also explored the fact that you think that there are vast cabals of people, like the 1% of the 1% of the 1%, that are currently ruling over the entire planet. Literally almost 9 billion people being dictated what to do by a fraction of a percent.
Yes.
Which is beyond silly, because because literally the economics of that are just stupid.
All right.
Nobody on the planet has that level of power. They don't, because because one global mass catastrophe, they lose everything. You can't sustain that level of control with that few people over a global scale. Many better people have tried it, and they fail every time. The Earth is just too big.
Too big to rig.
All right? So, they don't gain anything from lying. It doesn't alter anything by lying. They don't gain any other measure of control over lying, and it doesn't increase their power, their wealth, or their prestige. So ultimately,
I know
you think it's because they're hiding God.
You think that, but we have completely different worldviews. In my worldview, there's principalities.
Yes, I'm exploring your epistemology.
There's powers and principalities in high places, dude.
JL, can I jump in 1 second?
Lying.
JL?
One sec. I'm lying. I am exploring your epistemology to see if there are breaks in it. Because if your epistemology is broken, that means that you are not approaching this with intellectual honesty. That's the point.
Before,
I'd like to
go ahead, Red.
I'd like to address, or if I can, I know you've got a two-way going on here, but I'd like to just jump in a little second. So for the irreligious flat earther, it's the motivations that I've heard for the big lie are different. So what's confusing to me is that multiple people say there are multiple reasons for the big lie. So, but there can only really be one. If there's a big lie, there can only be one real underlying reason for it. There can't be, 10 different reasons according to who you ask. They all have to agree. Not only they have to agree on the actual physical shape of the Earth, which they can't do, but also they can't agree on the reason for the big lie. So it's a bit of a mess, and it's a bit confusing. So the other point I'd like to make is if the end goal is to hide God, then it has not really succeeded, because there's millions and millions of people who believe in God, billions. It's not working. The other point, and one more point, is even more interesting, is because some people say that religion is used to control people. But the flat earthers are saying that it's like secular governments trying to hide God. So the globe is there to control people. So everyone's trying to control people in different ways. Well, everyone thinks that everyone's controlling different people in different ways. It's just very strange. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate letting me jump in there on that.
Not a problem. So exploring your epistemology to ensure that there are no breaks in it. Okay? Like, for example, gravity. Okay, is a theory. For some reason, you don't accept it. And yet, you do accept the methodology that leads to the theory of, say, the atomic theory of matter, or the germ theory of disease, or the theory of electroquantum dynamics, or quantum electrodynamics, theory of quantum electrodynamics. See, these are theories that you readily accept, that utilize the exact same methodology, the exact same peer review process, make novel testable predictions that elicit new information, and work in application that confirm that work directly in application. Like the theory of the theory of electroquantum dynamics is the reason the touchscreen on your smartphone works. So, but that's a break, because all of that, because you'll reject gravity, you'll reject evolution, but the same work goes into them.
That's illogical, bro.
It's not illogical. The scientific methodology is the same. The scientific methodology is exactly the same.
Dude, can you relax? Just because I disagree with one part of science doesn't mean I disagree with all of it. That's
okay, but here's the problem. No, it's not, because I just explained, Lion. Your epistemology is broken, because the reason you reject certain theories is because you don't like what is entailed by them being correct.
No, that's nothing to do with it, bro.
Okay, so if evolution and gravity were true, what would that mean to you?
That's like a hypothetical. What would it mean?
It's a hypothetical.
If evolution were true, I would have to reevaluate my position on the Bible.
Okay, on the Bible, but would you have to reevaluate your position on God?
Yes.
No, you wouldn't, because evolution and the God existing and creating everything and diversifying life are not mutually exclusive concepts. This is the reason why the vast majority of Christianity accepts evolution for what it is.
This is the problem. This is why it's essential that you don't believe in scientism. Because what scientism does,
Lion. Scientism is not a pejorative.
Dude, chill out. dude, chill out.
Dude, yeah,
Because
don't beat him over the head with this, okay? Don't beat him so hard, all right?
and then I
Scientists
Because-
start,
are
and then I
pejorative,
start
dude.
yelling, and I'm the bad one, bro. Listen, just relax, dude. We're having a good convo. So when it comes to scientism, right, it starts to replace the Bible's creation account, right? You start to reinterpret it through the scientific, the scientific
Methodology,
lens,
yes.
the
Methodology,
scientific
yes.
lens. So you start to reduce the Bible and to nothing more than allegory, metaphors, and similes. and
Right.
hyperbole.
Okay. But here's the thing,
you
Lion.
start to
I get
tear
it. You don't
away
have to
little
repeat
by little.
yourself.
Dude,
I get it.
JL,
I get
JL,
it.
JL, JL, with all due respect,
hang
JL, let him get
You're
his sentences out. Don't attack so hard.
He's repeating himself. He doesn't
know,
need to.
I know. It's okay.
Okay, so hang on. Just don't try to drag
It's
it.
difficult to listen to.
So Lion, is it logically possible that God can exist and human beings, by virtue of their fallible nature, simply got the Bible wrong?
Yeah, yes, but that's not the
Okay.
point. That's not
Okay,
the
no,
point of my argument.
wait. So you said yes, right? It is logically possible, correct?
Yes.
All right. So why not just believe in the God and understand that the book might have some good parables, some good analogies, some good metaphors, maybe some good tips on how to live your life, how to live, with other people, but it's not exactly it's not the end all be all when it comes to like reality.
Because I don't believe that's the truth, right?
Why?
That framework that you just laid out is not the truth.
Why? How do you know
you're
that?
actually you're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness.
Okay.
To believe such a thing.
That's circular. You're using the Bible to prove the Bible. So why do you think that's true?
I didn't give you the justification for why I believe that the Bible is true.
You just did.
I didn't go. No, I didn't.
No,
No, I did not. I did not do that yet. I didn't give you my syllogism. I'm simply stating what I believe is the case.
Yes, your reasoning is circular.
I don't. No, it's not. I don't feel like going through all my lines of evidence to justify my position at this moment.
Because you don't have any.
I still got a tab open regarding pinhole cameras, bro. You're the one that
you don't
derailed
have
the
any evidence, Lion.
No,
you
we
don't
do have
any
evidence. It's just not persuasive enough.
No.
For you.
No. It would be persuasive if it was evidence, but it is not.
We do have evidence.
Name your best one. Name your best one. Just give me your best evidence. Your number one best evidence.
Irreducible complexity.
It's been debunked, and I can debunk it right now.
I'm not trying to go down that path.
Because you know it can be debunked.
Let me finish this real quick. I have it on I still have it open before I close it out, right? Regarding pinhole cameras and curved canvases.
We're beyond that, Lion.
Oh my gosh, dude.
What is your best evidence for what's your best evidence for the existence of your God?
You gotta chill out.
The best evidence outside of the Bible for creationism is irreducible complexity.
Which has been debunked. I can debunk it right now.
Okay, we can go into that. I'm sure many people. Taylor probably be in here soon. Other people, I see, probably want to get in.
I debunk this crap with Taylor on my event.
Let me finish the last conversation. All right, can we just end the last conversation before we move on? Because I just want to finish this off. All right.
Yes, you can run away if you need to.
No, I'm not trying to run away. I'm really. Sure. I just want to get this out.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that line.
All right. So, pinhole cameras with curved canvases right here. In a pinhole camera, light travels in straight lines through a single point, the pinhole, just like how rays enter the eye through the pupil. When a flat film plane is used, the light rays from off-axis angles strike the film at increasingly oblique angles, leading to distortion, stretching of objects at the edges. This is known as a geometric distortion, or vignetting. Or vignetting. I forget how to pronounce it. Vignetting.
The G is silent.
Darkening towards.
That's the way it is.
Yeah, darkening towards the corners, right? I remember the other day I was talking to somebody. They completely discounted any type of geometric distortion, besides the saturation of light, right? They thought it was only due to the contrast at the edges of the film. It's not just the contrast. It's not just vignetting. It's also geometric distortions. It says here, using a curved film plane, particularly one shaped to maintain a constant radius from the pinhole, mimics the curved retina in the eye. This keeps the distance from the pinhole to the film consistent. It ensures that angles and scales are preserved more evenly across the image. It reduces edge distortion, much like how your eye doesn't perceive the world as warped as the edges. As warped.
Can I ask what that sounds like I'm being testy. I'm not. What's the relevance there on pinhole cameras? I've heard it before, but I can't recall what were the why people bring up pinhole cameras.
When you use a curved surface, right, a parabolic surface, canvas, it replicates human vision more accurately. The way that the nature of light when it enters an aperture or a pupil, right? The way that the light is projected through that pupil, through the aperture, it comes in straight lines. And if you have a flat surface, right, or it causes distortions, right? But when you include a parabolic surface or curved surface, it accurately depicts how we perceive the world. If it wasn't for the curved surface, you would exaggerate the distortions. There's still some distortion due to perspective, but with the curved surface, it's not as bad.
Can you apply that then to make a point of some sort that applies here? No,
so this shows.
I'm not being testy.
This is.
I'm just saying, where does that go, though? Where does that go?
Earlier, when I was reading the papers on binocular vision, stereoscopic vision, how it goes from Euclidean to parabolic, right? The pinhole cameras demonstrate this. This is a real world. This is real evidence that it's not just human vision.
Okay.
Right. It's the way that light. It's a natural phenomenon in reality. For
maybe
things
I'm slow. Maybe I'm slow. I'm not following what application that has to what we're talking about as far as Earth shape and all the rest of that sort of stuff.
Because when you plot out lines, right, using Cartesian coordinates, you expect things to purely be Euclidean, no matter the distance, right? So no matter the distance, objects are going to be actually where you see them, right? So if things appear to curve, they're actually curving in your worldview. But what they're starting to see is that things aren't actually curving because of their Earth's curvature, but because of our vision.
Because of our vision. So, but what about cameras that don't use human vision? Well, I think
that's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's not has nothing to do. It's not exclusive to human vision. This is something that
I
persists.
I see.
This is something that persists. All optics, including pinhole cameras with no lenses.
I see. Okay, but there's pinhole cameras with no lenses. But what about cameras with lenses and all that sort of? They don't really reproduce human vision.
No, even
like, I mean, I take pictures. Pictures are completely, they're not really exactly reality, because you'll have things like, for example, you'll have depth of field in a photograph, and you don't see depth of field in human vision. In that respect, at least. But so I'm still trying to figure out what that has to do, or how that applies here to the shape of the Earth being
so
mistaken.
When you interpret curvature, right, it could very well be a physiological and physical effect due to the nature of light and the nature of vision, regardless of lenses, regardless of whether it's a camera or a telescope or a theodolite or a sextant.
I see what you're saying.
This is something that persists across all optics, with lenses or without lenses. This is just pure perspective, right? And you have to consider
I understand what
the
parabolic
nature,
understand what you're saying.
The parabolic nature of curved visual space.
He's trying to.
You're just going to repeat
he's answering in the way
about
he wants
hyperbolic vision? No, all he says is about hyperbolic vision. Do we use hyperbolic vision in reality, or is that only when we're dealing with things that are really far away, when we deal with hyperbolic things, when we use it in math?
Can you
answer the question?
Yes, because at short ranges, It's
Yeah,
negligible.
we use planar at short ranges because it's actually
Yeah,
it could be it's sort of accurate. But then if you're going long distance, you have to use spherical. So Lion, can you stop lying, please? And I only asked you if you use a telescope, and I got timed out. And you didn't even answer the question. Have you ever used a telescope or not?
I have when I was young. I was like 12, dude. I had my
Okay,
first telescope.
thanks for
It's
answering the
irrelevant,
question
bro.
and not timing me out.
I
And
didn't
I have to
time
send
you out, bro.
messages because you're a little fuckboy bitch.
It's all good, bro. I didn't time you
Yeah,
out, though.
yeah.
It's probably a Glover,
America,
actually.
America, free speech, yeah.
Hold on. I timed you out because you.
Oh, you timed me
you
out.
were
SC.
insulting him, and if you
Oh,
keep it
yeah,
up, I'm gonna
okay.
time you out again.
You should have warned me first. You didn't even warn me.
You don't have to time
I couldn't have
people
warned
out.
you
You can,
because I was.
D-Mont calls
driving.
people retarded all day long, and you don't even time them out. What
you
kind
don't
of
have
BS
to time
is this?
people out.
Again,
SC.
you want to make a complaint, make a ticket. I'm being
You shouldn't
honest
even be a
with
mod, you
I'm
idiot.
the one. Say it again. I'm gonna time you out again. Go ahead, say it.
You
Oh
don't
yeah,
have to
power
time
hungry.
out.
You're
That's,
power hungry. Power hungry. I didn't
That's-
say anything bad there. You're
Yeah,
power
that's
hungry.
You don't want
This is your
to.
last
just
warning. This is your
Let's get
last
back on
Russia,
the
don't
warning.
topic.
you?
Let's
You're
get
not
back on
gonna
the
come
topic.
Yeah,
on
you like
live.
Russia.
Let's do back on
Hold
the
on.
topic. Come on now.
I'm
Why do
on
you
it
go?
right
Why do
now.
you go suck up to Putin?
Good gravy. Let's get back on topic.
I've heard
We're
your
talking
propaganda
about optics.
before.
We're on top. We're on optics. Let's go.
All right, sorry to
Come on, let's
derail. Go back.
Right.
Okay, I just timed them out again for 1 hour. You're not. I repeat. Let me repeat it one more time. You're not gonna come here and swear at mods and interrupt like you did with Lion. It's not gonna work. You're gonna come in. You're gonna be polite, and you're not gonna do what you just did. Thank you very much.
yeah, I prefer muting than timing out.
SC and I have had massive differences in the past, but I agree with him here. Anyway, so I don't think that telescopes are subject to the same flaws that in perception, because I just don't think so. I just don't think they are. Some cameras maybe, pinhole cameras probably, but as far as relating to human vision, I don't think telescopes have the same issue. So
all optics. All optics.
I see. Okay, that's your position.
Whether it's binocular, as in two eyeballs, whether it's one eyeball, whether it's it doesn't matter, dude. This is something that persists across all
it does
optics.
matter.
Why
What are they
exactly this
subject to?
occurs is yet to be determined. The point is that you have curved visual space, right? Whether it's a telescope
Cameras
or camera
don't have
or
curved,
P900.
No, cameras do not have curved visual space. That's your processing of the image. It's just the image. It's not your processing of it. You understand the difference between that?
You can assert that, but when I bring up pinhole cameras, right, with no lenses, guess what we have?
A camera
still
has
have
no brain.
you still have curved visual space, even with
Camera
pinhole
has no
cameras with no
brain.
brains. Yeah, even with pinhole cameras with no brains, no processing whatsoever, you still have curvature,
No,
distortions.
you do not.
How?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you
There's no
guys.
curvature
You guys keep
involved. How can you have
you guys keep
curvature?
asserting these things, and
How
I'm
can
bringing
you have
evidence to the
curv-
contrary. You're
How can
hand
you-
waving, dismissing it.
Over talking.
How can
Over
you
talking.
have curvature when there's nothing to curve it?
The way that light enters the pupil,
No,
right?
it's
The way
straight
that
lines.
light enters the aperture,
Light
the way
travels
that
in
it
straight lines.
the way that it refracts, it causes curvature distortions. It
Light
causes
travels in straight lines. There's no lens to refract, just a hole.
So if you're saying if you're saying your eyes curve things, how do you see something that's straight?
So
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
eyes
It would curve everything. I'm looking at a car right now, and it should curve the car.
Yeah, I'd never get a good my body work on the car. I'd never get it straight.
Yeah, I look at a whole
the way that
it's
the
straight.
way that I'm trying to explain to you guys, the way that our eyes have corrected for this, right, is due to the retina. Well, hold on, not the retina. Hold on, I just read it earlier. Hold on, it says here. No, it's not just the brain.
Is it really
It
true?
says here, yeah, it is the retina. It is the retina. It says retinal geometry. The retina in the human eye is curved. specifically, it's
So
roughly hemispherical. So this actually corrects. It cancels out the curvature that would
But
normally be
you
present
understand
in the because of the way that light enters the pupil. You would have extreme distortions, but because of the way the retina corrects for that distortion, things appear mostly Euclidean.
So
Hold on,
you
it says light enters the eye through the pupil and is projected onto a curved surface in the eye. This
Hold
natural
on.
curvature allows the eye to maintain relatively consistent focus and angular proportions across a wide field of view without the kinds of distortion that occur
you read the word curved
in
and you
flat
immediately think
projections.
everything's curved.
Now, it says for the most part, it does not completely eradicate curved visual space. This is something that persists
Curved
across
visual
all
space
optics.
is something that Witsit made
Listen,
up.
I don't care, bro. No,
to
it's not
fool
Witsit,
you.
bro. I have multiple
Witsit
papers
made
here.
this
I
up
have multiple papers here from
that talk
universities
about
stating the contrary.
perception.
You guys can hair wave dismiss it all you want. It's not
They
Witsit.
talk about perception. They do not talk about how light works. If you look at how light works, you'll have to go back and realize that all your so-called proofs are bullshit.
And the difficulty is, without a brain, the telescope can show the eclipse on a piece of paper. The same light goes through that lens onto a flat piece of paper. So when our eyes see the same thing on that piece of paper, we know it's not our own pupil.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, exactly. So you have an eclipse and you see the shape of the Earth on the Moon, for example. It shows that the Earth isn't a disk and the Moon isn't a disk because of the shape that it produces over the period of the eclipse, or the Moon, the Earth shadow, right? So that's one reason. That's one way we know it's not just a matter of how we see light. And if that was the case, we'd see objects that were curved, we'd see them straight, and we don't. We see pretty well accurately, I think.
That's why often during those solar eclipses, when the moon goes through the tree leaves, there's tons of little crescents on the ground, which is flat. And our eyes see exactly the same thing. So it can't be a problem with our retina when the ground is level and flat. The retina debate is completely debunked.
No, dude. I already explained to you why a pinhole camera, when you use a flat canvas, it distorts reality. It curves reality.
Several examples
when you include a parabolic canvas or a curved canvas, it corrects for the optical distortion that would normally manifest. But you can't completely. You cannot.
Straight lines stay straight. It's demonstrated. I posted the images.
No, it's stretched. No, it's not just.
Nope.
It's not just.
Look at the images. What kind of where's a curved line introduced by a flat plane?
Oh, let me see. Let me see where you're posting this, dude. Give me a sec.
Is that the black and white one?
So before I close this out, so
great picture.
One of them is an example of the actual camera used for it.
Red Cloud Media.
Yes.
There's a difference between short and long distance, right? So with short distances, you can use Cartesian coordinates, you can use Euclidean geometry, no problem, right? But after a significant amount of distance, things start to compound. The curved visual space starts to compound. This is what they've found out. It says here, vision involves a transition from Euclidean to hyperbolic geometry.
Vision
beyond a certain point, but it's hard to determine exactly what point. But depth perception ceases beyond a certain point, and then you start to see compression, right? Beyond a point, perception shifts to hyperbolic nature where distances seem compressed due to exponential scaling of hyperbolic visual space.
Did you read all those weasel words in there? Did you hear all those weasel words?
That's the thing. I think the early criticism, I think, is kind of valid, where we're mixing up cameras and human vision. And I think what's happening is we're looking at references referring to human vision and perception, and then saying that is how we perceive things. But we also have cameras that view the things, and they are not subject to the same issues. I don't
yes, they
believe.
Yes, they are. That's what I'm
Okay.
trying to
No,
explain.
they are not. They don't have a fucking
your
they
contention
brain.
is
still they still
support
have
the same
they still work.
portion.
Yeah, perspective doesn't just stop
Okay.
because you use a pinhole camera.
Excuse me, the pinhole camera has
Things
no
still
brain.
decline into the horizon, dude.
The
Things
pinhole
still
camera
get
can think
smaller.
and
Still
see.
things still shrink in angular resolution, dude. It doesn't just change because you're using a camera.
True.
So the pinhole camera can see now and can communicate, right? Because
Yeah, the pinhole camera is
saying.
sentient.
That's not what I'm saying.
Pinhole.
No, but
But
you're reading the paper. You says is talking about vision, not
Yeah,
taking.
he's talking about light
as-
entering your eye, which it's not entering your eye; it's entering the camera, and it's being recorded.
As objects move further away, perception shifts towards a hyperbolic model
Perception?
where depth, yeah, it's not just human perception, though. This is also
No,
cameras.
perception.
Where
No, it's not.
depth,
Can you link
that
dude, let me just
paper
finish.
you're citing?
Finish it and then the
hold on,
citation.
dude.
Where is that citation coming
Sure,
from?
I've been posting them, dude. Go up. Where depth cues become less precise and distances appear compressed and distorted. This blending of Euclidean and hyperbolic perception reflects the complex nature of how humans interpret spatial reality.
Humans interpret spatial reality.
I
Thank you.
understand.
how far
That's
are
what
you
this
talking,
says.
though?
But it's
How
not.
far
It's
is it?
hard to determine, guys.
How
It's hard
far
to
are you
determine.
saying though? How far?
We've got three different types of cameras here. We've got the pinhole, we've got the film camera, and we've got a digital camera. Which one are we referring to?
Or how about the leaves of the tree showing the eclipse shape linked in chat? Like,
Yeah, that's not affected by our vision. All the cameras.
Yeah, what about
that's the
eclipses?
thing.
Dude?
It's not
we're not
just that
talking
we
about
see
eclipses.
things.
Dude.
We also measurement. There are secondary effects of what we see. So even if we see it wrong, there are
I
secondary
just
effects
tagged
of
you guys. Is that
what we've
it?
seen
Is that the thing
that
you were
show
referencing?
its reality. Even if our perception of the actual thing we're looking at is wrong, we see secondary evidence.
I'm trying to click on it, but so I've posted multiple papers on this, and now you guys are going to critique the source, saying, "Oh, well, they're not physicists."
No, I want to know the
No, it's
distance that they're doing the observations because that's important. If it's short ranges, they wouldn't be using hyperbolic. But if they're talking about like far away, like you're saying,
Yeah, we're
space,
talking
like,
about far
like
away. We're talking
really
about far away.
so that would be hyperbolic. So yeah, that doesn't really mean
When's the last
anything
eclipse?
from what we're talking about.
There was
No, it does because I'm not.
these research
We're not
papers
using
maxed out at
hyperbolic
12
visual
meters.
space things in short ranges because it's so negligible. It's not even a factor. You can use straight lines. It's not a problem.
Do you think we've seen the edge of the universe, or you don't believe in that?
No, dude, not at all, bro.
So then,
when was the last
hyperbolic
big
doesn't really
eclipse?
mean anything
Remember?
to you then?
It's like
That's
pictures
how
from
far
that
you're
one. I
talking.
can't remember when it was. I'm trying
I went
to
down
see if anyone.
I went down to Texas to see the last solar
That's
eclipse.
big one. Yeah. But the one before that one.
You talking about the annular?
Yeah.
I think both of them were visible in Texas, if I remember correctly.
You know what's interesting about hyperbolic visual space is that it fits the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence. And it's coincident. It's odd because when you actually measure Polaris's elevation angles as you move south, you'll notice that I know you guys have graphed it out linearly, but if you were to disregard the coordinates and you just actually measured the refraction amount from 0 to 15 degrees, from 15 to 75, and then from 75 to 90, it's actually hyperbolic and it follows a logarithmic function, which matches the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence. And our vision also follows that function.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I can't do that. I don't even know what Polaris is. What's
That's
Polaris?
it actually doesn't, and that's also been debunked. Lion, why are you still hanging on to this old stuff that's been debunked like years ago?
No, and they're starting to look deeper into this, and not that I believe this, but have you guys ever heard the golden hyperbolic model of the universe? It's a legit theory. It's a legit theory by physicists.
Where do you get it from?
That's not a theory.
There was a
from
question just posed. I wanted to
Genesis?
say there was a question just posed and it was skipped
Wait,
over.
is it
So
from
so
Answers
he brought
in
up
Genesis?
no, because no, it's not Answers in Genesis, and not at all. These are physicists. You know,
that's usually where you guys
astrophysicists.
from.
Okay, so hang on a second.
So when it comes to the
what's the name of it again?
Come on, guys.
the golden hyperbolic model of the universe, you can look up the golden shofar model of the universe. It's legit, dude. Look it
Yeah,
up.
yeah, and who thought of it?
You could save us
I don't
time
know.
if you
I
told
forget.
us. Okay, you forgot. Okay, fair enough.
No,
I'm
I don't
looking
know
up right
exactly
now.
who it is, but
Somebody made something up, and then what you're referring to. Okay.
no. So they're trying to figure out the manifold. You know, whether the universe is some type of manifold. You know,
So is it a
they're
car
trying to
then?
figure out the
It's a
geometry
car engine?
of the geometry of
Manifold, exhaust manifold, or extractors?
no, the
Manifold Destiny?
universe. No,
Oh,
how
that's
no,
Yeah,
Manifest
you know
Destiny.
what a manifold
it,
is, right?
I thought it
like
was
Or you know
Manifold
what a
what
manifold
Destiny.
is.
context?
Well, you
You
got the
talking about a
exhaust
car
manifold.
manifold
You know,
or
per,
the
you know what
universe
perspective
manifold?
is too, right?
You
'Cause
guys can laugh
perspective
all
could
you want,
be
but this, dude, this
psychological
is
No,
too.
no,
stuff that you're.
it's all right.
I'm not
You can
It's all
mess
laughing.
right,
around. I
Ryan.
don't
Not
care.
laugh.
I
What I'm
was
trying to
thinking,
say is
Anthony.
that
I'm
I
not
don't.
laughing.
This is not something that I subscribe
We're
to, but this is something that's
not laughing with you.
being
So why
proposed
do you
right
say
now.
it then? So why? So it's because it's something that
You know
you
that
think is new.
do you also know that paper
Oh,
you references the globe, right?
Yeah. What's in?
Source 7 on there. Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, and
No, we're just
same thing with the
we just cherry pick things.
second,
Don't
the
the
second
golden
law.
shofar. Look up the
Second
golden
law.
shofar model of the universe.
Golden
You wanna,
ratio shofar
Plus,
universe.
how can I not find the eclipse? I took some good pictures of the shadows on the eclipse. I can't find the bally things.
you're just trying to rub it in, Red.
See what the conclusion is in this paper.
One day I'm going to get an eclipse, and I'm going to, yeah.
The
I
reason
was
I'm
going to say manifold.
referencing
I like manifold destiny. I'm going to use that again.
the reason I'm referencing 7 is because it's the only time camera is mentioned in that whole thing. Is it says about in panoramic pictures the film is
Oh, I can't
curved
find
at the back of the camera.
So it's a film
Yeah.
camera, not a digital camera.
Film and digital principles almost identical. That's why DSLRs look almost exactly the same as SLRs.
I'm used to the old box brownies. Whatever
To-
they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just says furthermore, when movies are shown in a very large screen, the screen is usually curved. Another common example is the Mercator projection of a globe onto a two-dimensional map.
Yep.
So there's basically a hyperbolic or curved surface projecting onto flatness. So what we have to try and picture in our brains that the land is shaped like a shadow and the atmosphere is shaped like that physical bowl. Like how is the atmosphere shaped like that bowl? Like what is the evidence for that?
What I'm trying to
The
get
other
at,
con-
Lion, is what your claim was. I'm just confused. Is the curvature of the, let's say, the eclipse, right? Is that being caused by this, and it's this paper saying that?
I never brought up the eclipse. These guys started bringing up
Okay,
eclipses for
what
some
did
odd
you bring
reason.
up?
I don't know.
Tell me what you brought up.
Distant curvature.
I've been talking about the nature of vision this whole time. Curved vision
Yeah,
of
over
space.
distance. Yeah, over distance.
Perspective. Yeah, over
Yeah,
distance.
Yeah.
Not planar though.
It can be considered planar. You know, in short
planar's
distances.
only local.
No.
Planar's only
Hyperbolic is
It
definitely
can
not
be
planar,
considered planar, but is it considered planar?
Yeah, because it transitions from Euclidean geometry to hyperbolic geometry over distance. But
how much
at
is the
short
distance,
distance, it's so negligible that it's not even a factor until you get to like, it's undetermined. But
With
they
greater
say that
distances, you're saying.
yeah, with greater distances, you start to see things curve.
I see what
So what
you're
shape-
saying. I get what you're
Sorry.
saying, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's-
I just don't. I don't know.
Is it like
So
light
what
years
clouds-
away?
It
Light
just
years away.
no, because
probably when
there's
it
so many
starts
because
curving.
you have to consider the height of the object you're looking at, the size, the distance. Like it's not like just because I don't know, dude.
The clouds in the distance, they square.
It's like, for example, if you were to plot, if you had a sextant, right, and you were looking at something on a distance, and you got as you plotted coordinates to it, right, every 100 feet, you pull out your sextant, right, and you made an elevation angle to that object, and you kept every 100 feet, every 100 feet, every 100 feet. If you were to graph that out, you notice there'd be a curve there, regardless of the surface of the Earth, right? Even in short distances of just a couple 100 feet, you'll notice there'd be a curve. When you plot it out on a graph, there'd be a curve.
Because
Have you
you're
done this?
curved.
Have you done this?
Yes, we've done this. Yes,
So,
we've
oh,
done
good.
this.
Please show it.
We who?
Is it that Dr. Heffron guy or whatever?
And by the way, the whole like the golden hyperbolic model of the universe, this thing, it's widely regarded in the field of mathematics as pseudoscience. So
No shit, dude. It's
sorry
all
to burst your bubble
pseudoscience.
there. So controversy surrounding golden ratio in science. While it is widely understood that the actual the mathematical golden ratio matches up to very little things in actual reality, because as far as like decimal points goes, these things don't actually add up in that kind of sequence. Very rarely does that occur. Overstating its role as a fundamental principle in areas like the universe's topology or as a solution to cosmological problems has been criticized as pseudoscientific. You can't make predictions with it. It doesn't map to reality in a one-to-one correlation. And even then, even if it did, it wouldn't indicate any particular conclusion. It would just say that the fundamental forces result in that, but we know that they don't. When you measure the Fibonacci sequence in that ratio of numbers, the sequence of numbers, that pattern it creates, the spiral pattern it creates, while there are things in nature that look similar to it, they don't actually match it when you measure them. So there's variation there. So unfortunately, no, it doesn't work that way.
I'm not denying that there's variation there. This is just
well, that means it doesn't match then.
This is no different than string theory. It's no different than any of these other propositions.
No. String theory is based upon String theory is based upon mathematics. Is based upon the math that we already understand. This is what you presented is utilizing a new way of trying to apply mathematics in order to solve certain cosmological issues, which is pseudoscientific.
Yeah, I know that. I consider all of that pseudoscience, bro. All of it. Your whole
theory is not pseudoscience.
The paper that you reference, like, you understand they've referenced in here the critics that like they could be wrong. They say that the reason straight lines can appear to curve or diverge isn't due to hyperbolic geometry, but because the brain warps spatial relations to maintain size.
Yes. I understand. But
so
none
are
of
we
this
good?
is science.
Are we good? Can
None
we get
of
back
this
to
is
your
science, bro?
Can we get back to you? Well, can we get back to you demonstrating your God exists?
Is this the article he's quoting from in the Journal of American Artists?
No.
I gotta get out of here. I gotta go to sleep.
Good chat, Lion.
But we had a conversation we didn't get to finish.
You can ask me.
Has anybody said that they need a necessary being for God? Has anybody used that as their evidence?
No, I actually asked him for his evidence, and he said irreducible complexity, which is easily debunked. I could debunk it right now, but that may not actually be his evidence. So
the only thing that I've heard that's like even like I would entertain is the necessary being, because I don't know, it seems complex to me.
Ultimately, it's just defining it into ultimately it's just defining it into existence. It's defined as necessarily existing, so therefore it must necessarily exist.
Bjorn did bring up a good point, Lion. I do appreciate you not, yelling and throwing insults or anything like that. Even though what you said just doesn't make sense, at least it wasn't insults.
Yeah, respect for that, Lion. Good shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lion. I thought it was you that timed me out, so sorry about that.
No, it was good. We went everything. Warren was pretty good. I had a good conversation with all you guys.
Only have beef with that C now. I got beef with the boo boo.
So what you got, Lion?
He's not. He had to leave, I think.
I gotta go. I'll be listening. But I'm laying down, dude. I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, you gotta sleep, man. Get up.
I found the graph from the original, one of the original hyperbolic space experiments, where it shows that
The
they only
fake-
did it on over 4.4 meters of distance from the
The
subject.
fake French guy is going to time me out again. The guy who doesn't even speak
Cooked-
French that lives in
Cooked
Montreal.
theist always makes for a good.
No, I
Let's
wouldn't
not be
time
there.
you out. I'd mute you. That's about all I'd do.
Well, I
I'm
didn't
not
even get
harsh.
warning first, too. Like, I mean, if I get
Billy-
warned first, then I'll just shut up.
Billy bongs a lot. That's
You got to give me a
that's-
warning first. Like, you know, like that's proper decorum for these things.
Oh well, I usually just mute and then I'll let the conversation flow.
Or just mute the guy. Yeah, don't time him
you
out
gonna-
because then I
you
can't even
gonna
hear
join Buck
what they
Dynasty,
say about
man?
me. Who? Oh yeah,
Buck Dynasty.
I already did. Yeah, there's opening because
Yeah, what's his
that
face
Phil guy
passed
died,
away,
yeah.
didn't he?
Yeah. I don't know. I shaved off my beard too, though, so I can't.
Oh no, okay.
Can't
Well,
join. I have
you
to- I
can't
have to
join
grow it
ZZ
back
Top
again.
either.
I only have the goatee now, so it's
Nah.
it's not quite there again.
Nah,
Gotta grow
come
it
on.
back in. Yeah. I know. I always regret it too after I shave it off. I'm like, fuck, why did I do that?
It looks,
Next time,
yeah. I
it'll
mean,
never happen again.
yeah. Well, you just
But
and
and
it's
then I'll
really
do it again. Yeah.
it's really easy. You just don't do anything, and then it happens.
Well, no, it's because I
That's
fucked
why
it
being-
up too. I have to go to the barber. Like,
Oh.
if you mess it up yourself, then you're like, oh shit. But if the barber messes up, you can be like, come
Yes.
on, man. And
You
then
have
they
someone
cut
to
your hair
blame.
for free for life or something. Yeah. It's like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't believe I messed up your beard.
I do
Oh, no.
I get my haircut once every 6 years.
Oh.
Uh,
Yeah, I shaved my
I
head
took- I
too
took a-
because I'm going bald. Yeah.
I know. So you look like a
Well, it's not as bad
Um,
as George Costanza, but it's like that kind of like the top part is not as thick as the sides. You know what I mean? But it's
Oh,
like not as bad
gotcha.
as that. Yeah. Maybe I can get some medicine nowadays because technology now. We got those pills you can take. Those
what
all
make
those
you work faster or make you go
advertisements.
slower? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, hair club. What is it now? Yeah, there's all sorts of things. Musk had a really really good work done on his hair was going really badly, and he had some work done on it, and it looks really natural. Looks completely real. So it's possible to do now. It used to be hair plugs and all this sort of nonsense. Alex Lyson from Rush, he did the hair plug thing, and it was a bit cringe to look at him because he had it done, and he just gave up on it because it just looked awful. But now they can do it really well.
It's funny because we pronounce it Leeson, but you guys say Lyson.
Lyson? I've heard. I've heard.
See
Did you
the
say
rainbow.
Lyson?
See
It's
the
Lyson.
rainbow.
Basically, that's not his name either. His name is Alexander Zhivyanovich.
Oh, really? I didn't even know
Yeah.
that. That's cool.
Yeah, it's Alexander Zhivyanovich, because he's Ukrainian or Russian, and his parents moved over from Eastern Europe, and he shortened it Alexander to Alex, and then changed Zhivyanovich to Lyson because Zhivyanovich means son of life. And Getty is the same way. Getty's actual name is Gary Lee Weintraub, which basically puts him in the Super Jew category. And he changed it he got rid of his last name, went with Lee, and the Getty is because his grandmother couldn't say the word Gary in English, and so she said Gaddy, and it turned into Getty, and that's why he's got that name. Only Neil had his full name, his real name. There you go.
Yeah, I like Rush though. Yeah.
Stunningly interesting information on Rush.
It was cool that they appeared in the Trailer Park Boys too. That was
Yeah, that was good. They kidnapped Alex Lyson.
Yeah.
They also have done it. Oh, you got to look at Rush beer. They've got some really funny ads. They've got a couple of really funny ones. One of them is Getty and Alex in the beer factory. So, well, A brewery is what we call it in the science community. Talk about the beers. And then at the end, right at the end, Alex looks at the vat. He says, "What's that?" And he's just making Getty bust up. That's basically the premise of the ad. He just makes Getty laugh. I'll see if I can find one and post it. I think you'll like it. My son actually bought 2 of the Rush glasses. They sell the beer and they sell the glass as well. So he's got 2 of them.
Nice. I guess there's no more opposition now, right? Or is there somebody willing to take Lion's spot as the? Because it seems like there's a bunch of Globers here, and there's no opposition, as they would say.
That's a good thing.
Yeah,
No,
it means that the conversation is not going to be, "Hey guys, I'm going to talk about some hyperbolic bullshit that I don't even know about. I'm going to pretend like I know what I'm talking about."
I'm honestly getting to the point, man, where it feels like dealing with flat earthers is starting to feel exploitive to me. It's like it feels like, those old timey Great Depression sideshows,
Okay, but the thing is that if someone's really into conspiracies, it's easy to fall into this rabbit hole. So that's why I did at one point, but then I got myself out. But I'm glad I did, because I would be like these guys right now.
Yeah, but it's like, come watch the idiot like pound a nail into his head. Yay! Pay 10 cents. And we're like, the guy is like, it's exploitative,
If you don't humble
You're
yourself,
feeling guilty.
You'll never get anywhere in life, because like literally you have to realize that if you don't know about certain things and you don't actually try and learn about it, then you shouldn't really be telling people they're wrong, which is a lot of flat earthers.
But that doesn't automatically make you a flat earther. Like I wanted to bring up this topic before. You don't get categorized as a flat earther or a glober. It depends on your opinion and what point of view or where you're coming from.
But
So
it's easier.
I don't like the label. I don't like those labels.
Yeah, that's a good point.
When they get into really complex topics I don't know anything about, I keep my big fat mouth shut. Because if I were to open it, I would just make myself look like a...
Yeah, you try and
but
learn
what if you're the type of person that doesn't want to learn? There's people that just won't listen to what you've got to say.
That's DMOC, is like the 100%.
Well, that's the one. We talk about exploitative. Then DMOC, I think, I think that it does feel. The other one is when I was in Gem Pandas, they would just
or Jim,
essentially beat down Jin. No, Jin. I don't know if Jin is in
But then again, I got along with him.
say,
I could get along with him, I think, because he sometimes is reasonable at times.
Yeah,
which is
he is.
Weird to say.
We did about 3 or 4 nights ago. We chatted for over an hour and a half, and it was fine. But what I was referring to is Piche. That feels exploitative. Piche in Gem Pandas server. He's
I don't know.
Irish chap,
I've never really been to Gem Pandas that much. That's probably why I don't.
No.
What's the Irish or
the Irishman? Yeah.
Yeah.
It does feel exploitative because,
So just imagine a flat earther that speaks Irish.
Okay. Dell?
That's
not
Dell in the shed. Dell in the shed.
He's Scott.
Are there any former ones who have come to the globe model?
I am, but I didn't come out as a flat earther publicly. I went through the process in silence, because I would joke around with my friends and say the Earth is flat, and they would be like, that's funny, man. And then I would test the waters, and then I realized that I shouldn't say that publicly. And then I realized on my own that I really didn't know a lot about science. And then I started learning about it, and I was like, wait, I got tricked into this shit. Pretty much, that's what I realized, is that they tricked me, because there wasn't a lot of opposition at first. I found, because the algorithm would push you, when you started looking into flat Earth, it would be like, just put you in this rabbit hole. But then nowadays it's not like that. But when I looked into it, it was like that in the early days.
You're going back 6-7 years ago, yeah, 8 years ago.
The videos were well produced too, so it was like more convincing.
Yeah, but it's like we've gone full circle with a lot of these arguments from going back that far. You can regurgitate a lot of the answers, and there's nothing new coming along. They're all the same.
Yeah, like they don't have any new arguments, because it's a lot of Samuel Robotham is like the main person that brought this stuff up.
It's a lot like, for instance, when the flat earther will say there's a dome. If I'm a flat earther, I'm like, okay, what do we know about it? It seems like at that point, because they don't really. I mean, did they expand on any thoughts about the dome and how the sky works and stuff like that in any compelling way? I guess, Billy.
They say that God would not let them know about that stuff because certain things God doesn't want you to know about. I think that's their best argument for that, is that they use God as an excuse.
That criteria right there, by the way, there is a subset of flat earthers who are not Christian, and that's a very interesting people to speak to.
Yeah, I think I was along those and then once I realized it was more about Christian theology too, I that also made me back out of flat earth more too, because I realized it was more about religion than I thought when I first got into it. I think that was
what about the Christians?
I'm out of it.
What about the Christians that are not flat earthers? That's even a different subset.
Yeah.
But flat Earth is kind of just a small branch on a bigger branch of which the theme is everybody's lying to you, right? Like I don't think I've ever met a flat earther that didn't have 2 or 3, maybe 4 conspiracies like that they were into prior to being exposed to that. I think
it was the moon landing that first got me started, because like obviously I questioned the moon landing like a lot of people do nowadays. So that was my other problem, was it like if you look at it and you don't really know about these type of things, and then when someone explains all these things to you, it makes a little bit more sense if you're able to be patient and understand that.
Yeah, when I seen it on TV, I didn't have any questions about it when it was live.
Well, no, I mean like the way that the lunar lander looks like really fragile and stuff like that, like, and because it's in a lower pressure atmosphere, so it doesn't need.
Oh, it's made of tin foil and all
also
that
the way
of
it
stuff.
looks, and the way it looks when it takes off too. Like it doesn't look the same as it does on Earth because of the atmosphere is different on the moon.
Billy,
yeah, like it's really difficult with time zones. Well, like I just finished work. It's pretty much exactly 3 p.m. and I can see the moon. It's about 30 degrees up in the sky. So anyone looking at the same moon right now,
okay, I'll have a
from
look.
Australia.
Oh, Australia.
Yeah, I'm looking. Where's the moon? I can see the sun. I can see the sun. That's setting in the sky. I can't see no moon.
Oh, over here in Australia, I can see both the sun and the moon at the same time. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, now I can. Yes, it's in the eastern sky. What degrees do you call that?
Yeah.
Ooh.
What degrees would you call that in the sky? I'm not good at that stuff.
30, 40 degrees.
Oh, okay. And the angle of the terminator line on it's really weird to where the sun is. How could that be like that? That means the sun must be a lot further away than where the moon is.
It's more than a half moon for anyone who goes outside. It's a little bit over, not quite.
Yeah, about
3/4
half. I'd say half. Yeah, I'm going to go half.
I'm going to go more than half for here.
You want to get? Oh, you want to get a tape measure out now?
Yeah. I'll take a photo and put it in the chat. How's that? I can do that.
Oh fuck.
I reckon the sun. I reckon the sun's a lot further away than what the moon is, going by the terminator line.
Oh no! Who unleashed the DMOC? he's. We're gonna hear.
He is.
Maybe he doesn't notice.
He's not participating. Billy, I wanted to ask you: did you have on your journey, right, to learning more about science and stuff? What was it in particular you think that led you more along the route? Was it learning like from the internet or a friend, or what was it?
well, I went to college for automotive service technician,
Oh.
so I had to learn about things that I never learned in high school because I didn't take science stuff.
Yeah,
And
that
then
makes sense.
I realized that there was a lot of stuff I didn't know, and then even like car stuff involves gravity too. So I was like, oh,
Yeah,
I'll give
college
you.
is
I'll give you.
definitely
I'll give you a terminology. Volumetric. What is that in? What is that in car terms?
volumetric.
Volumetric.
The ratio. What do you mean?
Volumetric. You want to spell it?
Okay, I'm also I'm not gonna pretend like I was good at thinking.
Oh,
That's why
okay.
I don't do it anymore. That's why I don't do it
Okay.
anymore too. So yeah, I'm not a mechanic
It's the
anymore. Else I
it's
would.
the combustion chambers
Okay.
volume on the
Yeah, that's why I
compression
said
stroke.
ratio, but I didn't.
Okay.
I kind of was
I
getting.
won't.
I
I won't quiz
yeah,
you
it
any.
sounded
I won't
familiar.
quiz you any further. Then.
Well, no. I mean, I get it. Like that. Yeah. Like, I mean, I could show my diploma if you want. No. I mean, but I stopped doing it because I knew I sucked at it, and I honestly, I'm not as car guy as a lot of people. So I was like,
My
shit.
philosophy is if you get brought up and you grow up and you find something that you're good at, you might be good at bakery, or you might be good at hammering a nail, or you might be good at turning a spanner or a wrench. Well, they're the sort of things that you go for, but that you know that you're good at. But you've got to be aware of it, and you've got to have other people recognise that you're good at something, and that's the progress where you can further your knowledge.
But just being good at oil changes doesn't really pay that much, right?
No, not really.
But I mean, that was my problem too. Was I was working at my cousin's shop, and he would like he wanted the oil changes done sometimes, and sometimes I didn't get to do like other things on the car I wanted to do because like there was another guy there that was faster than me, so I fucked up though too because I didn't really I think I could have pushed more to want to learn, but I didn't, so I wasn't that interested in the cars, so I need to find something else. Yeah,
something else. What about carpentry or anything else?
I've tried that too with my cousin, but with another cousin I had, but I didn't get an apprenticeship with that one, so I don't know. I was thinking about maybe even
veterinary.
Like, army
veterinary?
is last resort because that's
you must be good at something with your hands.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I play. Well, currently I'm full-time streamer, but I just got suspended on Twitch because I streamed the NHL playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs,
Okay,
and
so you know what not to do.
Yeah, but I can still stream on YouTube, so I'm gonna.
I've had a few community strikes on my YouTube channel in the past.
Well, I have 2 right now on my YouTube, yeah, so I have to be careful on YouTube.
Well, Frank went on that Christmas night. Yeah, they're all down there on the island. Yeah,
I appreciate you sharing.
Thanks.
Who's
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like my problem is that I and like a lot of these guys, like they think they know more, like, and everybody knows that they think they know more than they do. Like the Dunning-Kruger is like Simon Dan.
Yeah.
Hit on nail.
Well,
I used
that's
to
way
hate
up
him
there.
because I couldn't realize the cognitive disc too. Like,
Yeah, because it's really weird. Like, we're talking to one guy who says he's gone to the museum and seen the Foucault's pendulum, and he just asks, "Well, is there a mechanism in there?" And they go, "Oh yeah," not realizing that like there's no further questions after that. Like, how does it work? What does it do? It's just go, "Oh, found my way out, guys. There's a mechanism there."
Wasn't that guy claiming that it created torque too, and that was why it twists or
Yeah.
processes?
Oh, yeah,
torque?
yeah.
You know,
simply the
That guy-
existence
I
of
heard that, yeah.
like if the
That's one
pendulum
thing.
swings down, it's like pushing a child in the swing. That doesn't create a twist in the swing. Like
That's one thing I never ever heard about until like very recently when I got into the flat earth stuff more, was the Foucault's pendulum. I was like, oh, that's super cool. There's none near me. Like, the closest one's like 800 miles from me.
Yeah, we had one down the road that one of the just Aussie flat earthers went to visit, and they actually closed the expedition because was only set up for an example. So they actually closed it because he questioned them about it. I'm trying to remember
You
who
ever
that
seen?
flat earther was now.
Have you seen the one on YouTube? FTFE shows it quite often. The gentleman physicist one. I kind of want to make my own actually, but you kind of need a lot of space to set it up. I'll see if I
You
can
need
find
the
it.
right.
Post it in
You
chat.
need the right wire or whatever too. I wouldn't use string which is wound in a spiral. I wouldn't use that sort of stuff.
Yeah, yeah. You
It,
need
connects
like literally a
completely
rock, 50-pound rock or something that's spherical.
Yeah,
Would
but
be
it's the
ideal.
cord or the
Right.
line you got to use. It can't have any torsional deviation for left and right.
True. I'll see if I can find the one that I'm talking about.
I mean, fishing
Speaking
line's
of
okay, but
deviation,
that's
here
not
it
strong
is.
enough for that. That's not strong enough for that length.
Yeah, I
You'd have
found
to
it.
use something. You'd have to use something thick.
Yeah, and anytime a flat earther seems to comment on this, it's just they ask questions and they say it's too hard to set up, and it just never goes anywhere. So it's kind of unfortunate.
That seems to be the case with a lot of times too. If you notice, is that when it all comes down to it, you'll get into a big argument with these guys, and then when it comes to actually providing the evidence, they'll either find an excuse for not doing it, or they'll tell you that they can't find it right now. Like there's always the same thing happen every time, and I'm like, okay, it's because you don't have anything. Yeah.
I got into a I wouldn't even call it an argument. It's more like a disagreement with someone earlier about the definition of debate. Like someone brings a positive claim, then another person, refutes that claim and claims their own positive claim. And the flat earther was saying that, well, flat earth isn't a positive claim, and they were just stuck on the word positive claim so much that it just didn't go anywhere. So I was like, okay, it's fine, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that
Sometimes you
discussion
just have to move on. Yeah.
Yeah, just move on.
Yeah, because that discussion about the Foucault's pendulum was all like, oh yeah, what's this? How does it work? Oh, I don't believe that. And then he admits he went to the museum and asks what it was. So it's like this, like, I'm going to hold back this information that I've actually been to a museum and I've asked about it while asking, how does this work? How does that work? How does this work? And then finally admit, oh yeah, by the way, I went to a museum and just asked a superficial question that was just like took us an hour and a half to realize he knew exactly what kind of thing it was.
These guys remember back in the old days when the flat earthers used to make videos and put like Lego and dominoes or whatever it is on tables and try to use shadows and for underlit clouds, and like that's going back a few years. Like, they haven't gone back to that yet, but I think that's why they're running out of things what they can do.
Yeah. Well, I know that Demot would be happy to enlighten us, but it seems like he might be a little...
Have you seen his video of some
Yeah,
of
yeah.
his
Well, I mean, I think that one that I
argument.
posted is a good it's a very good demonstration of basically the concept, and he does a good job with it. Does the math?
It's
You
like
know, simple.
DMOC's like, where's your model petrol in your model car? Where's your model carburetor in your model car? You can't put air pressure in your model car tire. Like,
And where's your moon rock, moon boy, moon
No,
moon
my favorite
comet
is
physics, planet boy?
the flat. Explain to me the globe on a flat surface. Okay.
Right. Yeah, we never get anywhere. It'd be nice to have like a productive conversation with him, but he doesn't like that.
I want to know how big his yard is, his backyard is, because he keeps saying, "I see my backyard has no curvature." I want to know how big.
He's done a couple of demonstrations over the years. I think when he was on maybe MC Tunes debate like several years ago, he actually showed a couple of videos of him completely misunderstanding how things work. But it was pretty funny, and it was in his backyard.
Oh
Yeah,
you've
I don't
been
think
you,
SC.
you've
I don't
been
think that word. I don't think that word SCALE is in their vocabulary.
Yeah, it's not.
I haven't
A lot of
necessarily
time.
seen enough of Craig and MC Tunes videos as maybe you have. Yeah, like the earlier ones. Like I've seen more recent, like maybe the past couple years,
Right.
like 2 years. That's why I
Yeah,
missed a lot of them. Yeah.
yeah, I think he's probably had 2 or 3 quote unquote debates with him where he just comes on and rambles, and then he'll get turned down and still be rambling in the background. It's actually pretty funny, but of course it's just for entertainment. There's never anything to be gained.
I was gonna go on the after show of Max's after show and say to MC Tune, I was a little bit disappointed in the moderating, but I decided not to. But I think I should have though. I should have said that he should have. But then again, Alan would have just ran away though if he would have moderated him, because he was letting Alan
Oh,
get
you're talking
away.
about that latest video?
I think
Yeah,
he was letting.
I
I
didn't
think he
catch
was
the whole
letting
thing.
Alan. I think he was letting Alan control the conversation a bit too much. But then again, he was. He didn't want to cut Alan off because Alan would just be a little baby and cry and run away.
I genuinely about that model they have about the seeing the star behind the mountain stuff. It genuinely didn't click for me until like 2 hours in that video when they had actually left and the dude was showing the formula, like how it works on a concave Earth and a globe Earth and a flat Earth. I was like, oh, this doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, like it was very complex, and I'm like, Alan and this guy are not flat earthers, but they're pretending to be for attention.
You know, it was
It's
a
like
good debate. Was Astronomy Live. I don't know if you caught the Reds Rhetoric Astronomy Live with Alan, where oh god, it was fantastic. Astronomy Live was just showing his evidence for shooting, cosmological objects with his own telescope and a program that he built with Python. He has an open source program for tracking satellites, and he told Alan and enlightened everyone that he predicted a comet being visible like well before it was visible. In fact, I think that he was the source of the prediction. And the simple question was, how did he do it? I asked a super chat and that got answered like almost at the end of the program. And since he wouldn't answer Astronomy Live straight, right? I just asked straight up, how was it that Astronomy Live was able to make this prediction and confirm it? And he said he said something. He said basically it was just a nonsense answer, and he knew it was. But I mean, I can't remember exactly what he said, to be honest with you. But it was like, thanks for answering it. So you're obviously you've got to be questioning the fact that it was just one of those things. But it was good. It was a really, really tight ran debate. There was like no fluff. It was like start of the show, immediate jump into your 10-minute presentation, and then kind of go back and forth. And then it's like, all right, thanks for watching, you guys. And then it ended. It was like ran how I thought one of these should be run. But it was a really good demonstration of Alan obviously just not having any answers for anything and just trying to change the topic.
Yeah, he does
That
that a
sounds
lot.
good.
Yeah.
I really haven't had a good productive debate with one, just because I've been kicked out of a couple flat Earth servers because I asked too many questions, and I think the most recent one was the Cavendish example. So the whole gravity thing, I was like, okay, they say the Cavendish example doesn't show that. I was like, but there was a measurable, we'll call it a magic force that made them closer together. What do you think that is? And then that's just it. And I'm gone. I'm kicked.
Yeah, they don't provide any alternatives. They just simply say that it wasn't done. It was done in a shed, and the guy was certifiably insane. Like it's always the genetic fallacy, right? Like they just don't provide any counter arguments. So it's just boring.
I think one thing they try and use as an excuse is that when he first did the experiment, he didn't do it in a vacuum chamber, and so how did he know it actually worked? And then they say that they could have faked it after that to try and make it work, but it's a pretty lame excuse.
It's always trying to create reasonable doubt. They're always a defense attorney that is just a very weak defense attorney.
Yeah,
A lot
that's
of
I
them
mean,
are
mountains of
lawyers. They
defense
could
evidence.
be
attorney is a
lawyers.
great
They
way to
could be
put that.
lawyers. Yeah, they could be lawyers if they really wanted to. Some of them, because like especially that Torah guy. I think he wanted to be a lawyer, and then he ended up being a heating and air guy. But that guy is seems to be one of the people I find that yeah, if he was an attorney, I'd be like, okay, yeah, this guy makes sense to be an attorney.
Yeah, they're funny.
Good at questioning people, like thinking of questions that are just like make you triggered too, and then make you look bad.
But you know that
Yeah.
like there are those cases, right, where it's essentially this. It's like the cases where you know the guy is dead to rights. He got caught on camera, everything, right? Everything's stacked against him. And they come in here and they just, when it's the turn for the defense attorney to question and bring up a witness, like they just have nothing, right? And they know they have nothing, but their job is to try and like, get the guy like as little amount of time as possible, or like try to create reasonable doubt. And that's just what it is every single time. It's never like, well, I won't say every time. A great majority of the time. I think the other time is there are people that approach it from an honest position, and they're very few and far between. And I'll say, like, for example, like when Jaren was in Antarctica, I didn't watch all of the footage, but he wanted to interact with Dave McKeegan on several occasions, and he wanted to know kind of more about, what he knows about how photography works and how lenses work, and how, and obviously they've had discussions about the moon landing. I don't know to what degree you follow either of them, but they've been discussing that topic recently, and he seems to be, you can say what you want about the guy, but he does, ask questions that make it seem like he actually is kind of interested in understanding other people's points of view, and not just blocking it out, waiting for his turn to talk, which is often the case.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Billy, appreciating him sharing that, because the same with Jaren of like having that sort of worldview overturned and having to come out publicly and go like, I was wrong. I was completely wrong. It takes a lot of, you don't have to do that. You could have just not, you could have just disappeared.
Well, for me, it's different because no flat earthers knew me, so I'm definitely nowhere near the Jaren, because like he had like all these followers. I was like watching YouTube videos. I was like moon landing denial, and then it pushed me into flat Earth. So yeah, if it wasn't for the moon landing denial videos or hoax videos, I wouldn't have ever even learned about flat Earth too. Like
Sure.
it wouldn't have even been a thing.
What did you find most compelling about the globe that kind of like caught your eye, where you're like, damn, maybe I'm in the wrong here. Maybe I should reevaluate. Was there anything that stood out to you, Billy?
Well, I realized that just because because at first I was like this like I kind of was along those flat earthers where I was saying that the math was tricking, like I don't know, I tried to convince myself that this math was like made up or something. I don't know, when I look back on it, I was like, it doesn't really even make sense now when I think about it. And then I realized that probably, I don't know, it took a bunch of things, but I also stopped doing, like, at the time I was doing drugs like more than just weed, and I feel like once I stopped doing those other drugs, it also helped clear my mind more too. Like I feel like it was, like, I hate to say it, but like, and a lot of people are like, well, I did drugs too and it didn't make me a flat earther, but I feel like it definitely didn't help me to be clear minded about what I was thinking about when I was doing like coke and ecstasy all the time.
And like actually trying to understand and see that people do have, when people are just insane, the fact that they can do these things. I've been to a couple of like I would encourage like anybody to actually go and talk to people that know a great deal and can demonstrate a great deal more than like is beyond my comprehension. And it's not like I trust everything they say, but it kind of puts things into perspective for me that like, wow, their education is it's impressive that they can actually they can actually do these things. And the proof is the fact that we have computers, we have cell phones, we have any number of technologies that we don't understand how they work. Somebody built it.
Yeah,
You know?
and that's the difficulty. Like when you're talking about the Channel Tunnel or like the Clem 7 networks underneath the Brisbane River, I'm thinking about like the physical.
Go on. Did you drop?
I think he dropped, yeah.
The physical is the last thing I heard.
Let's get physical. Okay. Well, yeah.
No, I completely agree
Maybe
with
I'll
that.
return.
What you were saying about speaking to people who know more. It's definitely a disconnect of the conspiracy mindset, I guess I would call it, of like, oh, these universities or these government institutions or X, Y, and Z is clearly lying to us because others have lied to us in the past, you know?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, and also,
Yeah.
and if you also have problems with the law too, it doesn't hurt with not trusting the government. Like you know, you like you know, you're more of like like I guess it could be considered anarchy because you know you distrust the government. You think it's better to not have a government in a way, but then maybe not to that extreme, but you just don't trust the government. Yeah, and then it's a lot easier to. Well, I mean, and not
Yeah.
everybody trusts the government too, because yeah, there's a lot of glober. Well, I shouldn't even
God,
say
no.
globers, but yeah, like
Anvil,
you
I
know
think
that they do
you
stuff.
dropped for a second where you were making a point, I think. Are you back? He went on mute. Okay. Yeah, you know, it's just one of those things where in science where you know, the peer review process I think is often misunderstood. And it's sort of a self-correcting mechanism, right? Because you have to be able to withstand the gauntlet of people that are just trying to knock your idea out of, you know, this. That's how people receive funding is by. I actually, I don't know if you guys interact with PhD Tony. He's been, you know, he's been everywhere and he's often on this server. But
Yeah.
I asked him I had a couple of questions about it in DMs, and was like, just explain to me if my understanding of basically what the peer review process is, because I have a brother that's a flat earther, and I was trying to go over it with him, and I wanted to make sure I like kind of knew what I was talking about because PhD Tony's done a lot of peer review stuff over the years and had some of his own work audited, and he's like, yeah, you know, this just that is what it is. You submit it, you get, you know, you get commentary. You have to do it again. You have to do it again. You have to make sure it's formatted correctly. You have to make sure that you do this, do that, and then others will have the opportunity to basically tell you why the fuck you're wrong. And in fact, that's how it's just I think the idea from a lot of flat earthers is that everyone's in on it, and so they all kind of they all are like kind of blood brothers in a way where it's like we're protecting these ideas, and it's just backwards, right? It just seems backwards to me. But I mean, I don't have a great understanding on it. Honestly, it's on my checklist of things to look more into and kind of
Yeah,
understand it better. But,
I was big into thinking that Freemasons controlled the world, and I still kind of think that they might, but not in the way that you think, because like there's also like just because people conspire to make the world a better place doesn't necessarily mean they have a nefarious or like a bad um, intention behind it necessarily, but there definitely seems to be people that are trying to push a certain or control certain things. But I again, that's where I don't really have any evidence too. But I right now because I'm buzzing. But yeah, I'm gonna stop talking now. I might have to stop talking too because I'm.
no, we're all at
Yeah.
that time.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah, I'm actively speaking with someone about that. I feel your pain about a brother like that. I have a good friend of mine who is down that rabbit hole. The Freemasons control everything, not in the way you're saying. I mean, like actually physically control everything.
Yeah.
And that's why they're hiding the fucking globe Earth or whatever, flat Earth.
Yeah, I
And
just
then it
asked my.
also
Go
sorry,
ahead,
yeah,
sorry.
cut you
Go
off.
ahead, Billy.
And
You got
and
it, Billy.
also goes about the Jesuits too. It's the Catholic Jesuits.
I almost say it as a meme, like Jesuits, the what do they call it, the Luciferians, and I'm sure that all this stuff means something, but to me, it's just like trigger words that just get brought up all the time. It's like Flurf bingo words
Yeah.
and stuff like that, I guess. But I mean, I probably shouldn't treat it as lightly as I do, but it's almost almost without fail brought up in every discussion about flat Earth.
There is some like esoteric stuff that they always talk about because it relates to like you're saying, Luciferian, and there's also a Lucifer trust, and then they change it to Lucius trust because
The negative stigma attached to it or
yeah,
something to try and make it seem more reasonable.
yeah.
Yeah.
So then that obviously that feeds into the conspiracy.
Yeah, I'll ask my brother from time to time to explain the star rotations in the north. If you're at the North Pole versus the South Pole, and it just creates a friction. So
Well,
then,
I,
yeah,
I understand that. I can really empathize with that because dude, one of them was the star rotation thing. It's like, well, how do we know the stars are different, rotating differently in the south? And it's like, oh my fucking god, I know. There's like hundreds of millions of people live down there. Like Buenos Aires has a ton, huge population.
Also, I think not traveling a lot when I was younger too might also have affected how I felt about the Earth because I didn't really ever go that far, so it was like I didn't. But then again, there's people that have gone far that are still flat earthers, so that it's might not have convinced me more, but maybe it could have helped if I actually traveled more too.
I was gonna make a response. How do you say your name? Is it is it just Jake?
Yeah, it's Jake. It's I spelled it funny because back when I made the name, Jake was taken, but then Discord's different now, so it's a different world.
Gotcha. Jake, were you saying that you had someone close to you also that was a flat earther? Or you said you were talking with somebody?
Yeah,
So,
I still am. It's just one of those interesting cases of they they're down that rabbit hole, but also at the same time they're not Christian. Like I think the term is truther that they use, and it's very interesting to me when they talk about like how much they dislike certain parts of the flat Earth community
Are,
that
are they agnostic though, or are they
I don't
full-blown
think they have any
atheists?
belief on the afterlife.
Oh,
No, they you call it you could even call it atheist if you'd like, but they're by their words are saying they only count that the physical world like in front of them that they can see, and therefore if you look out in the horizon and it's flat, fucking.
So they could be considered even hardcore solipsists too. Then
It's hard to pin
borderline
down
maybe.
the specific philosophy. I just know that it's not like you said about introducing friction. I just have no issue doing that because I want them to know, I'm not gonna let them say bullshit like that around me,
yeah. I've responded to someone. So yeah, that's interesting because my brother uses the Bible, right? He uses the Bible as his justification. It's just a classic like conclusion first. I call it like conclusion first, arguing for what we can, what we can
It's
give
really funny
evidence
because the
for.
person I'm speaking about comes from a very religious family, so they're the opposite. They're not religious at all.
Hmm. Yeah, that is interesting, and they still do. I mean, how did they come to flat Earth? It was just through other
That's a good
conspiracies or something.
question. I think it's the
Yeah.
conspiracy theories because they also think that the dinosaurs are fake. They the global elite or whoever is hiding it from us for these XY
Wait, wait.
reasons.
I can touch on
Yeah.
this too because I was again I I still have a tough time. Like, okay, I understand where these creationists are coming from, and even sympathize a little bit with the way Will Duffy comes apart about the part where he says that it's not a good argument, but I understand that like that if you say that nobody's experienced billions of years, that like how can you know what happened within these billions of years without actually experiencing the billions of years, unless you're using some kind of simulation to simulate uh what would happen, which is what they
hmm
do. So that's, I guess, like,
I think a
yeah,
lot of
so
times
it's
they'll
like,
ask that
yeah,
question with no interest in actually hearing some of the evidence too, though. But it's a good, honest question to ask if it's an honest discussion. But it
yeah.
seems to almost be just kind of like a, I don't know, like kind of like sea lining, right? Like you can't tell me like, well, why don't you show me your best evidence? It's like it starts to get presented, and it's like, I don't know. That's where it seems to just kind of fall apart.
No, I agree with that about the because your best evidence is fake, whereas theirs is the real evidence. It's
Yeah.
it's more of a personality thing. Hold on, I had this written down somewhere. It's more of a they're defending like who they are versus talking about the evidence, right?
hmm I think it's ideology and community. I think those seem to be the two things that most people hold. Well, I don't have an ideology necessarily, but yeah, a sense of community for sure. I enjoy interacting with people on a regular basis and kind of keeping up with what's going on with them and how things are going in their personal lives. So I think that's probably like the second part of the equation that really can make it harder for someone to leave a community in general. But like I think that there's the cognitive dissonance kind of evolves from those two things, I think.
Yeah, that it was really interesting with the whole final experiment thing. My friend who is a flat earther was they obviously they think it's fake, but they also were a part of ostracizing Jaren whenever he left because he's obviously a shill, you know.
All right,
Yeah.
obviously.
And also Eric Dubé, like a lot of them think Eric Dubé because he was promoted early, and like he also is like not uh a normal flat earther. Like he's one of those atheist ones too that has like different
Yeah,
ideologies
I
and
think they call
sorts.
themselves
Yeah,
truthers.
yeah. He's into yoga and stuff. Like a lot of flat earthers usually aren't into that stuff. New age stuff, I should say. Yeah.
Yeah, I looked up I was just curious the other day. I'm like, every flat earther says do your own research at the end. And I'm like, there's got to be something on Rational Wiki. I'll go on there every now and then because they have some funny like little things. And of course there was. And so I'll post that every now and then because I find it interesting. It's like the quote, do your own research is often something to the effect of like, it's often stated by pseudoscientists or people that follow in those circles and stuff. And they don't actually, in fact, they'll, it's kind of like the trick that Dirth or Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole does. Literally every time that he speaks, he'll say it and it's like his tag or whatever, right? And it's like, he will provide all the sources for people. And in fact, he'll say like, go to my website and like, if you can honestly get through the first 10, proofs that we have, and you're still a globe earther, like, that just doesn't happen, right? But he'll like provide all of it's just what do they call it? Cleansing the
That's
echo chamber or
yeah,
something.
that's a show, a charade, I guess is the correct way to put it. Of like putting on it's like a big peacock, showing all these colorful things, going, "Hey, look at me! I'm here. These are all these evidences for this." And if someone, like you said, actually goes there and does X, Y, figures it out, then that person wasn't gonna be a part of it anyway. You know what I mean? That person asking that many questions and delving that deeply is not gonna be welcome in that community. Usually, I find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then again,
Um,
there's the oddballs like Taylor that somehow sneaks in, and she's one of the few that I don't think is a real flat earther. but I should be careful when I say on these public servers because there's certain people that I know that probably aren't flat earthers because the way they interact with people, I can tell that they're either doing it for attention or they like the people that are flat earthers because um the way that some flat earthers conduct themselves is is not bad. So like there's like I'm not saying they're all good, but there's definitely enough of them that are good that and Christian or whatever and they get along with each other and then they build a community and then it's like different, yeah.
I see,
'Cause
Spin.
then they
Do
have each
you
other's backs.
Yeah, I was gonna say about the community thing. Do you know about Professor Brian? I cannot remember his last name to save my life, but he did
Professor
debates.
Brian.
He did debates with Witsit. He's an older looking gentleman.
Yes,
I'll
I saw
find
him.
one and link it to you. Yeah, then um I guess what I was saying is about the community thing. I could definitely see how if someone, you know, didn't, like you said, didn't have a secondary education and didn't understand, you know, a lot of things, could meet someone and they go, oh yeah, no, the earth is flat, this is why, and then they are then, you know, a quote unquote flat earther when maybe they aren't. But like you said, it's about community.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, Jaren actually spoke out about. I think he had a interview with Simon and Dan recently, and I think it was Simon. No, maybe it was someone else because I had asked about it in a super chat because this honestly something that I've kind of mentioned here and there recently about ideology and community, and so I was like, I asked him something about the community, and he's like 100%. He's like, that's exactly why. That's what makes it easy for us to kind of kind of ignore the mental block thing that he'll bring up, right? And I think you might have brought it up, Billy. I'm not sure, but how you kind of ignore most of the evidence because you have this predisposition that you understand it in a different way, and also I think classically and like and not maybe cult mentality in a sense where it's like impossible for you to actually explain your cultish ideas to us. Like I think that that's kind of what happens too in flat earth where they're like you won't understand it, well like we understand it, and it's like I don't know, it's just a really weak way to approach like trying to understand things, I guess. But
It was
that's kind of
it was Simon Dan.
Yeah,
was it Simon Dan? Okay.
The reason I brought up Professor Brian is because I gotta find his website again. He's got a really good website about debunking, you know, flat earth stuff. I know there's other ones too, but his is a lot easier to navigate, I find, than McToon's.
Yeah. I know Brian.
Oh, I'm
I'll have to
finding it
look
right
that
now.
up. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
iTunes is just a list of links.
hmm
Yeah,
There was a guy that he is a scientist. We actually did some fun stuff. I was involved in a little thing that Tune kind of put together. We were trying to figure out something that Dearth was making videos on. I don't know if you guys follow Dearth, but he goes to regularly. There's a few different classrooms that he will teach, quote unquote, teach, like, or basically expand on his ideas of flat Earth and conspiracies in general. And it was kind of like we were trying to figure out where he was conducting this. And so it was kind of a little mini investigation we were doing in a group on Discord, trying to figure it out. But Brian, I can't. He went by DFE, debunking flat Earth, I think. But I haven't seen him in, man, it must have been a year and a half basically since we were doing that. And but he is a wealth of information. Oh, he's the one that caught Witsit lying via emails when ChatGPT first came out. That's the guy that I'm talking about.
No, this one did a similar thing, except it was about because I'm sure you get. I mean, if you've seen Witsit debate before, he'll do the old you know, this study did this, but I don't have it on me right now. So, and then I'll email you the study, and then when you email the study, it is absolutely not what he claimed. I'm trying to find the debate. So there's a specific video of Witsit, Jaren, and Professor Dave all debating this dude named Professor Brian. I want to say his name is. I gotta find it. It's somewhere on here. This is like 2 years ago at least.
Yeah, that's a nice tactic. So you can make the citation without making the citation. And then once the citation's proved to be false, it's long after the debate's over.
It is a classic Witsit maneuver that he's been doing before the flat experiment thing. My flat Earth friend introduced me to Witsit with that debate I'm talking about, and I was trying to explain to them. I was like, that dude doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, I know it looks like he knows what he's talking about. I promise you, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
It's calculate it. The way he's calculated it is that aren't enough Bryant. That's it. Yes, he's a sharp guy. So the way it works, obviously the way it works, is that it allows him to make that citation, but because so few people will actually check it out, there's no way to have any recourse until the next debate, which may be months later.
I remember the paper and I remember the specific citation. I can't find the video. Give me a second. The citation was about gravity changing in lightning storms, by the way. And and Professor Bryan on his website showed the actual paper where it explained it changed by such a tiny, tiny, negligible amount that is actually accounted for with the moisture in the air from obviously the clouds above the thing. It was the whole thing.
Yeah, it's along the same lines of him trying to levitate little tiny pieces of styrofoam.
Thank you, Bryant Myers. That is absolutely him. I am so sorry.
That's the guy.
Okay,
good.
That's
good. Why? I remember him now. He's sharp dude.
Yeah, he exposed him. I think I was probably on a Tune. He collaborated with Tune for a little bit. He would come on Tune's show, and I think Tune was like walking him through the emails, and it was just obvious like that he was copy pasting. I guess he had. This was kind of when everyone was figuring out what ChatGPT actually could do, but he had ChatGPT just make up fake papers and like give fake, numbers that correspond to those papers. And they just came up with 404 errors every time that they were looking into because Brian was like, okay, cool, I'd love to see these papers, like, thanks for providing this, and like they were just 404 errors, like you couldn't find them anywhere. So the conclusion was, okay, well the format seems to be the format from ChatGPT, so he likely primed it and just pretended not to understand what it was doing.
To Space Pope there, there's a lot of people who like don't have to deal with bullshit in their everyday life. I've had extensive experience with like car dealerships, working with and doing other things with them. Witsit can seem smart to someone who doesn't know things, so I could see that. But like I said, if you back up, like look at anything he says evidence wise, like you do with any flat earther I see spin, it just kind of falls apart.
Well, I had that problem with Witsit too. I noticed because he went on that it's not happening anymore. It's Max's show now, but when it matters now is thing. He came on the show and he was arguing with me, and I was like, "Why do you show me the paper?" And he was like, "Okay, I'll put it in the side chat." And then when I tried to click on it, it had the 404 error, and I was like, like, what are you doing? And he's like, hold on. And I was like, that doesn't even work. And he's like, let me give you another one. And then he gave me another link, and it was like unsecured. And I was like, this one's unsecured. And then like he didn't give me another one, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Yep. Which kind of reminds me of, you mentioned Eric Dubé, and leading up to, actually it was right after they came back. There was a flat earther that Will Duffy interviewed by the name, it starts with an A. I can't think of it right off the top of my head. It was an ex Eric Dubé, like premium, like let's just call it like a premium member on his Patreon that contributed, monthly $10 or whatever, $20, whatever it was. And when Eric Dubé was offered to go to Antarctica, or actually it was a ploy that kind of like exposed his hand by New Moon. You guys might remember the golden ticket expose sort of thing. So he
the fake ticket.
Yeah, but he sort of helped expose Dubé and Oakley. I mean, it was a bad thing that he did. The stunt was awful, but they preemptively said no, they're not interested before it was found out that the guy was full of it, right? That he wasn't even going to be able to sponsor them. But anyways, throughout the meantime, this I can't remember the guy's name. It starts with an A, who was on the final experiment being interviewed, was saying, "Hey, I was reaching out to Eric Dubay, and I'm like, listen, this would be a great opportunity. Like, you should go do this." And I think Dubay's response to him was something like, "Well, it's not going to prove anything. Like, we have reason to believe that there's like two suns, and they're just trying to like, they're just being demonic or something to that effect. Like, don't quote me, but it was something to that effect where the guy was like, "Oh my God, like I've been being lied to about this by Eric Dubay." Like, it was something so ridiculous that it actually it just literally crumbled the belief for him right there when he just answered him that way. And he said he immediately unsubscribed from his Patreon and started trying to figure out what's going on, like that he has been kind of shielded by for all this time or whatever. But it was a really interesting interview. I'll find it. But that was just that was something that I found extremely I thought that would be really powerful for other people that might even be on the fence mostly, but like people that are like trying to figure out how to understand what they're being told by their whoever they follow for flat Earth. But it was a really insightful interview. So I'll find it.
How long
But
ago? How long ago was that? I'm on the site now.
yeah, if you go to the final, I'm looking right now. The final experiment. You
Yeah,
look at his
on
videos.
YouTube.
It may. Let's see. So it's June. I gotta say it's probably been
Anthony
4
Powell?
months. Maybe
No.
it's not that guy. That's the guy that was a
With the A
Antarctic
names. Yeah,
scientist.
he went to Antarctica.
It was one of the few lives he did actually.
Right. Yes, I'm looking at
3
those.
months ago. Let me see if I can find it.
Even Alonso. That guy. Has he done anything? I haven't heard from him in a while. Mr. Fat Earth University. Guy got some
See
nerve.
the final experiment.
The chutzpah.
You got that from Kyle James, though, right? Or whatever, that Mormon guy. Doesn't he have a Flat Earth University too?
Doesn't he?
That's Alonso, right?
Even
Well,
Alonso.
and that Kyle guy too, I think. Doesn't he have some kind of institute or something? Flat Earth Institute or some shit?
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Kyle
yeah.
Adams.
Kyle Adams, yeah.
That is another
He
one.
did a debate with
Taboo
PhD Tony
conspiracy.
recently.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's Eden. Ding. Hey, Johnny boy. His name's John. I know that much.
There's his name is John. I'm being funny. It's probably it.
Oh, that website, dfe.net helped me. I like the way it's organized. If you ever like have to, do something really quickly, like for example, flat Earth gravity, it's light out there on the left hand side. I like that website, the DFE one.
Yeah, that does look like it's really well laid out. I hated it because he was like, "Guys, I'm like busy with science shit right now. I'm not going to be back for a while," and he's kind of been away.
Well, I understand it.
He was a good dude, though.
Yeah, you can only do it for so long. Like I said, he went on a 4-man panel. I can't remember the fourth flat earther, but it was Jaron, Whitsitt, and the Professor Dave dude. And I remember watching that debate, going, "None of these people know what the fuck they're talking about." That was like my first introduction to that. It's been like 3 years ago now.
Yeah. Also, it was interesting to watch Whitsitt. And have you ever seen the Whitsitt Will Duffy? This is before they went. This was like before.
No, but I've seen Will Duffy debates. That's probably awesome.
Yeah, well, it was. It was. I don't even know if it's
I gotta
on
pull this
YouTube.
up. Yeah, that's crazy. Will Duffy just is really good.
But he asked
He's
him
good
some
at debates.
questions.
He just sits there and smiles while the guy lies and rages or whatever else. He just smiles and then destroys him.
It was three flat earthers. I want to say Jaron might have maybe it wasn't Jaron, but it was Whitsitt, and it was like shit, who was it? It was Whitsitt and another flat earther or two. It was like 3-on-1, and they were asking him questions I want to say it was. Maybe it was
Benjamin
on
Owen?
Sharon's show.
Owen Benjamin?
I don't think so. I think they were all.
Oh wait, no,
sort of
no, sorry, it's that quartering guy.
the
I think maybe
quartering.
the quartering maybe.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
He did a
You
moderate.
might be right. It might have been on his.
Or was it someone else? I
I've
can't
seen.
remember now.
I'll find him. I'm running into a brick wall right now with this other guy, but I'm gonna find out who it was. But it was a really good
The
interview.
quartering debate was a good one. It was the two very, very strong personalities duking it out. Neither wanted to concede. It was it was good.
Mm-hmm. Might have been put on app. It might have not been live actually. The one that I'm talking about with Will Duffy and the Harry Dubé guys. So I'm looking through the other videos. You know what it was? It was before because the guy was trying to raise money to get married to his wife that was also a flat earther. They wanted to get married in Antarctica. That's what it was. So it was before. Or it had to be before. Maybe he interviewed them after about
Kingdom
what
in
their plans
Context?
were.
Kingdom in Context?
No,
guy?
no, that was an actual. It was an interview. It was just asking him about stuff. It wasn't like a debate. That was what you're talking about. Kingdom in Context. That happened like April 14th, April 17th, something later, something somewhere around there, or maybe May. But it happened recently. That one that you're talking about happened very recently.
I'm trying to think of that one. I don't know. I should just stop guessing and try and figure.
No, that's okay. Yeah, it's fine. We're not really doing anything substantial right now.
Meow.
Oh yeah, the quartering was when he debated Professor Dave.
What Professor Dave?
He debated when Witsit debated Professor Dave, and the quartering guy was the moderator.
Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah, that was kind of annoying. I remember him like I felt like he was interjecting a lot in that interview, and it kind of it was a great interview. I mean, it was a great debate. Excuse me, but yeah, the quartering.
I don't
right.
like the quartering. I don't like that guy.
Yeah, I'd never even heard of him until that actually.
I used to be subbed to him, and then I unsubbed because he was far, like he pretended like he wasn't far right, but he started far right.
That might be right. I think I remember someone saying something like that.
Is that keyboard from 1975? What the hell?
That's a hell of a mechanical keyboard, right?
Some mechanical shit.
It's not a keyboard, it's a typewriter. That'll give you carpal tunnel.
Was that me typing?
Maybe. With either that or somebody was pounding rivets. I don't know.
Shubo, where do you live?
Normal old school keyboard.
Do you live on the East Coast, Shubo?
I'm sorry, say again?
Do you live on the East Coast?
Sort of. Western Maryland.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I was thinking about your theodolite measurements. And I live in Florida.
Yeah, those
I'm a
measurements
Florida
are
person.
Those measurements are hated.
Well, yeah, you're obviously a shell, so. Is that one of the so is that your trade? I felt like you did that just kind of you said you had some stuff lying around.
Yeah, I'm 35 years into it or more. I've been professionally licensed for at least almost that much. Geodetic surveys all over the world.
Mm-hmm. You've talked with Jesse Kozlowski to some
I've done
degree,
work
or
with. Well, I've done work with him. Yeah.
no? Okay.
Hey guys, can we
Awesome.
can we find the sun's reflection in Eden's pictures?
That's the whole, dude. I'm gonna circle the whole thing. I'm gonna circle the whole thing. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm doing it right now.
Someone dude's
All
just broken. He doesn't listen to anything. I've asked him about the final experiment. He seems to agree that there are issues that he can't reconcile, and he won't go into what they are. So
QOP was actually in here. Was it earlier today? Actually, at like noon or something, and I was asking him questions about that. You know, the him and McToon had that whole difference of opinion of a cloud and a reflection in the 360 glass. What was it called? A sun flare?
yeah, there was so much derp in that
Oh,
conversation that I remember that one for sure. Yeah, and then he didn't understand what a chroma key. I did think that they could have done a better job kind of explaining how a chroma key works, but I mean it's so old. All of his arguments were from December 19th, like immediately
yeah.
after the final experiment. That was every argument he brought up.
That
No,
dude's
yeah,
problem is too is that he denies history though too because he's a mud flooder too.
What is that? What is a mud flutter?
He thinks that that there was a great flood that happened like recently and history was lost in like the 1600s.
Yeah. It was 6,000 years ago when the Earth was made. That's when the flood happened.
No, he thinks it was like 300 years ago or something, 600 years ago or something.
What?
Yeah.
There was a super secret group called the Tartarians, and they had a wonderful globe-spanning empire that started in Ireland because civilization didn't start in the east and move west. It started in Ireland and moved east.
Now, don't do.
Yeah, it's batshit crazy.
Don't do globe spanning civilizations because history and archaeology is actually my forte, and that's kind of what got me into the whole thing. I mean, Ancient Aliens is just great. I love Ancient Aliens. It's so stupid.
Hey, that
The
shit's cool.
Targaryen thing is worse, man.
I'm just joking. Yeah, Ancient Aliens it's pretty. Certain things of it are dumb, but I think certain aspects could be true. But then again, I'm not gonna claim that I have any evidence.
Well, it's like I understand the intrigue in it. I'm actually very happy that it's such a popular show because people are actually interested in history and archaeology. It's just it's channeled in a way that's like taking the spotlight away from the indigenous people and the actual people who built those things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's Tartaria. That's exactly what Tartaria is.
That's my favorite, dude. I love Tartaria.
Yeah, they don't want to give credit to, people that don't look like them for having any kind of civilization. Because that couldn't happen. Because, in the Middle Ages, America didn't have bigger cities than Europe. That didn't happen. That never happened.
Found it. I found that interview that
awesome. Please
Duffy
share that.
did. Yeah, well, with Amaral. Amaral's the guy's name.
It's
a very good watch.
That's one thing. That, like I said, it was another thing about the flat Earth when it comes to, like, history stuff. We have established ways of learning the historicity of things, like how things happen versus primary source and secondary source. And when a flat earther goes like, "Oh no, that was just, that's a cover up. Someone covered it up," and I can't go any further than that. But it's a trigger point for me. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
That's how I ended up here. It was somebody on YouTube, the Lore Lodge, and I watched the fucking flat Earth thing he did with Witsit, and then I saw his Tartaria video, and I was like, oh my god, there's crazy fucking people in the world, and I was like, let me go see them firsthand, and holy shit.
Actually, I have an invite to the FED server. I wonder how long I'm gonna get banned. How quickly I'm gonna get banned.
As soon as you go to Logic.
Well, yeah, Witsit was supposed to fight that Lore Lodge guy, but it didn't end up panning out. Or maybe they're still
No, they
playing
did.
it out.
They had an
supposedly, or
interview.
Well, no, I mean like actual physical fight. They said they were gonna have a
Of
boxing
course,
match.
of course. Yeah, of course. That was a
He's
good
like,
one
I don't.
too.
It's like I don't even fight, but I don't know. I think I'll do. It's like, dude, just if you don't even like, are you gonna pretend like you don't even fight, and then you're gonna like get trained by somebody like and do some like pretend like I don't know. It's just like just don't do it, man. But yeah, that's
I
what's
thought
it.
the, I
What
thought the
are you
low,
else? Sorry, you're talking.
I thought the Low Lodge take on it was really good. I thought the interview was really good.
Yeah, just try to debunk the entire conspiracy history part. Like, this is not from thousands of years ago. This is from like 100 years ago and one asshole.
Yeah,
it was enjoyable.
I convinced Witsit to debate me, but then he chickened out. When I emailed Modern Day Debate and I emailed him, he said he actually confirmed it at one point, and then he chickened out after. I don't know why, but then I was supposed to go against Big Country, and then he chickened out too, and then I never got a debate a flat earther on MDD. And I guess I could because they and then they said they weren't going to do flat earth debates, but now they're doing them again.
They just did another one.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's one I'm supposed to be going up against. I think his name is AI. I haven't really talked to him, but like I said, I have a couple of flat Earth friends who are like, yeah, you should.
Alex?
You should. I don't know the dude's name. I just know he's in the politics flat Earth Discord.
Oh, okay. I might not know him then.
But yeah, if that actually pans out, I would be very interested in seeing his take on, like you said, the whole like spinning stars in the north versus spinning stars in the south. I mean, fucking airplanes. Like, there's just so many things. I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah, you just don't like. With the debates though, like sometimes like even if you're trying to like like provide evidence, the flat earther can still control it by just like depending on who's the moderator, which is the problem with that Ryan guy sometimes on MDD is that he doesn't realize when the flat earther is just not actually like providing any evidence because he's like too high and drunk and not really paying attention. And then it's like, come on, dude. Like, the guy's just, like, fucking waffling this whole time. But he doesn't know. And he's going to let him. And he's like, just let him say it. But it's not like here on the Discord where we have to let people say whatever. When it's an actual debate, the moderator can be like, all right, stop what you're saying right now. I don't need to hear this bullshit anymore. But then nobody's going to want you to be a moderator anymore to Flat Earth. But sometimes it just, I don't know.
No, I completely understand. I don't go into it expecting to change people's minds. I just want to hear their explanations for things. I want to hear, because supposedly they're not Christian, like they're anti-creationist, like the opposite of Eden. Imagine that.
Oh, I get it. So yeah, you're talking about that flat earther, the one that is like an atheist one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. That's like I said, they call themselves truthers. So I'm just, the thing is figuring out at what point did everyone start, lying? Because at some point in the flat Earth history / science thing, everyone started covering stuff up. So I'm trying to figure out when it is for them.
Well, yeah, like there's a lot of conspiracies that definitely can just like you just get into that rabbit hole, yeah, of just like conspiracy after conspiracy. Once you get started, just doesn't stop.
The dinosaurs not being real, I think, is the one that may trigger me the most.
Yeah.
Have you
And
guys
it's like
follow Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, that despicable piece of garbage?
yeah, I went on his show one time.
Oh god, man, he drives me insane.
I actively try to avoid anything he does.
His stepdaughter knows a teacher, I guess, and maybe he's from West Virginia or Virginia, one of those two places. But that he was trying to teach her flat Earth. He was trying to teach her. She's like a fourth grade science teacher, and um the amount of like the dude is just he absolutely just knows everything, right? It's just unbelievable to watch him. And it reminded me when you mentioned the dinosaurs, because he was telling her that space is fake, right? Obviously. And then he said, "Oh yeah, dinosaurs, they're not even real." And she's like, "Okay, wait a second, guy." And she's just like laughing. His stepdaughter, I don't think buys into his rhetoric or whatever, but it was a very interesting. I don't watch his stuff that often. Sometimes I'll jump over there. I follow him just because I kind of like to kind of see what's going on in their circles. But that kind of reminded me. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. I don't know if I mean, I don't think that I don't think that a lot of flat earthers follow globe stuff. And I think
No.
it's important to kind of keep an eye on what's going on both
No,
of
they
them.
don't follow it. They don't know what's going on in,
Jaron talked about that, about how he
space or
just
anything
wouldn't
else.
watch stuff that disagreed with him because it made him feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Or they
He even said
watch
something to the effect that he'll ignore the chat because it will, and I kind of agree him to a certain extent, but like if he's discussing a topic that's contentious, like he just won't look at the chat at all because he's afraid that he'll be persuaded, which I can empathize with, but I think that that's a little bit, it's
or
kind
they
of
do
like
what
an
they
insecurity, right? I don't know.
or they do what they do with the NASA videos and they watch it and they just go, "This is fake," the whole time and just make fun of the video the whole time instead of actually like critically analyzing the
Yeah,
video.
they're
They
just
go,
watching
"This
it.
shit's fake."
Yeah, just watching it to find flaws
Find
or
errors, yeah.
anomalies.
Yeah, that's true too, yeah. Good point.
Jaron
Look at those
found
bubbles. Look at those bubbles in
Yes, the
space.
bubbles. Jaron did find something that I didn't notice when the SpaceX, what was the big rocket that went up? The one that was 3 rockets in one. I can't remember what it was called. But then the first launch of the big rocket, and then the 2 boosters came down, and the feed showed 2 insets in the video, and it was the same booster. So that was a mistake. But then they redid it and showed the 2 separate boosters, so the camera from one of the other boosters was shown properly, and then put that back on YouTube in the same place. And Jaren was complaining, who gets to rewrite history? Does anyone remember that? Yes.
Yeah, I
And
remember you talking about that.
He was genuinely perturbed that yes, yeah. And I thought, actually, that's not unreasonable. That's not something. Okay, he's got a point.
Are you talking about when the Falcon Heavy, where the 2 boosters came back to the pad simultaneously?
Yeah, and on the left, I think it was the left inset showed the one booster, and the right one should have shown the other booster, but it just showed the left one. And then, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was that, of course, that was a mistake. But the problem was that SpaceX was able to fix it and fix the original video that was on YouTube. And Jaron was complaining that they just went back and changed history.
And it wasn't using the slice feature. It was actually, I think that his contention was that it was actually edited, and you're not supposed to be able to do that on a live video.
Right.
The only thing is there were so many other cameras, and there were other cameras showing the simultaneous landing of both boosters.
Yes, there were people on the ground. Right. There were cameras on the ground. There was the shot. I never forget it because
Isn't it just
we'd
like
never seen it
9/11
before.
too? That most of these people deny happened
Yeah,
because
right. Even when there's eyewitness testimony, people are there watching it happen. I think Astronomy Live was there. I think, or they watched one from beginning to end, from takeoff to landing. I don't think it was the Falcon Heavy though. But you'd have people watching it, and
Well, if
the
it had
camera was on the landing pads, and they came
if it
down
had
together.
if it had two boosters landing simultaneously, that is a Falcon Heavy.
Yes, it's just so epic to watch, though. And then we get just blown away by that. And then what do they do? Is they build some giant Mechazilla thing and catch it out of the sky. Just getting more and more crazy. So I think that was the other one. Is they were saying that one was fake. You know, with the Starship thing is the booster comes back down and gets landed, and the crane.
Not to mention the what is it, the ladies in space or whatever they were calling it. Like, don't you think the people that could see it, for hundreds of miles would be like, yeah, it didn't happen? Like, I mean, come on. I mean, let's start at the base level. Like, let's talk to people that lived around there.
And they have a problem with that one because Katy Perry and the other gals were on there. But that's like the 9th or 10th launch of that. And they didn't have problems with the other ones?
Of course not.
It was exactly the same. It was the same. There was no difference between. I've seen the footage. I watched a few of them. The one most interest I had in the one was with Shatner, because he's the oldest man to go up that high. So whether you consider that space or not, I don't know. But yeah, that it's the same. It was the same thing. They get to float around a little bit, and then they strap back in. They come back down. But
it's
normies were
virtually
calling it fake.
Yeah, it's virtually a Disney ride. I mean, so that whole astronaut thing. No, I don't give them astronaut wings, but they did go up high enough to actually see the curve of the Earth by themselves. They were in weightlessness, just like in the Vomit Comet. Actually, I think the Vomit Comet experiences longer duration of weightless.
Does it? I think no. It's only between, because it goes up and down. It's a big roller coaster. So I think it's only about 30 seconds. I think the Blue Origin one goes up. I think the waitlist for a bit longer. I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, but
I
on the
remember
Vomit Comet, you go through about 6 or 8 parabolas before you come down. So
that's it. Yeah, that's why it's called the Vomit Comet. I would last about 10 seconds. I think I would just the first dip I'd be done. I would basically say, if someone gave me that as a gift for a birthday, somebody was like, no, give it to someone else. But the one with Shatner was really great because everyone's floating around, and those that had a really elderly lady up on that launch as well. And all Shatner could do, I think he buckled himself out, and all he could do was he stuck his face out of the window and just looked out just to see, space, because he, of course, Captain Kirk and everything. That was really good. And he was like 90 something.
Yeah. Shatner is the astronaut's ambassador.
Yeah. That was kind of cool. And the guy's still working. So is Clint Eastwood. He's 90.
No, Clint Eastwood. No, you're not going to see Clint Eastwood in public anymore. He's off in an old folks' home. I saw a picture of him, and he is just a little shriveled skeleton.
Really? I don't know. I mean, he is 90. I mean, come on.
Just like Gene Hackman. You see, when you see those last few pictures of Gene Hackman, he had been in seclusion for a couple of years because his wife was keeping him out of the camera's eye because he was demented.
Yeah.
But what's his face?
Charlton Heston?
No.
Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood. Yeah, I get them confused. Yeah,
Sorry.
Clint Eastwood. I saw a picture of him. He's just withered.
Well, if you remain slender, throughout your life, by the time you get to 90, yeah, you look withered. Shatner's always been a little bit chunky, right? He actually wore a corset, I hear, on set, when he was filming, Star Trek and everything, because he was gaining a bit of weight. So did Scotty, if you remember watching those movies. Scotty had gained a lot of weight as well. Anyway, but and a toupee, of course. But yeah, so now he gets to really, really old, and he doesn't look so bad. If you look at some of the people who are really slender, look at, say, Steve Jobs. He was always very, very slender because you think he was a vegan. When he got sick, he just looked terrible, looked like a ghost. His last appearance actually was at the Cupertino town meeting, asking for planning permission to build the Apple headquarters, the donut headquarters. That was the last time he was seen in public, and he looked terrible. But I do think it is funny that William Shatner, they'll say, yes, he's an astronaut. Captain Kirk goes to space. They're all, yay, yay, Captain Kirk, you know, good on you, mate, type of thing. And then Katy Perry goes up, fake. She's a... because they made it all political. They made it like, oh, women in space. And made it all just, I don't know. Why can't it just be, I'm just going to space? Why does it have to be, look at us, strong, independent women?
Yeah, I found the at least MC Tunes coverage of the Jeranism original Jeranism Woodsit debate versus Will Duffy. I posted it a minute ago. But it was the coverage that MC Tune did of it, so I'm still looking for the original. I think it might have get taken off because even MC Tune is covering a he's got VLC loaded up to show it, so I think he had to download it.
No, like I said, I like loading these up and listening to them in my cardio session because the first, like, I'm assuming the first 10 to 15 minutes is gonna be nothing, and then it gets good.
Well, I found it.
They have the 10-minute presentation.
Yeah, that's it. The first 10, 15-minute presentations on both sides, so it's like 30 minutes. But then you get to the discussion part, and then no evidence is refuted.
Do you do this when I usually, if it's often the flat Earth will ask for the globe to go first. They do that. It's a tactic. So the globe will go first.
Thank you, I see, Sven. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'll watch that. Then I'll just skip through the flat Earthers thing because I've heard it all before. Exactly the same.
Shoe Bill, you're right. Fucking measurements. They're gay.
So yeah, the Earth is a globe, right? I guess.
I think Inside Secret might have a different opinion on that. Inside, did you want to say something?
Inside Secret.
Since
He
he's not
was saying
talking,
in chat earlier he had different opinions, but I don't know.
Oh, concava.
I don't even understand. I don't even want to. I don't think I want to know.
No.
The reason why I would go first in the debate is because, I like for one to get the get my introduction over with, but then also so that I can relax and take notes when I'm listen and when he's doing his introduction, I can actually relax instead of if he would go first, I would be still thinking about, oh, what am I gonna do in my introduction while he's doing his, and I wouldn't be focused as much as I could be if I already went first. I feel like
that makes sense. Yeah. I don't debate, but that makes sense. I'd be rubbish in a debate. Yeah. What happens is,
I'm not
for
very
me
good
in
at public
debate,
speaking, so I was scared. Yeah.
What happens? I get flustered, or I'll just get triggered. It just doesn't.
Yeah. Well, and also I'm
One or
not very
two.
good at providing the evidence too. That's something that flat earthers can, even if you know the argument, you still have to be able to provide the citation and paper, or else they can call you out on that.
If you put on the spot, that's the thing about debates and stuff like that. You put on the spot. That's why street interviews with people, and you'll ask some basic questions, and they can't give good answers because they get put on the spot. Your brain freezes up. But if you were to give someone, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, you're in a pub somewhere, or you're at a party, something, And then, what about you ask this question? Oh, I don't know. Well, oh yeah, I remember now, and they'll say it. But if you put them on the spot, give me an answer immediately.
Yeah, that's what that concave guy tries to do to people, and he yells at them, and he tries to make them answer fast, and then he gets mad at you if you don't want to answer him. And I don't really like hearing that guy in here, but he's a concave guy, so he's allowed to just talk shit.
He's the
There's
one
like no
concave.
concave guys. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's very concave is a very small club.
Yeah.
Would you
And then
consider
he makes fun
concave?
of flat earthers too. And he
Oh yeah, concave. Yeah, the concave. Yeah, he will rip into a flat earther, and he does a good job.
laughing at flat earthers, and then you think,
is the sky the
it's
ceiling in
fancy.
concave Earth?
He won't answer that question. He never wants to talk about what he believes in.
What is? Imagine 1 billion US is on the line and steel man it. I don't know what that means.
$1 billion.
The two things, just to go back to Jaren for a second, there are two things about Jaren that followed during all these years that stick out in memory. One is his debate with Aaron Ra on Non-Sec, the Non Sequitur show, which I watched about 3 times. And then because it was a masterclass, even though Aaron Ra, essentially we don't agree on, I don't think, anything other than the sky may be blue. I think we would probably, if we were to talk, we would disagree on everything else. However, he was very good with Jaren on that. He got more and more drunk as the evening progressed. And the other thing is, I think Jaren's his Home Depot example.
That's a good one.
If you build a Home Depot, it would be flat, and then you build another one next to it, it'll also be flat. And then you keep going around the whole world, and each one of them will be flat.
Yeah, I think that's a good demonstration. He did that in like GeoGebra or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but the thing is,
he has some really good flat Earth debunks, without a doubt. The only problem with Jaren is that of all his conspiracy theories, flat Earth is just no longer one of them.
Right, I get that. But here's the thing about that Home Depot example: he misses this one little detail. And I was in the live stream when he was doing it, and I posted this to him with an at to him, and he didn't see it, but that was all right. And the one thing he misses is that each of the Home Depots is going to deviate very, very slightly, but it's so slight you cannot measure it.
He has said that in some of his demos.
Oh, he does. Okay, maybe I just missed it.
He might have adopted it after you said it, but he does say that.
There you go.
He does say it.
Because
he said, it's like two football fields. You're dealing with like 1/8 of an inch.
Right.
Impossible.
But that's too small to worry about. And when you build a Home Depot, you don't extend the floor from the previous Home Depot. You set up your level and you build another Home Depot. Yeah, it's like you don't face one on the other.
But the difference between the two, the angle difference is going to be slightly the other one. It's going to be one's going to be dipping away from the other one.
Yeah, they're individual facets. But he's saying so. Yeah, he's not commenting on the fact that they would be, yeah, you run them all the way around the Earth, and it would still look like a smooth round circle. But yeah, there are those little minuscule angles. But he's saying that that's too small to measure Home Depot to Home Depot. Now, if you want to measure from one Home Depot to 150 Home Depots later, that'd be different. But he's just saying that's why it's locally flat. You build your Home Depot. Curvature there, it doesn't matter. And all these would-be surveyors that say, I've never figured curvature of the Earth. You've never worked outside a construction site.
Yeah.
Hey, has anybody heard from that Rakia guy lately? Or does he not come here anymore? Or come around Flat Earth anymore? That Rakia
Earth Awakening has like such a low population these days. I don't see anybody there hardly ever.
Yeah.
I remember that guy used to yell all the time.
Oh yeah,
he's an asshole.
Since he actually left Earth Awakenings about at least a month or 2 months before it fell apart. So he was gone before Earth Awakenings.
I think he was having a hard time with the
Antarctic trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? What would you do? Here's a question for you. So hold on a second, Shubil. What would you say if he came in and said, "I'm a glober"?
That'd be fine. That'd be fine because you see, that's just it. The globe has great forgiveness. It's no big damn deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what the hell's
Yeah.
up with that Jesse guy? Is he just like trying to be an asshole now, or what's that? Like he changed his name to something else, but his name used to be Jesse, and now he comes in and calls all the Globers stupid and pretends
now
like he's a flat earther.
Now he's like he's got some handle like PQL or something.
Yeah, some Arabic letters people call him or something.
Yeah, he is. He fell off the rails. He's also looking at like the flat Earth, the Antarctic trip videos, and he's just like look at the pixels in this frame. It's like fuck you.
Yeah, I
The
don't know what that guy's
clouds
doing now.
morphing.
Like you
Yeah,
can't. I've never heard of someone going from flat and then going back to globe and then going back to flat. I don't know. That doesn't seem. But I guess it's
I've never
possible.
You guys remember Russian vids?
Oh, I actually found his
He's
real name
been
as well.
Simon and Dan, or no, it was Creaky Blinder. I was like, dude, that sounds like Russian vids because he says freaking. He says freaking a lot, and I'm like, dude, that's so Russian vids. And I found his video. I mean, I found his channel the other day. I can't remember, but I don't know if he's making a resurgence or if he just like went away to like his little circle, and I just lost track of him. But those were always good. That was fantastic content too to watch him just absolutely live for an hour and a half.
The thing about Russian vids is I remember being in the live chat and he wouldn't block people, but he was criticizing one of the SpaceX launches because of course the booster comes back down and lands itself, and he was like, why wouldn't it tumble over on end and head over heels and then just smash into the ground? He couldn't work out how it manages to stay straight coming down and orient itself. And he couldn't. I don't know. During the video, they're explaining things. They're saying what this means and what that means. And one of the things explained was the grid fins at the top. Those are little wings, if you will, and stop the thing from doing what he was complaining that it should have been doing. But he didn't listen, and it's right there in the in the video. That was so funny.
He just ignores things. It's fantastic. I don't know how people do it.
Has anyone ever I heard MC Toon say he wants to debate Nathan Oakley, but then I heard Nathan Oakley saying that he'll debate people if they give them money. But has MC Toon ever tried to ask him if he would give him money if he would debate him? Because I think he actually would, but I don't think it'll be a legitimate debate. But I think he will just for money because he's that desperate for money right now. Nathan Oakley is, yeah.
Yeah, he won't debate. I don't know if that's one of the
Have
laws.
you guys ever been in this? Have
he won't debate him without me.
Conversations in the last 10 years?
Have ever what?
You guys have any capacity to remember yesterday and 10 years ago till today?
Fuck
that
no,
means
man.
every
I all the
argument you
time.
could possibly.
What they should do is say to Oakley, yes, you can debate, but have your followers raise $1,000.
I think the problem is the platform to debate
guys don't
on
have a
is
globe?
the problem, yeah.
Yeah, there's no globe physics and all
Yeah,
there is.
he won't because he doesn't have the music.
No, there's just you guys ignoring reality. You ignore no globe. You ignore the lab that you can't go to and do any globe stuff. But then you imagine and hope that your religious globe is real. Then you get a group of people to agree with you about fuck all your religion in your fucking head. And here we are today. Yeah.
What's the
Can any of
religion?
you produce a real
Scientology?
physical Earth curve that's different than a horizontal? And then show me how you know a horizontal line that's level with itself as equipotential. But a fucking
You know what, Demok?
Bro,
You're absolutely right.
Prove a curve is
Hold on.
equipotential.
Wait.
to you.
Wait.
You
Stop
don't believe
talking,
oxygen
Dick
is
Hill.
real.
Hold on,
How
hold
can
on,
we
hold on.
Why are you
explain
Wait,
talking without the earth curve?
Demok, you're
We
absolutely
need the
right.
earth curve material.
Yep,
Time
you're
to put
absolutely
up or
right.
shut up. Time to
Yep,
put
yep,
up, right? Or
that's
shut
correct.
up, shit
That's
talkers.
right.
No earth
Yep,
material, no earth curve.
that didn't
Then
work.
shut the fuck up. So you got no Home Depot earth curve, right?
How big
You
is your
don't
back?
believe oxygen is real. How can we explain anything to
Horizontal
you?
is
You
equipotential
big
to
fish
itself.
run on electricity,
Show me
bro.
where the
What do
ends
you
of any
mean?
horizontal line are
Bjorn,
equipotential to a ball.
Bjorn, agree with him. Agree with him.
Demok,
No.
how big
I
is
got
your
a ball.
backyard?
I got a
How big is your
ball.
Right,
backyard?
you're a genius, bro.
It's an 8-foot tall ball, and then I got a
Oh.
horizontal line. Which part of my left and right horizontal line, the end of it, A and B, are equipotential to that sphere, you fucking cunts, and show us live. Get an 8-foot ball and get a 4-foot long stick, ruler, meter stick, whatever you want, fucking level. Get a 5 to 8 foot level. I don't care. And show me what kind of fucking crack you're smoking. Show me which part of a horizontal line is equidistant to a sphere. The radius.
You're absolutely right there, Demok.
Live.
That's exactly right.
Live.
I could
You
show
know
you a ball
what? You know what
floating.
is? Do you know the answer?
I thought it would work. Someone said
You
it
know
would
the
work if you
answer?
disagree with him.
Yeah, I bet
I've
you
got my
don't know the
toy
answer.
car. Why don't
No,
I
that
have
doesn't
How much
work.
that
everything my toy
horizontal
car?
line is
Doesn't work.
equidistant or equidistant to that curve?
Eggshells said that. Eggshells thought
How
it works,
much of a
but it doesn't.
horizontal line is
Yeah, he did come up
equidistant
with
to
that
a
theory.
curve, retards?
But
Hey,
it
retards,
worked
you
for
don't
a
know
while, and then
equidistant.
I think he figured out that we were just
I think you
not
figured out you're
serious.
fucking retarded, huh? All you want to
Well,
talk
why
like you
can't I
fucking
put
got
petrol in
something,
my
weird
Matchbox
motherfucker.
car, moron? Why can't I
Then
put
one guy asked you
petrol
for
in
an
the
earth
Matchbox
curve and
car?
you don't
Why
have
can't I
it.
change the
Can I,
lug nuts of the
Now you don't
Matchbox
got
car,
earth
moron?
do we have any
You
moderation in
have
here?
no earth
Because
curve.
No.
do we have any moderation,
There's no
please?
Yeah,
one in
There
here
I'm
is
that
no
can
gonna
mods.
make
lower his
earth
volume
curve.
because he's just
There's no
You're all
mods.
spiraling.
too
He's
retarded
just
to draw the earth
he's
curve.
just retard this and see where that
Yeah,
Well,
and the guy who can't
and
get the
just
earth
and it's
curve.
just not
Well,
it's
don't
not
I
be
have an
listenable,
honest
man.
retarded.
question for him.
Don't
Demok,
be
An
just
retarded.
honest
Produce
question.
the earth curve
yeah,
you
there you are.
imagine is real.
It's
Demok, I have
That
an
earth
honest
it's
curve.
too
question.
Go ask
much to
NASA
listen
if they
to.
can help you.
Do we have
Go
any
ask your
moderation in
military and
here?
government why they hide a ball
Yeah,
from you and
if
Do
what
we
it
he's
have
looks
just
any
like.
gonna
moderation in here?
I'm gonna call
Go ask
NASA.
them
Who's a
why you
mod in,
got no globe math.
who is
Why
a
you don't know
mod
what
in
the
here?
fuck a mountain is or how to calculate a mountain into
Who
your
is a mod in here?
360.
Anyone?
Yeah, you can't
Demok,
calculate
can we
a
use
waterfall into your 360.
sky? Can we use the sky to calculate the surface of
Can
the
you
Earth?
use an earth curve to calculate an
Wait,
earth curve? Can you
Mordwan, we need
produce
you.
an earth curve?
Mordwan.
No
Oh,
earth curve. What happened to all you fucking retarded pushing each other's ass?
no, I
What's
was
the
asking.
ass pushing fucking retard?
Who is a mod in here? Is anyone a mod?
Well, who's
No.
a fucking earth
Mordwan
curve
is
maker?
Is it?
he's not in
I
here.
thought that
Who's the earth curve pope? The one that believes in fucking
I thought that's his
non-existent
life
earth
as well.
curve. No Play-Doh earth curve, no
Yeah, I
steel
think
one,
that's just the stream to
no
the
wood,
YouTube channel.
no plastic,
Ah,
no dirt, no sand, no
No
ice,
dirt in the middle.
no water. Nobody's backyard matches an earth curve. What a bunch of fucking retard
17,000 assholers.
Mordwan.
He came up with
to the
that good
rescue.
song, No Dirt in the Middle. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually no dirt and middle, but I'll forgive you.
Thank you.
I thought he
Whoever
said
did
no
that.
dirt in the middle. That would actually be smart. I should realize that.
Yeah, it's always a good one. Yeah, he
How are you supposed to talk to him? He does not accept that oxygen is real. I don't know where to go from there. If you don't
Right.
accept that oxygen is real, where can we go? Like,
Right.
you know,
Oxygen is energy, man. It's some energy that I just don't know anything, but it's energy.
There are plenty of things that anyone in here and me and I could disagree on and all the rest of it. But at least we're agreeing on the basis of there are atoms, there is space, there is a moon, there are viruses exist, and there are conspiracies. We can agree on those things. But if you are just saying there isn't any of those things, viruses don't exist, conspiracies are everywhere, it just yeah, it's hard.
I mean, if conspiracies are everywhere, then how isn't flat Earth itself also like a conspiracy from the hypothetical they? And concave is right, or hyperbolic is right, or you know, there isn't an Earth because no one needs to describe particular things, and we get to say we're all just quarks, leptons, and all that, and like assigning it any other name is just like futile. It's shapeless. Like
quarks, strangeness, and time.
Yeah, up quarks, down quarks, leptons, gluons. Like they just self-discovered themselves.
What is strange then?
Don't know.
No, that's an old song. I think Hawkwind, and they listed a couple of, including quarks, and one of them was. I'd have to look it up. Never mind.
Yeah, like splitting the atom, like really opened up a whole can of worms for humanity and science.
All right, I'm gonna take off, you guys. It's been fun. I'll talk to y'all later.
Later, man.
Okay, strangeness is a quantum number assigned to particles, particularly those containing strange quarks. So look up strange quark.
And not the character from Deep Space Nine.
Exactly, he was strange. Played by Armin Shimmerman. Brilliantly played by Armin Shimmerman.
Oh,
Yeah,
that acting was so good.
So yeah, it was great, wasn't it? I don't like the new track, but that's
next to Neelix and the Cardassian guy Taylor. What's his name?
Yes, not Gal Gadot, whatever his name. That's Gal Gadot. Never mind.
Yeah, Kim Kardashian.
It's Kim Kardashian and Gal Gadot. It's Gull, whatever his name is, because Gull is like captain. What are the Ferengi captains called? That's going to test your trackiness. Oh, I can't remember. I thought it.
I only know the Grand Nisa or whatever.
Ferengi captains. Hold on. See if I can get it. No, I can't remember. I'm not looking online. I'm seeing if my brain can pull it out. If you remember Voyager, how steeped in Voyager lore are you?
Garak the Taylor.
Garak Taylor, there you go, Garak. Good character. Ferengi captains are. I know it's not coming.
Just like I don't know how that Quark guy like was able to act like such a like worm and then like claw his way up the hierarchy and like those rules of acquisition. Like war is good for money, peace is good for money. It always pays.
Peace is good for money. I just remembered it. It's Damon.
Oh.
A captain in the in Quark's race is a Damon. That hurts a little bit. The Ferengi rules of acquisition. I was like that. I didn't enjoy DS9 as much as I enjoyed Voyager, and I didn't enjoy Voyager as much as I enjoyed TNG.
Yeah, I wasn't able to watch much of Voyager. Like, I didn't mind the Hollow Doctor. Jane was pretty alright. But yeah,
Hollow Doctor's good.
Yeah,
it was a good ensemble. It was a pretty good ensemble. It wasn't, it wasn't Riker and Troy. It wasn't Data and Geordi.
Yeah.
It wasn't Picard and Riker. It wasn't that good. But they tried, and it worked for me. It worked for a lot of the fans. It worked really well.
And Cisco was pretty intense, and like when they're just dealing with these incoming and outgoing, and they got a bit weird with the wormhole stuff, a bit of Borg here and there. Like, but overall, like when he got Whoopi Goldberg talking to the emissaries, so forth, it was like, it gets pretty strange. But like just the internal politics of like different
factions.
Yeah, it's just like that security officer who didn't like the Cardassians. I just remember her like earrings and stuff. Yeah.
Wait, was
Odo
Whoopi was Whoopi in Deep Space Nine too?
A
Or just
little.
Next Generation.
Couple episodes, I
I
think.
didn't watch. I never watched it. That's why I never actually got to watch that one. I only watched Next Generation, so that's why I was asking.
She's really good in the best double episode that Guinan's in is the Time's Arrow, where Data goes back in time because some aliens did a wormhole of time and went back to San Francisco in 1800s. And of course, Data meets what's his name, Mark Twain. Madam Guinan.
I only remember when Data went to this space age planet, and he basically like is looking through the microscope that he like invented himself, and he's like their Renaissance personified. Like he was just going leaps and bounds. It's like, take a look in here. What's that? That's a virus. How do you know?
Was that
these
the one where
things?
he lost his memory?
Yeah.
That's right. He crashed. He loses memory, and he goes to this village, and he's carrying some stuff which is radioactive, and people start getting sick, and they think he's responsible. Which it turns out he is, but they didn't know what the radiation was, and so he builds his own microscope. That was really funny. But yeah, it was similar to the one they did it with, like I said, with Time's Arrow. But of course, it's absolutely brilliant because when he arrives in San Francisco, he's got nothing but his uniform. He doesn't have his tricorder or anything, and the only thing he has tech-wise is his comm badge. And so he arrives in this town, and the bellhop comes out and says, who are you, and everything. And he says, I'm new in town, and I have no money, because the bellhop, of course, is expecting a tip for some reason. So I haven't got any money. And then he finds out there's a poker game being played in the bar or whatever. And so Data, of course, if you know TNG, he plays poker. And so he goes in and introduces himself, and they're like, there's an Indian dude, and there's a card shark in there, and they've got another couple of dudes. And the Indian guy's like pale face, looking at Data. And so the Indian guy has a hat with a feather in it, and then the card shark guy has a waistcoat and another couple of little details like that. And so they start playing, and then it cuts to him going to his hotel room, and he's got the Indian guy's hat on. They had the guy's waistcoat on. He basically took them for everything they had, and that's what he paid for his hotel room with. It was great.
It reminds me when Data played this like expert, not chess grandmaster, but some advanced sort of computer game, and it was like typing at like 3,000 words per minute, and it was like he was like the Kasparov who's never been beaten, and like he was getting so frustrated because he was basically stalemating him, and like he's like. At the end, he's just like throws a tantrum. You're not even trying to win.
Yeah, it's that guy, the melty face guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one.
They pause the game, and he just runs off frustrated. And they go, "Well, I didn't win." And everyone's like, "Yeah, you kind of just beat the player, not the game."
Yeah,
he just went in this like complicated stalemate.
Yeah. And I think what people notice is that Voyager really didn't get to that level of the character development. It did to some degree, and then DS9 also really didn't. Where you could really relate to them in a lot of ways. I found that to be true. And then when Enterprise came along, it was even less relatable. Even though the episodes I watched were good, they were inventive and all the rest, but the people weren't as quite relatable. I didn't care about them like I did with TNG.
Yeah, I do think Voyager and Deep Space Nine carry a little bit of solid characters. And I wouldn't class myself a Trekkie by anything, but I've watched enough to go that's some good acting, and that they almost convince you they're dealing with a problem, and you go, okay, let's see what happens when Golda Tut and reacts to Garrick the Tailor, secret like politics that happen behind closed curtains, who's on whose side. It's just man.
What was it Gold? What was his name? Gold.
Dukat.
Dukat. That's it. Gold Dukat. Right. That guy, if I'm not mistaken, is the same actor that played the card shark in the Times Hour episode I was just referring to. It's the same guy. There's a number of actors who played multiple roles in the show. There's an episode of Star Trek Next Generation where Picard, it's called, I can't remember the name of the episode, but basically the Enterprise is essentially being cleaned by this. They set it up in the dark orbiting Mars, I think it is, and it gets hit with this. They called it a baryon sweep of this radiation that cleans out all the systems of the Enterprise, and everyone has to be off the ship because it's toxic to humans. And as the captain is one of the last people to leave, some of the crew that are preparing the ship for this baryon sweep are actually are intending to steal the ship, and Picard discovers this. And one of the thieves, one of the crooks, is Tim Russ, who played Tuvok in Voyager. And then you have other characters who also play multiple roles in the show.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's not much in the Vulcan make-up department. So yeah, I think I remember. And it's what are you doing here? Oh, he's got no pointy here. It must be somebody else. It's got a doppelganger.
Yeah.
What do you think
genetically altered?
The Doctor Who universe? Is that any interest of you?
I was a Whovian for quite a long time. The new series, of course, I was into because I'm a child of the 60s, 70s. But the old series, of course, and then the new series, I really enjoyed Eccleston. He was very good. I liked Tennant. He was very, 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 very good. I liked Rose. She was a great character. I was sad when they got rid of her. And then Matt Smith came along, and it was okay. Come along, Pond. And then again, it was just I kind of lost. Yeah, it didn't have it. They didn't have the spark. Eccleston was fantastic. Tennant was, equal. So
because I only watched one story arc, and that was the River Song Amy Pond.
Yes.
And it's over something or other episodes, it's the doctor starts forgetting who she is, and she starts remembering who he is, and it's just oh no, it's just
a reversal type of.
Yeah.
There's something going on in the space-time continuum of some kind. Yeah, one of the last episodes I think he did was, if you remember, because if you're a Whovian, you'll know this, when he did the Mars, he went to it's called the Waters of Mars episode, and he gets frustrated because he knows that these people perish, and he's trying to help them, but he knows historically that they die. He can't help them, and he forces it to happen that they are saved, and it backfires to where they are. I think one of the examples was there was one of the lady astronauts on Mars her daughter was supposed to be a scientist that was going to grow up
And that's
inspired by her mother's sacrifice, and then she grows up to be this big scientist and then solves some big problems. But because her mother doesn't die, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, exactly, because River Song meets somebody, Amy Pond, and she is the daughter to Melody Pond. Melody Pond, River Song. And
There
it's
you
just
go.
like, oh, you naughty people teasing us
Yes.
for like, yep. And I just thought,
yes,
nice reveal. Just like
they did stuff like
very-
that. That's why it was good. They did stuff where you find out who the face of Bo is. Have you followed that little timeline? There's
No,
all
not at
sorts,
all.
and then the other one is, of course, Bad Wolf. And in the first episode, the TARDIS is, I think he's in the courtyard of Rose Tyler's apartment complex, if you will, and a kid is seen spray painting the TARDIS, and you just think, oh, it's just some random graffiti, but it's not. He spray paints Bad Wolf, and that is a thread that goes throughout the show, and you don't realize it. This is one of the first things you see, is this complete in-your-face statement, and you miss it because you don't know its relevance until like 20 episodes later. Very, very clever writing.
Yeah. So that's the only like significant bit of Who that I've watched. I know that it existed, but I thought, my friends are watching it. Let's give it a go, and it just so happened to pretty much be that entire arc, and I just went, that's a good season. That's pretty all right.
Yeah.
All the Dalek, robot cyborg men or whatever they are.
Cybermen.
Yeah. Cybermen, yeah, they're interesting, I guess, and they got their own plot. And the Weeping Angels, I guess, were famous.
Don't blink.
But yeah, when you've got like a plot line that switches River Song to Melody Pond's daughter over like 20 episodes ago, like that's a nice like play on like that's a really poetic story, like just for the enjoyment of like trying to see how the dots are connecting, and it's like, it was very difficult to predict.
Very difficult. Very difficult. It was
Some people think,
some of the first episodes where you have Mickey, who's of course Rose's boyfriend, and he's an idiot, and the Doctor calls Mickey the idiot, and he's toughening him up because of what Mickey's sort of future is. He gets to there's some bad thing happens in the world, and Mickey becomes a sort of a really strong military leader and organizer and inspirer of people, and so that's his future. And so I think it was the Doctor trying to toughen him up and see what he's made of, to see if just being horrible to him all the time would beat him down, and it didn't. He was unperturbed by it, and that was sort of paving the way for him to become this leader. And that was clever as well.
That's hard to do in real life, because sometimes it feels like people are against you and realize, okay, maybe it's setting me up for future things. Like what I didn't reveal to some of the people inquiring about my education after high school was what I did after school for the next 2 years, and then what I did for the next 11 years in my job. And then pre-COVID and all that, I was one of the essential workers program that I went into the labor hire force. So basically there's a company that will ring me up and say, right, we need you to work 3 weeks here, go do your job. And that's what I did for 2.5 years. And now I've joined a similar low to high skill job in a company that's ordering parts from Germany for machines that cost between, say, $300,000 and $900,000 because of the kind of repetition there. And so when we have an engineer, we have to sometimes fly them in from wherever they're currently stated. Like they might live in Sydney, but they had to study like engineering to the extent they knew how to fix this particular brand of machine. And that company, amongst many, have like expensive parts engineered in Germany. And so like our company would have to keep track of the shipping because we got like $500,000 to $900,000 in a shipping container coming to us via shipping lanes, and like we got real people tracking this, and we're going, okay guys, like we had to negotiate a price, and you see all the people like with their briefcases in the meeting and you go, okay, something's going on, and like you talk around with your fellow co-workers and go, oh, they're thinking about buying a new machine, and then like then the people at the top do their negotiations. And like you get the news like, all right, guys, in a month or two, we're going to have like 3 shipping containers. We're ordering in like a forklift that will carry like 5 to 10 tons. And we're going to be emptying these shipping containers that are worth to the company $900,000. But over the next like 10 years, we're going to make that money back and then some. And yeah, as an employee, that like guarantees me 11 years of security, all because a shipping container went from Germany, probably through one of the canals, to here in Australia.
Yeah. Wild.
Yeah, so in the field of logistics and tracking items, like it's just not like trusting Amazon to like deliver me my thing to my Xbox. This is a company that is trying to survive for what they've been operating since the 70s, and they've been growing since. And you know, it went from a guy in his shed with a particular small machine, same brand from Germany, and I think the date on the machine said it was engineered in like 1923, and it's still going. So
wow.
So you're talking about things that were like made in cast iron. They weigh 3 ton, and they're holding like let me give you an idea. You might have a clue of what industry I work in if I give you this information. There's about 200 lines per inch. Each line contains like with a row of laser printed and laser etched dots, each made out of like 200 lines per each, and each of those is probably made by laser etching of a 32 by 32 square grid.
I'm thinking, no idea. Well, no, I don't have any idea.
So it's lines per square inch.
Lines per square inch?
Yep.
Displays?
No. Physical.
No? Physical.
Yep.
Go on. I don't know.
So
brain not working.
Halftone patterns, newspaper industry.
Oh, there you go. Right.
In lines, there are sometimes up to 200 lines per inch. In the lithographic offset industry, we have
offset printing, in other words.
Yep.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. Okay, it was that last little bit. You gave it to me, but yeah, offset printing. I've worked in that industry.
But that's the thing. It's like you might look at your your screen and go, oh yeah, that's a 4K resolution.
Yeah.
Okay, how many pixels per inch? And yeah, when you're dealing with 150 LPI, each of those lines are at least divided by 16 or 32 per quote unquote pixel, but it's a halftone pattern. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You did give it to me. I had no idea what you were talking about initially, and then yes, of course.
I thought if
I
put enough breadcrumbs down, you might
you
get
did.
there. But,
you gave me the whole loaf.
I gave you the whole loaf, and I'm able to do that because I basically did a 2-year degree that got interrupted by a broken jaw. That slowed me down for 2 years, and then I did graphic pre-press for 2 years. Then I was in basically logistics in the printing company that I started in work with for over 11 years.
This will tell me your age. This will tell me your age. You did graphic design, you're a graphic artist?
Yes.
So did you use InDesign or did you use Quark? I thought that was kind of funny that it goes back to Quarks. Did you use Quark or InDesign? Or neither?
I learned a lot of Macromedia freehand, Quark
freehand.
Express. I did use a bit of InDesign, Photoshop, Illustrator, and color calibration, the whole Pantone system.
Yeah. The spider on the screen, I remember those days.
Yeah.
So we used Quark Express. It was, you remember, it was they didn't update it for about 4 years. It was running on Mac OS 9.1, I think, on Mac GeForce. And we used Quark Express, obviously, yes, and then Illustrator, of course, vector graphics, right? And then we used Photoshop as well for some of the things. But we didn't do too much bitmap. It was mainly Quark and Illustrator.
Yeah. So you're quite familiar with the deep etched line using Bezier curves and all that then?
All that good stuff. It's I worked at a place that made apartment listings, books, and we did all the basically just put the books together physically, but before that in software. So that's what we did. It was great. It was good. I met a lot of my current friends in that when I was doing that, and they're still friends today. And it was just before the turn of the century. So I enjoyed Quark, but here's the thing: is when I went to do the job, I had no experience, and there was an ad in the newspaper for this job. And what has happened was my brother-in-law had given me a computer, or sold me his old computer, and then included on it was Quark Express, Illustrator, and Photoshop. And so he said, "Here are the books, learn them." And so I read through the Quark Express book over and over again and learned it. And then I went and applied for a job at the company, and I failed it. I failed the test, first try. I failed it, and so I was very disappointed. But I got pretty good. You know, I at least got the interview, and at least got the chance to take the little test that they did to show that I knew my way around Quark. And then about 4 months later, they had another ad in the paper. I answered that one, and they said, "Oh, you've been here before?" And I said, "Yeah, can I apply again?" They said, "Yes." I went, I passed the test, and got the job with no experience. But the thing is because I'd learned the entire book of Quark Express, I knew the whole thing backwards. The problem was, they said we only use about 20% of Quark, maybe 30% of what Quark can do. Perhaps 40. Perhaps let's say 40% of what Quark can actually do. That's what we use. The problem is that when you learn it, you don't know what 40% you're going to need. So I had to learn the whole thing inside and out.
It's a pain. Like I remember like people asking me about like, oh, how come it looks different when I print it? Well, that's the additive and subtractive color spaces that you're working with. And it's like, you mean you can't print what my monitor looks like? No, ink's not made of
No.
that. Made out of that, buddy.
Nope.
Also, the monitor you're looking at looks different than mine, and I would literally change a couple of dials on the second monitor and go, "Would you like that red or that red?" Because like that's about as meaningful. And I showed him the eyedropper tool. Here are the RGB values.
Yep.
Here's pretty much the spot color variant. And then you go, you take those numbers and you say, all right, show me what it looks like in person. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And it looks different on two monitors made in the same day in the same factory by the same company.
Yeah.
we had studio monitors, cinema. We had the cinema Apple Cinema monitors, and G4s. The grey ones came out, and there's the grey ones, because we had blue ones to start with, and then we had the more upgraded, like if you will,
the cheese grater.
Yeah, that's it. And it was funny because the tech support people, the company had about, I don't know, I'm just going to say a number. They had about 200 Macs and about 50 PCs. And they spent more time supporting the 50 PCs than they did supporting the 200 Macs. It was more time consuming and labor incentive to support a quarter of the number of Microsoft computers.
Yeah,
the Macs you could just go restart. That was it.
And that's the benefit of like having multiple skills is like you can transfer your like formal education in one area and be in a company that does so much, that does international, not just for the clients, but the machines that they need. And so when your company is like paying for either a hotel or like something for somebody who either traveled from Germany or from Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, whoever, they have to ship the $250,000 to $900,000 machine from Germany.
Yes.
Yeah. Pay for all that and like keep track of like something they care about, and then like when it lands, get the engineer and the guys who booked it, the guys who tracked it, and we just watch them build this foundation in the factory with like concrete that's slightly separated from everything else, because this is just got to be kind of sturdy, kind of straight, and a lot like very, very straight. But just the vibrations that are happening, like so
from the
frequently.
machinery. Yeah. Just the vibrations from the machinery. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and so you've got like this 5 foot deep hole in your factory floor for like a month and a half waiting for this $500,000 machine or whatever it's worth. And they just laying the foundations and checking like, yep, we can make sure it's stable for like the next 20 years, if not 50 years, because like we understand how substances work with those sort of. I wouldn't say it's quite to the level of geophysics where Tony's involved, but I would say like when you're dealing with like people who are building roads that need to like last decades and it's about the future of your population, I'm thinking it's at least to the degree that like you've got a machine that's punching out like 200 pages a minute.
Yeah.
And it's paying the wages amongst all the other machines in the factory for like 150 people of vast array of skills. And like the guys in logistics are like on the phone. The people in the upper office are on the phone saying, all right, Germany, come fly down. give us your best deal. Let's negotiate, shake hands, and yeah, the ball starts rolling, and like it's just a fascinating thing to like. I've seen it happen 3 times where there's this 4.5 foot deep hole in the factory that we're avoiding for 3 months.
Yeah, there you go.
And,
Yeah. That's
and where
you're taking me back here. You're taking me back. I mean, I should, like I was saying about the tech support, they come in, restart the computer, and that was all it needed. But sometimes, you had to zap the pram. Do you ever have to do that? Remember, you have to hold down about 4 keys, restart, and that was it. And that would fix it. Or reinstall Quark, and that was your lot. And you'd spend 10 minutes, and you were back up and running. It was really funny. Taking me back. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, but that's what's so fascinating about like these particular companies in Germany, like Manroll and Heidelberg, this, that, and the other, Komori, a whole bunch of brands that I've seen in the factories that I've worked in. Like each one of them was talking to an international diplomat of a separate company to go like, we're willing to spend like pretty much $1 million for you to fly over and negotiate, your engineers to fly over from another place and set the foundation, another set of people to assemble the machine on that stable concrete, and the electricians to wire it up. Like these are experts in all of their respected fields, just like friendly guys, a lot of talent, a lot of skill. And I just go like, okay, think about the Evergreen incident blocking the canal. Now you're dealing with a company that's shipping a container full of rolls of paper, probably about 72 of them. Each of them are about 4.5 kilometers long, curled up in a ball
in a roll. Weighs
in a
2
roll.
tons, 3 tons.
Yeah, that each one for that particular GSM was weighing in at 1.3 ton metric.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
And you're tracking that because you paid for that paper, right? And yet again, it's in a shipping container, and you're going, I have spent like $20,000 on this, so you could have a cereal box today, you know.
It is interesting that where people, it's an entire industry that no one thinks about. I was in it for a little while, 5 years, but no one thinks about it, and no one thinks about anything about the type of paper that's used, the technology that's used to produce the paper. They'll just think paper's paper, but some of the cardboard, it's very, very difficult to tear because it's made a certain way. Magazines are glossy because they put literal clay in the paper to make it glossy. There's all these details and stuff involved.
And the type of negotiations our company was doing was with a forestry department, which means it was responsibility of resources. So there was responsible replanting, and they had a special symbol that like our whole company was like going, all right, you can't mix this other stuff with the random garbage we get from Taiwan. Like this is a specific like environmental low impact kind of stuff. Sure, it's a little bit more expensive, but for the environmentally conscious, we can do our best to lower the impact for these forestry departments. And so, yet again, you're looking at like an overseas like supplier who's got the paper mill, and they're saying, you know what, you can have this paper for like whatever the price it was, and we've got to put it on the ship. It comes in 2 containers, 72 rolls, 1.2 tons each.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you ever get any paper from Boise, Idaho? Because that was a big paper mill location. I seem to remember Boise. It sounds random, but that's apparently that was a thing. I don't know if it's still a thing, but I'm curious. I'll look it up.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. Like when you're shipping, what's that?
Here you go, Boise Cascade Wood Products. There you go. There you go. I remember that. Oh wow, I can't believe it because it's like 20 years. I just thought because I had a T-shirt and it had a duck on it and it said I'm a Boise Cascade kid, and it was about the wood products that they made there. I just had that.
So you're looking at like 70 to 140 ton of like produce that we're keeping track of, because if it goes to crap, we got to have a backup plan. And I can't imagine if we're actually like constrained by that evergreen incident where we got to find other paper that's going to get to it quicker, because the other guys are going around the Cape of Good Hope, because like you can sit there and wait it out or filter through slowly during or after the incident. Like it was just it is a multi-billion-dollar cloggage. So I like just
sorry, you got
because
me on a tear here. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, Boise paper started in 1958 in Boise Cascade, Idaho. So yeah, it's kind of funny. I got that memory back in my head, just going ding.
Yeah.
After all these years, I haven't done it since then. But no, the logistics and all that stuff. Just it's incredible industry you're in.
Yeah, that's right, and that's right. And we're a very far away country that wants to produce, cereal boxes for at least like our population of at least 25 million people. Like and we care about supplying them food, water, toilet paper, all these kinds of things. And you add advertising on top of that, it's like, okay, they really want the X product, or they really want to go cheap and use like the no-name brand stuff, super famous, but for budget hunters. But yet again, who have we got to call? The people who don't have to go through the canal, which is more than likely the Indonesian or Asian countries, but still. If we've got machinery that's from the US, it's coming through that canal. If it's coming from Germany, it's going through the other one, and we're tracking it because it means like the livelihood of like over 120 people. Like I'm talking like out of the top, I'll be generous, 10 printing companies. I'm pretty sure that the two that I've worked for are definitely within that. And they're not associated with Kerry or Terry Packer, as far as I'm aware, because they're the main media moguls who own various TV channels and various newspaper places.
In Australia?
But we're not really, those two companies weren't involved in particular media. It was just like, if you want your soda put in cardboard so it's recyclable, you got us covered. Yeah. So,
cool. That change a topic. Where in down under you are you? Curious.
I'm in Brisbane at the moment, and I sent a photo in the chat this morning at 5:15, just before I left my particular train station to walk from that train to the work, and it was sunrise. And I also sent a picture in the chat this afternoon because it was 3 in the evening and I was able to see the moon. And I said, like, have a look out your window right now and figure out how both you can see the moon and that guy in Australia can see the moon, and then also figure out why you can't see the sun, because it's like 9 p.m. or 3 a.m.
Yes.
And yep. So
the sun is brighter.
Not only that, it was actually for sunrise because I couldn't take an angular resolution because it's below. If it were flat, it would have to be
Yes.
below the soil.
Yes. It just it slays me. It is just
Yeah.
you
So
you see
I
you can
have.
see stars and you can see the moon, but where did the sun go? It doesn't go out. You'd think, oh, the sun just goes out. No, but because people can see it, half the people in the world
Yeah.
see it. But how can
And
you
that's
not see
what.
the moon? But you can see the moon.
So yeah,
What?
you got to consolidate the time zones because everyone in a time zone like a clock face, and this is why Gleason made a clock because you follow that sun, but it never sets. But that's not possible because if the Gleason map were true, the sun would never go lower than like 7 something degrees because of the tropic of
Yes.
Capricorn.
Yeah, it would
And that's
never. Yeah, even if you were just to be very generous and say the circumference is some massive thing, it would still never go below like 4 degrees or whatever. It's yeah. I
the amount
remember.
of shrinking and the amount of shrinking is like what and like the guy in Australia, what he or what Eden tried to do is he matched 2 photographs that happened let's say 3 hours apart from each other, and the sun was going lower to the horizon, so there's a bit of
Yes.
horizontally.
Why is it not?
Things should scale equally. Like when your car vanishes into the distance, the top to the bottom and the side to side shrink at the same time.
Yeah, roughly they do.
Yeah.
That's just.
And when
It
somebody
was.
says, "Oh, here's a video of the sun setting and shrinking in size," no, you can't see the sunspots. Yes, they used some kind of filter on it, but it wasn't good enough to see the sunspots. And so, yes, as it got lower, the glare went away because there's more atmosphere in the way, maybe a bit more cloud, and then you see the true like angular size because there's no more glare, and because of the low quality, no, you're not going to see sunspots with some sort of
not at
low
sunset.
quality TikTok video. And I said, yeah, you think that's a solar filter? we laugh at your solar filter.
It's one of the things that I think one of the videos that really hit home for me the best in some respects is Professor Dave's takedown, flat Earth is impossible, and not requiring any scientific knowledge, you can prove the sun isn't flat just by looking at things like the moon and the sun and the things. And of course, it was looking in 3 different directions: South America, South Africa, and under. And I think it was. Anyway, and
yeah, the Southern Cross is awkward because you'd have to imagine that somehow the dome is like moving horizontally, but the star is like going clockwise or anti-clockwise. Either way, it's the opposite of the north.
Yeah, it's inexplicable, and so those few things. I was actually going to change the topic to asking you, because I don't know who has the ashes. Do you care? Do you know, and do you care?
I don't know.
Care.
I don't care.
Ah, there you go. Right. No, right. Back to flat Earth. Okay, so not every Aussie does. Most do, but not every Aussie does.
But before I didn't care, but I thought, hang on. Okay, how do they pretty much have the firm idea of like what's happening in reality? I kind of think, okay, what's kind of happening? Cyclones opposite way, north and south. Stars rotating different north and south. Foucault's pendulums opposite north and south. Lines of latitude. Okay.
Converging in the south.
Yeah. You got a railway east to west. Okay, that goes from, one particular latitude to another. Let's call that 4 degrees.
That was That was mentioned by PhD Tony in his debate a couple of days ago on Debates.
And
with
that's
the facts and Oz down under.
Yeah, that's the awkward thing, because you can take those 4 degrees and transfer that to 4 degrees on the equator, and that's, we all acknowledge that's bigger. But what about 4 degrees in the south? It's smaller. Which it's
Yes.
really it's really awkward when both the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer are the same size, yet the equator is bigger than the both. What kind of shape does this?
What does that point towards? There's only one it points towards. What is it? If you got 3 options, you could say flat, concave, or whatever, and globe. Of the 3, choose for just the one.
Did you like the picture I found of the 2 poles hyperbolic sight rainbow thing that I found?
No, when did you post that? A couple hours ago, right?
Probably, close to 8 hours ago. Just look in the media and you'll see like a weird sort of flat bipole with this sort of banana arc of hyperbolic bent light. Yeah, just in the media of the thing. It's I can get the timestamp for you. Actually, I'll look for it. Or maybe you can search by. Oh, actually, I'll just repost it in memes now.
There you go.
To make it.
Where's the meme one? On present. I think it's just. Did you take the meme one away?
I'll put it in meme pool now just to make
meme
it
pool.
easy.
There it is. All right, there you go.
All right, posted 27 past the hour.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Because look at it. North and south, celestial pole, and equator, and whatever is happening in the sky.
That's what they have to do. Just, yeah.
Forget, because the Earth is flat, but the sky is bent.
That's what the sky would have to be to do. If the Earth was flat, that was the sky would have to be doing.
Yeah. So try and figure out. Pick the purple one as north, and then the northern summer happens, right? And then 6 months later, down here in Oz.
It's just,
I think that's just gold. And
it is, isn't it? Isn't it?
Like, maybe, but I don't think the evidence points that way. Like, where is the moon? What's the moon doing for 28 days? And why can't I see it for like an entire day? How do eclipses work on this thing? There's so many questions. I don't even want to bother.
More questions, no answers. Only questions. There is only Zool. There are only questions.
Hyperbolic sky banana Earth model.
This
hypothesis.
Wormhole, toroidal wormhole thing, something.
Yeah. Banana Taurus world.
Banana Taurus. There you go. Like that one. Good chat. That was good.
Yeah.
Except for the fact you're not into cricket, you're an okay man. You're okay.
Oh man, I used to spin bowl back in the day, but I've got other interests.
I asked that question because I enjoy hearing people talk about their passion when it comes to cricket. Although I don't have that exact same I like cricket, but I don't have that same sort of passion. But I really enjoy listening to us, particularly Aussies, who are very proud of their team, and listening to them. Like
I'm quite aware of like the the clashes of Ashes and the old Shane Warne and whoever else rivalries throughout the years, and the Warne brothers, and like they're just Australian celebrities. You just hear about them all the time and how well they're doing or how poorly they're doing. Like as a sporting nation that sends like skilled people around the world. Oh, what are we going to do? I don't know. Track the flight times of people who like help people um like if like 20 million people weren't watching the TV, it's not worth sending somebody on a flight to England. Like this is the kind like it's not even a conspiracy. It's like we like entertainment and we're willing to pay very skilled people who are in sport to go, you know what, you in England fly here, play some games, earn a bit of money, fly back. A couple of months later, we'll fly to you. Let's play a game. And the whole idea of conspiracy is just like a joke. It's like we're just doing it for fun and a bit of like rivalry and a bit of competition to like because we want to see the excellence of humanity. It's like these guys are like Brett Lee, like you've probably know, he's a fast bowler. And so like you want to see like, man, is he going to clock up to 120 today? Like,
yeah,
and
some
it's
of those
that kind of
some
stuff.
of those
Like
guys.
the idea of conspiracy is so funny when I consider like entertainment, sport, and the human skills of like it's basically a game that like of all things to be good at, it's swinging your arm overhead, making it bounce on the floor and twist. Like
yes, twisting as you do, running very fast, making sure your steps are right.
Yeah.
And then trying to hit these 2 little pieces of wood off these 3 pieces of wood.
like of all the things like humans like are entertained by, I think it's just so like it's like a celebration. It's like I don't have that skill. I tried it in primary school, high school, even universities, but these best of the best, you know, put these guys up against each other and find the best people in Australia and then put them up against the best people and just like enjoy and celebrate the best of humanity. Whoever wins, and we can have our rivalries. But that's the funny thing about it. You got experts in their field who are like well trained, well disciplined, and just for a bit of fun, bit of entertainment, but also to see like, okay, you've got some really good skills. Let's peer review this. Let's put it on a 5-day test and just throw basically the firmest, most dangerous ball we can find at a wooden bat and hope somebody's head doesn't crack open.
Exactly.
The funniest, like,
yeah,
like
it is.
Like
the hardest red ball we can find. I like the way you said that.
Illuminati behind big sport? Come on.
Yeah, it puts it in a good perspective there. I think if you could probably chuckle into yourself at the idea that aliens would come to Earth and they would see that's what we do. You got this stick and
it's
you
like
make
that
this stick and you got this hit this ball with this stick.
Yeah, look at that creature walking behind the other one, picking up its debris. Oh, I think we know who's in charge of Earth. It's the dogs.
It's the dogs. I like that. We talk about the first Falcon Heavy launch. They put the car in it, and it was Elon Musk's car.
Hell of a car, yeah.
And they inside the car they put in the glove box. They put a copy of a science fiction book, and then on the dashboard they put a miniature of the car. And so they said, in 10,000 years or something, when that rocket has gone far beyond our solar system, aliens have come across it. they'll say, "Hey, sir, we picked up a strange object. It's metallic, and
It's got a
on
mannequin in it.
viewer, and it appears to be a humanoid figure, but it's just made of plastic. And inside we found a book, and we decoded the language, and it seems, and they just read the book thinking it's real." They're not knowing that we write fiction, write things that are lies, fiction. I thought that was brilliantly funny.
Yeah. It'd be
Poor-
funny if
poor
the
aliens.
same people found the Voyager disc and going, okay,
Yes.
we've got to compare stories.
Yeah, you got these weird people waving to us, and then naked.
What is this? And they'd go, oh, that looks like the guy in the car. That's one of the people in the car.
That's like that guy. That's right. But why is he wearing clothes? And then, so we found the origin. We tracked the origin of that rocket, and it's this
It
planet.
looked like maybe this is a corpse, and it was a silicon-based life.
There you go. But yeah, all the people are wearing clothes. Why are the people depicted not wearing clothes?
And yeah, if they're very, very talented aliens, they might be able to invent their own record player or find the various images and audio that were put on it. If any of that survives the space travel. Oh, it's just so humorous to think about. Like alien debates, Silicon Earth versus videotape Earth. It's like,
okay. They play the classical music, but the classical music, but it plays at a frequency that fries their brains and they all die.
Yeah, Mars Attack.
Only you. The guy singing the high-pitched voice killed all the aliens. I like that. It was so good.
Yeah.
That's a twisted video. I mean, twisted movie.
Yeah, we're a weird and wonderful species doing a lot of funny things for a whole myriad of reasons. And yeah, I do think like celebrating excellence is like what humanity likes doing, because yeah, we go, you're a pretty excellent singer. We celebrate your talent. You're an excellent musician. Let's celebrate that. Mozart. And you're an excellent painter. Rembrandt, Michelangelo, Donatello, all those guys, Da Vinci. You name them all. Let's celebrate that excellence. And that's what I like seeing in other people is like if you want somebody in the future to analyze fake video versus real video, I think I would almost hire a skeptical of the globe, because they don't mind frame hunting. You know, they could use their skills for so much good. Because like
it's fascinating to think of, isn't it? If you could channel that energy into something positive.
Oh yeah.
What could it be? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what it could be. But
I think in a weird way, like we have had things in the past that like people qualified to check if it's right. Tony said like they said we're going to remove your PhD to this particular guy in history, and that's like academic suicide. Like, what are you going to do after that? Your name's everywhere. And the same for the people who believe in young creation versus old. They see a fraud of like someone making a skull that looks almost human, and it's found out that the guy was trying to, simulate a ancient species that technically doesn't exist. And you go, oh, there's some genuine stuff to be found in archaeology, and he just tried to fake it because he just wanted a name for himself. And it just it poisons the well.
Piltdown? That was Piltdown Man.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Piltdown Man. Yep.
Yep.
And so, like, if you're an evolution skeptic and you find this, you go, aha, look at that. we can't trust it because there's this one incidence of fakery. And I'll go like, there's an incident of deception in the Bible. The snake deceives human kind. Okay, there's an example of deception in the story. Let's not believe the entire story after that. Like that's the kind of like logical disconnect that you'd have to do. I think
the logical disconnect is a good. No, that's a good way of putting it. It's a very good way of putting it. The hyper skepticism. It's just it doesn't work. It doesn't work because if you apply that hyper skepticism to everything in your life, what would you do?
I couldn't even believe flat Earth because I wouldn't even believe the information that led me to that position was true.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why people are frustrated with flat Earth, because they don't do that, though. They don't do that. They apply hyper-skepticism to everything, but they don't apply it to their own belief in flat Earth.
Yeah.
So
the same thing.
It's hypocritical.
But it's like if you go to a location like the guy allegedly went to a museum and asked him how the Foucault's pendulum works, and he says, there's a mechanism that swings it back and forth.
Yeah.
But there was no follow-up question. Like there seems to be some sort of, if you're an investigator and looking into a crime, okay.
Yes.
Let's go with
you think there's a crime. Right.
There is a weapon. Does it have any blood? Does it have any fingerprints? Just saying, we found a knife is just like saying, we found a mechanism, and then like not going any further. If you're an investigator, you didn't investigate deeply because there's follow-up questions. How's that mechanism work? What does it do? What kind of influences does it have? Have you double-checked that? Like there's some follow-up. There's some follow-up questions because, if somebody said it up wrong,
why don't those questions get asked?
And flat
I'm not sure.
to not. They sort of got a sort of a eureka when they start thinking, and as you said, don't think about the following consequences.
Like I think it's largely to the popular snake oil salesmen like DeBay and Whitsitt and formerly Jaron, but particularly just the Earth shape. We can go into NASA stuff and other fields that we're fairly confident in, but just for basic, like Nathan Oakley, Flatzoid, and Mark Sargent, and formerly Bob Nodell. So what's so awkward is they find a bit of evidence with the gyroscopes and go, no, let's move to pointing flashlights between circular boards. Hang on, it's not 17, it's 19, but we predicted 21. It's not what I calculated, and it's not flatness. What is this? It's interesting. What's happening here? And all it takes is a little bit of bending a light, and it solves the whole problem. It's just you got to be curious enough without being, let's say you're agnostic to the idea. You're neither globe, neither flat, but you sort of, because of these salesmen telling you, it doesn't really work that way. No, that doesn't really work. If I tilt the setting sun sideways, somehow that's legitimate. I went, why? Why is that legitimate? How's that legitimate? Like those things Eden was sending, the left to right didn't shrink, top to bottom did. When we're talking about angular size, we're talking about the whole thing. Everyone learns perspective in primary school art class, if not high school art class. But yeah, like people aren't really scared of questions. They're scared of people like coming in with a preloaded view and just asking enough, but not going further to support that view.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Oh, Chemcho eggs.
What's that?
I said Chemcho.
Majama? Is that how I said it?
Majamache.
That's the one.
Ni hao
Just test.
ma.
Ni hao. Just testing.
Gong chi fa chai.
Hal chal.
War Hans Shui.
Namaskar.
Ni piao lian.
Elsie's talking Chinese.
Yeah, I learnt a bit of Mandarin back in the day.
Ni hao, mate.
Yeah.
That's good. I always like hearing Aussies talk about science. It's I don't know why that's so amusing. It's like in my country, like a Scouser talking about science.
Well, that's the funny impression. Like there are a bunch of our version of rednecks is bogans, and there's plenty of them. They're into their cars. They're into like just having a bit of alcohol and parties, and showing off loud music and burning like doing burnouts.
Bogans.
There's a whole culture around Bougainvillea, which is what I call it.
Really, that's something I've never heard of. That's quite fascinating. Yeah, we have Scousers and chavs. We have chavs.
Right. So it's kind of like a lower middle class set of society where there's lots of different like pockets of the suburbs where pretty much you've got outback people, you got your regional, and then you got pretty much people got their tribal. I like my football team, you like yours. I like Holden, you like Ford. Like there's like they didn't mind their binary things, and like somebody walks in the room, goes, I like Nissan. You go, and both of them turn to them and go, nah, get out of the pub. It's just so funny to consider the third option. It'd be like WA joining the state of origin football team, because it's predominantly New South Wales versus Queensland for the last 50 something years or whenever it started. It's just funny.
I had to translate there. I thought you meant Washington, but you meant Western Australia.
Yeah.
Took a second to decode in my brain.
Yeah. Is there a WA in the...
Yeah, Washington State is WA initials.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, Washington State, yeah. Different
Because there's so many...
Yeah.
It's confusing because there are so many M states. There's Minnesota, Massachusetts, Michigan, Montana. There's a load of them, so they're all different. There's MO, MI, ME, MA. Maine is ME. Michigan's MI. Massachusetts, I think, is MA. MA, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going through the vowels and all the other combinations and thinking, okay, what's MQ? No, M.
It's all the vowels, yeah. Maryland is MD.
But that's what's so crazy about the border of Western Australia being what it is. That's approximately a line of latitude. Like it just cut. Check out the map, mate. The border of Western Australia. the entire like western coastline is the state plus this big long line.
Yeah, straight down. That's right. We studied Australia when I was in primary school. I really enjoyed it because Britain is vertical. It's tall. Taller than it is wide. Australia was wider than it was tall, and I was fascinated by that simple thing. And then
like it's kind of squares. Like we got taught a lot about England as well, being a colony country.
Yes,
no doubt. And throughout the 80s and 90s, we got bombarded with a whole bunch of British television. You know, your classic Mr. Bean, Blackadder, you name it, we've seen it.
And then going back a little bit more, you got the goodies.
Goodies, goody, yum, yum. Yeah.
Oh, I love the goodies.
So yeah, learning where your family from, learning where your grandparents lived, you know, these particular towns, whether they be Liverpool or somewhere else. I'm just like naming a whole bunch of football teams in my head because that's how I remember the names.
Yeah.
You know, Aston Villa.
Aston Villa. There's Liverpool, Everton, Manchester United, Arsenal, Tottenham Hotspur, Sheffield Wednesday.
Yeah, and you just go like, man, Australia is so spread out. We just only bothered to make like 6, 7, 8 states because we're just unpopulated. But Britain, you like drive for like 20 miles and you're talking to some Brahmy bloke. He wants to talk to you like this, you know. And it's like, what you saying, mate? I was like, what? The accent difference is just so wild. Forgive me, anyone, if you have that accent. Yeah, forgive me if I have a bad accent from England.
I wasn't going to say anything. You did your best.
It was one of the many accents in England. And you recognised where it was from.
Possibly. I can be generous because I couldn't do an Aussie accent to save my life, let alone a regional Aussie accent.
Yeah.
I know the name of one town, Winder Whopper.
Right next to Tim, back a bit and have a go.
I remember. Yeah, I love learning about Australia, but I've forgotten most of it.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like learning about as much as England as I did, like the Thames and the other, like Hadrian's Wall,
Yeah,
and
exactly,
other, you know, if you've got heritage in Wales like I do, you study that as well.
Yep, I do a bit.
So they tried to say like explore your voice, young man. You know, so as a Welshie, I thought, okay, we've got a bit of a reputation for voice. Let's give that a go. And
you certainly do. The Welsh singers are the stuff of legend. They really are. The other one that we had back in the day from down under, who became a national treasure in both countries, I suspect, and that was Dame Edna.
Dame Edna Everage.
Yes.
Yeah, good old Barry Humphries.
Barry Humphries.
Funny boy. You funny cross-dressing boy.
And people here, they say, Dame Edna. Yes, Dame Edna. Oh, wait a minute. It's a guy.
Yeah.
Yes, wasn't there some funny
helped him
story
then.
of somebody who thought Dame Edna was a real woman, and like I thought there was some celebrity or something. I was like, what do you mean it's a man?
It's so good. It's so good when you tell people, or they think for years that it's an actual woman. That is so brilliant.
Robin Williams, we did it first.
Yes.
What a
So
We should try and slip a few actual cross dressers and trans people into Yasuke's transvestigations.
Has he transvestigated Dame Edna?
Exactly right. Wouldn't that be fun?
Tell him. Oh no! Don't tell him. Just say, "Hey, this is Dame Edna Everidge. Do your
The thing is that
investigation."
I don't think like Barry Humphries was particularly trying to promote a gender per se.
No.
But he just seemed to make like this character up, and like no one thought he was trying to be anything else but funny. It was
Right.
just like a very like when he went into that character, he wasn't sliding. It didn't seem like he was trying to promote everything. It was just like, "Hello, possums," and like just tell you like
possums.
partially real, partially fictional stories about his possibly real, possibly fictional neighbors and the ridiculous situations they got in. And it's just like, how? He's just an entertainer.
Yeah.
Who, because of their skill, was sent on planes because we just like laughing. So
yeah, he.
What is it? Big. We got to watch out. The Illuminati are in charge of big comedy. You know, that's the conspiracy.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Is that Dame Edna was a national treasure in the UK for decades.
Yeah. And well, I think it's also like people were. It was like the old cross-dressing for comedy was huge back then, right? It was all of Monty Python were doing it. There was loads of it.
Yeah, there was a comedy team called Hinge and Bracket. That was two dudes dressed as ladies. There was Danny Kaye. I think it was Danny Kaye. Not.
Isn't it? Wasn't there like one of the grandma or something in Goodness Gracious Me and Mrs. Brown's Boys? Weren't there like Hyacinth Bouquet wasn't keeping up appearances? She was an actual woman, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what an outrageous character she was. Mind the tree, Richard. And it's like, oh, what a frustrating. Like, did they even ever have a candlelight supper? I think I saw one, and the nervous chick is like so intimidated by her bossiness. She's like trying to hold the cup of tea. It's like, you were so weird, Hyacinth.
We we had I'm trying to think. There was Danny LaRue, not Danny Kaye. Danny Kaye is an American actor. I'm just trying to think now. I've trying to think it through. Danny LaRue. He was another one where it was drag. It was a drag act. Because I don't know if you can, I suppose, yes, you can call Dame Edna a drag act, right? But not drag in that sense. The drag act is more, it's different. It's slightly different than drag. So Danny LaRue, that was pure drag. And then there was others that did it.
I don't know
Danny LaRue.
I don't know
Look at Danny LaRue.
But I'm driving. But yeah, certainly Dame Edna wasn't like. Usually, something about a drag act is all like jokes about genitalia and it's hypersexualized, and like the whole comedy is around the fact that I am presenting as a woman when I'm clearly a 6-foot man.
Exactly.
Whereas
That's the whole
Dame Edna's
thing.
bit was just, wouldn't it be fun to play some ridiculously over the top dame?
Yeah. That's it. And saying Dame as well. That was one of the funny parts of it. One part of that, the comedy.
Yeah, like
And the
the
glasses.
way that, yeah, like it's difficult for me who has particular preference is in life, and I want to be the kind of best man that I want to be, and I'm pretty happy with the positive sides of masculinity. How would I want to inspire than men? So to like have that sort of okay, people are making jokes and they're sort of acting like a sort of endearing grandma is a lot different than like whatever's happening in modern trans stuff and it's just like it's such an interesting but rapid change in such short a time.
We had
Yeah, well, I think it leans slightly into the conversation we were having yesterday. It got a bit heated, but I think Red Cloud and I have somewhat of similar views, but probably at different extremes on it. But I think
Yes.
that the best of intent is I want people to feel included. And that intent, I think, is great, and I share it. But then the idea of like, we'll make people feel included by hunting down people who transgress our rules is the wrong way to go about it, and I think serves to exacerbate a lot of tensions and differences.
Yeah,
I've never been of that mind. I've got one experience in my life, but I've never been of that mind, and I don't understand people who are. It doesn't serve any real purpose. But as far as the entertainment thing, it used to be that it was very common, very, very common thing, and it wasn't seen as anything strange. It was just part of entertainment. That's just what it was.
And not just entertainment, like, well, I guess also informal entertainment, but like my sister said, oh, we're going to put you in a dress for my 21st. We think it'd be funny. It's like, fine, yeah, crack on, like, put on a dress. It was just like, it was a funny thing. There's no like, oh, are you that way, da-da-da, like, what are your pronouns? It was like, oh, that's funny, Harry's wearing a dress, and nobody really cares. I mean, I could get, now that I think about it, the side of if somebody really did want to present as a woman and they see that men do it for a laugh because it's so ridiculous. Because now that I'm thinking about it, I could see an argument to that where it's like it is somewhat the thing I find funny about drag acts is the ludicrousness of them. Like for me, a good drag act has to be like a 6-foot+ man who hasn't shaved super recently.
Oh.
And I wonder if that's actually kind of scary or like upsetting for somebody who's actually trans to be like, well, you're making fun of how I'll never pass.
It used to be that wasn't. It's changed. It's changed because the culture's changed, so that's no longer acceptable. It used to be fine, but it's somehow got politicized and the rest of it. I was going to mention Kenny Everett. If anyone in here is from the UK, you'll remember Kenny Everett had a character who was a drag character, and you can put two and two together, but the character's name was Cupid Stunt. That was the character's name.
Oh, that's a bit close to the nerve. That is so controversial. Oh, what a name. That is.
He appeared. So Kenny Everett appeared.
That's so provocative. Oh, man.
He was on. Yeah. He was on the Terry Wogan chat show. We had a few chat shows. Nothing really got to the level of the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson or anything like that, with Jay Leno or any of those people. But we had a few chat shows, and one of them was Michael Parkinson, and one of them was, for a while, Terry Wogan did a chat show. And he was on that chat show, and Terry Wogan introduces Kenny Everett in costume, in character, as Cupid Stunt, and Kenny comes on in character, full character, and they did the interview. And it was, talk about surreal.
And I think the main difference is, you got to see Dame, you got to see, and then Barry Humphries returns to like his normal self, and then he could play the bogan drunk pub drinking sort of pseudo politician. Was it what's his name?
Yeah, Ken, not Ken. Fred something?
Barry, whatever
No,
it was.
It was Fred or Ken something.
Yeah,
Like
but he's
Fred-
just like this slobbering.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's
drunk
like,
all the time with a red nose and back teeth.
Yeah. Huge.
Yeah, that was it.
Something
Just
named.
unkempt clothing.
Sorry, can I just jump in? Generally, Shady's asking to be unmuted, but I'm driving. Is there any other mod here? I've never met Generally Shady before, and he's kicking off in the chat. I'm of a mind to unmute them, but I don't want to then have to pull over to unmute them again if they kick off. Does anybody here know? Is there another mod here, And does anybody know why they're muted?
I don't remember.
I don't know.
Is it in the is it in the mod chat? The explanation as to why?
No, I don't see any mod notice or anything in the chat, but I only just glanced down a second ago. So unmute at the next red light, and then you'll be Shady. If you fuck me on this, I will leave you muted. If you make me pull this car over, God help me, we're turning around.
Don't do it, man.
Wait for the next red light, and I'll sort it out.
Omnipresent. What is it? Where is it? The roles and assignments, roles and rules. Moderator notices. There you go.
Yeah, I don't see a timeout there, but mutes don't cause a timeout because you might be. Sorry, mutes don't cause a mod notice.
No, they don't. So never mind.
Timeout.
Yep. Gotcha. Timeouts are notified, but mutes are not.
Yeah. Sorry, go back to it. Talking about.
That's all right. Talking about drag. We're talking about Kenny Everett.
So here's the question I've got. Does the word transvestite, is that not an okay word anymore?
I know, it's all been so criticized, you can't keep track of it. I stay clear of it. They've got the server rules in here. I've got my own views. I stay clear of the topic because it's very politicized. I can never be sure what what I'm going to say may be seen as offensive.
Yeah. What I will say is, like, there seems to be a very obvious trend that these actors played their role, returned to their manhood, played their role, went back to their manhood, and the big social changes. I am not coming back to that, and that's a very
that's a sea change.
Yeah,
but I think we're talking about two different groups of people.
I think we are.
Yeah. So what we're talking about are gays who like to dress in drag because it's fun. Like I knew when I had a friend, and what did his name go by? But he was 6'4" or something, huge, ripped, muscle gay dude who was huge on the Sydney gay scene and had a drag act that he did. But he never identified as a woman. He just liked dressing in drag, and I think that's very different. But it's interestingly sort of, I don't know, not talked about as much. Where, the difference is like I want to fully 100% of the time identify, which I think is a totally different category.
Yeah, you got okay. So in comedians,
and I'm about to get on a motorway. If you make me regret this,
so
Shady.
Comedian-wise, you got Eddie Izzard.
Yes.
Has anyone heard of Eddie Izzard?
Eddie Izzard? Yeah, I've heard it. I used to call him Izzy Izzard for some reason.
Right, so that's one. And then as far as the transvestite thing, transvestite was a man who enjoyed dressing up as a woman. That's transvestite.
They're just
not a man that says cross-dressers, exactly. But it was called transvestitism, and they featured it in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. It was the lead character.
Yeah, so much was about it.
Tim
it was a
Curry.
Sort of fun, it was a fun gag. Like, what was it, Lyndon Johnson or something? Wasn't one of the US presidents like outed during his term for like wearing women's underwear?
It was not LBJ. Maybe it was LBJ. Yeah, I think it was. No, I can't remember. Anyway, but
it's in like retrospect, it's like been a very recent, very rapid change from going, "Oh yeah, let's make a joke to, okay, I just enjoy wearing the clothes," to I actually want to be referred as she, and I'm willing to take the surgery to make my appearance to blend in with the other women. And there's a small subset of those people who go like, you know, I'm I'm looking for people who are willing to have a bit of cognitive dissonance and going, if you prefer ladies, here's this lady boy, and try me out. And it's like, there's a little bit of trickery in there. Like, I was convincing enough for you, the straight dude. Yeah,
I have a hard time with it.
I don't lean to like the trap thing. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, I have a hard time with it, mainly because the level and the level of sensitivity that you have to tread on, present company accepted pun definitely intended, on eggshells. So you you have to be really careful, and it's very dangerous, and you can get in a lot of trouble, and you've got to talk seriously, and it's very and that happened, as you said, very, very quickly. And it's like, as if this has been happening for hundreds of years, and it's all of this history. No, it isn't all of these years. It isn't all of this history. It's literally in the last 15 years, possibly even less. I think 10 years. I think there was a reference in the TV show that I used to we watched every episode of every season, The Big Bang Theory. And Sheldon said something. I think it was Sheldon. When Leonard first arrived in the apartment building, he goes and knocks on the wrong door, and it's a big black guy in a pink dress, putting on earrings, and everyone just laughed out loud. And the guy says, Sheldon Cooper, and the dude says, "No, man, you want the crazy guy across the hall." And that was funny. That was funny. Right. Now, could you do that now? And this is Big Bang Theory. This is very recent.
Mind you,
no, you can't.
That's so. That is the way you've described it is quite funny. But because I keep vacillating on this, I keep switching sides on this. Like generally, most left issues. Then there was a really funny person did a takedown. I think it's called Pop Culture Detective, but it might have been a different channel where they went. Look at what are we talking about? Big Bang Theory. And they went, you'll notice it's not actually very funny. The setups are too obvious that the gags and punchlines, I think the one you delivered is pretty good. But the gags and punchlines are too obvious that all that's left really, if you cut out the laugh track, is like really some quite seriously fucked up shit. And so
they're
they play this
very mean to each other. Yes.
Ridiculously mean, and mean about unchangeable characteristics. So there's this video going around. I can't find it because I'm driving, but somebody maybe can Google it and put it in the chat. Where they've cut out the laugh track and they've gone through a scene. They've picked the scene well, and they go through the scene where they're like, basically like, well, that's because you're autistic, Sheldon. And with no laugh track there's this awkward pause where you're like, holy fuck, that was a really rude thing to say. And then suddenly they're making fun of Penny because, like, for the first
is she stupid?
One season or two seasons, the only woman in the show is a moron. And, like, she keeps just not understanding calculus. She just, oh my God, she doesn't get the inverse square law. And it's so true, where I normally, like, wave my hand at this lefty shit being like, oh, you're being too sensitive. And then I watched that and I was like, that's kind of true. That is some pretty nasty shit they're passing off as comments.
Exactly. It was either Penny, who was stupid, and any other female character was promiscuous.
Yes.
And then it was
and she was a bit of a promiscuous girl.
Yes, she was portrayed as stupid. Yes, constantly portraying her as stupid and promiscuous. And they said, well, what were you doing? What were you doing in high school? And she says, I was helping out in the community and keeping my nose clean. And then it shows a back clip of her with her boyfriend. And, she's getting a pregnancy test. And she says, not pregnant. And they high five each other. And so that was how she is portrayed. But then you get Bernadette comes along. And Bernadette is violent and controlling.
Yeah, it just fits a totally different negative female stereotype. Well, I mean, I guess the men are all also negative male stereotypes. So.
Exactly, but Howard is creepy beyond, beyond hope. Just so creepy. But then he gets married and then he changes. His character changes. So he's not creepy anymore. They really did a good job with Howard.
May I suggest something? And hello, everyone. It's Shady. Hello. May I say hello?
Okay, Shady.
So, what I found funny about Penny is she's not smart, but she's streetwise.
There you go.
She's more in real life.
Yeah, they do the.
Yeah, that is true.
Trivial
She's
Pursuit.
Constantly like, you guys get. Yeah, she's like, you guys get astrophysics, but Jesus, you do not understand when you're getting scammed or someone's flirting with you, or you should too.
Yeah, they're blind in life, where she has the street smarts and some realism. Maybe she's not as intelligent, but she's smart.
Yes, exactly. So she does have something. It's not like she is without merit. There's an episode where Sheldon gets his World of Warcraft accounts hacked, or something like that, or someone steals his Bat'leth, his Klingon Bat'leth, something, and so they're trying to figure out.
Wow. Yes.
And they go to the guy's house. She drives. She takes him to the guy's house. They knock on the door. He comes out, says, "Give him their stuff back," and he says, "Screw you." So she kicks him in the nuts.
Yes, that real street stuff, real world experience.
Yes,
they may be smart, but they don't have that real world.
There's another scene. There's another scene where in one of the first or second episodes where Penny's ex-boyfriend has her TV, and they get Sheldon and Leonard to go and get the TV back. And so they go to the apartment complex and they can't get in because they don't know the code. And they hit the button of the guy and he says, "Hey, we're here for Penny to get the TV." And the guy says, "Screw you, we won't let them in." And so they're like, "How do we get in?" And then they see two Girl Scouts come, and the Girl Scouts press every button on the board, and one of them lets them in. And before they arrive, Leonard says, "I don't know, our combined IQ is like 300. You think we'd be able to figure it out?" And the two little girls come and they figure it out and they get in. And he says, "What do you think their combined IQ is?"
But button mash, it always works. Just button mash.
Yeah, and they figured it out. Get the door, get the door.
Talk about when you don't have any flat earthers around.
Nope, just talking.
Taylor.
I bet y'all miss flat earthers, don't you?
We're talking about transvestites, Taylor.
That's what I'm saying.
Sorry,
we started with so the funny thing we were talking about is like big sport and big comedy and
the guys in dresses.
That's super boring.
Dame Edna Everage. Look up Taylor. Wait, Taylor. Look up Dame Edna Everage. Just look up Dame Edna Everage. Tell us what you think. It's not a trap. It's not a anything. It's just look up Dame Edna Everage. Tell us what you think about Dame Edna.
But I also want to ask, if you do that, or while you're doing that, Taylor, it sounded like you were going to put a topic on the table, and you're honorary.
I'm going to leave y'all to your transvestite conversation.
So it started with like sending some of our top sports people on planes from England to Australia because there's a bit of rivalry between the cricket teams. And we thought that's admiring the skills of people, and we're comparing skills against other skills. Let's make a game out of it. Let's have some fun. Let's have a bit of competition, but also...
And then somehow, how did we get
here's the question.
How did we get to transvestites?
I've got an interesting question, I think,
International travel and comedian.
There you go. That's how we got the goodies and things.
The challenge, the question is, I'm curious, Taylor, what do you think about, like, there's a conversation currently in sport about, like, why don't women get paid the same? And on the one side, it's like they should get paid the same, they're doing the same, they're putting in the same effort. And on the other side, people are like, but the sport isn't as good. What do you think about that? Like, when women argue for the same pay?
Don't they get paid based off like the stuff that gets bought from people? And if people don't watch, I mean, naturally they'd get paid less, right? But no, I don't think that there should be any like pay differences in men and women.
This may sound very condescending, but I'll try and state this. It's like watching women's car racing, and please don't take this the wrong way. I understand, but women's car racing is like watching some go-karts run around, and men's sport is like watching F1. We go hard. Men go harder.
There's one exception.
Ability.
There's one exception.
Women can't drive.
But wait. There's one exception. Beach volleyball.
No, there's a better exception. There's a way better exception. That exception is a sort of kick in the teeth insult. The better exception, in my view, is equestrian. So in equestrian, your probability of injury is as high as motorcycling. In fact, I believe it's higher. Yeah. And it is the only Olympic sport in which women compete on an even field with men. It is athletic, and the women regularly win. And I think that's fascinating.
Oh, there is another one.
I agree with what you said, Shady, about sports being like, when you watch women, they're not as good. But interestingly, there has been a step change.
If I may, bro, it's not they're not as good. It's not they're not as good. Please don't say that, because that's I get you,
but you're saying it's like go-karts.
We're made to do hard things. Men are made to do hard things. Women are not quite. But your question, absolutely.
So that's what I wanted to speak to, because I thought the same when I watched women's football, right? Women's soccer, where I was like, they look like Little League, like they just look incompetent and terrible. But if you just watch them in the progression over like the last, it's been a pretty short amount of time, like 10 years, maybe even 5 years, where they've gone from looking like Little League to looking like pros. And the main thing that's changed is their pay. And what that's done is you've gone from women who were getting paid so little that they just train once or twice a week to women who train now constantly because it's their full-time job. And suddenly now the skill levels have skyrocketed.
And I also believe that there's a slight difference in the training methods where a lot of the women's team played by when you go and train, you videotape yourself and you grow and whatever. The women do that with women, but if they've changed now where they watch men's sports and try to follow that instead of to try to follow their own way, if that makes sense.
I'll tell you what, I watched a bit of the WNBA when Caitlin Clark is playing. She's terrific, but other than that, not really too interested, just because of her skill level. She can do 3-pointers from almost like the middle of the court. She does these over and over again. Just, and I don't care if it's a guy or a girl. I just care that it's someone is exemplifying the epitome and the excellence in their sport.
Yes.
But so to me, that's the other side of it, where I'm like arguing for the women in sport. But to me, if you're arguing for the epitome, the excellence, then you're only arguing for men, because there is, apart from equestrian, there is no sport. Rhythmic gymnastics is the other one, right? But rhythmic gymnastics is judged, so judged sports get thrown out, in my view. The only sport in which women compete on an even field is equestrian, and the other, if you want to watch the best of the best, you want to watch a man.
Well, there's also badminton. There's mixed doubles badminton, mixed doubles tennis.
Mixed doubles, of course, is a forced equality because both teams have to have a woman. You
That's
can't
true.
do mixed doubles and just choose two males. Therefore,
That's why it's called mixed doubles.
Yes, yeah, it's not a fair comparison.
I know. I'm just mentioning it.
Let's put it at this: men have the musculature and everything to do more than women, and that has to be a fact. Women in sport can be extremely skilled.
So is there a sport? Can we analyze Eggs's claim that there isn't another sport aside from a question? Can we be sure that that's true?
Or just ask. I mean, yeah, Google it. It's a good one.
What about pool? There's a number of the pool games. One of which there's a pool game that doesn't have any holes on the table. There's snooker.
It's insanely difficult to ride. Like it's really your legs, your abs, your arms, all of it. Much more lower body, I will admit.
I just thought of one.
I have
10-pin bowling. 10-pin bowling.
Yep.
Really?
Oh, a little bit of weight, but yeah. But I have trophies for pool and snooker and billiards. But you get some of the Asian women, and they will wipe you off the table.
Yeah,
absolutely destroy you. What I want to test is at the very tip top. My understanding, unless somebody's going to Google it and prove me wrong, my understanding is at the tipping top level, you will get a distribution. Might not be even, but you'll get women winning gold over men. The very best show jumper, the very best cross-country jumper will sometimes be a woman. Whereas I'm not sure if what you're saying in billiards or pool is the same, which is the women are pretty good, but the very, very best pool players for 400 years have been all male.
Yeah, you're probably correct about that. That's fair to claim even without corroborating evidence. That is very fair to claim.
Credit where credit's due is what I'm saying, like that, But yes, equestrian's there. Gymnastics as well. Women have got a lot more flexibility than men. So there's some gymnastics events and shit like that. We have more power, but they have more flexibility.
Yeah.
Sure. I put judged in a wholly different category because the judging of gymnastics, like for example, the males get judged on like the the rings, like
the
where
rings.
They do the iron cross. You pretty much have to do an iron cross to win at the rings, and that is impossible. There is no known woman who has ever existed who can do an iron cross where your arms are out.
Not like the men do. They can, but nothing is stable.
Yeah, girls do the beam. They do the long beam thing. What's it called?
Exactly.
Hey, excuse me. Can we just talk about that for a second? Imagine doing a fucking balance beam as a man and slipping once.
That's why people would watch. People would watch.
And then imagine slipping twice.
Yeah,
then imagine slipping twice. You're done. That's it. Your career's over. It's over.
Yeah, mate. Women talk about childbirth.
You're going to sing in the orchestra from then on.
Mothers will talk about childbirth, and of course we can't compare anything to the pain of childbirth. However, if you've ever been kicked in the nuts, no woman can understand what the pain.
Have you ever ridden a motorbike, a motocross bike, and ploughed into the handlebars?
I had to meet you halfway because that's I knew what was coming.
When you do a cartwheel over the handlebars after the throttle's got you in the groin, it's
similar on horse riding. I must say, it's similar on horse riding. When a horse suddenly stops, like balks, just stands on its front legs, and you smash your nuts into the pommel. It's a very similar feeling. Having done both, I can confirm both of them suck.
That's it. The other one in gymnastics.
Taylor, rescue us from this purgatory of describing.
She's left, I think.
Oh, no wonder.
Yeah. So the funny thing about all these sports is the international competitions, which involves flight times, and it's all supporting big sport or big comedy to send funny people from England to Australia and America just so we can be entertained.
It's a big plot. I was going to say the horse. The other one is the horse. The men do the horse. and the women do the bar.
Oh,
What else they do? The floor,
men
and then they
the
do
pommel
the.
walk.
Yeah, they also do the. They dance around with the little ribbon.
Yeah, floor
Oh
routine.
God, I hate that shit. God, I hate that shit.
Jeez, it looks ridiculous. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's
Because here's my horrible thought about it. Now that I'm not sure if there's anywhere in listing, horrible thought about it is that they have a gymnastics routine for the people who can't do the men's stuff.
That's you're wrong for that. No, I was the other one is that there are some women motor racers. I can think of only one. Patrick something Danica Patrick.
Yep.
Okay. She ran with the big boys in I think it was IndyCar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's a bit of a controversial one.
Yeah. And she's not a big girl.
I want to hear the controversial.
Okay, here's a controversial one for flight times. Mega rich, mega church leaders with their private jets.
Where did that come from?
Flight times from attending celebrities.
How the utter fuck did you read the Bible? How the fuck did you read the Bible and conclude that pastors should have Learjets and that's okay? It's fucking insane. It's absolutely off the chain insane.
And like Kenneth Copeland, when he walks up and goes, "I can't get into a public jet. It's a tube full of demons. Demons."
Oh my God!
So I have to have my private jets.
And
like
when he's
now,
doing
if
that
he's
interview,
a true fucking, if he's a true Christian, he should be preaching to those demons in the fucking tube because it's a captive audience.
Exactly. Go find the nastiest, most drug fucked hooker, and go and proselytize to her. What are you doing, escaping and avoiding people who need your counsel? Like that's the opposite of what Jesus did.
You walked away from your calling, you wanker.
Yeah, so we got to go back for Australia. Something all our childhood would involve would be the 40-hour famine. So throughout our youth as a kid, every year you go without food for 40 hours. You put like $5 to $10, and we send it to African people so that they can have a slightly better life. And I tell you what. Various organizations with flight paths are doing so much good work with these efforts. And you can talk about comedy, you can talk about sports, but the real feet on the ground, I feel, for benefiting humanity is like supplying food, education, shelter to those in need. And I am so glad that, this is where humanity is.
No. So sorry, I didn't want to agree. I just was excited that we now have a topic we can debate because I 100% disagree. But I also, I also have really enjoyed listening to you over the last few days. So because you speak very clearly and very well, and you clearly choose your words quite well. So I think we can have a fun debate on this topic. And I'm hoping.
If I may. Sorry, bro. Sorry. You've grown up in Australia.
Yep.
I grew up in Melbourne, came here in early teens, up to the Gold Coast area.
True. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yep. Around the
so you were in the Catholic Church-ish?
No.
No? Oh, sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. But,
so the 40-hour famine, as far as I can tell, is agnostic, but I wasn't even sure. I was just growing up in primary school and high school, and the people go, all right, 40-hour famine time again. Yep. And
may
so
I ask, how old are you, mate? Sorry, how old are you?
I'm over 40, let me put it that way.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I remember the 40-hour famine.
I'm mid-50s.
Yeah, there was...
So the old school teachings of the church and.
I'm not sure about that. What I found out very early was a verse that said we're all one in Christ Jesus, and then was introduced to denomination, and that didn't fit well with me. Like there's many divisions, and that just didn't make sense because it didn't feel like everyone was one in Christ, and that was difficult to comprehend as a young kid. But
good man.
And
man.
so
I refused Holy Communion. I was the only one in our school precinct for years, and our family were high up in the school area. Like my sisters had been there, and I just walked away from communion because they said you're signing a contract with God, and I went, I'm fucking 10 years old.
It's a bit weird.
I'm not signing a contract.
It's a bit weird.
Yeah, that's right. And like as soon as I heard that those words, and everyone's divided, and I'm like, okay, you can't just shove me in the Anglican group. You can't throw me in the Baptist. Like I can't join any because like I have to know that we're all one. If that's true, like I want to be with humans, like giving food, providing shelter, providing education, medicine if necessary, so that these people who've been underprivileged for like hundreds of years can like lift themselves up the bootstraps or like stand on the shoulders of other giants like we have. Like what's happened in Australia is abominable to what happened to the Aboriginal peoples. We did not come to their land and adopt their culture. We forced it down their throats. And so what's really interesting now, if you go to any country like America, you adopt their ways, not the Native American ways. And so when people were going to...
But native ways aren't always correct. I may say that.
Oblate, I would love to chat with you about it because I want to put my cards on the table. I think shelter I'm kind of iffy on. Food I'm really strong on. But I very much want to change my view on this, in that it is a view that I hold to be true, but I also feel awful about it in that I feel immoral. And so I'm sort of keep seeking out, despite strongly holding it, and I'm about to defend it with you. I'm hoping we could have a debate about the efficacy of giving away food. So to the point where I'm like, I would say definitely no starvation, but things like World Aid, 40-hour famine, I think perpetuate starvation. I think they make life worse for exactly the people they're trying to help.
And that's what I found out with other funding groups, which there are many, that aren't just donating for food. What I really like is, hey, here's a town, learn how to build a well. You can start pumping water, fresh water that isn't full of weird bugs. Learn how to boil the water if you need to. Have the best quality water for your people for like the next 50 years. We've got this nice well. We'll drill down so far and get your community this water for like the next 3 generations. That's what we want for you. Fresh water so you can feed and provide nice water for you, your children, your grandchildren, and that's what I'm liking.
It also takes a lot of education. Education is key too. You can't just give them water. You got to teach them how to fish. You know.
Yeah, and so like with the water.
I do agree that I think you can give away education. But I think generally the idea of giving away anything will create a disturbance in the system that is not just like, it is virtually identical to hand feeding wild animals. That that builds a cycle of dependency that becomes nigh on impossible to break. Like my kid, so my experience on osmosis historic. Let me give you my experience. I was very much on the idea of charity and giving and fixing. I think everybody has reservations about, could it sometimes be corrupted and go wrong? I went to Sri Lanka in 2005, I think, and it was a
Rough.
year after the tsunami to the day. And
Very rough.
what do you mean very wrong?
Not very rough. Not nice, man. Did you went there?
Right. Yeah. So I was just traveling in Sri Lanka, and what was interesting was they'd been hit by the tsunami, but that had been a year ago. But what staggered me is I was reading Lonely Planets that were only a year old. Like people had been there in the last tourist season, written The Lonely Planet, and they were like, "Oh, things are great here. You know, for travelers who've been to India, what you'll really enjoy about Sri Lanka is that people aren't so pushy and they aren't asking you for money." And I was like, "Who the fuck wrote this book? Every motherfucker is asking me for money. Everybody's asking me for money." And I was there for a while before I chatted to these people who were like a local doctor lawyer couple. And they were like, yeah, it wasn't like this a year ago. What happened was the tsunami came, it destroyed a bunch of fishing villages and stuff. And what was left in its wake was NGOs of these really activated, inspired tourists who wanted to make life better for us.
Oh, God.
And they started just like tipping and giving away money and turned us into a beggar culture where we were up until a year ago way too proud to ever take money for services not rendered. And now it was common. I would just walk down the street and I remember one guy had paint cans over his shoulder. He was clearly a guy with a job and he just saw a white and I was like, this is fucking weird. And like during my time there, I remember like I was working with these people who were part of an NGO called SOS Malta, and they'd given away fishing boats and fishing motor and outboard motors to help the fishing village get back on their feet. And as I spent a few weeks with these people, it turns out like all we'd done is build a mafia where there used to be fishermen who went fishing, but now we had given a bunch of boats to this woman who was a prostitute who spoke English, who had filled out all the affidavits from the fishermen, and had, as a result, got this massive wealth of she had like 400 boats and 150 outboard motors, and she controlled them all, and she rented them out. And I was like, what the fuck have we done? You turned up trying to help, and we've installed this weird mafia. We've built this mafia out of nothing.
So I hear that, so it's wrong, man. But even like if we're talking Aussies here, if I can, the communities of Indigenous in Australia, the government were given X amount of money to spend per whatever, like per community and the other. So they built houses. They built full-on houses out in the nether, and we're talking in Australia, you're not talking like 100 kilometers from somewhere, you're talking 1,000 kilometers from somewhere. They built communities and built houses for them, so they had good living quarters. They didn't understand the living quarters, so they pulled the floorboards up and walls out and whatever, and used the roof, but they used everything else for firewood, and they destroyed the house. And this was done for about 10 years in a row, and they just kept sending, because when you have a government contract, you have to spend your money. If you don't spend your money, they don't give you that much money next year. So they were spending all their money rebuilding these houses, and these people, and I'm not dragging anyone down. This is old days, and I'm not dragging down. But they were just pulling floorboards up and setting fires in the middle of a fucking house. And
as you would, like no disrespect to Aboriginal people.
The money they spent was completely wasted. A few years later, like when the next government was coming up for term, they needed to spend their budget. So they went and built highways and redid. It's just banging head against the wall. But they went and redid it all because they had to spend the budget to get the budget next year. This is the waste of government.
That's the kind of point I'm making, where my concern is for the Aboriginal people. Like, I'm absolutely not advocating this. I'm definitely 100% not advocating this. What I'm saying is a really horrendous, I'm going to say next, really horrendous thought experiment that I do not approve of. But had we, after our horrendous dispossession and crushing of the Aboriginal culture, continued it, deliberately, maliciously continued it, I honestly believe that today we would have a powerful and enduring, although probably somewhat Frankenstein, a powerful and enduring Aboriginal culture, where what I think has happened is we fucked it in the way that colonial Britain did, and then we made it worse by starting throwing money at these communities and turning them into like hand-fed animals. So I'm ranting and I'm saying some horrendous shit, but I feel like I want to hear from Oblate. What are your thoughts on the disgusting
be truthful.
What's an inspiring story?
How can you go wrong?
Is our Andrew Napiapon on the $50 note, and what I would like our Aboriginal cousins and neighbours that yes, we came here in the wrong way, but there are people, and you're very capable of doing things in the Big Smoke and the Outback. And think of your friend Andrew Napiapon. He was translating languages. He was building machines. Like your people are capable, and we want to work with you. Like if you want to have communities and houses, think of like the people who like they didn't. It's not a white or it's not a color issue. It's about reaching your potential. So think of this guy who knew many different languages, did a lot of really good things. I think this is a very admirable person, and there are many like you who may not haven't been named on a dollar bill. And what's interesting, there's a cultural faux pas of showing the images of people who've passed away because there's some cultural spirituality revolved in there. So it might be insensitive to keep his image on there. However, we too can work with that sort of dream time narrative to go like, yes, you had a very noble, intelligent, multilingual, like he learnt from this tribe and he learnt from this tribe and he helped with the languages and like he helped your peoples not just fight over land, but we don't own the land owns us. And that was the ancient ways that I was taught back in primary school. We don't own the land owns us because we.
So what do you think? Because I think that's a good example. What I think is the solution to integration, which is, I mean, it sounds horrible Western to say, but Andrew Napiapon, I only know anything about him from what you just said, but which is like, essentially, if you make yourself useful, if you integrate yourself with an economy, which is horrible to say, then you sort of assure your future. And so what do you think about what I'm saying? Because I honestly want to be dispossessed of this thought. I want to be disabused, of this thought. What do you think about this idea of like sending money or goods to these communities, like building homes for them, as Shady's talking about? I think makes them worse off. I think it's well-intentioned. This the path to what is it? The path to hell is laid with good intentions.
All right, eggs. Handstand. I'm bowing to you at the moment. That's brilliant. Nice. Continue.
What do you think about? Because I honestly want to be changed of this opinion, and I think you might be the person to do it, Oblate.
Yeah.
If you disagree, I don't know what you think.
Right. Okay. Let's have a look at this as like people who have been brought up in a country that somebody else developed. They've made a ton of mistakes. it's time, I think, that like we can say to these cultures that like we're okay with photos, and if you don't want to see our past, we can respect that and keep our albums to ourselves. However, we can tell you the stories of our people. We can tell you the stories of like how they made progress. We can tell you the stories of like the things that benefits societies. Like it's about family. It's about cousins. It's about you know, we have to start thinking about sharing this land in a way that's less English, to be honest. And
no, no, Blake, no.
Why not?
Look, every country and continent on the planet, every plot, every square foot of land on this planet has been conquered, reconquered, conquered again, conquered, you know, but at some point we have to get past this. And at this point in society, I think we've got past that. We can deal. The
Well, I
Aboriginal
agree with
people.
that. I'm in the middle between these two. I agree with that, but I also really keenly feel what Oblate is saying, which is you have this super incredibly rare, from an anthropological perspective, enduring culture that lasts longer than any other culture on Earth.
Oh, absolutely.
We are losing it. We are losing in front of our eyes.
Yeah, but we're not losing it because of us. We're losing it because of them. And I mean,
how do we best
and I
preserve it?
mean this,
I think, no, I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that. I disagree with that vehemently. I think we are losing it because of us.
Give me a sec, Egg. Give me a
Sorry,
sec, Egg. Give me a sec. Please, I don't mean to be disrespectful. Please.
No, you go. I didn't interrupt.
Any culture is worth enveloping, bringing with you, and incorporating any culture. Well, Mongolians maybe not, but you know what I mean, like the Aboriginals are probably one of the, and fuck me, don't get me wrong here, they're one of the lower end of capable species, capable cultures on the planet. They never actually built buildings or anything like that in Australia. We use caves. They didn't do anything. That's kind of what makes them special, because every other culture on the planet has built something. The Aboriginals didn't, which I respect. Hang on. Which I respect them for, because they didn't need to. They lived on the land. And that is the ultimate respect. They didn't need to build monuments and this and that and the other. They just lived.
Well, I mean,
and
my understanding is the anthropological perspective on what you're saying is, first, there are absolutely many, many extant hunter-gatherer cultures in the world, pre-civilization cultures in the world. And at least to my understanding, the prevailing anthropological perspective on it is, oh, wow, I said that word altogether, is the environment. The environment gets to decide whether you become a civilization more than the human, which is there are certain things that have to happen for you to build buildings, permanent structures, and it pushes you towards civilization, which is, I've been listening to Guns, Germs and Steel, and it's always, before listening to that book, has it been like, well, some people figured out farming, and farming is the key to building a civilization. Whereas the way Guns, Germs and Steel puts it is, no, you get forced into it because you kill all the large game. So once you've done with all of the kangaroos and all that's left are tiny animals, you are forced into farming, where you farm grain and herd animals. And then that's how you become a civilization. You develop bureaucracy and large buildings. And for the cultures, there are many of them still around. North Sentinel Island is a great example of an uncontacted tribe. There are many in the Amazon. There are also Africa is still largely pre-civilization, many parts of it. Aboriginal culture, obviously, we're talking about that.
May I just say? May I just say that the Aboriginals used to virtually harvest? They'd move, they walk, so they would change their campsites all the time and just harvest the natural shit. They did farm, but it was sort of farming because they moved along and did a circular route, or
Yeah,
if
so
that makes
yes,
sense.
and I agree with that, where there's bits where they do deforestation with fire and da, da, da. But I want to ask you, Oblate, what is my view? What is your view on the thing that I'm saying, that I think that giving shelter and food is about the very worst thing, the very most culturally corrosive thing you could do to a group of people?
Yeah, just donations alone, no, that's not going to help. And so, like towards the agricultural thing, when we're giving like them the skills of having a well, you allow them to build it. Like the difference for the Aboriginals in particular, like we don't own the land. The land sort of owns us. So if the trees are supplying fruit here, let's go to where the land supplies. Okay, it's run out. Let's look for what the land supplies somewhere else, whether it be vegetable or meat or otherwise. The land is providing. The difference in agriculture is you're bringing the forest to you, and that's a very different style of cultures. Like these cultures are all about like going amongst the land, very nomadic. If there's a cave, if there's shelter, if there's a tree, we'll chop it down. It's all temporary, and it's like unless you're looking really carefully, you wouldn't know they were there like 30,000 years ago. And
the funny thing with the Australian outback is there is nothing there. Like there's nothing to build with. It's so primitive, and I think that's why the Australian Aboriginals are so special, because they just followed their tracks and ways, and they knew stories and history, and it was like elephants following fucking tracks in Africa, you know.
Yeah, you're quite right. And for those coastal towns, they could go for the fish and go to a particular different part of the land and then go fish again and go to like it was still kind of like more coastal, but still the very concept of agriculture is like you're bringing the land to you instead of you going to the land, and it's such an opposite direction.
Do you know Fraser Island and the shell mounds?
Yeah.
I'm now living. I live in the Moreton Bay Island.
Cool.
And the shell mounds and different things, they're like 100 meters wide, 50 meters deep, and that's cultural. One of my sister's best friends, we're great friends with here on the island, was a school teacher here. She's semi-Aboriginal, and grew up here for 40 years. Her knowledge and everything of North Strawbike Island and different things is amazing. The food, we have a Spanish shipwreck over here.
Yeah.
Less than 300 meters from my house.
Yeah.
Just amazing shit. But her cultural knowledge is amazing. Just the mounds of seashells shows you how long people have been here.
Yeah, and I think I think agriculture is like a big change, and it's like it's okay to bring some of the land to you, and we can cooperate in that way. I don't know if it would be valuable to become nomadic in Australia like them, but I think it begins with agriculture and sharing resources, even if it needs a
I think in Australia, where like we don't have, unless you go inland here or there, there's some really fertile ground, but we all live around the edge. Everything else is a fucking desert.
Yeah, and I think like if we've got like agriculture set up as modern as it is, I would say like here we'll give
you
you
have rotational crops nowadays. They didn't have rotational crops then. We had seasonal crops. So the Aboriginals and everything followed seasonal shit. They just moved the house.
But farming. Once you can have. Say again.
I heard a bit of a gap. I don't know
Sorry.
about everyone else.
All right.
There's a bit of buffer.
Farming is like what you used to have is estimates are, and their estimates are going to be wildly wrong, but estimates. Oh no, I think it's based on observation of current hunter gatherers. Is that you had nearly 100% of people who were of age, like above like 9 or 10 or something, spent 60% of their day trying to, or 70% of the day, I forget what it was, some majority of their day just trying to survive. So they were almost all of that time trying to find food, but the rest of the time might be water, and another bit of the time might be building that night's shelter. And what you get with farming is a small number of people can produce such an insane amount of food that they can then support other people who do other things. And what that means is you can have a special, and also what that means is you can stop. You can stay in one location almost invariably up until the Greeks. That's on a floodplain. And so like the Indus Valley civilizations, Mesopotamians, the Fertile Crescent, all of these are civilizations that spring up on floodplains. And you can have a few people cast some crops, herd some animals, and then they feed this bureaucratic class who will do other things, which means specialization of skills. So you can have a smith who can turn iron into what you want, and they need a set of tools and they need permanent structures, and so everybody then builds a home, and that takes a bit of effort to build a home, but once your home is built, it takes zero effort for shelter from then on.
Building your home and everything else becomes an economy. You now have something you can trade with. You're doing this, they're doing that, they're doing the other, and then there comes the economy.
Yeah, I feel that including the Aboriginal culture, not only with the helpful knowledge about agriculture, is like saying, yes, your tribe was noble and nomadic, but now the land can come to you, and as noble as traveling to different lands, and like it's agriculture, and like will help you grow some potential. Like I think the key is agriculture and embracing the fact that yes, I feel that like including myself, I would like to like work as part of that agricultural movement with the skill set that I've got in the logistics and travel industry.
Can I say something? And many are probably going to like it, but the Aboriginal people in Australia in maybe late 80s, 90s, all around the period when the sorry thing came through, I get it. I get it. But they all went for the fuck me, now you have to feel sorry for me. Now I deserve this. And the Australian government spent a shitload to give communities cars, 4 drives. Like Toyota Troopcar, I got my own Troopy. They bought them troop carriers. They just drove them into the fucking ground. They burnt the houses. They burnt the floorboards. They didn't respect anything that they were given.
Still happens today. I went through the Northern Territory and exactly the same thing's happening. It's staggering. You've never seen as many wrecked cars until you go to the Northern Territory.
Yeah, they don't
every
care.
200 meters, there is a burnt out or abandoned vehicle with no wheels.
They crack it, pull the bits off it, sell it, and then order another one through the government funding. And that's virtually what happened. It's fucking
exactly. But I wouldn't blame that. I don't blame that on the Aboriginal. I don't blame that on anybody. That's just what happens when you give away cars. Like we've bought our car, so we look after it. If I didn't, I'd trash it.
But the Aboriginals want their land, and that's cool. They've asked for some stupid land. Like they could have ordered anything, but most of the things they wanted were strategically positioned fucking tourist units and shit. It wasn't anything in the desert. Like, here's the sacred site in the desert. It was Uluru. There's rock. It was Hamilton Island. It was this. It was that.
Those were sacred sites to them.
Oh yes. I agree. But they went for tourist items and shit. It wasn't items out in the middle of nowhere that were sacred. They forgot those. They went for the ones that.
Well, I get that from both angles. One is you're going to have more population density, and that is evident if you see the size and number of the Aboriginal mobs. More population density where it's more verdant, more fertile land. And if you're going to argue for something to be given to you, there's just no point. Like, let's say a rock in the middle of an otherwise unimpressive desert is a sacred site. A, it won't be. It will always be a source of water. But B, why the fuck would you argue for it? You're never going to get lawyers on your side. Even if you got lawyers on your side and spent the millions it would take to win that case, now you've just got a useless patch of red sand. So it makes logical, commercial, good sense to go for Kagari, go for Uluru, go for these places.
Why, if they're so ideological, make it so commercial?
Because that's what I'm arguing for. I disagree with you now. That's what I'm arguing for. You have to integrate with a modern society that is profit driven. You have to. But I would love it. I would love it if Kagari and Uluru were owned by Aboriginals, because it would guarantee that, like, you'd still have to have a 5-star hotel there, right? You need a few 5-star hotels. But but they're all white owned. If you had them Aboriginal owned, where you tried desperately, worked really hard to upskill enough Aboriginal people to run a 5-star hotel, it'd be a money spinner. It'd be so good, and it'd be fantastic. And I'd go there and visit as an Australian, same as Fraser Island, Kagari, or whatever they call it.
Spot on, eggs. That's it.
When we make money, you can't. You've got to leave behind the hunter-gatherer tribal shit, because hunter-gatherer tribal shit. If you dig past the songs and stick art and middens and stuff, what you find in hunter-gatherer cultures is some fucking awful shit. You find incest, you find rape, you find spearing, you find corporal punishment, the likes of which you would never wish upon your worst enemy. And even if that weren't the case, you just can't have hunter-gatherers wandering around in 2025. It just doesn't work. So you've got to figure out some 2025 solution. And I think the 2025 solution is exactly that. Hand over something really expensive to them that only a bunch of fucking billionaires own anyway. Fuck them. Rip it off them. Hand it to a bunch of Aboriginals. There'll be infighting. There'll be drinking. There'll be all sorts of problems for a bit. But like the Native Americans, they'll end up putting some casinos on it or something, and power to them.
Clive Palmer.
What does he
say? He sucks.
Oh, fuck that guy.
He went during the elections here last couple of months ago. Clive Palmer. No.
Yeah. But he didn't win a single seat.
Called the Trumpet of Patriots.
The Trumpet of Patriots. And it was funny as fuck, because as he did that, Trump failed.
So we should explain to the non-Australians in the room. Clive Palmer is this soft, wet, melting, fat, white man with white hair.
Billionaire. Slight billionaire.
just squeaked over the line as a billionaire who keeps running for parliament and fucking nobody likes him. He didn't even win his seat, did he?
Treats his staff, rips them off, takes their fucking... Meet him in the dark alley, I'll kick his ass.
I'm mindful we've had a Aussie-centric chat going for quite a while.
Yeah, what the
Maybe
fuck are y'all saying though? I don't know what. I don't understand.
That's all right. Tell us, Callie, what's up with you, mate? What's with the Arabic name?
Oh, I like the name that I came across. So I made it my name because Discord allows that.
What the? Oh my god!
What we figured
hey,
out
Squiggle,
is
how are you?
Oh my god, Discord allows you to pick your name. What the hell's wrong with you?
That's all right, Squiggles.
we figured out that plane flights prove comedy and sport, and
Palmer proves obesity.
Australians need to bring the Aboriginals with us on their agricultural journey, and it requires some humility on our part and telling our rich politicians.
The amount of education that the Aboriginal community could give us about the native plants is immense, but the elders are dwindling now, unfortunately.
So if you'd like to help us Australians help our native people in agricultural progress to benefit stable locations for their people, to inspire a sense of home, a sense of community, a sense of family. We don't need the money, we just need training, boots on the ground, saying, you know what, I'm willing to work with you through this. I'll be with you there.
And I love that because I'm going on my big lap of Australia soon. Got trippy, trailer, boat, bike. Multi-skilled. And that was my whole thing about traveling Australia. I am truly multi-skilled, so I can go anywhere, help anyone, and I'd love to go out and meet people and just get a few bucks here and there while I travel.
Yeah.
Don't want to be rich, but my skills are multi.
I'll tell you what,
I do wonder if we
even
should
some of
move off
those
the
bush
Aussie chat
mechanics.
for the non-Aussies.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ed.
Yeah, so, yeah. Plane flights prove comedy and sport. There you go. Not of all the things we want to do as humans.
Yeah. I've got 2 years of big lap going, but I've got enough lithium battery power to run my MIG welder. I'm set up to go and earn money while I travel, but I want to do a couple of years at least.
All the best, man, and enjoy the great land.
It's just
Callie,
rest
I'm
and
curious.
get the fuck out of the rabbit, you know?
What shape are you on at the moment, Callie?
Yo, am I unmuted?
Yeah, you are. I hear you. What shape are you on? You seem like you seemed to me a bit shape.
Who cares?
Yeah, you seemed a bit shape agnostic for a couple of days, like maybe months now.
Shape agnostic. That's a new one. I like it. Really, shape agnostic.
Yeah, well, he said I don't give a fuck about that shit now because Callie, I think, went globe, flat, and then I think maybe back to globe before going shape agnostic, but I'm not sure. How would you say it, Callie? You don't give a fuck about it now, but obviously a little bit.
You're trying to say it, so I guess that's what you want people to think. So
Well, I don't want to get it wrong, but that was my impression, was what I shared. That's what I thought.
Well, you're wrong.
Okay.
Well, he
Do you
did
want to
ask.
describe what's right?
He did ask. He did
Yeah.
ask. So could you extrapolate what you are?
Like, I'd say I'm
My God.
99% confident that the Earth is a ball of roughly 3959, 9899. Out of 100.
Yeah, we know eggshells. We know.
Yeah. So what does interest you now, Callie?
And it's
What'd
to
you say?
supply the world with comedy and sport.
Exactly. Big
What's
comedy.
this comedy and sport that you keep bringing up? What is this?
Airplane flights of the globe prove that we're interested in sharing sport and comedy.
Okay, I don't get it. I'm outside that one.
Yeah. You got American comedians and we got Australian comedians. Let's send each other some good laughter overseas.
Jim Jeffries.
Let's do it.
Jim
I'm gonna feel
Jeffries
bad not
is one of the best comedians to ever walk.
Another joke.
Have you all seen Jim Jeffries do the bit on gun control?
I don't care. Jim Jeffries destroys. He destroys.
His bit on gun control is fucking off the chain. It destroys it from every angle.
Yeah, whack-a-mole.
It's funny the whole way. Yeah. I think that even if I believed strongly in
having cannons and mortars,
if I was really pro-gun, I would still consider Jim Jeffries' bit on gun control funny and accurate.
I'm a trained. My uncle was a gunsmith, and I've been trained in pyrotechnics and special effects and different things.
No, it's good fun.
Great fun when it's available. But the laws and regulations now, I run a pyrotechnic company for 2 years. And our indoor, we run a special effects
morning,
company.
eggs.
We do movie shit
morning.
and everything. But the they lowered the regulations and rules when I went in to get my license. About 6 weeks later, a young girl, she was 12, at a high school graduation or some shit, got hit through the neck. Got hit through the neck by a piece of exhaust pipe that someone had put a fucking 2.5 inch run candle.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It sliced her fucking neck, and so our insurance went from $3,800 a year because of our qualifications to $38,000 a year. In bang, snap.
Yeah.
So us doing smaller shows and gone.
Yeah, you'd suddenly have to only do big shows. My dad had a pyrotechnics license, actually. He got it way, way back, and he just wandered in. He's like, I want to set off fireworks. And they're like, well, you need a license for that. And he's like, who's the licensing authority? And I'm like, a police, I guess. I don't know. Nobody's got one. And they turned up, and he turned up, and they're like, why should we give you a fireworks license? He's like, I've got a gun license. I can fly planes. And they're like, yeah, fair enough. That was all he said. They just wrote him a license. And we used to set off 12-inch mortars in the backyard, like the backyard, you know.
I've got a handful, and then I'm a amateur model rocket enthusiast. So I built my own rocket engine.
That's a fun one. That's fun.
It's the most fun is actually testing the engines before you put them in the rocket, because you don't want to spend fucking hours on a rocket and go bang. So most of the fun is actually burying the rockets in the ground and testing them out. Because in Australia, the chemicals you buy are much more restricted. So it's actually quite difficult. You have to go through about 4 stages ahead of anything you do in the US to make a rocket motor. I
Yes,
don't
we
think
are ridiculously comfortable with having people tell us what we can and can't do. Like they just go, no fires on Thursdays unless you're wearing something blue, and we're like, okay, better get my blue things. We're just like, for good reason. I think that the society functions really well, but Australians in general are so fucking happy to have the government tell us what to do, like what bin to put your shit in, what day you do this, whether you get which or what procedure. Like so comfortable with like, yeah, put him in prison because he didn't wear a hat on Thursdays. He gets sunburn on Thursdays.
Our funniest thing was back in the late 80s, because in Canberra, which is the actual government capital of Australia, like Washington DC or whatever, I don't know how you call it, but Canberra is our ACT, the capital. In any other state at the time, if you walked down the street and had any pot on you, any fireworks, anything, you were fucked. But
they were never really tossing out your pockets unless they caught you going through a shop or something. They weren't just turning out your pockets, were they?
Hang on. But in Canberra, which is I think 240 square kilometres, ACT, it's fuck all. It's small. But if you live there, you could walk down the street, go into a store, buy 2 trolleys worth of fireworks,
yeah,
have half an ounce on you, and be smoking a joint while walking down the street, and then walk into a brothel, have a route, walk out, and that was all legal. But anywhere else in Australia, that was fucked. And why was it legal there? Because the ACT is where the politicians are. You could walk down the street, smoke pot, grow pot, have a route, buy fireworks, let them off. But if you did that anywhere outside of the ACT, you're fucked.
So to give you an idea of what our
Riggs
politicians are
here. Hang
like,
on, we've got some takers for an actual debate. We've got Riggs, we've got Schlitzy, and we've got who is actually this
What the
two-wok
Schlitz?
DCDK?
so our counter evidence is Earth is a globe to supply comedy and sport, not conspiracy. That's our debate. I love it. This is brilliant. Carry on.
What?
Found it very effective.
We're sending you our best comedians.
I found it very effective to essentially say, well, if you're going to say that something is CGI, then I'm just going to say that the evidence you present is also CGI. And
Yes,
then we are like where? At
I do keep trying
0.
to think of mechanisms to even that field, because they go nothing from space, it's all fake, and so we then voluntarily give up space images, and it's to be like, yeah, there should be a way to even that playing field.
Can I ask a quick
question? One in
question?
return.
Who's got top mod here?
I'm above Zoidberg by about 5 rungs. We've got a lot of rungs, and I'm about 5 above Zoidberg. Just sort of morally and emotionally and personally.
For a minute? Can we bring Demok in just for a minute? So I can
Do you want to
laugh
have
at
an
him?
argument? Okay, fine. We can let the two Demoks one another then. Fine.
Just remember, the goal is sport and comedy, not conspiracy. This is the best. This is so cool.
Pale Rider, who's that? Is Pale Rider? No, Pale Rider, I know Pale Rider. They're a Glober. Who's this DCDK, the TW, the all weird letters one with a Chris? Because we've had a chat before. I think they're a Glober.
I just want to hear Demok for about 3 seconds, and then we'll hear what he is, and then we can shut him down again.
He's muted himself, so
Would you?
Looks like maybe not.
Where are you seeing this DCDK? Whose name is that?
Can't see that either.
Eggshells, where are you seeing this person?
In the chat, right? Below Manufactotum. Oh, Manu's here as well. There's that guy below Schlitzy. There's like 2 people below Schlitzy with 3 people below Schlitzy. Fuck all of you people, 3 of you, with incomprehensible, unpronounceable names. And I think a little bit. I want a general rule in life: don't ever make a username I can't pronounce.
It sucks when you can't type them in. They're just being bitches.
I feel it's a little bit like, I'm special. You've got to learn new pronouns when you talk to me.
Yeah.
Like, fuck off. Is that a debate everybody's taking?
If you can't find that fucking symbol on your keyboard, you're not worthy. Like, fuck off.
Whoa, eggshells. Oh man, I thought, what are you
coming in hot? Like, just don't make me twist my language. Do you know what I mean? Like, what do I call you right now, Callie? Because I'm just going to keep calling you Callie.
Are you transphobic?
Depending on who you ask, probably. Yeah.
I heard you take a random little jab at transgenderism right there.
Well, like, I'm all for like if you say to me, I'm a genius and I need you to refer to me as Dr. Callie, like, if that's what it takes to talk to you, absolutely. I'll fucking call you Dr. Callie. Like, it's really important to you. But
You know, my name's Jesse, okay? My name is Arabic in letters that says Alamuni, which means
Alamuni.
Well, I'm not going to fucking believe it.
Alamuni?
But I'm not saying.
What is Alamuni?
Alamuni
in the sky?
It means the Terminator.
Well, currently, Dame Edna Everidge is a piece of evidence for the globe. Please continue.
Jesse,
I'm desperate.
Jesse,
Help me out.
Jesse, you made me laugh so hard, my headset fell off. I threw my head back.
I got my headphones too. I just got my headphones.
Dame Edna is a fucking national icon. If you piss off Dame Edna Everidge, you piss off all Aussies.
Oh, this is going to be a fun night. Oh, this is going to be
good.
good.
They had globe evidence, so help me out.
You do have to have globe evidence. They don't cough it up, though. Have you seen them ever cough it up, Jesse? Exactly. When has it been? When's the last bit of good globe evidence? I'm with you, Jesse.
It's been a while, man. I'm fucking thirsty. Feel like a fucking bitch. But help me. I'll fuck your dick.
Over here.
I'll fuck your dick.
Globe evidence. Can somebody cough some up? Has anybody got any recently? Schlitzy, Riggs, do you have any globe evidence? I haven't heard any. Cole,
I have some.
Lloydberg?
I have a little bit.
Some globe evidence? All right, show us your globe evidence. Yeah. Flop it out.
Well, that was
funny
you said that was my globe evidence. Because every time I stand there in the toilet now in winter, my globes tend to pulse. They come up and they go down. They come up. No?
This is why we're in a drought. This is why we're in a globe evidence drought. Because you're true.
Pulsing.
You're right.
That's not pulsing.
The international cricket contest called The Ashes is evidence of the globe. Bing.
Oh, come on. I'd like to hear that one. Come on. How? I like
plane flights between countries. Yeah, let's go.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one, actually. You landed that plane. I'll pay that. You landed that plane.
Now you mean you treated the Earth as flat while you were flying the plane?
Maybe.
It
That's
might
true,
have
actually.
crashed.
Did you check?
It might have crashed, but it might have crashed, but it crashed where it was expected, so it's okay.
Which flight are we talking about?
The one that crashed.
The cricket players?
Is there a cricket plane that crashed?
No.
Okay.
Fucking
God,
around.
Like, what news have I been missing?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, plane flights don't work on a globe because you would be going higher and higher the further you travel.
That's true.
Oh,
you'd fly off into space.
We have a.
That's right.
Who is Squiggles? What's your name, bro? Down the bottom there. What's your name?
I like Squiggles. You can call me Squiggles.
Alamuni.
Alamuni's, right?
Alimony.
I
Alimony.
want people to
Okay.
start calling
Alamuni
me
in the
by
sky with
Alamuni,
the
but
sunny.
everybody
Eggs,
calls
can I
me
ask a
yesterday.
question? Since you asked me a
Evidently.
question.
Evidently.
Nice to meet you, mate. Nice to meet you, Element.
Nice to meet you.
What's the question, Zoidberg?
What do you think about the gays, actuals?
What the fuck was that question? Say it again. Sorry, I laughed too hard.
I said, what do you think about the gays?
He actually asked, "What do you think about the gamma ray? What do you think about the? What do you think about the gamma ray?
Do I
The
mind
gamma
that they
ray.
exist? Is it the
Do you
gamma
mind the
ray?
gays?
What do you mean? Why would I mind the gays?
So
I don't
how
mind
No, that's what I'm
gays at
asking. What do
all.
you?
Nah, love them. I think they're fantastic,
What
fun
about
to
the
hang out
lesbians?
with. Huh? They don't like me. I like everybody, but lesbians do not
Bisexuals then.
like me.
Bisexuals like you?
Oh, they're fantastic. Yeah, bisexuals are the best people of all. They're better than the straight. I'm super straight and I'm weird about it. Like if there's a dude in the room and I'm trying to get down, it really fucks up my stride. And I wish that wasn't the case. I actively wish that wasn't the case.
I've never spoken to an Australian bisexual. Never.
I spent 13 years with a hot missus that was bisexual. It was great fun until it ended.
The bisexual dudes are the rarer ones. Like all girls are bisexual. It's easy to be gay for girls. It's not impressive to be gay for girls. They've got boobs and curves. They're fantastic. It's easy to be into girls. You've really got to be into dudes to be into dudes. They've got outy bits and hair, and they're stronger and they're scary and they might kill you. Like you've really got to be into dudes to fuck with dudes. Whereas, like, it's easy. Like anybody would. Like it's a girl. Like, what is she gonna do? Giggle?
She's gonna destroy your life.
That makes you bubble.
Right. That's a long time after we've banged. I'm not thinking that far ahead.
You do not fuck with dudes because that's called being Bubba's bitch.
No,
I mean, keep in mind that even lesbians complain that women are dangerous. Okay, even lesbians.
Exactly. Super violent relationships, and the reason they hate men is clear, and that is loads of women come back out of gay relationships and go back to dudes. The number of girls you will meet in your life and have wonderful times with that were in for at least some time, some lesbian relationship is
agreed.
It's nearly 70%.
Agreed.
Have had some sort of like,
Yes,
even if it was only 3 weeks, they've had like something where they hung out all the time and then one time grinded on one another and then kept hanging out for a bit at least.
Agreed, because
so
the
they
women
all
are
inveterate lesbians are really scared of losing their woman to a man. Partly
the
also
women
because they
aren't
bang.
logical.
Never mind.
Women
we
aren't
can't talk
logical.
about it. Why did you take us onto this Zoidberg? Now he deafened himself.
Yeah, fucking get him.
What is
Get
wrong
going.
with you, Zoidberg?
Change subject. Change subject. The women only suck.
I get the feeling Jesse does. Squiggles. Squiggles is his name. Fuck yeah, we get to name him.
Hell yeah, dude.
Squiggles.
I like that.
Squiggles,
Squiggles.
I suspect does quite okay with girls. Am I right in actually thinking, Jesse, are you jacked? Is that right? What do you look like?
Dude, I could start telling you such wild stories.
Yeah, I feel like you do okay with girls, huh?
I was getting made fun of for some stories I had yesterday. They fucking made me feel real bad, actually.
All women make you feel bad all the time. Only to death theory. You're always in the shit.
No, they were saying that, like, I'm a heathen and that, like, I'm just, like, not a good person because I have a specific history, I guess.
Did
What's
you
your history? Do you want to share it? Is it secret?
No,
Hey,
did you
I don't
spray
know
your
if y'all are gonna say that I was sharing some stuff, and then they were like, "Oh, you gotta believe in God. You don't want to be like this guy." I was like, "Oh, damn, I can't share this shit anymore."
Well, hang on. If you don't hurt anybody, it's not bad. Do anything within consent.
No, I
it's
didn't
all
hurt
good.
anybody.
So tell us. I'm probably gonna be on your side. I feel like I'm gonna be like, "Fuck yeah, man. Let's go hang out."
God, we're we're gonna turn omnivores into my stories. Jesus Christ, that's not a good idea.
You don't have to. It's just say no and we'll move on. I don't want to badger, but it sounds interesting, so I'm going to ask. Yeah, just say
I
no.
got a lot of stories. I don't even know where I would begin.
If you want some good stories, I got some.
Yeah, tell us a story. Kick it off.
What type would you like?
Something
So
very
one of my
humiliating.
neighbors is fucking with me, and I already
Something
know
that'll
it's
make
real.
you think differently.
No, Eggs, I'm fucking with you. I'm playing a soundbite of realistic knocking, and you fell for it yesterday too.
You've been fucking with my head. That's so good. Is that true? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Is that what's? Do you want to? You're the fucking other squiggles. You did it again.
Oh shit!
Do that again.
Shit.
Mr.
Do that again.
Squiggle, the man on the moon.
Do it again, Tim. Oh, that fucks my head. That's so good in these headphones. These are like $500 headphones. No wonder. Do you understand how close? Like, I got to take a photo of where I'm sitting so you understand how much that fucks my head, because I live in a street where everybody knows one another. And here's my face. And hang on, I got to put this in chat. So
We don't want to see your face.
The direction you keep putting it has been, that is a window, right? So it's a direct window to the outside. You've been doing exactly the right one, where I've got a blind drawn so I wouldn't know if anybody was there. And I have neighbors that know that I leave my doors unlocked and would always be hanging around and banging on the door. You've been fucking with my head. I was wandering outside. I was shouting into the night, Rick! Stop fucking with me. And I'd already put something in the street chat, and I was about to send something angry in the street chat, being like, which one of you is fucking with me? It's starting to do my head in.
That's too funny.
Yo.
He destroyed me with that. Why did nobody else say who's knocking at your door?
What are you using
we all
that whiteboard to?
Now imagine how much NASA motivates you guys to do shit.
Yeah.
And just wait until AI is, next level, which will probably be by the end of the year. And we're all going to find out by the end of the year that every person in this room is actually just a figment of our own imagination, and nothing's real anyway. So
I disagree, because I reckon satellites are purely
that was good.
delivering
That was good,
comedy and sport.
Rig. Hello. Generally Shady here. How are you, son?
Okay.
How are you?
I feel molested. Please stop.
It sounded very molesty the way you said it.
I'm looking through your window.
Dude, you look like me. I'm cool, but you immediately don't hang out.
I'm up in that tree outside your window. I've got the camera on.
Hey, what's up, General Shady? How's it going? Hey.
It's been a while, Riggs. Hello. How are you?
I don't really remember you. You're one of many disgruntled Globers that come and yell in the morning.
That sounds accurate.
I'm one of the many that asked you questions that you couldn't answer and run away from.
Nah, Rex, he's just another drunk.
That seems appropriate.
Who
yeah.
wants to go? And can you answer my questions, or do you want to run away again?
Okay. Tell us, Shady, what do you got? Bring us your globe evidence.
What are your questions?
Yeah, bring you A game.
I'm not trying to be confrontational here. I'd rather have a good conversation between us all.
Okay. Well, you got to start with asking the question, because you said I couldn't answer it, so you got to start with asking the question.
Yeah, I can ask, but please take it the right way and don't be too confrontational with me. Is that all right?
I think he's been doing well so far, I think.
Let's see how it goes.
So if I ask you to explain meteorites, can you do that, please?
Am I supposed to? Am I supposed to know?
I asked you a question. You asked me to ask you a question. I asked you a question. There's the question. Can you please
I don't
reply? You don't know? That's okay.
No.
Good. Not a problem. Not a problem.
All right, I'll share a screen. I'll record it.
Is this your A game?
Can you record
Eddie?
meteorites And what color do you want to be, Riggs? You can be black, actually. We haven't had black before. No, is your answer. So I'm going to record this on a Miro. So your opening salvo, generally shady, is can you explain meteorites? To which Riggs has said no, which I think is a fair response. Where do we go from there?
I would ask him, actually, I'm going to push it a
Is
bit
that
further.
really the thing that you want to ask the first time?
No. He just said no. So we'll go for the further one and go, what do you think impact craters on the Earth are caused by?
I think they're caused by gas bubbles from underneath.
No, because they're impact craters that are known by
You could call them that.
studies with shatter
It's where the
cones
fallen
and different
angels
things.
landed.
You can't just wipe it away as nah. Right?
Well,
There
I
are
think
shatter
it could
cones,
be a
different-
gas bubble from underneath, or it could be
No, it's not a
liquid.
gas. No, it's
underneath.
not a gas ball from underneath by shatter cones and microdiamonds and different things. There are many things that don't equate to your it comes from underneath. No, it doesn't.
Okay. Well, if there is a crater, I would imagine them to come at some point from an angle also.
Yes.
That's a fair call. I like
yeah.
that.
And what does that mean?
Well, I
They
mean,
come from
I
an
just
angle.
all the impact craters I've seen, an example, have been basically head on.
Circular. They're circular, which is actually absolutely predictable by high velocity impacts. It's like shooting a bullet, a metal plate, or whatever. The metal plate can be on a slight angle. You will get a slight deflection
Can you show
shown
that?
on the plate. But the main, yes, I can. But the slight deflection or angle of an impact doesn't really matter because of the speeds involved. It's not a slug like a baseball bat hitting someone's head where it deflects and does this and does that. It comes in so fast that it explodes. It virtually vaporizes on contact because of the high energy involved.
Could you just show me?
Wouldn't there be a long, skinny ones though?
I've
Most
seen a good
impact
test of
craters-
this at sand. People shooting BBs at sand. Can you show this? Generally shady.
I can bring that up. Yeah,
that'd be
see
good.
quite
That'd
a
be
lot
good. I'd love
be
to put that
going
in my
that-
little thing.
in
If
the-
you can get me a GIF of that, that would be awesome. Because you can put it in the
Yeah,
chat and I'll
I'll-
put it in my little Miro board.
Yeah,
It'll
I've
take
got
me
a
a
question
second.
here, guys. I've got one question. Is Riggs in the house?
Is it going to be related to
Yo,
the current discussion?
what's
Because
up?
I've started recording the
Yeah,
current
yeah,
discussion.
yeah, it
I
is.
do
Yeah,
not want
yeah,
it to
it
be
is.
What's up,
screen
Jin?
stuff.
How you doing, Riggs? Are you okay?
What's up, brother? Yeah, I'm glad it's really you and not some voice recording.
Well, I don't see you on the listings though. So what name are you using?
Riggs?
Ladies, I don't
I'm
see
at the
Riggs
bottom.
listing here.
Well, you're not looking in the right spot because Riggs doesn't change his name, and for that I thank him.
Oh, I do change my name, but not right now.
No, you're Riggs.
I haven't seen
He's
it.
next to
Ladies
Tim.
and gentlemen.
Please don't.
Okay.
Down the bottom, where the R's
Riggs
are.
is not. If Riggs
for
is not in the house using it, he
Um,
won't be pleased to hear that. So please
You're
don't
cutting
be
out already.
making fun of someone else's voice. That wouldn't be very good. Yeah.
I'm right
Okay.
I
here.
wasn't
Bear
waiting.
that in mind. Yeah.
No, he's here. Sure. yeah.
Okay. I know you can hear me. Just bear that in
You
mind.
can.
If Riggs is not in the house, because I'm going to ask him about that later on when I see him next.
He's here. What the fuck are you saying? This is
People's
unhinged.
voices and using them,
That's
okay?
Riggs.
It's Riggs is
You
in
know
the
his
room.
own
He
name,
said
it's right
hello to you
there.
I'm
already.
sure you understand that.
What
okay?
is happening?
I
Hold
think
on.
Riggs should take
I
it.
think his internet has cropped
He's-
out.
What
You're
the fuck
using
is
his
happening?
voice if he's not
He
here.
can't.
Bear that
he
in mind.
can't-
So if he's in
You're
the house,
using
great.
his
If
voice if he's
He
not
can't
here.
hear us. I don't think.
Well, he's hearing
Is
something.
Riggs in the house?
Yes, we're
Riggs.
talking to him. He's here.
Yeah.
Stop
Look at his
gaslighting
name.
Jin.
What the
Yeah,
fuck is happening?
Riggs.
I'm being gaslit.
I'm
There's
hearing
been knockings
Riggs.
at the
I
wall.
believe-
It is kind of weird right now.
It's Super fucking weird.
Am I even here?
All right.
Ned here.
I looked for the high velocity gun. I did find it, but I can't find the exact video I want because I'm only on my tablet at the moment, so I can't do.
Okay,
But
can't at
if
the
you look
moment.
at the high velocity impact gun from NASA, it uses a vacuum chamber, fires something in that is doing kilometers per second, and almost no matter what the impact angle, leaves a round trajectory.
Can you give us the name of
impact.
that thing again? I didn't get
Does
the
it
name
leave
right. I'm writing it.
a hexagonal?
NASA high velocity impactor.
NASA high velocity impactor. Okay, thank you.
And it's in a vacuum chamber, and they fire like a air projectile, like a little pellet of aluminium at a sand bed.
I'm finding it.
Yeah, and virtually because it's so quick, the angle doesn't matter. It as soon as it hits, it vaporizes, so you get an instant explosion. So if you
Okay, I've
thought
put it
of
on my
a
screen. I'll put it in the
nuclear,
chat.
if you think of a nuclear bomb coming in, if it falls straight down, you get a bang. If it comes in at 60 degrees off the ground, like skims the ground and comes in and hits, the impact is almost circular. It's a slight variation, but because it's so quick, so hard, it doesn't splatter in one direction so much. It's a scientific fact. It's been proven.
So it's as fast as they can achieve on Earth. It's showing
Is there a link somewhere?
Sharing on my screen. Yeah, I put it in the chat. Sorry. No, it's Mod Talk.
I couldn't find it on my tablet. Sorry, guys.
I think I got this
would.
one. They're sort of trying to test micrometeorite and space debris, the effect of something hitting you at thousands. But I'm not sure that's
I know what that is.
showing
Been
a
there many
direct bang.
times.
Yeah, so this second one I've got here shows it coming in at an angle and how it ends up leaving a circular crater. So I've got this on
That's
my
the
screen
one.
now.
That's the one.
So they deliberately
Yeah,
shoot it in. You can
comes
see the
in-
pellet
it doesn't
comes
matter
in.
the angle.
Hang on, here we go.
It's
So if you look at
the
this
energy
impact,
dump is so fast that it doesn't take a shape. The energy
if you see
dump
this
is instant.
shot at the beginning, you can see that it is not a symmetrical hit. So you can see that hits come in from steep on the left rather than dead overhead. That's what I think you're talking about generally, Shady.
Yes. The energy dump is so fast that it is circular, virtually. There is a slight deviation given the speed of the projectile, but the impact itself is virtually circular.
I certainly think you should see grazing impacts on the moon, but the Earth, I think it would burn up in the atmosphere if it's coming in too narrow. Go on, sorry.
I did watch this. It's not showing any amount of extreme angles. So
Yeah, it doesn't do fully extreme. I've seen one before that did far more extreme, but I think that one shows the principle that it's coming in at a sort of 45, I'd call it, angle.
I
guess.
do believe that gun was firing at something like 30 degrees. Don't quote me on that, but I do believe
side by side. So, what do you think about the counter argument in general? While I try to find another one, Riggs.
what do I think about the counter argument? I think it's loose at best.
Loose. Why? Explain. Bring in your calculations or anything that you have.
Because
just not I think. Just not I think, bro. That doesn't work.
Oh, okay. Then never mind.
We have calculations and measurements via NASA on the gun itself. Yes, we do. Are you telling me I don't have the calculations via NASA's gun?
Well, I mean, I just asked. I asked for, how come on Earth we don't see, there are angles greater than 30 degrees.
Here we go again.
You do know that, right? They're more. There's like
We just showed
more
you an
extreme
impact
angle.
coming in. We just showed you an impact coming in at a low angle, and you've just denied it.
Where?
I don't think
No, that's not true. I just watched the video. I'm like, this video shows a head-on impact.
Yeah.
No, it does not. No, it does not. It does not show a head-on impact.
Okay,
It's a
well, where am I
low.
supposed to look? Where am I supposed to look on the video?
God damn. The whole
Well, I'm
thing with
sorry
this
you
video
wanted to talk to me and present your
can
evidence.
you calm down and stop talking for a minute, son? You just asked me. The whole point of this video is it does this entire chamber that NASA made with a high velocity vacuum gun was made to test impact angles.
Yeah.
All right. And this photo at the bottom, I believe, would show a 60-degree to 45-degree impact angle. And it still looks circular, doesn't it?
Oh, Manly, here we go. This is the one I've seen. Put this in the chat, and then I'll scrub to the right bit. And I'll give you
Is this the better one? Is this the better one?
Oh, this is one. This is one I'd invoke. Yeah, generally, Shady, I think you absolutely bollocks that by claiming to have evidence that you didn't have that I had to find for you. That you were like, yeah, that's.
Oh,
the
wait,
evidence.
hold
And
on. This is about the moon. This is separate.
Yeah,
I'm on the tablet.
Okay, so you guys are absolutely wrecked on the moon argument. So
no, we're not. You're just denial. You're denial.
There's no. I will actually present my evidence.
Please do. Please present evidence. Well, the top one is an actual meteor crater, and the bottom one is not.
Yeah, so here we go. Here we go. This is the test. This is what I was looking for. This is exactly it. I knew it was. Scott Manley is so good. He's on Kerbal and stuff. But I don't know why I'm rescuing you. Generally, Shady, you didn't present this or argue for it. I'm kind of bolstering your argument, but I don't think you made it very well. I don't know why I'm.
No, I
should be
didn't.
helping
I
Riggs right
didn't.
now.
I didn't, bro. Sorry. Oh, you get it. Yeah, nice, Eggs. No, I didn't. I didn't do very well on that. I agree.
Because he's right. Riggs is right. You only see head-on impacts, but I feel you whiffed past the answer for that. The answer for that is the atmosphere. Too shallow, it bounces off or burns up, loses too much energy on the way through because it's pushing through air the whole time. So the only ones that hit the ground necessarily come in steep.
This is actually the
that to
opposite.
me is the true answer. It's got
I'm
to
sorry,
be,
that's
got to be moving
actually
in steep.
failed. You just
Yeah, I'm
actually
happy to
failed.
explain.
Too shallow, it bounces off, and no, that depends on the size of the
Well,
impact.
you guys can talk it out. Let me know.
Sorry, you go, Riggs.
That depends on the size of the impact.
Let's go.
Thanks, buddy. Okay. So yeah, so here's the idea. If a meteorite is traveling in outer space, okay, very low pressure. When it comes, it perhaps might be a little, depending on its speed, its velocity. It may be somewhat deviated because of Earth's gravity. However, because of its speed, it would be, very likely be way too fast to deviate it too much. Also, when this meteor impacts the atmosphere, it feels a tremendous force, and that force isn't going to cause it to drop straight down. It's going to cause it to deflect, the same way that a rock skips on water.
My God!
So at your very best, it's going to come at a, if there was one at an angle, it would, some of them might deflect, and some of them might, be I don't know, maybe like 10 degrees, something like that.
I'm getting annoyed because what you're saying is if this and if that. Yes, they do. Some skip off the atmosphere. They bounce off the atmosphere. They get too hot, they move out, they outgas, and they move off. Others come in. Others come straight in. Right? There's all different angles. by the way you were talking then, you were saying that if they come in, oh, this would happen, that would happen. No. Can you explain meteorite impacts and how that works at a first? Because if you can't, then
I can.
No, I already said I can't explain meteorite impacts.
I can.
Well, I mean, I could make up some bullshit, but why?
we can explain them.
Well, yeah, I know you made up some bullshit. I get that.
No, we don't. We don't make up bullshit, son. It's called science. Astronomy.
Can you guys hear me?
We can, Matty.
Okay, so according to the scriptures, it's geysers from the deep.
Oh God!
Geysers well, it explains what we see. It explains why there's no meteors. It explains why they're round. It explains everything.
Don't just say no. Yeah, tell us about it, Matty. Who tell us about the geysers?
Well, that's,
Yeah, and how?
that's
Yeah,
what the
and
scriptures
how?
say.
Yeah,
And it
the
would
scripture
explain
says so,
this,
but
Stefan,
but
let him say
scripture
about the
can't-
geysers.
sorry.
I don't know what he's saying yet. We can't debunk something that hasn't happened. Go, Matty.
Okay, so according to the scriptures, God opened up the fountains of the deep and flooded the earth, and those impact, quote unquote, impact craters. That's what a geyser would look like. There's no meteors in the bottom of them. There's no debris from the meteors. They're all perfectly round. There's no trenching. It would explain it. Whether I'm not saying that I believe that's what happened, but I'm just saying that would explain all the evidence that we see.
No, it doesn't
No, if you go by, because hang on, well, it was my turn now. Because if you go by geology and the breccia and the compression remains you find in the meteor craters, a geyser would never be able to do that, because to get these results and the tiny glass balls and everything in geology and the breccia, you would need an extreme impact, an extreme force. So no, geysers doesn't do it.
This guy stated.
But hang on. How do we know? Hang on. Doesn't that assume we know the power of the geyser, where what we're talking about is a supernatural, godly, extraordinarily powerful geyser? All that would require, I think, to defend what Matty's saying is, if the geyser were pushing through water at a fast enough pace, that would be the energy required to push up a crater, wouldn't it? If you're saying the only deficiency in that argument is energy, well, the energy can be supplied by pushing water through quicker, and God can do whatever He wants. You can push water.
Yeah, but then the geological layers would be opposite of what we find.
These meteorites are coming from
That's
space.
a secondary argument.
Not
That's a
raining
switched
rocks.
argument, Stefan. You
What
said it was the
pushed
energy
the water?
alone.
What pushed the water?
go ahead.
God. Right, I don't know. What pushed the water, Matty?
We know
By
what
the way-
happens. I mean, if you do have a meteor impact, a rock coming from space and crashing into the Earth with a hell of a lot of kinetic energy, that do affect the geology of the Earth, and that is found.
By the way, I do think that the majority of meteor impacts on the Earth should come at an angle, as it is the majority of a surface area of a sphere. And as far as that atmospheric thing that I said earlier, I do think that personally, most of them would literally just plow straight through the air without any real trajectory change. They're good, just going way too fast.
Well, I think the problem with
seen-
fast goes two ways,
yeah.
I think, Riggs, because fast means that you're going to come in and there's going to be a bunch of air molecules bouncing in all directions, and you will push through them at such an insane speed that they cannot get out of the way. So they're
That would even
intensely
deflect
pushed together, which will mean high energy, which will mean massive amounts of heat. Just
That's fine.
insane,
It would just deflect them up
thousands
even
of-
more. That's the thing.
No,
Like,
but I suppose-
as they're
as
coming
you-
in onto the surface of a sphere, okay, and the more dense layers are near the surface, they're going to get closer, and as they get
You have your
closer to the Earth,
24-hour rotation.
dude, what the fuck? Yeah, if there is any deflection of these objects, they're going to deflect away as to cause a more acute angle. And not only that, but the surface of a sphere, like I said, the majority of it is curved. So I would imagine most impacts should come from a sharp angle.
Yeah, what would be the distribution? That's an interesting question.
You would suggest, you you would suggest show evidence, show fucking math, show something.
Oh, so
I
you
get what
can't
he's
argue
saying.
against it. So okay.
Yeah, I get what he's
No,
saying.
I get it, but you don't understand it. You haven't looked into it. So
Have you?
So you,
But you're just saying you haven't looked into it. You've got to show the looking into it. The
No,
result
you
of that
don't
looking into it.
understand it. You don't understand it.
Who
Yeah.
doesn't? Who?
Well,
Jen?
well, since Shady
Me or
isn't
Sadie?
willing to provide the
Excuse me,
evidence,
Where
Yeah,
is the
I think that's
meteorite
incumbent on you
that
now,
made
Shady.
the crater?
That's the question. Where do you feel this meteorite?
I posted the links to the moon argument.
got,
I do
60
think that
degrees,
they're
perfect
electrical
circle
craters.
of an impact.
Sorry,
But
Jin.
it's-
I don't know when you're
yeah.
speaking. There's a lot going on with that.
I think Jin. I think between something to do with the connection speed and yeah. See, you're
Can
muted
someone-
right now. And it's kind of weird. You
can
just gonna have
someone
to
change
know
the
the
server?
conversation.
Yeah. Have you
Can
guys
someone
seen
change
those?
the server of the
yeah.
room so that maybe
think
he's
Have you
getting a
guys-
better connection?
Okay, yeah.
Have you guys seen the testing they do with simulating impact crater at different angles and how they almost all the time, regardless of the impact angle, it ends up with a circular crater. You see that?
exactly. It doesn't matter really, unless it's ultra low angle. You will always end up with circular impact crater because of the energy involved dissipating so far.
Yeah, so this has been studied quite heavily.
Pure speculation.
By these guns.
That's
No,
pure
they use these guns
Speculation.
that
Have you
have
actually
like
done
pebbles.
these tests? What is
Pebbles
name?
and
Flat
they
Earth
shoot them into sand layers.
Jake, hang on a minute. Jake Gibson, right? Used.
I don't think we just maybe. All right. Sorry, that was a bit of premature. Way you go, Jin.
We got to get him
God,
a better connection.
Impact craters.
He just doesn't. Jin, if you can hear us, Jin, if you can hear us, I've typed you already in the chat, but you are like minutes behind us. It is insane your amount of delay. We cannot have you in the conversation. I don't want to. Okay, he's gone. I've never seen his connection is.
It is pretty
something
exaggerated.
It's really exaggerated. I think he's on Jin. You're on a VPN, aren't you? You're on a VPN.
I think he's on an
that takes you
iPhone.
through-
Like,
but he's got to also
or
be a
something.
VPN that takes him through Timbuktu. It's got to be like a.
I don't think he knows how to use a VPN.
Well,
yeah,
he knows how to do
Africa,
something to make
Antarctica.
his connection worse than anybody else's on Discord. I've never seen anybody with delays like Jin.
It's way low. And Egg, thank you for at least hearing me out, mate.
Okay. So you're saying electrical discharge. I see. So you're saying if the large electrical pulses rigs popped up through the surface, they would pop open in a spherical format. It looks exactly like a crater.
No.
Because it can't. Oh, I thought it was a strong.
See, in
argument.
that theory, it's indicating that it is an electrical discharge. I don't think it's claiming to know where it's from.
You're saying the moon craters must be electrical discharge. I see there being issues with it, if I'm honest.
You see issues with it?
Yeah.
Big issues.
But I don't know if you want to take it up with Shady though, because I want to be on your side. Because I think it's good. It's good. Here's what I think is really good about it. So let me just stick to what I think is great. He's cutting from this shot to this shot. And if I didn't show you which was which, you would go, fuck, they are crazy similar. A pock dent in something and this extra little hole right in the middle. So I absolutely get where that's coming from.
The hole in the middle isn't a hole. It's a reverse look at the crater. So if you turn it upside down and actually look the other way, like a proper crater, not a hole. The inside of the crater, that little center point, a rebound point where the impactor is hit, and you get a slight rebound. That's it.
You get it. But it sounds like you're just saying here's why they look similar, but I think you're kind of just then.
Well,
ceding that ground to Riggs, who's saying, yeah, they look similar. You've got no reason to say
I'm not saying that all of them
Your...
are electrical craters, but the chance that some of them would be, I think, is an alternative, hypothesis.
Or okay, Rick.
But if it was
alternative in your hypothesis, Riggs, do we have any evidence? Have we seen this happen? As anything?
I posted a link describing in all the ways they tested it to validate that this is perhaps the cause. And then there's a video also. If you'd like to review the evidence.
No, bro. No. I actually asked you if we had seen this happen.
Yeah, they demonstrated it in a lab.
Video.
Yeah. Like these are categorically electrical arcs. And
have we seen this happen on the surface of the moon, bro?
Yes.
That's what would the residue?
Where?
General, just chill for a second. Stefan's trying to say something.
Yeah, I mean, if it was due to electrical discharge, that would give some sort of residual effect. I mean, it would affect the surface in a very specific way, probably melting a bit of the surface due to the energy of the lightning. So, but we don't see that in the geologic formations or impact craters. So sort of just now, hang on, just that part sort of refutes the possibility that it could be due to electrical discharges.
There is no seen, no known, no.
General, let Riggs respond, please.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, well, I think this goes into the face of what we think we know about the surface of the moon and the nature of its atmosphere or lack thereof. So I think this opens up a good line of inquiry.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of just by doing spectroscopy of the moonlight, that can tell us quite a lot of what the surface of the moon is made of.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure.
Why are you not so sure about
that? Because when you are assuming in your version of this paradigm that when you look up and out, especially at zenith, that you're getting the least amount of atmosphere, perhaps if you're doing a test, if you're looking at the moon or something, or spectroscopy, I think it's possible that if we're open-minded about these alternative ideas, that perhaps there are other layers of medium and you could be actually just testing that instead.
Yeah, but I mean, yes, there could be. It's a possibility if this, if that. But there's absolutely no indication there is such a thing. So that's just highly speculative, unless one have any sort of even a tiny bit of indication that there are such mediums. Why should we bring them up at all? I mean, if that's the way we want to go, we could hypothesize and make up all kinds of possibilities for anything.
Did Riggs actually, if I may, if Riggs actually heard what he was saying then, if the possibility, maybe, if possible.
Well, I can decode it for you guys, so should I not say that?
There's nothing you said that. Nothing you said that means anything. It's if possibly. Maybe.
I don't think that's true at all.
Well, I was just speaking like Isaac Newton. So if you don't like it, take it up with him.
Is that what Isaac Newton thought?
Basically, just used if all the time.
No. Oh yeah, I think if's a great if's a way to test prepositional proposition if then arguments are good. I think that is minimizing the argument, Shady, which is he's shown something that does look a lot like craters and said electrical discharge is just an alternate hypothesis that opens up a good line of inquiry. And
it doesn't work.
I don't think that's just all if. What doesn't work about it? Like Stefan said, it would leave residual. I think that's an interesting point. Or spectroscopy tells us a bit.
Well, it
Okay, what
depends
doesn't
on
work
what
about
we
it?
know about the surface of the moon. If it has,
Mm.
you know, if we don't think we went to the moon, then what is the surface constructed of? Is there dust? Is there not dust? Is it solid? There's all kinds of different ways we'd have to be open to interpreting. Also, what is the nature of the atmosphere of its surroundings? Is it a clear superfluid? Is it just empty
What?
vacuum? Is
What the
it
fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
You're just interacting with us with what he's saying. He's Shady. Shady, this is. I'm guessing this is why you were muted. I'm thankful it's taken you this long to do it from our home on the cam. But you're just charging in with. He's saying what he thinks, and you're going, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Like he's telling us what the fuck he's talking about. Chill, man.
All
That,
right.
that was my point earlier on, even though I expressed it poorly, is that yes, we can invoke all kinds of possibilities, but unless we have any evidence whatsoever that different mediums and superfluids, and so we can't just go ahead and invoke this as a possibility, as we have no observational evidence for it at all. Then what we're doing then is just speculate highly about things that we don't even know exists.
The question is, how do we test it?
Okay, well,
Really?
why don't you just, well, we could just start with the evidence we have at hand. I did post a link in a video, and they do talk about the research and conclusions about how they got there, with electrical arcing being the cause of many of the hexagonal, polygonal craters on the moon.
I would like to
Right,
ask.
I see. That's why you were
sources for
asking
that,
about
please.
the shape before. I see.
Can we get your
Those are quite good.
sources to that, please?
Barry Setterfield, astronomer, I think is one of them. The Thunderbolts project I've also got. If you could check them up for me and let us know what you find generally.
Yeah. Already have.
I think you have, mate. I think you're just sea lining. You're just asking for sources, and then I'm the one that has to find them. And
No, I'm not asking you for them. I asked him for them, and
I know, but I've given it. I then gave it to you, and you didn't do anything with it.
And I said no
It's
worries.
just sea lining. If somebody just asks for evidence, but they're not going to do anything with it, it's just stalling the conversation. It's stalling for time. That's not.
Well, it's called
Not with you on
putting
that, mate.
feet to the fire too. At some point.
But yeah, I can just say show evidence for that, and then you show me, and I show evidence for that. I can just say it to everything. But if I'm not going to do anything with the evidence, it's just stalling. I gave you the evidence. Barry Setterfield, astronomer, the Thunderbolts project.
Yeah.
Watch the video. It's 13 minutes. That's what Riggs is saying.
Done.
Like you
I've
can't just.
already watched them. I've already watched them.
All right. What does it tell you? What have you learned?
Shit.
Yeah.
What do you think was the strongest argument that Barry made?
If you watched it, I'll believe him. What did you think?
It was a while ago that I watched those videos, but just I couldn't bring it to mind right now. But
I mean, you could just look at the website too. It summarizes and shows examples, and they've tested it. They've tested it to see if it matches, and it does. So,
what measures?
I'm sorry.
What measures? What measures?
It's funny, Rick.
I didn't hear what you said.
What measures?
He said it matches.
And what you said? What measure? You said something measures, and it does.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Rick.
the specific way that you can
Stefan,
describe an electrical arc on a surface is precisely how this presents itself, and they describe how. I mean, all did you look at the website?
So you're telling me that massive electrical arcs have leant over to the moon and burnt craters in it? Is that what
My
you're saying?
personal theory is that it is perhaps if the sun and moon are near each other, that there is an exchange.
Well, the sun and moon aren't near each other because the moon orbits the Earth.
On a flat Earth, they
goes
would be.
down. So let's try again, shall we, Riggs? If what actually causes it on the surface of the moon, which is close to Earth, but not on Earth,
Oh my god!
electrical arc. Can you please supply the?
He has.
So
It's in the video. He keeps saying it. Brian Setterfield, astronomer, the Thunderbolt
Can you
Project.
please supply?
He's done it. It's in the chat.
How? Can you please supply how these electrical arcs manipulate the moon's surface?
He has. He has. I've posted screenshots and everything. Like we've been talking about it for 10 minutes now, bro. There's like detailed screenshots and discussion in the chat.
And does it work?
What more could you What more could you possibly get at this stage?
Does it work?
Yeah.
Well, obviously it doesn't because we posted it and you're not looking.
Yeah.
I'm trying to fucking find it, but I'm on a tablet. It's not easy. I'm on an island.
It's all right, brother.
I am on an island. I'm on an island, okay?
The island isn't the issue. I'm telling you, mate. The island is not what's getting in the way. You opening the fucking chat.
Well, tell me how wrong where he's saying electrical arcs are causing craters on the moon.
He's given a really fucking good argument, and I've like put screenshots in the chat, and I've been like noting it on my screen. Like there are a few debates
on the moon
better recorded than this debate in the history
all
of all the debates.
I can see here is a fucking bright.
Oh, it's not a debate.
Cartoon picture.
I won't accept it as a debate. It's okay.
I can't see anything here. I can't see anything here on the fucking chat that's anything other than a cartoon picture of something.
Next chat. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
What chat are we in?
I think I need. Would you prefer to Stefan, or are you like? I'm happy to let Riggs keep kicking you. You call
kicking
it
me?
Yeah.
You want to kick me?
No, not kick you. No, I'm just offering if Riggs wants to keep playing with his dinner.
Well,
crack on.
His dinner
I'm
is
good.
what?
It's whatever.
Okay.
His dinner's what?
I've been playing a video game this whole time, so
you haven't been too invested. Stefan, are you up? Can you save the globe a bit, bro?
I haven't been.
We have taken a kicking lately. It's so close to flat. It's so oblate. It's not even spheroidal anymore. We need some globe support.
I think the best evidence for a globe. Remember what we said earlier? The best evidence for a globe.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think there was any
like
before, but I do think there is one. Go ahead.
Could I ask a question about those electrical discharge?
I mean, you could try.
I
haven't read into it in a long time, but yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just wondering because we know that a strong electrical discharge has a tendency to heat up stuff, doesn't it?
For a very short moment, yeah.
Yeah, so that means if the amount of energy or electricity that we discharge that we will need to create these craters on the moon, that should sort of leave sort of melted materials inside the crater, though, like a glassy surface. Like you can see sometimes lightning strikes, especially in sand. You end up with these glass.
Yeah, there's a name for them. The Micolites, is it?
Mickle, yeah, it's lichen, lichen something.
Is that correct?
Lichen, I think is the Liechtenstein, Lichtenberg. I don't know.
Lichen these nuts.
Something like that. Yeah.
Licking these balls.
We all know what we're talking about. There's a
Let Stefan go. Yep, go for it, Stefan. And tell us about the.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing, but as was mentioned earlier, trying to deny spectroscopy of moonlight by invoking there could be a possibility.
I'm not trying to deny anything.
No,
I didn't say no.
But you did. No, but you did try to bring in unknown mediums and stuff like that could be between us and the moon.
Well, science shouldn't be worried about that, right?
Yeah, well, we send rockets into space all the time. It's no fucking big deal.
Yeah, science shouldn't be worried about investigation, right? Should be asking questions.
Hang on, that's exactly what science do.
Exactly.
That's what
I didn't come with denial. what you've come
No.
with is poor argumentation, and you're trying to slander my position.
No, I mean, yeah, but hang on. Do you think we
Yeah,
send
but
rockets into
hang
space?
on. No.
Do
Good
you?
day, sir.
No.
No.
Okay. Oh, no. Okay. So the ISS is not up there. It's a artificial some sort of thing that doesn't actually exist with no
If we're
way of
coming
measuring.
from a completely different worldview, we must consider these variables. You understand that. Please stop
Yes,
being.
that was.
Please stop
that was
moving the
what I was
goalpost. You
trying.
know
No,
that this
that
is
was
the issue.
that was what I was trying to do. That is exactly what science does. Is looking for things that could affect the measurements that they're doing, and so far they
All right.
haven't
Well,
found.
this is just a red herring then. So.
No, it's not. It's not. I mean, what if I said, okay, as you said, well, there could probably be a layer of superfluids up there. How could we know? Is there any way we could test that?
Don't know. I didn't say that there was. I'm saying I'm saying that the method of spectroscopy could possibly be flawed because in your paradigm, you give full authority to there being only a vacuum.
No,
I do not do
in
that.
fact, the spectroscopy has to be the atmosphere needs to be taken into account, but you do the spectroscopy from the surface.
Even
of the
more
Earth.
reason.
That's dodging. I feel
No,
that's
but that's
dodging Riggs's
If you're
point,
saying that the
Yeah, but-
atmosphere needs to be taken into account, I'm saying even more so. This could be what's
But the
affecting
thing
your
is,
observation.
yeah, but no, but the thing is, studies of how atmosphere affects spectroscopy has been done hundreds and thousands of times. So that is quite well known how
Cool.
the atmosphere.
Then there's nothing to worry about.
No, there's not, because you complain that we can't measure this or do this and do the other, but
I
we
didn't
do.
say that. I didn't say
You
that.
do. You just did.
You are slandering my position once again, just like this other fellow. I said,
I have a clarifying question.
if we're going to accept the possibility, this is electrical arcing that is happening on the moon, and we're going to be entertaining these.
Show us the electrical
other
arcing on the moon.
theories.
Katie, let him finish. Jesus, let him finish, please, people.
No, I'm good. He knows what I'm going to say. That's why he has to talk over me.
I think if I could try and align, I think, a bit with what you're saying, it is in order to have the discussion with Riggs about whether it's electrical discharge, it's incumbent upon you to accept that it might be possible in order to even entertain the discussion. And in order to do that, Riggs is saying, like, we've already accepted or we're questioning far more things than you, such as did we even land there? And if you open that up, you have to sort of accept his worldview, that potential worldview, in order to have the discussion. And then to say, we know.
And either
what's
way,
there.
it's good science.
Yeah. And
I think investigation.
And I think in response to your point, Stefan, is you're saying we do know about the atmosphere. I think if would guess at what Riggs is saying, he's like, fine, let's say we do know about the atmosphere, but if we didn't go to the moon, we can't be certain of the density of or the behavior or the sort of anything about the medium between us and the moon. So he's not saying we know everything about the atmosphere. He's saying the atmosphere presents unknowns. It makes it mysterious. And there could be things beyond the atmosphere that also make it further mysterious. Would that be a fair rendition of your position, Riggs?
Yeah, you did a good job. Because I'm distracted, I did less of a favorable job. But thank you.
Can I ask you a question now?
And everything there denies science. You're denying all science.
Okay.
Right. Why are we starting from a worldview instead of trying to arrive at a worldview? Like that.
Because we're in a flat Earth debate, right? This is the flat Earth debate.
Because you're a moron.
Right.
Okay, then stop wasting your time with morons. Because then you probably are a moron.
We're trying to determine which worldview is the correct one, correct? So the worldview ought to be the conclusion, not the starting point.
No. This isn't about picking any particular color or side or creed. This is just about finding what is.
Yes,
Exactly.
and if you would listen for a little, bro,
Just
you
let
might
Manu,
figure
just let
that,
Manu and him
that
chat
some
if
of
that's
us.
okay.
You mean when I asked you for a rebuttal and you were absolutely dead silent?
What? What rebuttal on what?
Yeah, on the moon craters, buddy.
What rebuttal?
Manu,
What do you
why
want
don't you
to
just
know?
have a chat with
Exactly.
Manu?
You didn't
Okay,
give
Everything
one.
you want to know.
okay,
What do you want?
You didn't give
I'm
one.
just going to solve this ourselves.
So
All
there's
Manu,
nothing to
Manu
listen
and
to.
Riggs.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's Manu. Generally, Shady, you're pissed, mate. Go for it, guys.
I mean, I have like 5 minutes, but I'll give it a shot. What's the original contention, by the way? Because I missed a part of it.
Don't worry about it.
It's on my screen. I put it in the chat. I can run you through it immediately. Generally, Shady started with, can you explain meteorites? Riggs quite simply said no. Can you say what the impact craters are caused by? He said it could be gas bubbles from underneath. He said many things don't equate. And then Riggs gave a really good argument as to why it could be either gas bubbles on the Earth and or electrical discharge on the moon. He's not really making an argument that it is either or the other, just saying we should investigate more. We should leave open other interpretations. If you start to question parts of the model, you might question more of it, I think. Like, he didn't say the last bit, but I just made that bit up.
Sure.
But you
part of the
get the
reason I
gist.
missed I watched a little bit of that video. It's like 15 minutes, so I didn't watch the whole thing.
The
but
video is not
right
as
off the bat,
impressive
they
as the
say that-
website. So
Okay, I'll take a look at that too. But the video says that no single theory explains all the characteristics that they see. So they seem to admit that there are some craters that are not explained by this electrical
Yes.
discharge, and that meteors are a better explanation.
yes. And this is why I think that it's important to consider that in this, so the paradigm of the people in the video, they are assuming a globe as well. They're assuming the vacuum in a globe as well. So there is a problem with that, in that discharges can still take place, but if the medium is different, if the surface is different, you know, obviously they're going to come into some confusion. So this is why I'm open-minded when I speak about, like, maybe there is more to learn about these things.
Sure. Are you open-minded in the notion that they might be correct on the fact that some of these impact craters are caused by asteroids or meteors?
I don't know. I mean, the yeah, I don't really know how to characterize it between both worldviews. So
Okay,
I think that if there were, let's say that there were like precipitates or like chemical droppings from the sky or something, and they have cyclical nature the same way that the sun, moon, and stars do, because in my opinion, they are physical also. Perhaps they're just of a different size, and they are also hitting objects up there. I mean,
so there could be some
I guess-
impacts, and there could be some electrical discharge.
yeah, I just don't know how to. I mean, just this one concept seems to send people into a spiral. So you're asking me to explain like 20 different things. It's like, I don't know how to translate this for you.
Well, my more fundamental question, I guess, would be what is your aversion to that particular theory?
Aversion? What do you mean?
Why are you not inclined to believe that they are meteors? Is it just because of the worldview?
Oh, there might be.
Or
yeah, no, I'm totally open-minded to that. There are things floating around or being thrown about and impacting. I'm totally fine with that. Like I said, like precipitate of whatever is happening upstairs. Obvious, like in my worldview, the planets and all that are solid. So I imagine that solids could also exist up there, and they might be taking little dumps. I don't know.
So I guess what would it take for you to believe that they are like far off objects, and that there are, I guess that there's a kind of a vacuum in which these things are traveling large distances at high velocity.
Yeah, that's a tough sell. I mean, if we could, in the worldview that we exist in, flat Earth people, is that we have to give credence to that. Possibly they are in one medium, or they're in multiple layers, or they're on the outside of a solid layer, or each individual sky object having its own sphere or layer.
Yeah.
So like, dude, I gotta tell you, I don't know. Like that could have all different mediums, all different properties. I have no idea, bro. It's a weird one. Very strange.
But
So you asked me, like, what would it take for me to believe it? Couldn't tell you.
But isn't that the problem, though? Isn't that the problem?
No, it's not a problem.
No. Yeah, I mean, no, but you say it could be all kinds of unknown things that is causing this, without having any evidence for that being a fact. Then it's just highly speculative, isn't it?
Which part is not being entirely a fact? Which part?
Well, you said there could be possibly different mediums. The spheres could have their own, the objects can have their own sort of medium spheres or whatever you said. But there's actually no evidence for that. That's just there's pure speculation. And maybe if it was like this, yeah. So why highly speculate for things that there is absolutely no evidence for? I mean, if that's the way we want to go, then we need to say, okay, how do we figure out or measure or observe if there is a different medium of some sort? That would be the starting point, wouldn't it?
I mean, what's the benefit of pretending you know something? I have, as of about 10 years ago, sir, I have come to the realization I am entirely content with saying I don't know most things. And the more I learn that I don't know. So I'm totally content with saying, you know what, I'm not entirely sure what the moon is, not entirely sure what Mars or the space program really is, or any of those things. There's so much that's beyond me I could never really know.
That's fine.
So,
I don't have any problems with that. What I do have problems with is you get that starting point, and then you start strongly hypothesizing that could be this or that could be that. Well, where do we start then to see if you're, call them hypothesis, like there's different mediums? Where do we start to try to figure this out? And what do we know so far? Yeah, it's just saying, I don't know, fair, yeah. But don't invoke, there could be, no, hang on. The problem for me is that you are invoking things that might be there, which you have no evidence for, absolutely no observations, but you put in that, superfluids and different mediums and stuff like that. Why? Why do you even invoke those if your starting point is I don't know? But you say it's but you say there's a possibility. So why?
I'm saying if we're going to be honest with ourselves, if we have to reinterpret something, we have to go back to the drawing board. It doesn't mean all of our information is not useful. It just means that we have to take a different angle and look at it from, whenever you write a paper, you come at it with a particular agenda and a bias, and it's only when your professor looks at it and says, this is dog shit, are you able to actually look at it from a different point of view and go, damn, that is dog shit, and you have to start over. And you're going to take the bits that were useful, you're going to take the ideas and the sentences and the structures, and you're going to move them around a little bit so that it's much more coherent, makes more sense. So I'm not saying all the science is wrong. I'm saying that if they're coming at it with a globe bias, they're going to try, and in many times they try to fit it within that worldview, and they're going to throw out stuff that doesn't match. And because of all of this, confusion about perhaps if they did lie about a lot of the space or the sky or whatever agendas that they're doing, if they've lied about all that, sometimes it's healthier to take a stripped, bare bones perspective and just say, okay, what are the ways that we can look at this so that we know what we're missing?
Yeah, but don't you think that if you want to refute or debunk whatever's been measured and figured out so far, you have to come up with a better idea, and you should use the same method before you can change what we know or think we know so far.
Well, sometimes the method is so far off, it's wild that we ever used it in the first place. And you can see this a lot of times in natural medications and healing. So, some things work, and a lot of things work just because of placebo. Depending on what you already believe.
And we're not talking about medicine. I was talking about like physics.
Well, I think even in science sometimes, I think placebo is good enough. If they can put a video on TV and it's done in a studio and they make you think that you went to the moon, placebo is good enough.
But why watch media? Why not go and to the sources, to original sources, and read up on that? Published papers instead of taking a media channel's interpretation of the data which is there. That is dangerous because every journalist or whatever have a bias. Yes, that's why you need to go to the source material and see if actually what they are, how they are interpreting the source material is correct.
Yeah, I agree. I think that you, I don't know if you intentionally tried to frame me as saying only videos matter. I don't know if that was intentional.
No. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. What you said about the media. Just listen to what media are telling you about. I don't know. Let's say new scientific discoveries.
Yeah.
You need to do that with a pinch of salt because very often, many times, very often they put a link to the original paper. And when you do read the paper, you see that they are in fact misunderstanding or misrepresenting what the science actually is saying. Because I think probably they want to sensationalize it a bit and they don't understand it properly. I think bringing things out in media, as I said, you have to go and read the source material.
Yeah, but also just keep in mind that right now we're dealing with a problem with like ego in academia, and I think this is why there's such a strong counterculture burgeoning because there's besides all that, that's just the social part of it, but it's like even the technical part of it. There's a 90%. There's like a replication crisis in science. So like people who are putting papers out there, 90% of them haven't been replicated. And a lot of them that, have been released refer to other people who haven't been replicated by like, I think it's like 37 times more than like somebody who has been replicated. Like there's a huge problem with science right now. And this idea that like peer review is just gives people a green pass. It doesn't. It's not good enough anymore. I think, like I said, I think it'd just be quicker. I think it'd be quicker if we use AI, we use the internet, we do what we're doing now, except more qualified, more interested, and specific individuals come in and they take all this information and they run through the data. They run the computers through the data, and they see what's useful, what's not, and they. Like I said, bare bones research. I think that's fine. Start over.
But the thing is, but the thing is AI.
Faster.
Yeah, but AI is looking. Yeah, but AI is using the net to look for published papers, so it doesn't get you any further ahead. It collects.
Well, I think you have a very boomer perspective on that. No. You can use AI to see what the gist is, and figure out what's in a paper. It can summarize a paper. It can give you what useful points are. It can conjugate the ideas and the data in real time. Now, it may not be perfect, but it's still leaps and dude, you can do it within seconds. You can literally extract useful points and data from a paper in seconds that previously would have taken possibly days and like wasted time.
Is
So
it
I'm
waste
just
of time? I
saying
mean,
that
Google Scholar is a very good search engine to look up science and scientific papers.
I think we're talking about
what,
different things here at this point.
maybe because yes, AI could help you to give a gist or overview of the subject, but not the necessarily minute details, which very often is extremely important. Yeah, that's why I've said you always have to go to the source material. And saying that ego in science, well, most, at least bigger scientific projects, has a lot of people in it. It's not just one single person. There's plenty of people working on the same subjects. And that sort of takes away the ego of the system. So there's, as they say within science, there's actually no authorities in science. And that's how it should be.
Yeah, it should be that way, but you know what? Some people were picked on in school, and they said, "Hey, you know what? At least I know how to get 100 on a test." And you know, now they got a big head, and they come on Discord and they say, "Hey, I'm gonna report you to your university." They'll say stuff like that to people who have been extremely nice to them.
Well, I don't see much point to that, but science is sort of self-correcting, and yes, even peer-reviewed papers has been retracted because new information has come along and show that it's not completely correct. That is how science should work, and scientists are trying to debunk other scientists within the same subject area. That's how it works all the time. At least for my when I did a bit of science in the late 80s and early 90s.
Well, let me ask you, where would somebody submit and get confirmed that some of the craters on the moon are distinctly from electrical arcing? And who would accept that? What body of science would accept that under the current paradigm?
Yeah. I think what we would need to start off is trying to figure out where could these electrical arcs come from. There must be a specific process that creates them. And so far, and so far at the moon, as far as we see, there's absolutely nothing that can create those electrical arcs.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll just give you a hint, buddy. The Earth is flat, and the sun and the moon pass near each other, and there is an exchange.
Exchange of what?
Electricity.
Electricity, and would we sort of be able to observe or measure that in one way or the other?
Well, unless you can come up with a way it works on a globe, you know, I'll entertain your ideas. But on my idea, it works fine.
No, yeah, on the globe, there is no known force for creating really strong electrical arcs, creating craters on the moon.
Yeah.
Quick question for Stefan. You said that science is self-correcting. If science is self-correcting, why is this, and the Earth, we do in fact indeed live on a globe, why is the flat Earth movement growing and not shrinking?
You were very low on my end. Could you repeat?
Saying if the flat Earth is wrong, why is it growing and not shrinking? If science is self-correcting, why is flat Earth growing, not shrinking?
Shrinking.
I think that has more to do with psychology, education.
You could come through.
If you read there's a Finnish psychological report about flat earthers, and what they found is the understanding of like physics and math is quite lacking. That could be an indication that that is one of the reasons you get more and more. And I don't know if we get more and more flat earthers. I'm not so sure.
Do you need to understand those things to understand ideas?
Often you do, yes.
Yeah, I agree with you. Some ideas, but to have, I think that many people have a cursory amount of knowledge, the amount of knowledge necessary to understand these ideas. So, like, for me to come to a conclusion, do you think that I understand what perhaps I believe in? Or why I would reason to counter the globe? Do you think I understand it?
You have an understanding, yes, but if that understanding is correct or not is a bit harder to tell. But it depends on what one thinks is reality. Like let's take electricity. What one should do is start at the bottom, from electrons and build up knowledge upwards. That's how you should do it. Not start at the top and then try to figure it out from looking at the electrical arc and having no basis of how, like an electric arc, happens, what's causing it, what's the basic physics of it.
Okay, well, I didn't come up with this idea. It was investigated for me. I just adopted that this is very likely what is taking place. So I didn't just start somewhere. I found a group of people who were interested in this, and I think that could be a problem. I don't think it is in this case. The people that are coming up with this idea are also globe believers, by the way. So even I have trouble fully adopting a lot of their ideas.
When you say globe believers, are you then talking about the shape of the Earth, or like known physics, chemistry, math, geometry, and so on?
No. I just mean that the Thunderbolts project, they don't question the shape of the Earth or the universe. What they do is they take principles in mainstream science that are obviously explained through electromagnetic means and applies it to space and space phenomena and planetary bodies and Earth phenomena. Whereas the globe, it appears that they have either had problems or placeholders or just total misunderstandings of things that they've been able to solve using electromagnetics. So it's a mainstream source.
Yeah, but the thing is, if it was electromagnetics, it would need to have a specific force, an enormous force, and that electrical field of some sort should also affect us, shouldn't it?
Well, ask them.
Oh, that's interesting.
Me personally, I think that gravity's electric. So I don't know what their theory is, but many of the ideas they've talked about in the Thunderbolts project, I am somewhat on the fence with because I don't know how to apply it from one paradigm to another.
So, but then again, you have to ask yourself, if the charge then changes, then the gravity should work the opposite way, shouldn't it?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know if it works like that.
No, but you see, that's the problem. Saying one thing, it could be electricity, and then we know that the different charges either attract or repel, and we know that charges change. So it can't be that process based on electricity.
Well, me personally, I think the electricity is, I think it is a product of something else. But inherently, I think it's all somewhat electricity because it's potential energy. So it's hard to discuss. It gets really convoluted.
No, electricity is potential force. Well, you have, before it becomes a potential force, you have to create that electric energy. So there must be some sort of
bathed
process.
in it.
There have to be a process that is creating that potential force in electricity.
I like we're bathed in it. That's a fun way to say it. So what do you think is the
this
source
is not
of it?
my well, I don't know. You can't escape it. It's literally everywhere. When you have the most matter, it appears to be what do you call it? Like, how do I say it? Like when you have the most vacuum, you have the most like electrical potential, and when you have the most matter, you have like somewhat of the least, or like some kind of like me personally, I think that matter is like what gives it weight. I think it is drag. I think like this idea of an ether dragging down, and as it's flowing.
Sounds like the Higgs field, which gives matter mass.
Yeah, possibly. I think that there's a field that's flowing downward, and it flows through matter, giving its weight, as the matter is kind of like a kite, and depending on its density or property of the kite, will drag it down with it.
So I like that. It makes sense to me. It would track with. The challenge I have with that is like it tracks so well, it would track with spheres, though, wouldn't it?
Well, you'd have a problem with
into a point.
Yeah, so check it out. So the problem with this idea is that it doesn't work on a globe, because when you have this electrical gradient, which I think is a static field caused by this drag, it increases upward because the electricity is coming from the sky. In the globe concept, it's attributed to solar rays, which there is no real theory for. It's just they don't know what else to say, because naturally, if the Earth were a globe and there was an electric field, it would be where there was the most matter, which is radiating from the ground, not from the sky. So it's literally inverted from what it's supposed to be and what they expect it to be. And they just say, oh, well, it's because of the sun, and they don't really know why.
Yeah, you're talking about
I kind of agree with that.
Yeah,
it sounds really similar. Sorry.
Yeah, but the problem here is that what was creating most of the charge in the atmosphere, it comes from the ionosphere, where the gas is ionized.
You say that.
No, that's been measured. Just send up a rocket into the ionosphere and do the measurements. Another thing is, you say the electrical charge of the atmosphere. Well, the problem for you then is that this can change from 30 to 600 volts per meter during a year. So if that was the case, then we should measure quite different downward accelerations as the charge is changing.
Hear me out.
That doesn't work either.
No. Hear me out. I think that the static charge is caused by whatever is being dragged, or whatever is dragging. So
what does that
the
mean?
charge is a byproduct of whatever is dragging.
Charge is not following it. The charge is a byproduct of whatever is dragging. So we're thinking mass is kind of
when you rub your hands together, you have a static charge, right? When whatever is flowing downward is going through the atmosphere, it creates a charge because it's rubbing through it as it goes through it.
I see. So the atmosphere is sort of rushing past things with mass, dragging them down.
It's not the atmosphere. It's whatever this etheric medium is.
So ether is both pulling straight down masses, but also
the thing is that electricity. Formerly, you guys think electricity is stuff that flows through wires, but Maxwell theorized that it's actually some invisible force that is flowing around the wire through the insulator. So it's not that, see, this invisible thing is something that we're using all the time anyway. We've just pigeonholed it into calling it the useful aspects of which it is, but not all of the useful aspects. We call one part electricity and the other part we call gravity, even though it's the same thing in a lot of ways.
I get you. Obviously, don't come to the same conclusion, but I get where you're coming from.
And it expresses in like different ways. You have static, You have direct, you have all different kinds of electricity. But ultimately, it is an invisible force.
Again, I can so buy into it, but it's still, to me, at the end of it, it says if mass is dragged towards other mass by essentially being pushed by the vacuum on top of it, I think is probably one of the ways to say what you're talking about. The vacuum has a pushing effect. The less matter there is, the more this kind of this field, this ether rushes out from that point. That still, to me, necessitates you would end up with a globe. That a tiny amount of matter anywhere would suddenly draw other matter towards it.
Now, on a flat Earth, the Earth is a complete circuit. That if there was a dome or container, it is part of the circuitry that allows the electricity or that flow to recirculate back to the top. On a globe, there's no reason for the electricity to radiate from the sky. It would have to come from the ground.
No, it could come from the sky still. It just rushes out of the vacuum towards bits of mass, bits of matter. It just constantly pumps from the. That, isn't that what the electric universe people think? Like, as you go up, the voltage goes up, which means there is an extraordinary amount of electricity above you, and it is rushing down through you, causing matter to have mass to have weight. Essentially, isn't that like? So it still, to me, clearly necessitates or predicts globe. It's just whether it's pulling down from within or pushing out from. But also the pushing from without is Michio Kaku, right?
I don't think you'd be able to ground anything to the surface of the Earth if that were the case.
Okay.
It wouldn't just exist in the sky. You would be literally the Earth would turn into a battery, and you wouldn't be able to use it the way that we use it.
Guess I'm not fully getting it yet.
Because the electric charge of the atmosphere is positive, though, isn't it?
Not sure, but I don't think Riggs is talking about it being in that same sense positive and negative and being exactly the same as electricity. Are you? I think you're saying it sort of works in a similar way to an electrical charge.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but I mean, we can't send rocket up high enough to measure the solar wind and the effects of the solar wind. That gives us a very good basis for why the ionosphere is as it is. So on the globe side, you do have a really good explanation why electricity is created up in the ionosphere and why it's higher up there than down at the ground.
Yeah, I don't know. Do not know. I mean, this is about the limit of, at least at the moment, of my ideas on it. I am still open to a rough draft of this whole topic. So,
yeah, it's still kind of fascinating. It's fascinating thinking about it. Yeah, but to give you an example, last time I went to a course in the US, we were supposed to study electricity and so on. And I mean, we are grown-ups, we are engineers. And that made me wonder, why the hell did we need to do courses about electricity, starting from scratch, starting by electrons and work upwards? And same with pressures, fluid dynamics, and so on and so forth. As soon as we arrived, it took 2 days, and the guys in the course realized, hang on a minute, you guys are so well educated, just have to skip the whole fucking first week of theory, because you know a hell of a lot more theories than the teachers do. And that made me wonder, what's going on? Why is there such a difference between education and understanding and knowledge between two countries? Because it was within a company and not in a university institution. But anyway, it made me wonder.
Yeah. Well, one thing I know for sure, man, is that I do know it's not a globe. how it actually is, what it actually is, everything about it, I don't. I do know it's not a globe, though. And I do know that they are lying about this thing. And I do see all the benefits why.
Could you just quickly run through why you know it's not the globe?
No, I couldn't, because it's not going to be any one thing.
But does it have to do with thoughts like, oh, the governments are lying to you, conspiracies?
Yeah,
the
I
Catholic
guess
Church or whoever.
What Omnivore calls priors, I have way too many confirmations about way too many things for me to even consider going back on something like this one. Not happening.
But isn't that?
It's science for me. Staying true to myself, what I know to be true. Doesn't, just because I can't explain it to other people doesn't mean I didn't go through it.
No, but what
conclusions.
No, but what you said, you would never change your mind. That's, for me, not a very good basis. One should be open to valid evidence that if they are good enough, you should change your mind.
Yeah, maybe I wasn't clear. I know it's not a globe. Okay. And I do know that the government does a lot of shady things. And I know that my general answer right now isn't good enough for you. But it's just because I'm not elaborating. And I don't even think I could better elaborate for myself at this moment. Like, it's way too late. It's fucking 6 a.m. I've been up all night. So,
It's too bad. Bad time of that. No, are you going to work after this?
No, I'm not going to work after this.
Good for you. I had a hellish night yesterday because I had to get back. I did day shifts my last day on the rig, and I had to get back on shift at 1 o'clock in the night. And then the helicopter was supposed to be there about 9 o'clock in the morning, but of course it was delayed, so I had to stay awake and then get on shore. And I was home about midnight, so after 24 hours being awake, yeah, you kind of feel that. So it was good to have a proper night's sleep last night.
Yeah, I have a problem with talking to people in other countries. So my hours are not regular for the United States.
Yeah, I've noticed that because when I get up in the morning, very often the Aussies and Australians are in because the morning here and night time there.
It's nice to have something relatable. I think I've just gotten to that point where I'm just so old I can't remember all of the amazing reasons why I would not consider the globe. It's like so far behind me now. Now, there are aspects about a flat earth that I would absolutely change, but not to entertain the globe paradigm. There's nothing about it that functions for me.
So what do you think about like measurements done by amateurs though, like reciprocal zenith angles? I've measured the change of elevation angles to Polaris myself for a distance, and those things which has absolutely nothing to do with any government at all.
Yeah, I don't I know that you think that okay, so you guys think that light has a specific speed. I do not think that. I think it operates radially, and I think it attenuates. And I think it does a lot of interesting things.
Yeah. But the speed doesn't matter, though, does it? The speed of the light doesn't matter in that respect.
I think it does when you're trying to claim how far things away are, or perhaps how it may attenuate over a horizontal atmosphere instead of a spherical one. So, also when you change the distances and depending on the refractive mediums that it's going through, you can have a variety of different optical phenomena all happening at once, even though you have one view.
Yeah, but attenuation is just that the light spread out and the energy per area or light per area gets reduced. It wouldn't change the position of that object.
That's not true. You think that
isn't
light
that
goes...
what light attenuation? No, hang on. Isn't that what light attenuation is? Like if you fire apart.
Finishes.
Yeah, it spreads out.
Yeah,
which means you have less photons per area. But that would not change.
Well, you say photons.
That would not change the
invoked
position.
electrons also, but I don't necessarily agree with these things.
No, but that's fine. But we can measure this. I mean, just using a flashlight and have it on a specific area, then have another bigger specific area, and you can see it still catches all of the light. It's just that the further one it's weaker because it's spread out more. That's not difficult, though, is it?
Well, I think it depends on what kind of light and what kind of mediums it's going through. You can have polarized filters. You can have light does a lot of different things, especially different frequencies through different mediums. And given that we don't know the size or distance of these things, it's quite a task to reverse engineer everything.
Well, we would know that if they were rather close, we should be sort of quite easy to measure the distance. We could just use parallax, or we could use like the sun, the GP of the sun, and you have a specific distance from the sun, and you measure the elevation angle, and then you could easily calculate the height of the sun above the surface of a flat Earth. But the problem is when you do that from different positions, the height of the sun ends up at different heights for every observer. So geometrically, it doesn't match. And if the sun, let's say if this sun was 6,000 miles or so above a flat Earth, to get the sunlight for me to end up about 1 degree above the horizon, it would have to travel more than 140,000 miles away from me, according to geometry. So there are a bit of a problem with the flat Earth claims, I think.
Yeah, I think there's problems on both sides. I'm not in the position to test a lot of them or verify many of them. There's actually a test that I'd like to perform this year that I'm getting funding for, so I need to plan that out.
That's nice. Go ahead.
I'm probably going to start asking for help from people in this community, so I'm going to have to be very careful who I seek help from.
Yeah, but that's a good idea, and I think yes, asking others as well for their opinions to look into your one's mythology and how to do it and so on and so forth might sort of show where errors might appear or what is maybe wrong with the measurements and so on and so forth. So I think yes, doing it with others, I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah, I don't want to spare any expense or leave any stone unturned. I'd like to just do a banger job. So.
What sort of test do you want to run?
I would like to pull a string across the Earth.
Okay.
I would like to test to see if that string applies pressure to the Earth over about 5 miles.
Oh, the cheese cutting test. I remember this.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, it's similar. White's World. Is it the same as White's one where
It's
you like
similar but better.
Okay.
Because I don't have to worry about a beach, and I don't have to worry about a boat and buoyant lines over water. I don't have to worry about any of that.
Go on.
Yeah, I would just like to. Well, I have a cheap version, which is like $1,500, but I might spend more and get a better one. But there is a fluorocarbon fishing line which you can buy in, I think, 200. Well, what is? I think you can buy it in 1 mile lengths.
But tie 5 together.
And then if I can tie 5 together, and they have a 80-pound maximum, I would like to put scales along the length of the cable and measure the differential of pressures along that path. So as I'm tightening the string, I should get more pressure in the middle. And I don't know how much pressure I would get.
Just one tip. I think you should go for multi-filament line and not
go ahead and post a source. What line?
Just go to any fishing tackle shop and just look up multi-filament lines.
You mean braid?
They are much stronger. Braid, yes.
Yeah, braid.
Well, I'm going for weight. So there's a
So what are you testing it over?
So the Bonneville Salt Flats.
Yes.
The Bonneville Salt Flats shares the same elevation for several, multiple miles.
Sure.
I actually looked at a LiDAR scan of the Bonneville Salt Flats, and the elevation was identical across dozens of miles.
Yeah, I get it. So I'm with you.
Yeah.
So you've got to make, if it's a globe, you stretch it across 5 miles, and then you got to push up in the middle, and it should be hard to do so. The line should be pulling down towards that point.
The scale should read more pressure in the center, correct?
Yeah. And then if you try to, but you should be pushing the scale up towards it, right? Because the scale's going to read 0 if it's stretched across the ground, because it'll be at points nearby, won't it? Is the scale in the ground, or is it just? No, I see. The string can just lie on the top of the scale.
Exactly. So there's not going to be any bowing or hanging or anything like that. It's strictly just putting it on the ground. I don't have to worry about friction or stretching or any of that stuff. The line is rated for either 60 or 80 pounds, and it's not going to be holding its own weight. So all I have to worry about is the net pressure onto the surface.
Yeah.
Okay. And if it's a
pull
globe,
down detectably on the scale, and if it's flat, it should not pull down at all. If anything, the string should get lighter.
Yeah, it should say about resting weight, and if it's concave, whoa, it's going up.
It should lift up. Yeah.
And then what I'll do is I'll go around, I'll drive along its length, and I'll take a picture at how far up it is on along the full path. I guess I'll just measure.
Yeah, because if you did a good 6 foot off the ground either end, it would be noticeable.
The problem is, over a 5 mile distance, you will not get it short enough to keep it straight. It will automatically bend down in the middle. There's absolutely no way you're going to.
It's resting on the floor, sir.
Yeah,
it's resting on the ground.
Yeah, it's resting on the ground.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not hanging.
The line. The line
Yes.
is the line laying on the ground or is it hanging up in the
Yes.
air?
Resting on the ground.
Well, yes.
It's on the
So
ground.
it starts off hanging in the air by like 6 foot or something, but very quickly, regardless of the tension in the line, like regardless of the shape of the Earth, it'll be resting on the ground. And then you pull 80 pounds of pressure into that, right?
No, 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 no. We're not starting off 6 foot. No.
Oh, what are the points? What are the points?
Yeah, so
what are
I'm
the end points of the line attached to? I just assume like around 6 foot off the ground.
The endpoint. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some kind of like pole and maybe some concrete or some kind of like solid thing, and what's it called? Sorry, my brain isn't working too well at the moment. But anyways, there's going to be a crank on it, like maybe a fishing pole or something, and I'm going to pull this line on one side, and I want to rig it up so that I have a torque. I can measure the amount of torque being applied to the line. Also, that would I think that would be good to have, even if I don't use
some
it.
sort of torque.
Just use a trailer hitch on a truck.
Well, maybe.
I bet you get some of those that have built-in sensors, but you're only pulling 80 pounds. Like that's you could do that.
I
with your
think
arm.
80 pounds is way too much because when you start, okay, so at around 80 pounds, these snap. Okay, so the cable that I picked, it's good for up to like 50, and the stretch is only from 3 to 5%, which is totally negligible and totally fine because trust me, if I'm pulling 50 pounds into the ground, it's probably a globe. So who gives a fuck?
Yeah,
Right?
no, but but I'm sorry, you won't be able to get enough tension on that line over 5 miles to make it.
Well, that's up to the
completely
surface.
straight.
Sir, it's up to the surface.
You won't be able to have enough tension on it to make that line completely straight. It will bend down towards the middle just for the weight of the line itself.
Yeah, you're not understanding what we're talking about. I'm sorry. There's going to be a cable laying on the ground. And as I tighten that cable, if there is a curve over a 5-mile length, then it should be pressing more at the center of the line. Should be
but
more
over such a distance, that a line like that will not help you. It will sag, and if you have it up in
There's
open air,
no sagging
hang
to
on.
be had, sir. It's on the ground.
When you start tightening it up, if you have
It's already on the ground. There's no sag.
But you have two poles at each
There are
end.
two poles.
And then you start pulling on it.
Yeah, well, guess where the line is? The line is near the surface.
Yes.
So it's only a
As
few
you
inches
start-
off the ground.
It doesn't matter. It would still sag. As you start tightening it up, if you lift it up a tiny bit on each end, it will still sag in the middle. There is
So you're
no
saying
way
that it's going to sag a few inches?
it will, more than that as well over such a distance.
Yeah.
There's absolutely
Okay.
no way you're going to
So then,
keep it straight.
why don't I just put it directly on the surface then? Does that make you better? Is it better for you?
Lying, it doesn't matter if you fasten it to two poles on each end. It will, and you start tightening it up. No, because you will never get the line to be straight. That's the problem. Okay. It will bend down in the middle.
Let me ask you, Mr. General Shady, if you're sitting on the ground, are your nuts sagging?
What do you mean by sitting on the ground?
Here we go. So I tried to explain it to Claude, and Claude is it took me a second go to do it. It thought I was talking about sag the first time as well, and that it is a bit difficult to explain with this test. But we're not. I call it a cheese cutting test. You know how sometimes people, fancy restaurants and shit, get a cheese cutter and it's a wire, like a garroting wire. And what they do is they just go boom and pull it down the cheese. The idea is if you can imagine a curved barrel of cheese, a cylinder of cheese, where you pull that wire down will cut at the tippy top of the sagittal first. And that's in essence the test, that you're pulling down and you go, on a curved Earth, that force in the middle should be greatest. Right? So it should be pulling down on a scale greatest in the middle.
Yeah. But you see, the problem here is that line, regardless of what you do over those distances, will have like it will be close. Even if it was flat, the surface was flat, the middle of it would be closer to the surface than at the poles at the end. Basically, just because of the weight of the line itself, and you can't put enough tension on it.
I can add some context, because when I do my job, you're meant to do a cross diagonal to get the squareness of the building, and sometimes I used to you have to do it with a steel tape, and sometimes I'd have to put, say like if you were doing 50 meters, you'd have to put some of the plate along that diagonal to keep it up, because there is a sag even with a steel tape. You can't pull it tight enough.
Yeah, we're not talking about pulling it tight enough. That's what do people think when people say?
I don't know why this happens. They keep thinking the wrong thing.
So you keep, but are you keeping both ends at the surface, the same elevation?
I want to get it as close to the surface as I can, but mount it onto a pole.
Yeah. Then I understand what you tried. Yeah, and then when you start tying it up, the middle of it should exert a bigger force downwards on the surface.
But I'm explaining exactly what you're explaining now.
So Claude has suggested that over 5 miles you would need something with so much tension that you would need 5,000 kilos of force. It's saying for the kind of thing you're talking about, you could do it over 1 kilometer of salt flat. So you could do
what is the challenge again?
So I think it's understood what you're saying. I've put it in the chat, but I've been describing to Claude what you're talking about.
I think the cable itself weighs like 40 or 50 pounds. So to just lay that onto the ground and crank it up to the point where it's taut. I don't know what he's trying to insinuate, how much weight I'm trying to produce downward. But if I get an appreciation of about 5 to 10 pounds of pressure in the center, I will consider that as globe evidence. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to pull 50 pounds down. That's not happening. Okay, and if that were the case, I agree with what his sentiment is, but that's not what I'm trying to do. If I get, 5-10 pounds down, that's appreciable. That means that something is being pressed. And if I can show the data and it shows that it is gradually being more pressed towards the middle, that is globe evidence.
Yeah.
So I don't need to pull 10 million pounds of pressure.
No, but you put as much tension on it as you can, and then measure the different positions.
No, I don't put as much tension. No, that's how you ruin your line. No.
But this is interesting. This is saying you could be measuring a sort of. It's saying, I think if I'm understanding this correctly, if you did a 1 kilometer test, the cable tension would need to be 10,000 newtons. Oh fuck, that's loads. Okay. But if it was 10,000 newtons, how much is that? Then you could get a scale reading of 400 grams.
Yeah, so I would like to have digital scales with a camera on them, recording it as I pull the tension, so that I can uniformly discover what is taking place when I line up all the video. I can make a chart or something like that. That way I know what was being applied when at what second of the video, because it's a timestamp.
Yeah, I think you could do this. I would think a winch, given what they're saying. So they're saying, I'm getting it to do the maths now to get it, if you get a scale reading of 400 grams. Like, so this is suggesting it's doing this angle sign. I don't understand, but it's saying if you had cable tension of 10,000 newtons, which is essentially a car, the weight of a car. So basically my winch pulling on it. In the Sagitta in the middle of a 1 kilometer test, you would get a 400 gram reading where it should be 0. If you did half that, you could get a 100, 200 gram reading.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Is it? Okay, I've got no idea how I'd go about working that out.
Yeah, with if you pull 50 pounds on that over those distances he's talking about, you might get 7 or 8 grams. It's a simple statics problem.
What's the statics problem?
This.
What is statics, though? I don't get it.
Well, it's very simple to analyze those forces.
Yeah.
Static analysis of the forces will tell you what that vertical force would be.
Yeah. So as I'm getting closer to doing this, I may change what line I want to use. I may change how I want to perform it. I'd like to work with people to figure out what's most reasonable.
Idea. Yeah, because like a couple of guys out there, it would take like enough cable is going to be the expensive bit, but with enough cable and a few guys with winches, cable's the only cost, I think.
Well, it's also the weight of the cable, and then there's friction, and because the heavier it is, the harder it is to pull, but also the bigger it is, the more you can pull it. And then the more you pull it, like, okay, well, what kind of scales are we going to use? So there's some variability there, but ultimately it's the same idea. So
it's a really fun one.
Weight of the cable isn't going to really matter.
Because you just measure
if I'm if I'm buying it and carrying it around, it does matter. Because the idea is to have a setup that I can take with me in my car and go perform this at salt flats wherever I'd like at any time. Reusable.
And 5 kilometers of cable. 5 kilometers along with anything strong enough would be like you're driving around constantly with just an insane amount of cable on the off chance you're going to do a test today. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, I need to be able to store it. It needs to be something that is, I can type up a parts list and get other people to do it if they want to. Like, I would like it to be done as many places as it can be done for a fair price. So. It's not useful if only I do it and I only do it one place. Even at the salt flats, I'd plan to do it many different times and somewhat map or grid the area. So I can determine that the pressure is consistent towards the center of the line. It's not just a one-off.
So here it goes. So it's saying you could do it with just fishing line or paracord with hand pullable things, expecting a 2 to 8 millimeter Sagitta in the middle. So what do you then have to do? You've got to bury the weight, or could you get a force measuring device? You'll know this, Blue. Could you get a force measuring device that's thinner than like 2 millimeters?
Yeah, they're called strain gauges. Absolutely.
What's a strain?
I was thinking about contacting the fishing line company and seeing if they can make one line instead of cutting 1 mile each. But
this is saying you could do it at 200 meters. If you do it at 200 meters, then you can carry that virtually in your pocket. You can hike to a salt flat and do it. Where it's saying if you do it for 200 meters, then the trick is, could I precisely measure the downward force of the Sagitta if all I had to work with under the fishing line was 2 to 8 millimeters, which is like sort of, you could barely, not even fingertips.
I think I just want to do 5 miles because it's impressive. If I can do that, and if it's reasonable that I can carry around equipment for that and do it easily myself, that would be great. But ultimately, I think like 3 miles is probably good enough. I would like to perform 5 if I can.
Yeah, I'm looking at the prices and looking at steel cable drums, 1 kilometer in Australian dollars for you.
You'd have to have steel cable rope, steel wire rope. That's for sure.
No, I've no.
You don't think so?
No, and then carrying around 5 miles of steel wire. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
Like what?
that's why I'm trying to get as
And,
small
and
as you
steel
can.
and steel stretches. You know, there's tensile. Look, I've looked into this. The fish. There's a fluorocarbon, 0.032 inch fishing line, and it's rated. The top rating is 80. You can find it for 80, but most of it sells for like 40 or 60 rating. And it's best for my purposes. It's the best for not snapping and not stretching. It's only 3 to 5%.
What weight are you saying?
What weight?
Yeah, how strong is it?
Yeah, so it goes up to 80. They make it
80 pounds.
There's different weights. Like the strongest that goes, the strongest for that style cable is 80, but mostly it sells for 40 and 60 strength. I wanted to contact the some of the manufacturers and see if they could make me an 80.
Let's just say that
without cutting it for just to keep it consistent, you know.
Yeah, I bet you they would. I bet you they would. I bet you they would have a standard way that's already done, because they have to cut it off to put it on those spools, and it's just somebody saying, "Can you put it on a different spool?" It wouldn't surprise me if they've got massive spools there, and they just generally only sell it direct to weird one-offs.
Yeah, I don't know about their production, so I can't make that claim or anything, but
if you looked around, you could find it. Because, yeah, I'm looking here and you can find, like, what have I seen, 500 pound. It's only 60 meters at a time. But, yeah, if you could contact people that are making 500 pound braided Kevlar line, you could pull some insane...
No, see,
braid is what you want, I think, because braid doesn't stretch much, whereas monofilament does. I've just started.
They make mono. This is what I'm saying. Hydro. Oh, fuck. Just find the link. Make me pause my fucking game.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry. Why does my house smell like poo after the rain?
You could get, you could get like a J-braid from Diver, 300 meters, 455 NOx, that's about $40. So 300 meters is what, 1,000 feet, close to? Oh, that carries 58 pounds.
Anvil, oblate.
Okay, fluorocarbon fishing line, 80 pound, 0.032 inch. Okay, and there's a chart. The chart shows that it is the best for...
It fell out of the dumpster or something.
What? So it doesn't stretch and it doesn't snap. And when it does stretch, it's 3 to 5%. And after
Like
80
my
pounds,
butthole.
it
No,
snaps.
fluorocarbon lines do stretch.
They do stretch?
Yes, 100% sure. I'm a keen
There's different
sports,
kinds.
Yeah, I'm a keen sports fisherman.
Okay.
But if you go for the multi-filament ones, like Berkeley's or Divers, like as I mentioned, the braid, the J braid or something like that, that is as good as no stretch whatsoever.
Yeah, it's really good. It's that's what you want. It's for sure you want monofilament. Not monofilament, which is what I'm pretty sure it sounds like you're talking about. But it sounds like there's also quite a few terms.
Yeah,
but
what's the
generally
name
you want
of it?
weave. You want braid or what did you say? Not polyfilament. What do you call it?
Multi-filament.
Multi-filament.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's just has to be. Rather than monofilament is just one thick tube, one thick cylinder of fishing line, And braid is that, braid. It's a pattern of multiple strands. And that means it has this very short amount of stretch and then immediately stops, whereas monofilament just stretches and stretches and stretches till it snaps. But it will mean it's easier to sort of pull a certain amount of weight and know
mono.
when.
This is not mono. This is fluoro. So here, actually.
No, but it's still a fluorocarbon. It's still a monofilament line. It's just one line. The multifilament is made up of 8, 10 very thin threads spun together, and doesn't have any stretch. Fluorocarbon do stretch.
Yeah, so mono, fluoro, braided. See that there, 4th and 5th column? You want the last column.
Yeah, and that may be the best thing. Maybe the best thing.
Not too
look,
expensive
trust me, I would love to have a braided line, but the idea of just thinking about wrapping up and handling 5 miles of line sounds like a nightmare. And then also the weight.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to do it, I
much
have to do it right. So.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too much. Like if you get a medium, like we just have to work out. We just use AI to work out the forces involved and how precisely you can measure them. But it sounded like Blue Marble. You were saying there's a device you know of that could measure a downward force because you're stretching it over a salt flat. You kind of want to pluck the line up. You almost want to use like a baggage scale, but a precise one. Strain gauge, says Heliarch. Strain gauge.
Yeah, strain gauges are used to measure tension and stuff. I don't know that you could even do that with a piece of fishing line, to be honest.
Stretch.
I don't think the physics of this is going to work, though.
You think not?
It's not going to do what you think it's going to do.
Well, what part doesn't work?
Well, you've got the line lying on the ground. You've got the line conforming to the shape of the ground.
Perfect.
And that means, that means it's not a 5 mile. It's not a 5 mile unsupported length of line or whatever.
Just doing an experiment with slightly.
And I suppose only a few millimeters of elevation change would affect the results as well, because I suppose you would need a very fine scale accurate weight to do this.
Okay, well, this Bonneville salt flats have been they've been LiDAR scanned, and the elevation is equal along most of its length. I checked.
Yeah, but I think a couple of centimeters in difference along the surface, a tiny bump here and a tiny bump there, would affect the measurements.
Well, how much curve would you expect along 5 miles?
Well, the Sagitt is going to be something like 4 feet.
Yeah, so I just imagine if there were any bumps anywhere, they probably wouldn't use it as a racetrack.
We're talking about maybe a couple of centimeters, an inch or two, maybe. Even such a small thing would affect the measurements.
Right, which is why it's important that this is done many times along many different lengths, so that it's not just one reading. You're constantly reading the surface of the Earth to see what it tells us, like Braille. It's a lot cheaper than going to space, though. So.
Yeah, that's for sure. Even though the multifilament costs a bit, it's much cheaper than going to space. You're absolutely right.
I'm still waiting to see what wouldn't work about this because I want to understand all of the criticisms that are going to happen. And I can't think of a flatter surface other than like a salt flat that's been LiDAR tested. So
I suppose still water surface would be the best, but it's very difficult to do it that way then, because then you need to bring in enough tension of the strength.
You trust Riggs, if you trust LiDAR, then what's wrong with LIGO being proof of Earth curve?
well, I trust LiDAR in that it can detect elevation changes.
Right.
So if that elevation is on a surface as flat or sphere, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Right. If
At
LIGO,
least not within.
if we accept LIGO as a straight tube, if you accept that, then the LiDAR data tells you the Earth's a globe.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, I guess I'll find out for myself.
Yep.
Unless you want to sponsor the couple $1,000 it's going to take to do this. I'll have to wait.
No, if you accept LiDAR and you accept that LIGO is a straight tube, then it's already done.
I'm good.
Okay. I know that you accept both of those, but you reject the conclusion.
I don't, dude, I don't accept something called LiDAR. Okay. I don't.
Okay.
I don't accept that.
Right.
Riggs, I just watched a video with my kids about LiDAR and also with Tesla. The video when the Tesla did not recognize cartoon wall.
Yeah.
Why do you not accept with LiDAR?
I meant LIGO, but either way, I don't necessarily accept it for determining the globe. I think that if in regard to curvature, I think that it wouldn't necessarily matter because the elevation could be equivalent across both models. Doesn't really bother me.
No. On a
Okay.
flat Earth, there would be no elevation change. But there is.
You think that on a flat Earth, there's no such thing as an elevation change?
I mean, the tubes are straight.
No. I'm saying I don't trust LIGO like by default. There's nothing about LIGO that's going to change my mind because
But
it's
why?
so.
Why?
Look, if I don't, I have nothing to do with LIGO. Okay, I don't know what's happening there. I didn't construct their tubes. I don't know what they're doing. I'm not interested in what they're doing. I want to know what I'm doing and what I'm trying to perform.
Okay,
Right,
I see. You don't accept any measurement except the ones you do yourself. Yeah, you don't. That means you don't accept any measurements unless you do it yourself.
That's not true. I'm going to pick and choose however I please.
Ah, cherry picking. Yeah, that's a nice way of
Yes,
putting it.
I'm going to
Yeah.
pick and choose however I please.
Yeah, pick the ones that support your presupposition and forget the rest. I see. Not very honest though, is it?
Oh, okay.
Well,
Riggs,
is that what I'm doing?
Riggs, what do you do? What do you want to do to prove flat Earth? What
I'm not
measurement you
trying to
want to do?
prove flat Earth
Why not?
because I don't care to prove to anybody that the Earth is flat.
No, to yourself. I see, by yourself, to yourself, for yourself.
No, well, that's not necessarily proof. Okay, what I'm doing is I'm going to pull a line across the Earth, and I'm going to test. Well, I'm going to measure the pressure along the surface as I pull the line. All right, and I'm going to do this as many times and in as many different places as I can to determine that there is a consistent variable pressure centered on the line across its length.
But if the line
To
is
the
touching the
Earth.
ground, you won't be able to know that the tension in the middle of it is the same as at the end due to the friction as it lays on the ground. That's another problem, isn't it?
Well, it depends. So I can put the line directly on the ground, and if there's a hump in the middle, should I not have more pressure in the middle?
No.
No, I mean,
No.
as long as it's touching the ground, there's a friction between the line and the ground. And if you want to make sure that you have the same tension all along the line, you need to have some sort of measuring the tension at different distances of the line.
Yeah, but Stefan, you know the piano wire that we use to align shaft or to align tube on a long length. Every line is not possible to put a line horizontal straight.
Oh, it's not. But he's not talking about that. He wants to have the line laying on the ground. But as I said, as soon as it touches the ground of such a distance, the friction will change. Let's say, most likely, the tension in the middle of that 5 mile line will be close to zero, but at the end it would be at max.
It will be almost infinite, but.
Are you saying the tension would? Wait, you're saying what is at zero at the center?
The tension at the zero, but as long as if you tighten up that line and it's on the ground, there is this friction between the line and the surface, and the tighter you have that line, the more the more friction you will have, and that friction starts off where probably most closely to where your poles are.
Well, the
friction will reduce. Yeah, the friction will reduce the tension over distance. The further away from the starting point you go, the less tension there will be.
Stefan, I think you have a wrong assumption. Riggs, your line is in the air, is not touching the ground.
It's on the ground.
No, he wants to have it on the ground. That's why this friction problem comes in.
Yeah, I don't see the friction being a problem. Friction is translated directly into pressure into the surface.
Yeah.
So.
No, but you have
it is flow from the beginning because your line is not rigid, so it will follow any topography that you have on the ground.
Right, which is why I would do it at the Bonneville Salt Flats. That it's been LiDAR elevation scanned to show the same elevation across multiple miles.
So let's say you stretch that line out 5 miles, laying on the ground, and you want to try to wind it in. What do you think would happen? Would that be easy, or would it be hard to do that due to the friction?
I imagine it would be slightly harder than the weight of the cable.
Yeah, it would 5 miles. It would really.
Yeah, it would be slightly harder than the weight of the cable, which is why I wanted to use the fluorocarbon cable, because I know that the weight and the amount of tension I would like to put on the cable is manageable. Now, if I have to use a braided cable, I need to do the calculations for how much weight and how much space and all this stuff. And it's totally reasonable though, because I can still, construct a winch system that has a torque meter on there, and I can still do everything that I'd like to do. I just would have to have a machine do it probably, because I don't want to pull 100 pounds by myself.
Wait,
I have to.
What are you torquing?
But it is flawed, Rick, from the beginning. The friction, as Stefan was telling, that the friction will be enormous. You cannot drag a 5 miles long cable. You cannot tension it.
Yeah, it's snap.
Only
No,
by
you
weight.
guys are just coming up with nonsense now. I don't have to drag it anywhere. It's already there. Okay.
Well, you put tension on it. But hang on. If you start at one line, it's lying on the ground. You are at one side and you start adding tension to it. Let's say until you have 50 pounds tension on one
That's too
end.
much.
Yeah, but no, but this is
for the line I currently have.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let me finish. Let me finish. The friction of the line laying on the ground. If you did measure the tension of the line at the opposite end, it would probably read more or less like 0, because 50 pounds will not overcome the friction of the line over 5 miles.
As Stefan said, friction is enormous. On a line, it will be very long. You can try just with a boat on water. It will. You can put a 1 mile long rope behind you, floating rope behind you on a lake, and try to go forward. You will not move.
Okay.
I imagine on the ground.
Oh yeah. I every time when I do long offshore casts, you really feel the friction on the line and the lure. The further you throw it out, the harder it is to wind in, and that is just in water.
Well, we pull lines all the time, and that's only over 50 meters, and there's problems with snaps and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah,
it's 50 meters. I use a line, say like if I want to pull a straight line, I've fixed in the corners, I'll pull a line from corner to corner, 50 meters, and when you're trying to pull that tight, it will snap. Whatever I've used everything.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about, the steel ruler, the steel measuring tape. If that sags a little bit, even like centimeters, you get a wrong reading.
Over 50 meters, you'll have a few inches of sag in the center of it too.
That's why I said if I'm trying to do the sole plates and do the cross section to make sure I'm square, I have to prop it up with the sole plate in the middle so it don't sag.
Yeah, you can't pull the damn sag out of it over that distance.
Yeah, there's not going to be any sag. It's going to be on the ground, and I don't know what kind of cable I'm going to use. And I think it's going to be highly pertinent to, how it's going to go.
You'd have to ratchet it if you're using that length, just to pull it taut. So there's because there'll be a wiggle in the rope. You need it to pull it at tension to know it's straight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much I want to pull it, but I don't. You got me thinking about this braided cable. Maybe I haven't looked at it.
I have a braided cable for pulling cassettes together, and when I ratchet those cassettes, I've broken loads of cables.
Yeah.
Do you think this is the reason why we probably changed to more sophisticated measuring tools because, in fact, when you start using chains or lines, and you actually have a lot more variables.
Yeah.
And just
No, I think this just comes down to a money thing. I don't want to spend too much money, but I'd like to have it something I can throw in my car. Other than that, no, I think it's a great idea.
Riggs, before to buy 5 miles of it, just buy 100 yard. You line it straight, and you
No.
try to pull it.
No.
Yeah,
You will see how much
do that
how
before
much
I
force
did
you need.
anything.
what do you think takes more? Like when you talk about money, like I just find that odd because this experiment would take significantly more time than just using the better measuring tools.
What's the better measuring tool?
No.
You mean something that uses light?
No. We should encourage Riggs to try to do his own experiment.
Yeah.
I agree.
I'm with you on that.
But
I think it's a very clever test.
You're
It's
trying
physical.
to avoid refraction.
If I can get the right line and I can get the methodology down, only then is it any good.
Okay, but I mean, you need to be accounting for a lot more variables when you're using a line. You need to account for the humidity, the temperature, the friction, the tension.
Sure, we've been talking about all those things
Yeah.
for extended period.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for your contribution.
But Riggs, you still will have your line. It is not rigid. It will follow any topography you have. If
That's
it's
the
flat
idea.
or if it's flat
Excellent.
or if it's curved, you will not see the difference. How will you differentiate flat and curve with your line?
Can someone translate that for me?
When you take
Yeah,
your
I think it's-
measurements, how can you tell using your measurement whether it's flat or curved?
If it's curved, there we wait in the middle of the line. If it's flat, the line should, if anything, get a tiny bit lighter. If it's curved, the line should be pulling down like it's a bit of wire trying to cut some cheese. So if you've got a scale in the middle that's lined up with the otherwise flat surface of the salt flat, then it should push down on a scale in the middle or resist a scale pushing up to whatever the height of the sagittar is, right? But if it's flat, a line that its either end is just off the ground should just change nothing at all in weight, or if anything, get a teeny bit lighter. But if it's pulling through a sagittar, it should be like trying to cut through the earth, and a scale in the middle should be able to detect that.
Trying to think if that would work.
But not just one scale. I'd like to have a set of scales along the length so that we can get a consistent gradual pressure increase towards the middle.
How do you counteract the weight of the scale on the line?
What?
Well, if you're weighing the line, you're interacting with it, which would affect the, no?
Yeah, so you just measure the line when there is no tension on it, and then put tension on it, measure it, and release the tension and measure it, and pull the tension on back on and measure it. And you should get a cluster of measurements that, if the globe, should show that the line is heavier when tension is on it. And if flat, there should be no difference, virtually no difference between them.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure the line is not going to show any weight. So, I mean, probably not even a gram, to be honest. It's a really thin line.
Yeah, tiny little line just lying across the top of.
But if let's say if I tighten it, if I get it taut, and I get something like 2 pounds in the middle, and I get 1 pound along the sides, I'd say, interesting.
Yeah.
And then I test it, and I do it over and over again. Then
Lobe.
Interesting, and it does the same thing again, right?
So Jaron Campanella, interesting.
As an engineer, as as an engineer, your experiment is will fail. You cannot put a line straight on the ground. You cannot.
I do think would be difficult. Yeah, I think that'll be a really big challenge. How do you get the line straight?
It's physically you get in if you are straight, the tension in a cable is infinite.
Yeah, straight left and right. You're talking about, aren't you, Nico?
Yeah.
I've always thought that'd be the problem because Jesse's got a similar test over water, and I'm like, but the line's going to be squiggling this way and that until you put tension in it, and even then, you'll spend most of your time pulling tension out of the left and right squiggles, like just the chaotic wibbliness of the line. That you won't. It'll be really hard, I think, in water. I could see you doing it. I was imagining that online, where you just the way you do it is you spool it off the back of something, hammer it to one point, spool it off the back of something, and you try to drive that thing as straight as you possibly can. And you spool it off with a lot of tension on the spool, so almost like brakes on it, even if it's just like holding the spool with a towel in your hand. And the idea then would be if you could keep going fairly dead straight, you've got already a fairly good line. And then what you do is progressively just pull, relax, pull, relax, pull, relax, pull, relax. And you're recording all of them, but you kind of, sorry, not recording them, you just pull, relax, and it should pull into a bit more of a line. But I still think you're right. I still think that line's going to be really observably, noticeably wibbly.
Yeah, but not only left and right, vertically, by its own weight, it's impossible to put a line straight.
You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding the test. We are not trying to pull.
I understand. I understand on the ground, but it is impossible. We use so many times to make the shaft alignment on a ship, and it will be like 8 meter, 12 meter, even over 80 meter on a container ship. When we shaft alignment, we use a piano wire. It is a calibrated cable that we know when we put the weight at each end to tension it, we know how much deflection. The deflection of the cable is calibrated, and we use that. We know that if we are so far away between the two extremities, we know how much deflection, and we make our measurement to the micrometer in it to get the deflection, to get the real measurement, to get the alignment of the shaft. You cannot have a cable straight.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think we don't care about the up and down because we're measuring the up and down. Like that's just following the surface of the salt flat. But you just have to do it so it's bang on dead straight left to right, because otherwise, when you go to put the scale in the middle, as you pull tension on it, the line will flick off to the left or the right, right?
You could most probably visualize that with a drone.
That's not a bad idea, Schlitzy. I think that's a cracking idea. Yeah, line it up like a gun sight with a drone.
No, you have the wind. You have the wind. We will make a wiggle left and right on your line. It is an engineering nightmare what Riggs is proposing.
But the line's on the ground the
It
whole
might be.
time. You are clear on that, right?
Yes. Line on the ground. Light on the ground. You cannot. Just your drone will be even 10 centimeter, a slight breeze or anything. Just the vibration of the drone will make your cable will never line straight.
Or you just do, I don't know, you put posts in, flags, I don't know, at separate intervals.
And we will be talking about a heavy drone just to make that, because you will have to carry the spool with you, because you will not drag the line with you with the drone. You will not do that.
No. You're pulling the drone. No. You're pulling the drone out of the car. So you've set. I think the easiest way to do it is you set the line in one point, anchor it hard, and then open up the boot of your car, put a spool in the back that the line's
and
attached
just
to.
drive
Put
it
a
out.
brake on it, and then just drive dead straight, as straight as you possibly
Yep.
can. Like line up a mountain perfectly with like a gun sight. Maybe even draw a
No, you
bullseye
need a
on the
winch.
steering
you need a winch
wheel
or a
on the
ratchet.
Dude,
windscreen.
I would just hold my wheel straight. Fucking go straight.
No, you want to lock it
But-
on a distant landmark for sure. Lock it on a distant
Well,
landmark.
I'm gonna have GPS. Like this is highly like this
No, your GPS
area
is
is
certainly
gonna
pretty
be
good.
very, it's like very modern. So
It'd be so much fun to film. If you ever get close to doing this, I would consider like coming out to America, getting myself a Toyota Tacoma and coming out to film this because it would be so fucking funny. I would love it. I would have so much fun.
You can buy one of my brother. You can buy
'Cause
one
you
of
could
my
and then
do
when
it.
it's
You
all
could,
over,
like-
I could say interesting.
Interesting.
Only the
I'd pay to see
only the
that.
turbulence of your car, the wind, the turbulence of your car spooning out your vibration of your car will not make it straight. You will have a huge amount of friction.
We'll have a wiggliness. Yeah, it'll come off
It
wiggly.
would
I do
snap
think you're
before
right.
you got that.
And that's the other one, the tension, rubbing on
It would-
things, like scratching, snagging on stuff.
So if I
Fault flats not
unroll a
being quite as-
cable while I'm driving, it'll snap. You guys are
It,
funny.
it will snap. It will
I
snap.
think it will snap 100%. Just from
You have the
Okay.
looking at cables being
But which-
pulling out other cars that have been stuck and things like that.
Okay.
And,
Well,
and
maybe
and
you're
start
right.
getting plugged.
Maybe it'll snap. Maybe it's all
Look.
fucked.
On ship, we have marine light when we are tugging a boat.
Uh-huh.
It should be not straight. You shouldn't. Is wait. It should be sagging your line. If it's straight, it will snap. Too much tension in it. If you can close to straight, to straight, it line. And I'm talking about line who can pull 80 ton with it. It's not small line. It's a big. You said 4 inches, 5 inches in diameter line, and they
Yeah.
snap.
Yeah, it sounds like the wrong kind of line. You're right. You're bang on.
Just pulling floor cassettes.
I
have
shouldn't use a
cables.
line like that.
But I don't think that's right, Nico, because I've seen fucking straight farm fences, crazy straight farm fences over very, very uppy downy territory that go for staggering distances sometimes.
Yeah, but they're done in sections.
And we're
no?
talking about just doing the same thing with fishing line. I think you could. I really think you could get it pretty bloody close.
No, you won't.
Like, you might bring a tool or
You-
something.
you
You
can
might want
try.
to line it up against posts or something like that.
I think if you try, just get like a braided line or something like that. Let's say over 100 meters, and have it
Do a
as
short range
tight as you can. It will still go down in the middle. It can't support this weight.
We're not. You're still Stefan. You're still stuck on the wrong idea. I do think you're right about a short
I was just talking about responding to what Nico was saying. I think the biggest problem there is in fact the friction, where you have to. If you want to do that, you have to like have a measurement on the opposite side of where you're pulling it to measure the tension of that end. And I think over 5 miles, the line on the ground, you will, before you register any tension on the opposite end, it will probably break.
It is not probably. It will break.
Well, you, well, the,
Sorry,
the
Nico,
idea
that was
would,
rude. I didn't mean to be rude.
The
I'm
idea
sorry.
would be to have a line that is strong enough to manage the amount of pulling.
Yeah, because there's
Yeah,
cables.
but the stronger the cable or the line is, the heavier it is, and that increases the friction. It's like a dead end.
Right, which is why I didn't want to use the one that you guys recommended because it wasn't necessary. Now this the one that I proposed is light enough, cheap enough, strong enough not as tensile, but also strong enough to not just snap, but also give a little bit. Also, it's very, very low friction, so it would just glide across the sand, like the grains of sand.
Not,
It would not be
not over 5 miles. And the other thing is that
well.
fluorocarbons,
If it's only 50 pounds a line,
doesn't matter.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
And another thing is that fluorocarbon lines you were talking about, they do stretch, and over such a dense,
3 to 5%.
Yeah,
This
such
line that I'm talking about.
So 3 to 5% of 5 miles. That
Yep.
amounts to quite a few
500
meters.
feet.
Yeah, but yeah. So that would say you would need to climb in 500 feet before it's sort of tight enough to do this.
Hang on. I've got an idea. Surely many salt flats already have air strips on them. Surely they do. No, actually, if it's all a salt flat, just land anywhere. But I was thinking, surely there's a common straight known features on some salt flats. You know, dead straight roads across them or something where you could line it up with the thing that's already there that we know is straight left to right. Do you know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
Never mind. Moving on.
Yeah, I think that the friction thing is an interesting point, but also keep in mind that if there is any amount of tautness, that the cables, I mean the line is going to be on a set of scales along its length, and I imagine the scales would add to I think you would perhaps help with some of the friction by offering a buffer. Once I was able to.
Can I give you a quick example of friction? I do fly fishing as well. Sometimes I just train in the garden, in the grass, and the amount of friction that the grass is putting on that line, which is maybe, let's say, 90 feet out, it's really noticeable. And the fly fishing line is very, very smooth and light.
Yeah, mic check.
Mike can hear you.
I've done quite a lot of fishing in my life, and the mess I've seen people get into, and I'm talking casting 30 feet. If you're talking 5 miles, you're just having a laugh.
$5 miles dead straight, now that I think about it, is like you can't, your curve left to right has to be way less than 8 inches per mile squared. Right?
Who just spoke before you then, Eggs?
That
I don't know.
was...
I mean, it may be a ridiculous thing, but if there's some way I can manage to figure it
18.
out, I'd like to do it.
ATTY.
Are you Welsh, ATTY?
Yeah,
No way. Me and you are the only Welsh people on Flat Earth Discord.
You are Welsh too, Ned. I only just heard it as you said it then.
My granddad's Welsh. He's a Davies.
you don't sound very Welsh, whoever that was.
Yeah, I know. It's been a long time. It's been 2 generations. It's got washed out by now.
2 generations.
Yeah, granddad, my dad, and then me. He's a
From
Welshman.
North Wales, South Wales?
I'll have to look.
I'm from South Wales, though, near Bridgend.
Great White.
Well, not far from Newport.
When?
I could hear the twang.
Now it's Monmouthshire.
All I know is that he's a 10-pound pom, and he came over when my dad was 11. I'll have to look into where he was actually from. Wouldn't take long. Just a phone call to my parents. Oh yeah, that's right.
The mess I've seen people get into with just 30 feet of fishing line.
Yeah.
It sounds easy. In theory, it's easy, but it just doesn't act like you think it's going to act.
Yeah, I'm open to that possibility.
If it could have been done, it would have been done. I mean, they were talking about it on Nathan Oakley's server 5 years ago, and it still hasn't been done.
Have you heard that Nathan Oakley made an announcement that you can basically commission him in order to come into your show because he's so alone and like nobody wants to come to his server anymore, that he wants people to literally pay in order for him to come and visit like another show or something.
Oh heck yes. Okay, how much is he charging?
I don't remember anymore, but we can check that if you want.
It's around 200 or 250 of his currency.
That's not bad. That's not a bad price. To get
Bro,
one
we
of
can
the
actually
kings of
pay.
Flat Earth.
Yeah,
I will
200
pay
what?
him that. Record that. Live stream that.
And
Yeah,
what
He can't
and
mute? Yeah, real.
he can't. Well, unless he
course not.
chooses to ignore people. However, what Wolfie said to Nathan is like, if you even turn up, you earn your $200 or $250 by the half hour. So if you come, you get $50. If you stay another like 15 minutes, that's another 50. You can earn it. Those were the conditions set.
Yeah, you've got to pay to keep them around. Otherwise, you can't just have their money and run off. And
Yeah,
you want
exactly.
to try and challenge him to leave some money on the table. Be open. Be like, I'm gonna try and run you off before I'm out of money. Because him not being able to use a mute button. Can you imagine? Have you discussed things? He's just incapable of discussion. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, because his default line is Earth is measured fat. But okay, dip angles. Yeah, no, it's not. What about the celestial circles of latitude? They're measured circular.
His like basic algorithm, his basic script is that when you mention the word plane, angle, horizontal, or something like that, then that proves flat Earth. And then if you continue using your argument, which uses this word supporting a globe, he can just kind of scream at you and shut you down because you've already proven the Earth is flat in his mind, because he thinks this concept automatically means the Earth is flat. So he can basically scream at you because you're dishonest, because you already used a flat Earth concept and you're still trying to prove a globe. So he has a set of those trigger words like horizontal, an angle, flat, a plane.
But nobody really follows him anymore, do they? I haven't heard people parroting his or QE's stuff much lately. I guess 24/7's still balls deep on them, aren't they?
Yeah, and Quantum Eraser tried to quote Richard Feynman out of context because he basically says, in the context of quantum mechanics, that F equals ma is false. And just remember, this is context with quantum mechanics. So nobody throws a ball using quantum mechanics. Like it's useful
Should
to a
ask
certain
some-
degree.
We should ask some that are here. Were you a follower of Nathan Oakley, SE Montreal, or like a fan of QE?
Say what?
Were you followers of like follower? Nobody's a follower, but like, what did you think of and what do you currently think of Nathan Oakley and QE?
Oh, nothing. Well, the same as I did in the beginning. They do their thing, and they do their thing. That's it.
Do you think they do it
Everybody
well?
has their. Well, look, I'm not. The only thing I would say is the foul language, but that's about it. And even that, I'm like I grew up in the street, so I'm not. You know what I'm saying? It's not a.
You're not
It's
clutching
not a
pearls.
major thing, but I mean, when you're live on air, it doesn't help if you swear at every second word you're swearing and muting. So that's about the only thing that I don't like.
Yeah, on the muting as well. Yeah, I was wondering if you're going to say muting. Yeah, for me, I'm like, yeah, swearing's not great, but the screaming and muting is weird. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. And when it comes, you asked, are there still followers of Nathan Oakley and QE? I would say that 24/7 is starting to do their own thing, and he still has a very small group of like the most devout ones, but it's really a small group, as I already said. There's this guy even on our server called like Vax, Wax, something like that, and he's one of those Oakley followers. He invited me to his server recently, and he had on that server a couple of those like Oakley guys, and they still repeat the same exact thing. Then I got muted for basically no reason, and I left. But I can confirm that they still exist and they still are repeating those arguments.
Mm-hmm.
They were going like, what's your independent variable in the Cavendish experiment? What's your dependent variable? What's your observed phenomenon?
It's not natural science.
And then I said that my observed phenomenon is like moons rotating around Jupiter, and he said that it was Viking. He's also one of the Oakley followers. He said that it's not the same thing because in Cavendish the balls are accelerating towards each other, and the moons are orbiting. They aren't hitting Jupiter, so it's not the same phenomenon.
All right, that's a weird. That is a very. What do other people here think? Because I think the moons of Jupiter are a pretty good argument. Balls orbiting balls. We've got a bunch of flat earthers here. Like Schlitzy, Rixky, Riggs, SE. What do you think if they're like Jupiter? I think if you look at it with a telescope and you see balls orbiting balls, do you think it's a good one or not?
Well, when I first saw it, it took my breath away. When I first saw what is Jupiter and what they call the moons of Jupiter, it took my breath away when I saw it. I was in awe. Having said that, right? I still don't buy the Jupiter being a gas ball in a vacuum. That just doesn't work physically, right? It just doesn't. So whatever it is, I'm sure, and I can only speak for myself, that it ain't that. It ain't a gas ball in a vacuum. So that's my take.
So that's interesting. So you say you do agree it looks like that, but you just are sure it's not that.
So,
Well, I
what do
didn't
you
say
think
it
about
looks like that.
Schumacher?
I
Yeah,
didn't say it looks like a
Oh,
I
okay.
see.
How
gas
would you
ball. I
say
said
it?
it looks. I said it
I see.
looks like.
I
Or
just want to understand what it
somebody
looks
else
like
could
first, though.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
go SE and then go Stefan. SE, what does it look like?
It looks like a giant planet with moons orbiting it, just like they say it does. Now, is it a gas giant? It cannot be that. That is impossible. That is physically impossible. That's my take on it.
Okay, yeah.
So what do you think about
go
the
ahead.
Schumacher levy and Jupiter then?
You know Schumacher-Levy, the comet that crashed into Jupiter, and what was seen after the impact. Surely looks like it's a sort of a gas that's been hit.
That's a good point. I remember that. And I was watching it live. Not really. It just looks like something hitting something. I don't know how you can say that's a gas. I mean, what makes you think it's a gas?
Well,
So
if
can
it
I
was
ask you
water,
something?
it would look different. If it was solid ground, it would have huge impact craters.
Can
Could
I
it be
ask something?
cloud?
SE, if you think that Jupiter can attract the moons and keep them in orbit because you acknowledge that there are things that are orbiting it at least, then why don't you think that the same force could be enough strong to hold the gas together? Why can it hold the moons but not the gas in the
See,
atmosphere?
that's an assumption on your part. What you see, you think it's a moon attracting things, right? Because that's the explanation you've been given. I don't blame you. But like I said, gas ball in a vacuum is a physical impossibility.
There's an assumption on your side.
That's a fact.
If there's
Unless you
No.
can show it.
That's your assertion.
Can you
is
show
the-
it? Can you show a ball and a ball of gas in a vacuum? You know you can't. So
Yeah,
Yes, you
we
can.
can.
Look, Jupiter.
Look at
Let's
Jupiter.
let's chill, guys. Chill, guys. Let's not suddenly dogpile. There's suddenly like 4 unmuted mics.
yeah, they can't wait.
That was, he could smell the blood.
Dude,
Oh yeah, the chum is in the water.
I can hear Pac-Man in the background too somewhere.
So
Ooh,
I'd say similar to Earth, we noticed that the air pressure near the surface is measurable, and we go higher in the mountains in less, and we send up weather balloons, it's even less. We send things higher, and it's even less. So there's so little gas, like it from all that we can measure, it seems like the dense stuff is closer to Earth. So it seems like it's entirely possible to do the same on Jupiter. Now, I suspect if there's a gradient, there's a similar thing happening. There's dense gas towards the whatever liquid or solid is in the center, and then there's a little bit less, and then a little bit less. But just because it's far away, it doesn't look as gradual.
I can agree that just from observations you can't really tell that it's made of gas unless you believe NASA, because you can see that the surface is changing over time, like it's swirling, but you could get the same effect with a liquid. So Jupiter, at least the surface could be made of liquid and you would get the same effect. But it's definitely not a solid, because a solid wouldn't be doing that, right?
Another kind of fancy thing is when they first observed Schumacher-Levy, they did a calculation based on the gravitational attraction of Jupiter, and they calculated that to see that it would impact Jupiter. They did it quite a long time, but the reaction happened. So it seems like the model was working.
Well, look, you have two choices, right? You can look up, see what everybody else sees, right? And believe the story. Or you can take physics and
See, can I just pause you quickly? Your mic is doing some weird thing where it's like you're getting a little bit far from it, and then your voice is like 2 decibels, and then suddenly it goes back to like 98.
Wow, is this any better?
Yeah, way better.
Okay. So like I was saying, you have two choices here, right? You can look up like I did in wonderment, right? And say, holy shit, man, look at that, right? And buy the story. Or you can see the same thing everybody else does and say like I do, and like I could be wrong and say, wait a minute, this is not physically possible. So whatever it is, it can't be that. That's me. So that I'm just telling you how I see it.
Yeah, but then you are disregarding any
or all forces that might act upon gas. Don't you? If you say it's physical impossible, then you're ignoring any force that could make this happen.
No, I'm not ignoring. I'm just saying, show it to me. Just show it to me. I'll be happy.
Well, Schumacher-Levy, the trajectory calculated based on the expected gravitational pull of Jupiter is quite a good example for me, at least. It matches.
Yeah, look, if that's good enough for you, that's fine. I mean, I'm not going to knock you for it. But understand the way I see it.
But it does tell us that it seems like Jupiter has to have some sort of attractive force, though, doesn't it?
Well, you
Good
can look
story.
at it that way, that it has an attractive force, or you can say it was just in the way of those meteors. See, there's two ways to look at it, right? You think that it got attracted. Well, I can say, well, look, it was just in the way. Those things were traveling, and they were just in the way.
Those
But
things
the
weren't
thing is,
traveling in a
the
straight
thing
line,
is, that the comet ended up like with a curved path. The closer it got to Jupiter, the more it was curving towards it.
And
Right, I see the distinction of it.
If that wasn't the case, then it would not crash into Jupiter. It would just go in a straight line, missing it.
That's another assumption on your part, right?
What is the assumption?
That it took a certain path because of, you think, the gravitational pull, right?
Well, it matches what is expected. So how do you explain then that the comet changed its trajectory and suddenly started curving its path?
I can't explain it. I don't know what happened. I don't know the exact path. I don't remember the exact details. It's like, what, 20 years ago?
Yeah, something like that.
And you remember the exact path it took and all that? You got a good memory.
No, I don't I know exactly the path itself, but I know it curved towards Jupiter.
Right, but you understand that what you're doing there is like just observing and declaring, right? You observe
Well, it was
something now.
observed. No, it was observed and it was calculated way beforehand that it would most likely crash into Jupiter. Based on the models and the movement of Jupiter, the comet, and the gravitational pull of what is expected of Jupiter.
Right,
And,
I don't remember this.
and the curved trajectory was also expected due to the gravitational pull from Jupiter. So you get several things here that sort of end up giving evidence for the same thing.
Does anybody else want to go? I thought I heard somebody else light up. I don't want to steal the show.
Yeah, and
No,
additionally,
you go. I was just saying, could you remind us what the Schumacher-Levy thing is? So what, a comet comes past Earth and they predict it hits Jupiter before it does? Is that what you're saying?
No, it was coming from way outside of Jupiter, and they observed a couple of times, and they saw the trajectory it had, and then they knew the position of Jupiter and how that was moving, and by calculating and using the gravitational pull of Jupiter, they calculated that the comet should impact Jupiter, and it also broke up into several pieces due to gravitational forces, which was also expected.
So it's like a rock or a baseball. Like if it's curving towards something, what's causing your rock to curve down to the Earth?
And I don't get, isn't that infinite energy? Like, that's the bit I don't get. Isn't that free? What's the equal and opposite that pulls something that accelerates a mass?
I mean,
Seems like a force out of nothing.
the comet would also be accelerating Jupiter towards it. It's just that Jupiter is so massive that the effect would be negligible because gravity is mutual between both of the bodies.
And if you guys remember, it broke apart while it was coming in. Remember that? It was breaking up into pieces.
It was just mentioned.
And that again, they attributed to gravity. Yeah.
Yes.
And
Yeah, man, I
additionally,
know the model. I know the model.
And additionally, you have the moon thing again, which is additional confirmation that this has a force, because we can demonstrate this on Earth, that if you don't have a force pulling inwards, then things won't be doing a circular motion. They will be going approximately in a straight line or in a parabola if you want to account for gravity of Earth. But for example, we use this in like tokamaks, the nuclear fusion reactors, that if you have like an electromagnetic force pulling towards the center, then you will have like electrons in orbit doing a circular motion.
Yeah, but that reactor you're talking about, they only achieved that for, what is it, a minute or something? What you're talking about, the keeping the gases swirling inside, like if you want to use electromagnetics, I'll say, yeah, that is a possibility. That is a physical possibility, right? Because we've seen it done, but it's only been done, keep in mind, in a container, and for only a minute or so, I think, is the record.
So I don't think Jupiter is liquid. If that big red spot is some sort of funnel, like its center would be downward, like any other kind of stirring.
That's been there for 300 years, right? Keep that in mind. At least 300 years. That red spot. Yeah. So trust me, I've been wondering, I want to know what the hell it is myself. Don't think I don't want to know. It's just
So
that's
what
explanation they give us. It's just not possible. Like, yeah.
So if it's not that, what do you think? Would you agree that whatever it is that's not that is trying to give us the impression that that's what it is? Like it's some sort of almost intentional, I would think, deception.
Well, actually, the explanation you give, it looks like that, right? But like I said, I know, speaking for myself, it cannot be that, right?
Sure. But what I'm saying is,
Physically,
in
it
order for
cannot
it to
be a
not be
gas
that,
ball now. What it is, I
yeah,
don't know, bro.
yeah. So what I'm saying is, if it's definitely not a gas ball, what do you like? It seems to me necessary that you would conclude, well, this has obviously been done by something that's trying to trick me into thinking that is what's happening. Do you know what I mean? Because it looks so much like a planet with moons orbiting it. That
No. I
whoever
understand
put
that you want to know what it is, right? And you need.
No. I'm trying to understand how you see it. No, I'm trying to understand how you see it. Where I guess I'm putting too much of me into it. Why you've said you see it as a planet with, it looks like a planet, sorry, with moons orbiting it, but you know it's not a gas giant in a vacuum. What do you think it could be? What are some of the things you've considered possible explanations?
Honest to God, I can't. I try to, with super solids and super fluids, and I don't know, bro. Like anything I say it's just some made up bullshit, right? The only thing I can say is I don't know what it is. I would love to know what it is, and it cannot be a gas ball in a vacuum. I mean, I got to be honest to myself.
No, that's just your assertion. That's just you making an assertion.
Yeah,
maybe it's my incredulity. I'm willing to accept that.
Just being totally incredulous. That's fine. That's how you are.
Like I said, Blue, I'd rather be totally incredulous than make up a bullshit story or support a bullshit story that I don't believe. So I'd rather be honest with myself, honestly.
Well, nobody's making up a bullshit story, I say.
Because we've sent.
You think it's better, Blue, to have a bullshit story?
I don't have a bullshit story. You've got a bullshit
story. You do in a sense, because you think you're believing in a physical impossibility.
It's absolutely possible.
Did you film it?
It is absolutely possible. We've sent probes there, SC.
And I just find it difficult when you can send a helium balloon up up with a barometer, and the pressure gets lower and lower and lower, and there's just slightly less gas, then slightly less, then slightly less, and it approaches a really low number. Not a perfect vacuum, and it's just got a little bit less stuff. And that just seems to continue until Jupiter. So what's stopping Jupiter doing the same increase towards its surface?
Like I said, you're believing by looking at something, by thinking you are in that something, you are using that to show in your mind how an impossible thing could be possible, right?
Right, by
You
gathering
think you live in an impossible thing.
But
It's quite amazing for me to
by
believe
gathering
that you believe
data.
that, but hey, that's
It's
your
not a
belief.
belief system. Not a
But you
belief,
still
and you go
haven't
get
given an
data.
argument why would it be impossible. That's the problem. You're just asserting it over and over again, even though we're constantly giving your arguments why it would be possible based on repeatable observations of the Earth, and then you could just go nuh-uh, nuh-uh.
No, that's what you're doing. Listen, I'm asking you, can you show me a gas ball in a vacuum and I'll be a believer? Can you do that?
Yep. Have a look at Jupiter.
You see? You see what I mean?
Have a
Look
look
and
at
declare.
Uranus.
You have nothing. You
Have a
just
look at
believe.
What do you got? What do
Have
you
a
got
look
other
at
than
Neptune.
what do you got, Essie, other than
Listen, you guys could believe whatever you want. Just don't
Not a
try to
belief
force it
system.
on me. And don't
Answer the
try to,
question,
like, I'm
Essie.
answering your questions. I don't have to. Just don't try to force it on me. You have a belief. You can't show it physically.
Yes,
It's
you
like
can.
religion.
It's
Just
not
admit it
religion.
and we're good.
It's the
Nobody's trying to
opposite of
force
religion.
anything on USC, but don't try to force your bullshit on us either.
But you guys are asking me questions. I just woke up, man. I didn't even have a coffee yet.
I was asking.
You know, I'm
questions.
answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, the helium balloons that we send up on Earth detect lower and lower, like, atmosphere, less and less and less and less the further they go away from us. Like, it's not a perfect vacuum, just the number's really low.
Yeah, like I said, man, check what a vacuum is, check what 10 to the minus 12 torr is, and then come back to me and see if that's possible. Now, if you think that that's possible, I can't help you, man. I mean, it's just not physically possible. It's that simple.
I wonder, what do you think causes the difference in atmospheric pressure when you go up, it being lower and lower and lower? See?
What causes it?
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
You talk about containers all the time, right? If I have a container, like a gas container, which, like, you go camping, right? The gas container has the same pressure inside everywhere. Why is it that our gas container has different pressures depending on how far away you're from the surface of the Earth?
Well, they show different pressures in containers.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
Well, but think about what you're saying. Think about what you're saying right now. It would be the same case because of the same thing you're claiming to. That is gravity. So if you have a container and you have a gradient outside the container, you would have a gradient inside the container for the same reason, bro.
The pressures
he said radical difference. Like, I get that it will be a pressure gradient, but it will
Depends
vary.
on the height of
very
the
subtle.
container, bro. If you make the container freaking 30,000 feet tall.
Guys, let's keep it calm.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Why is it? Yeah, that's the question. Why is it that gas seems to be denser the closer to the surface and has no difference when it comes to the surface itself, but it evenly distributes on the surface? Yet if you go up, it becomes less and less and less. Why is that?
Yeah, you asked for the cause, right? Where is all the gas produced?
Does it matter? I mean, you can tell me, man.
The gas is produced at the surface level, so therefore there would be the most of it there.
No. If I take a big container, let's say like a 100-mile square container, and it's like literally all on the same plane, right? Doesn't go up. It's all on the same plane, and I fill it up. It's
Like
gonna evenly
wide, but
distribute.
not tall.
Yeah, it's wide but not tall. It's gonna evenly distribute. Even if the ventile is all the way on the left, it will evenly distribute all the way to the right. Why is that? Why does it evenly distribute on a what's the horizontal plane, but not on a vertical one? Why?
Another question is if gas
let him answer,
is
please.
produced on the surface, why don't we have a continuous updraft?
Bro, let him answer, please. One question. It's not dogpile. Have you ever seen these? He's not answering, so I guess I'll just continue. The input that was put in as well, that if you go higher in a container, it still goes lower. Have you seen that some experiments with very heavy gases, you don't even need a container for it. It will remain within the container even if the top is open. It doesn't go out. Why is that?
It does eventually. It does eventually.
I did that.
Why do the heavy gases stay inside of the box when the container is open towards the top?
Yeah, where's that pressure gradient coming from inside the open top container?
Yeah.
Where's it coming from? Nothing is producing gas in there.
Yeah. We pour in gas, heavy gases, and they stay inside the container. Why?
Well, the funny thing is, and when Blue was doing it, and don't get triggered, Blue. Remember what we were saying? Where did Blue get the gas from? How did Blue bring the gas from one place to another? I mean, guys, come on.
Yeah,
Seriously.
I understand that bullshit argument, SC, but you didn't understand what I was trying to show. You didn't understand what I was refuting, and it was the claim that Nathan and QE were making, that you couldn't have gas pressure without a sealed container. And I showed that they were wrong. You certainly can have it.
Oh, I didn't know you made this argument already. My bad.
Image linked in chat for that.
I apologize, Blue. I didn't know you made this argument already.
Oh, I made it years ago in a video, which upset the flat earthers like SE beyond all reason.
So what's the answer,
I actually loved it because I added vacuum and I believe killed your thing. But I mean,
You didn't kill anything, SE. Show me your experiment. Show me how you killed it.
Well, all I got to do is say put it in a vacuum, and right?
Only an idiot would say that, SE. What do you mean put it in a vacuum? You want gas or pressure, or you want a vacuum?
We already have an open air container in a vacuum. It's called the Earth.
Right. Right.
So would you now explain?
Reaffirm your belief.
Yeah. So would you now
begging the
entertain?
question what you just did?
So would you entertain the question eventually? How come we have different pressures within an open air container? What's causing that?
No, you need, in order to have any kind of particle or anything, you need containment. So I don't care if you want to say the whole universe is contained, whatever, but you're going to need to have containment at some point eventually, unless you're saying this universe, it goes on infinitely in all directions or something. I don't know.
We're not sure about
Or you can just say, I
begging
don't
the
know.
question. What's that called? Begging the question. Which one is that?
So why is it? Yeah. So why is it then? Let's say you have weather patterns on the Earth. You have low pressure and high pressure areas, and in the horizontal direction, higher pressure goes towards lower pressure, but in the vertical direction, with a pressure gradient, that doesn't happen. I mean, just at top of Mount Everest, the pressure is almost 10 psi less than 8,000 meters below. Why doesn't the surface gas rush up to equalize that pressure difference?
Because of gravity.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, gravity explains it well, but if you deny gravity, then you have to come up with another valid explanation.
Why is
for it.
nobody's denying gravity? Things go down, bro.
They just don't understand our position, dude.
But if you keep going up and up and up and up,
Well,
if you keep going up,
things go down. Oh, sorry. Go on. Sorry.
if you keep going up and up and up, it gets rarer, more rarefied, more rarefied, more rarefied. At what height is the firmament? And at that height, what's its role if there's nothing pushing against it?
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
The
Why
fact
doesn't
that
it matter?
the fact
It's
that you even have the fact that you even have a tapering off, right? The fact that you have a gradient at all shows that there's a container.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
Yes, it does. Because if you didn't have a container, if you didn't have a container, you wouldn't have stability. You wouldn't even have a gradient to measure.
Where'd you get that? Where are you getting that assertion from? And how can you demonstrate that?
From there,
from natural observations right now in the world.
No evidence to the contrary. There's absolutely no physical evidence to the contrary, and this is how we do science, by the process of elimination.
Well,
and if you're going to say no, okay,
you've got
hold on, let me finish.
no
what I'm gonna
physical
say.
evidence.
Why are you
from a
interrupting me
firmament.
already? Why are you interrupting me
Yes, we
already?
do.
I'm going to give you an example right here. Okay, right now we think that heat boils water, and there's many, levels to that, right? The reason we come to that conclusion is because there's no evidence to the contrary. However, we leave it open in the future that there could be other ways in the future. We don't claim to
maybe
know
God is
anything
doing
for 100%.
Right. So all our evidence there's no firmament. So where's your evidence to the contrary for the firmament?
No, that's not the evidence.
Sorry. Did I say something wrong?
I'm sorry. If you haven't reached it, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Okay, so it could be further beyond the limits
Isn't
of
this just
our
an
physical universe.
All our
It
evidence
could be
right
further
now.
beyond. Dude,
No,
let
you're
me just
interrupting
finish.
me.
No,
You're
I
interrupting
didn't
me
finish
now.
what I was saying, dude.
Go on,
It could be
repeat the same
further
thing
than
over.
okay, yeah. It can be further than the limits of our vision, just like how you say we can't see the extent of the universe. We're not sure if it continually goes on. We can only see the observable universe. It could be past that.
All the evidence right now is that it doesn't exist. Your assertions to the contrary.
That's absolutely not true.
Yeah.
Well, it is. There's no evidence to the firmament.
You have switched your burden
so
now
this
instantly.
so this
Torah.
firmament could actually be further than we can, like by the JVST telescope and so on, can see. So it could be even further away than that.
You have to put yourself in our shoes, right? You're already presupposing that your whole heliocentric universe is true, and you think that there's satellites 1,000 miles away. You think that there's things past Pluto.
Well, there are.
Like the
There are
Voyager.
satellites. There are satellites at those distances.
Yeah. So
if you say the container could be at the edge of the universe, I mean, I feel like the conversation's over. Then it's just the universe itself is the container, and we have gravity with gas balls in space.
I have a question.
But when you say the universe itself is the container, no, it would be the thing that is containing the universe, and why you call it the universe and not like our universe instead of just being like this is the whole universe. It's not like there is multiple universes that you can be like, yo, this universe is
No one's
this
saying
one.
that.
This one is this one.
No one's saying that.
One universe.
No one's asserting that.
I just
I
don't
have a
understand
question.
logic. Can you re-explain that logic? Because that was wild to me. Explain that. It sounds like because we call it the universe, therefore it can't be contained. Surely, if anything that requires a container,
I'll explain it.
you just
I'll
end up in
explain
an
it for you
infinite
since
regression
you-
issue where what contains that.
Okay, since you didn't understand what I was saying, I'll explain it to you. If I could not be interrupted, that would be great. The logic is when he said the universe itself is actually the container. No, the universe is within a container. And the universe that we live in, there's only one. We don't have an idea of multiple universes that we could say like this universe is here, this universe is here. So there's only one thing called universe, and you could call that reality. You could call it what you
Let me add
want.
to
And
that.
our reality is contained.
Right. So
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Without presupposing satellites, right? Without presupposing any heliocentric bullshit, how can you confirm to us that you can have pressure without containment on Earth?
Sure, easily. It's
Without
a logic
going out to
based
space.
on what. Sure,
Wait,
I've got it.
wait,
I've got it.
I already said that.
Based on what Lion just said, it becomes a logical impossibility because in order to have any particle, it must be contained. Unless the container is made of something non-particle, i.e. isn't a physical thing, then it itself must also be contained by his own logic about what requires containment. Every particle must be contained by other particles, which require containment by other particles, which means it is logically impossible that his universe exists.
No, I'm not talking about particles, dude. I'm not talking about atomism and particle physics. I'm talking about right now in reality, right? In nature, can you demonstrate what you think is possible at the edge of space with 14.7?
No, but the question is, why do we have the pressure gradient? And does this pressure gradient continuously drop down
because of gravity
until it
it's because of gravity.
Let me finish. Until this very, very low pressure exerting some sort of pressure on this claimed container which contains the universe. Is that the claim?
But you don't know that for sure. You don't know how high up the gradient goes, and you don't know if it changes in directions, because if you go towards the moon, it does start to change in direction. It goes from less to more as you get closer to the surface of the thing. So yeah, so that what it is you don't know. You can't make the claim like, oh, when we go higher up, it just gets colder and colder and colder. When that's not the case.
All available evidence is the higher you go, the more it thins out. You are making.
We're not denying that. Unless you go towards the sun, then it starts to increase.
You guys aren't listening. You're not listening. You're still using this as evidence when it's not exclusive. You can have a gradient. Even inside a container, you can have a gradient. The bigger the container, let's say
sideways.
We're not talking about sideways. We're talking about vertically.
Well, we are.
Right? There's a gradient.
Why not? Why not horizontally? Why not? What's causing that?
There's a downward bias.
What is causing that?
That's yet to be determined. Some say it's mass attracting mass. Others say it's the bending and warping of space-time, bro.
What is
That's
the
reality
downward bias called?
That's why your model's so foolish. You're telling us that the gradient that we see vertically is due to this bending and warping of space-time.
Like that, bro?
It's not funny, dude. This is legit your model. But the point is that you can have a gradient. You can have a gradient that tapers off as you go upwards vertically inside of a container. We see this in nature. We see this in right now in
Why
tanks.
is there downward bias?
That's not the point that I'm trying to get you to understand.
That is what I want to know.
That's yet to be determined, my friend.
Keep interrupting to ask that audience.
Let me just say this.
Wait for a gap. Engage with what he's saying.
So let's bring up a propane tank real quick. Let's bring up a propane tank. A propane tank, contrary to popular belief, actually has a gradient, right? If you had a very precise measurement tool to measure the barometric pressure inside the container, you would know
that's
that there's actually
not contrary to science.
Hold on. You would know that on the bottom of the container, not only do you have liquid propane, right? You have higher density at the bottom of the container. As you start to move up, it goes from liquid to gas, even inside a propane container, because it's not completely filled with liquid propane. So, and as you start to move up all the way to the top of the container, guess what you have? You have a tapering off effect. Well, hold on, I'm almost done. So now scale that up a million times, right, to the size of the Earth. You could still have a container, and you would still have a gradient density all the way up to the point where it tapers off to almost nothing, and still under containment. Go ahead.
Okay.
So what's the problem?
If you do that, I want to see what you're going to say to this. If we do that a billion more times, imagine a container, not just the size of the Earth, but a container like a propane tank, the height of fucking like 17 million Earths, okay? And you put in, let's say, 1 cubic meter of, 1 cubic liter of, let's say oxygen, fuck it, okay? And there's this quote-unquote downward bias. I have a question to you. Is it possible that if you go far enough up, right, you will eventually reach the point where there's no more gas, even though you haven't reached the top of the container? Is that possible?
Hypothetically, is it possible to have absolutely no gas?
Did you pull a vacuum on the container beforehand?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. That's a good question. I don't think so.
So can there be such a gradient where it falls off and off and off and off before it even reaches the end of the container that there's no more gas? Is that possible? Due to the quote-unquote
maybe
downward
I don't know.
bias?
That's yet to be determined. I don't know.
Oh my god, never seen a mercury column.
No, I've seen density towers. What I'm trying to say is, are you going to end up with negative pressure as you move up?
Negative pressure. Negative pressure. What is negative pressure?
Can't be negative. I'm saying space to the point where you get the vacuum of space. It's negative what 14.7 psi.
No, that's a zero. That's a zero followed by those number of zeros.
Yeah, you don't
It's
have
not
a vacuum
negative.
anywhere.
It's still a positive pressure.
Yeah, and that proves that you need a container and that the whole universe is contained. Because in order to have any, why are you guys interrupting? Because
You got to stop interrupting, guys. I know. I think this is the fourth time I'm saying it now.
Why does nothing spark?
Hold on. Somebody was talking, bro.
I
think,
tried
who
to.
was it? Was it?
I tried to because claiming that it's a container for the universe does not explain the pressure gradient on Earth.
Yeah, it does. In
It
order to have
doesn't.
pressure, yeah.
No,
In
it
order to have
doesn't.
let me finish real quick.
So-
In order to
so
have
let-
pressure,
no, I haven't
hold
finished
on, real
because there's a
quick.
tiny
You did
bit
finish
there.
and you asked a question, and then you just hand wave dismiss my answer. Okay, in order to have pressure in the first place, you have to have containment. Once it gets to the point that you invoke other forces like gravity and all these other things, you will develop gradients in strange places, whatever. The bottom line is the necessary precondition to have 0.0000000001 psi is a freaking container, bro. That's just the way it goes. Sorry.
Thank you.
No.
Huey.
So let me ask you then. So the air pressure of Earth is exerting 0.00, I don't know how many zeros, pressure up on this grain container. Is that it?
I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to know that. I'm just. I'm
it still
making
doesn't explain the pressure
No,
gradient.
I'm not making.
It does
I'm not making
not
a claim of that
explain
sort.
the pressure gradient. That is the problem.
I did.
Be
I
it a
literally
container
just
or an
did.
open container or whatever, it still does not explain the pressure gradient.
Yes, it does. I literally just explained it for you that the Earth, if it has gravity, whatever, if it's a huge ball in the container and it's mass attracting mass and everything is pulled to the center, whatever, then yeah, the gas pressure that's all around the place would end up collecting and developing closer to the surface and the surface, if you want to put it that way. It doesn't matter. However, most of the gas.
But earlier on, you said the reason we had higher pressure at the surface was due to the gas being produced at the surface.
You didn't even let me
Which is it?
finish. I was just about to say that. Or you can say that all the gas is produced at the surface and all of the gases that were created in the universe come from the Earth. That could be a hypothesis as well. We don't have any way to prove the origin of the gas in the universe, bro. It's just going to be either Big Bang or God created it or whatever, you know, because even in your Big Bang, you still don't have a creator of the universe. So you're
doesn't
asking
matter,
for
does
like
it?
all the inputs of the universe. And that's
The
not,
moral of the story is
unknowable.
that the gradient
Hang on a minute.
the gradient is not exclusive to the globe, dude. That's it. So why do we have a gradient? We don't know, dude. We don't know. But it's not the bending and warping of space-time. I'll tell you that much.
It's not. Okay, hang on. You say you don't know what it is, but it's definitely not gravity. Is that what you're saying?
No. Gravity is a thing, right? We understand the phenomena of things falling down, why there's a gradient, right, that tapers off vertically. There's a downward bias. What's causing that downward bias? What's causing things to fall down to the Earth? Nobody knows, dude. You guys claim it's the bending and warping of space-time.
So are you
Well,
under the
not even
impression?
that.
Would you agree that all
though?
would you agree that all the molecules of air are subject to this force, bringing them to the surface?
Everything is subject to gravity, dude.
Right. So why are you asserting there needs to be something at the top, a physical membrane, if everything within inside the realm around us is pulled to the surface, but to some extent?
No, you need it in order to have gas pressure,
circular reasoning.
period. You need it in order to have gas pressure, period. So even to have the 0.00000001, you need a containment. So even to have space and time, you need a container. This is all these things require containment. Every single thing,
No, they
light,
don't.
water,
Well,
space, time, all of it.
Well, the thing is that if you go up high enough and you get to a virtual vacuum, what's the role of the top of the container? What's its role?
That's what I said earlier.
To be able to create the non-vacuum That's what its role is. Because
You
it's
have-
not,
What do you
when
mean
you
by
say
that?
virtual vacuum, you're again trying to like use definitionally like language in this argument that you really shouldn't be using, because there's no such thing as vacuum. We don't have a vacuum anywhere. So if you're going to
There's
have
no
this
such thing as a
argument,
pure.
you're,
There's such thing as a pure vacuum. You mean?
yeah, exactly. So there, yeah, therefore, if I have 30 psi in my tire and it goes down to 15 psi, I'm not going to be like, yo, there's now a vacuum in my tire because it has a little less air than it had before.
Well,
That's
there
ridiculous.
is a.
We
there
would
would-
just
there-
say that there is pressure, and we would just say the pressure requires containment, period, regardless of what pressure it is, dude. I don't care.
But what's the role of the container at the height when there's a
To have pressure.
No,
to
but
have
that's not
pressure and to
that's
have
not an answer.
stability. To have
That's not an
pressure and to
answer.
have stability.
Okay,
It maintains.
then that means
Hang on.
pressure without containment.
Gravity. Okay, so you're saying gravity is a thing, and we have a downward bias due to gravity, which is causing the pressure gradient. Then why do we actually need containment anywhere?
To have pressure, bro.
Yeah, the gravity.
To stop.
The gravity.
Should I
Hold
finish?
on. The,
To
yeah, I'm
stop
trying to answer
the
your question. Dude.
atmospheric. Oh,
It's the same
Jesus Christ,
question. It's
you
the
never
same.
finish it.
It's the same question he just asked you. You're
what we're
re-asking
saying.
the
Hang
same
on.
question, bro.
Okay, but like it's going to get worse if we yellow on top of each other. Let Stefan repeat himself. Stefan, be more concise. But it's less constructive if we do this.
Yeah, I think.
No, I forgot the second part of my
Hold
argument.
on, I got
Sorry.
next, dude. I got after Stefan. Go ahead, Stefan. Ask your question again.
No, I forgot the second part of the argument I put forward. No.
Well, I'll ask the question for you. He's asking, right? Why do we need a container when we have gravity? In your mind, you think gravity would be sufficient to contain all the gases and set the downward bias. That's not the case. Gravity only sets the direction. That's it. It doesn't contain everything. It's not strong enough to contain everything.
What?
Well, no one's claiming that.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, from estimations, they reckon that we lose about 90 tons of atmosphere per day due to solar winds.
Yeah. You don't lose it. It's still in the universe, dude. You're saying lose it as if it goes outside of the universe.
That's not what he means by losing it.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
That's not what it means.
That's well, the whole thing I'm saying is the whole universe is contained, bro. So that would be irrelevant.
When we say we lose 90 tons, we mean within the context of the atmosphere around us, we lose it. We don't say, it doesn't matter, but it does. That's what it means.
No, it's irrelevant to the point. You would need gravity. You need a container for gravity. You need a container for all of these things, dude. You can't get away from it.
Man, I don't want to talk over you guys, but let me get the word in as well. I've tried multiple times. If the thing here is that you're claiming like, oh, there might be a container surrounding the Earth, like let's say the walls of the universe, okay, and Earth itself is just like a ball within that container who accumulates gases due to its gravity or downward bias or whatever you call it.
There you go. Yep.
Then there is no discussion, because again, all you're saying is, well, the quote unquote container could be literally like the edge of the universe. I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that understanding. If you believe that the container is the edge of the universe, that's okay, because that in no shape or form goes against anything that we have achieved with satellites or with rockets or with anything, because that universe edge is quite far away.
Yes, exactly. That's the whole point here. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't know why we should argue. We shouldn't argue about it. We should, we could speculate if you want on the edges of the universe, but we can't really argue about it and come to a solid conclusion.
I agree with you. I have a question, which I believe is actually something that we should disagree on, or I believe you will disagree on. Let's say it like that. If you believe there's a downward bias, right? I find it like a little bit strange, because you therefore, what would you believe? Okay, let me state the question. Sorry. What would you believe would be a shape that would naturally occur when you have masses attracting each other? Like let's just take an absolute gravity, zero gravity, and we just toss in there gases, insane amount of gases. We just release it in there, we spawn it in there. We are God, okay? And you have like this like massive cloud of gases. what shape will it end up with if masses attract each other?
I don't know, actually. It depends on the size of the mass. Like, if you have the Earth taking up half of the space of the entire universe,
There
I'm
is
not
no
sure.
Earth. There is no Earth. This is just everything is empty. I'm creating like a sandbox. Everything is empty. There's zero gravity, and I'm just spawning gases in there. And there is this quote-unquote downward bias or gravity, like masses attracting each other.
What are they being attracted to?
What shape will this gas end up with?
I'm not sure. I don't know, man. I don't
Well, if
even know
masses
if you could
attract each
say.
other,
You can't really say a gas has a shape.
Have you seen the pillars of creation?
Okay, well then let's turn it into dust. It's dust, not gas. It's dust. Small particles.
Yeah, dust, when we measure it, falls flat.
Falls flat? What's that supposed to mean?
Yeah, it orientates itself in a horizontal position.
What? I didn't hear you. Sorry, somebody said something about Jupiter.
It orientates itself in a horizontal position when it hits the surface of the Earth.
Well, there is no surface, bro. I asked you a universe. I just created a universe, zero gravity. There is no planets. There is no nothing. There is no sun, no nothing, literally. And you have no gravity. But now we are introducing a massive dust, like just amounts of dust, like insane amount.
I see what you're saying. Your hypothetical is outside of my realm of knowledge. You're asking for like godlike
I disagree. I'm asking. No. I'm asking for the. No. I'm asking for the principle of masses attracting each other. That's not true. I'm going with your principle that you stated. Masses attract each other. That's what you stated.
Yeah,
what would be a shape? What would be the ideal shape?
Can you somebody go one at a time, dude? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, because he's not.
Hurry up and ask your question, bro. You keep just talking, dude. Hurry up and hand over the mic so we can answer
his question.
Sure, if somebody else would want, but I wanted him to answer because he's the one who believes in masses attracting each other. Do you as well?
No, but I didn't say I believe in any of that. I said if you want to invoke any of that, you still need containment in the first place. And you're saying if I put one bit of particle into this, I don't know, does the walls of your container have mass? I don't know, dude.
No.
Can I respond to him?
I think the disconnect.
Cool.
I think the disconnect. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize.
That's right. So this is the creation myth within the heliocentric model, the accretion disks that then later on became the Earth. Those first initial like little dust particles that you're referring to, I recall specifically a statement saying that the initial attraction between these dust particles is actually electrical. That first fundamental, like all the dust particles joining together, that was electrically caused. And then apparently gravity took over afterwards.
Yeah, electrostatics.
Initially, yeah, electrostatics kicked it off in the first place.
Yeah, and then they start to accumulate, and the more mass you accumulate, the more gravity you get, and then gravity takes over.
Electricity is the catalyst. The electricity is the catalyst in the circumstance.
Yes,
though,
very
right?
often it is. Yeah. Like gas nebula and stuff like that. Yeah.
Sure,
that comes from radiation as well. I mean, if I remember correctly, the electrostatics ending up in this dust and gas particles are due to radiation from other stars.
What would be the?
Embo was trying to get in.
Go ahead.
Polish guy was trying to get in.
Yeah, thank you. So I think the disconnect here is that the globe earthers assume when a flat earther agrees that there is such thing as a downward bias, they automatically agree to that theory of gravity as that all masses attract each other. But I think the disconnect here is that they actually don't believe it. They believe that there's kind of a vector of acceleration that all objects experience, but it isn't mutual between all of the bodies. It's just that every single body has a kind of universal down acceleration. Those acceleration, they don't kind of converge at the point at the center of the Earth. They are just perpendicularly down, parallelly down. And this is like a fundamental law of physics, that all things just simply fall down, and it doesn't even require the Earth for them to kind of pull them. It's just that this is how the universe works. I may be wrong about that, but
it's an electrical phenomenon.
Yep.
Yeah, it's an electrical phenomenon, essentially.
We know your model, dude. We know that in your model you have gravity and things coalesce into spheres. We get it, dude.
Yeah, but the point, what I'm trying to get at was, he said masses attract each other. That's what he stated initially. If he was playing devil's advocate, that's, I guess, then a different story. But if he wants to go with masses attracting each other, then that begs the question: what would be the shape, the ideal shape of masses, when they attract each other? What would be the most ideal shape in which there's the least discrepancy?
We're asking for like a moral ought claim of gravity, like what gravity ought to do. And gravity is not a sentient being, so it doesn't have to ought to do anything. So while the point of the conversation of why I invoked mass attracting mass or anything was to come to the conclusion that both of us came to, that we found middle ground, that it is possible the whole universe is contained. That was it, and that was the end of that discussion.
No, that's not a moral claim. When I tell you what water does and how water behaves, right, and that it builds a surface and so on, this is not me saying it ought to do that. I'm not making any ought claim.
Follow laws. Yeah, you're saying it should
I'm
follow these
observing.
laws. Yeah, which is just the same when it comes down to a moral ought claim. Is like a man ought to follow these laws, just like you think water or matter should follow laws. It's ought claim.
If you want to reduce deductive reasoning to it being a moral claim, then I disagree. Deductive reasoning is not an ought claim. I'm not saying
You
it
can
ought
reduce
to do.
all deductive reasoning to inductive reasoning in philosophy, actually, if you look into it, and
Listen, sir,
possibly
I'm
even
not making
reduce
ought
all
claims.
of it
That's just
to
a lie.
abductive reasoning.
That's just a lie. If tomorrow there is a planet that does not do that and it ends up being a triangle, I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, it ought to be a sphere, so now I'm mad and this is immoral. No, you're just lying. I'm not making any moral claims.
It doesn't have, dude. It doesn't have to be a triangle, guy. There's plenty of abstract objects in the universe, right? When you look, there's all types of quasars and black holes and nebulas and things that
They're
aren't spheres,
always
dude. So stop
circled
with your
or
bullshit.
spherical.
They're
They
all
are
spherical, by the way.
always circled
A
or spherical.
quasar is spherical, neutron star is a spherical, a pulsar is a spherical, black hole is a spherical.
They all are.
You only
Black
know
hole is
that.
actually a sphere, not a
You
circle.
only claim that when you're
A black
It's
hole is a
important to
sphere,
know.
not a
It's
circle.
important to know you make that assumption from your vantage point from the Earth, right? From when you observe from the Earth these things. However, what we know is that the shapes of things, like especially things that emit light, turn into circles the further away it is. You could take a square light, you could take any shape light and put it far enough away, and
but the
eventually
black hole is no light.
it becomes a point
Why
source.
is it done? Why is it done? Like it seems that when an object in space reaches certain mass and size, it tends to become spherical. If it's less than that mass, it tends to be irregular.
You're just
Why is
basing it
that?
off the belief that you believe these planets are bigger.
You actually can't determine whether it has
The point
mass or
is
not.
that not everything is a sphere, dude. Right? You have nebulas
That was just I just
that are not spherical at all. You have galaxies
but a
that are
nebula
not
is a gas
spherical at all.
cloud.
Even the way,
your sun is a
even
gas
the way.
cloud, too.
Hold on, dude. I'm still talking. What the fuck, dude? Wait a second, dude. Just let me get one thought out. All right. So even our own solar system is disc shaped. The way that the luminaries are lined up, it's all disc shaped. The whole universe is supposed to be disc shaped. It's not a sphere, guy. So when you talk about accretion disk, Risky made up. He brought up accretion disks, right? Initially, the force is electrostatic. That eventually, in your model, is overcome by gravity. Once you coalesce enough mass. How much mass is needed for gravity to take over is yet to be determined. I'm not entirely sure. I've heard numbers thrown around 100 miles. Some say grams. It's like anywhere between grams and miles of matter needs to coalesce for gravity to take over. With that being said, you know, in molecular biology, right? When you have, or even in chemistry, when matter coalesces, when you have intermolecular bonds, it's not spherical, right? If you've ever looked at the shape of an atom, not an atom, a molecule, the polygons, how they form.
That's because of charges. That's the exact same reasoning for why
so
gravity.
charge at that scale is gravity?
No, that's not what I said.
So
I
the
said
attraction at that scale is charge? Nice.
Can you not interrupt
Welcome
me,
to
man?
Flat Earth, Ether Earth.
Hold on, let him go. One at a time. Sorry, go ahead.
The reason for that is, again, attraction, right? What you talked about, molecules. There's a reason why they display in these shapes, because it is the most ideal position for the particles, for the atoms, sorry, to stay in and to share the electrons, right?
It's called things assume the lowest energy state, so they assume the least amount of resources and energy. Yeah.
Yes, yes. They always try to achieve that, right? And now the point again is with gravity, everything is a sphere except the things that spin very fast. They end up not being a sphere; they end up being circles because they flatten out due to the centrifugal force. So again, even within that constellation where we introduce a new force, centrifuge, it still ends up being a circle because a circle or a sphere is always the closest shape to the center for every point of the surface, right? That's the whole point.
Hey, what's your justification for the claim that of the least amount of energy? What's the justification for all your claims, though?
It's logical. If there's an attraction in between matter,
no, not that claim. The claim of the least amount of energy.
Well, the point is that if you have
that's from physics and chemistry.
Exactly. If you have
yeah, but what's the justification? I don't care where it comes from.
I'm about to explain it, and you just keep on repeating the question, man. Again. If you have distance to the surface, right, that is closer, that would mean that one has more attraction. If you have distance that's further away, that one has less attraction. So, if you want an equilibrium, you have to have everything at the around similar distance. Otherwise, you end up just fucking having, like, attraction acting in one moment much more stronger and in another place much weaker. And
yeah, we have gravitational anomalies on the Earth, so I don't know what is your justification for saying that it must be
multiple reasons.
Symmetrical.
So from thermodynamics, right? Like all systems within that are guided by the laws of thermodynamics, like are trying to reach lowest energy states to consume the least amount of resources. From when it comes to like energy release, when it comes to
up until this point so far, you're saying up until this point so far, you don't know if that will be the case tomorrow.
Oh my God, man! Yes, man. Are you gonna just turn around and again claim it's a moral claim because we are using deductive reasoning? Really?
It's not deductive. It's all been inductive so far. You haven't shown experimentation for this.
We are deducting, man, and you're just sitting
here. No, you're inducing. You're making a strong or weak argument. You are not coming to an absolute truth with deductive argumentation.
You don't know with inductive reasoning either that tomorrow the things will do what they're doing. You won't.
That is because he thinks that God guarantees that.
No, inductive reasoning is literally the fact that you can base the future off of the past and you can make a strong or weak argument for it. Deductive reasoning is when you want to make a claim and then you come to the conclusion by experimentation and actually working it out. Induction is not that way, brother. And you're using inductive reasoning.
I think they're using, they're deducing it though from like a bunch of other principles.
No, they're inducing it from a bunch of other principles.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah,
so deductive reasoning is when you observe something and then see the behaviors of it, and then extrapolate that it will continuously behave like that. That's what we are doing. If you are sitting here and telling me that, oh, we don't know, we don't have like any proof that it will continue behaving that way, yeah, we don't. But it is continuously behaving that way.
No, that's inductive, dude. That's not deductive. That
is deductive, man.
No, it's not. Deductive. Yeah, I'll explain to you. Deductive reasoning is simply if you want to figure out why heat boils water, you do experimentation and you deduce the reasoning behind the molecules moving quicker and all that. What you're saying is an untestable, unverifiable thing. You're just saying, I believe because it is the case that I look out into the universe and see this, that it would be the case. So that's just an argument.
Sarah, may I put in a couple words? I believe that, for example, we can determine at least the shapes of local objects by observing them with objects. We can observe the sun and sunspots specifically, and then see how the sun is rotating. Therefore, understanding that the shape of the sun is a sphere, right?
Or
Because
the
we
sunspots
see the
are
spots.
rotating around the sun. Yeah, one of the two.
Well, sure, but that's one way we can establish that the sun is a sphere, right? Because earlier you said that it would be difficult for us to.
No, hang on.
It doesn't have
That
to be a
doesn't match up
sphere for
because
that to happen. It could be a disc for that, and that would still happen.
the way the solar or the way of the rotation that we see of the sun does not match how the sun moves on Earth day and night and so on. So that doesn't add up.
No, the sun rotates on itself like every 28 days or something, or every 30 days or something. But what I was saying, what I was putting forth to assume that the sun is rotating is another presupposition, because it could just be the spots that are moving on the sun. And then if you have a disc-shaped sun, they can go to the back side and then come back around to the front side. It doesn't have to be a sphere.
Then they wouldn't change shape the way they do as they come around the horizon and then flatten sort of out when it's directly in front of you and then sort of change shape again going towards the other horizon.
It doesn't.
So it could
Yeah,
be flat.
it doesn't. I'm not saying it's flat. It could be disc shaped. So there are many different disc shapes that could bulge out in the centers a little more. You don't know exactly what the shape, and they could cause the horizon obscurity that you're saying, or the distortion of the shape of the spots.
Would you say that
So when they study the what they call the sunquakes, where they see pressure waves propagating on the sun, that also matches that the sun is spherical.
You can make all those claims. That's perfectly fine. It doesn't. It's fine if you want to speculate about it, but it's not like
They
you've
are
done any.
observed.
You didn't do anything.
But they are observed.
Okay, they are observed, and you've come to a conclusion based on your observation without any actual physical measurement.
Physical. Well, you observe how the pressure waves moves, and that conforms the way they move and come back conforms to a spherical object.
It's just not as reliable as if you were to do like a physical measurement or actually were physically near the sun to test it, right? You can't test it.
Sounds to me like it would be just as reliable as Tora said earlier about how we know heat boils water because we don't have any evidence to the contrary. Wouldn't this be the exact same principle?
No.
Well, if that is the case, if you'd like to put it forward as there is no evidence to the contrary on this specific thing, like you're saying the sun has to be a sphere for all of those observations to occur?
No, we're saying everything points to the sun being a sphere. Any assumption otherwise would need some sort of corroboration or support, which has not been presented.
Well, what separates it from being able to be a disk? Why are those things exclusive to?
Well, the relative position of the planets. Yeah, but if you look at the lit side of the planets as they move around, you can have planets behind on the opposite side of the sun, just slightly at the side of it, and that part is then lit up, as just like the moon does. It changes phases. That's a good indication that the sun is spherical as well.
Okay, yeah,
it's an indication. It's an indication.
Yeah, that's fine if you want to indicate in that way. It's just I'm not going to. I don't believe that's good enough evidence in my opinion. I would like a physical measurement.
No, it just adds upon all the other observations and measurements.
The problem is that you're saying that an indication isn't good enough, but that would be the case only if you would have other possibilities which would give you the same results. But if there's only one hypothesis that makes sense given this evidence, then that isn't only an indication, that is an exclusive evidence that exclusively proves only this one thing.
Hypothesis don't give you results.
Isn't it a physical object, right? So why wouldn't you just physically measure it? Why are you making like speculations about it?
Because then you would say it's fake, because we cannot send probes there, because space doesn't exist.
Do you agree that there's two explanations, like for scientific reasoning?
What are those explanations?
Like for heat boiling water, you could come to the explanation of, when you add heat, it moves the particles, and this would be a physical reaction, right, occurring. But then another reason why heat is making water boil is because someone wants tea, right?
That's a silly example.
But do you agree that those are
Mhm.
both two explanations for the heat boiling water? Do you agree?
No, I would say an explanation for boiling water could potentially be that there's some invisible force that's always present when we apply heat, and it's the force itself that's causing it to boil, though all we see is the correlation between the water and the heat. But it's
So it's
actually something else.
invalid. It's invalid for me to say because I want a cup of tea, that's why the water is boiling. You're saying that's illogical? That's not an explanation for why the water
No,
is
it's not.
boiling? That's
No.
not an
What-
explanation for why the water is
No.
boiling.
How does it explain water boiling?
Because this is
By
two
going by that.
separate explanations. You have one explanation
No.
just breaking down the natural physics, and then the other giving intention to the actual phenomenon.
So adding energy to water causes an effect, and that if you add enough energy to that water, it has a physic effect which makes it boil.
Okay, yeah, but
Doesn't
you
it?
haven't discussed the intention, which is what you're trying to put forward about the sun, that it has an intentional behavior to be a sphere.
What the fuck?
And
intentional?
The
fuck?
fuck?
Actually,
Are you still
it was
stuck
all
on?
based on it was all based on laws of physics, that there's specific intents behind these
No, we
laws.
observed what it's doing.
Yeah,
Well,
actually,
but
the
yeah,
observation
then you
of the
add
sun
on-
rotating or the
Yeah.
sun being a sphere wouldn't match any of those two categories you gave. It would be just observation of a fact. So, according to your analogy, it would be like just looking at the fact that the water is boiling without wondering what is the cause of that. Just as we observe the sun rotating or the sun being a sphere without wondering what the cause is.
Another thing is that the whole of the
But no, you
electromagnetic
justify-
spectrum coming from the sun, which has been measured, also tells us, it gives us a good idea how it functions.
It tells you it's a
doesn't it?
sphere.
You guys all justified, though, your position of its spherical nature with the laws of nature. That's
The
what you
laws
were
of nature
doing. You
are
were
the
just,
So are you claiming that? Are you suggesting that the laws of nature of physics would be completely different at the sun's position?
No, I'm just stating that you're putting intention behind these laws.
No.
Nobody's doing that.
Nobody's putting intentions behind it.
then
Only
why,
you do
okay,
that.
then why does it
It's
use
just
the least
the law.
amount of energy?
The laws
Form into a
themselves
sphere?
are the way they are, with no intentions, just the way the universe works. There's no
It is
intention
what it is.
behind it.
It is what it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
The same reason
we
so
do know
Talk
quite
about
a bit of
causality.
how. Yeah, we do know quite a bit of how the world works, don't we? I mean, we can compare the electromagnetic radiation from the sun to like a hydrogen bomb set off on Earth, and compare it to see if fusion is actually gives off man-made fusion gives off the same type of electromagnetic radiation as the sun does, and it does. It matches.
Okay, what's your
Gives us a
ultimate
very
point
good
that you guys are
indication of
getting?
why the sun is creating the energy that it does.
Yeah, what is your ultimate point that you're getting at? How we went from the whole universe must be contained to now the sun is a ball. Like, what is your underlying point that you're getting at here?
There is no underlying point except that science knows quite a bit about the sun, the shape, the size, how it functions.
Science knows things?
Oh, don't do that.
Dude, you're getting
I
caught up
can't
on
be
this like
bothered. Yeah,
dude,
we got justified beliefs based on science, what the sun is, the size, the distance, and how it operates.
like do you not comprehend the other guy, the flat earther, that yes, we humans use sometimes anthropomorphic language because it helps us like understand this. Because we as human animals, like, we're used to like viewing things through an agency. We're not actually saying like a bowling ball intended.
You misunderstand him. He was claiming that science cannot know things. Science just describes things. Science does not make definitive claims.
No, we don't.
That's not
No,
what
that's
he
what
was
you guys
saying.
claim.
How
That's
did
that's
you-
what.
but that's what you
I'm
guys been
defending.
claiming all
I'm
the time.
defending Lion. I'm defending Torah. Please, Jesus Christ.
He's
I think
correct
Torah
in
did
that
me.
worldview. You're correct. There is no method to come to absolute knowledge in your worldview. So what I'm doing is I'm presenting that worldview for you, and now you're coming to the conclusion that you have gained some kind of absolute knowledge. And I'm asking by what method? By
Who
what
did?
method have you obtained this? And you can't give me an answer.
Who the fuck asserted that they have
Justified
absolute
beliefs.
knowledge?
Yeah.
When you
I
said the sun
justified
is
strong
absolutely a sphere.
No.
Oh my god, that was just like.
I said we have very strong
hyperbole.
justified beliefs based on science, the shape of the sun.
It's not science, dude. And that's the thing. Like, I don't even have a problem with the sun being in a sphere or the moon being in a sphere. Honestly, it's not conflicting in my worldview at all. It's just that your defense is weak. You have to always talk about probes and shit in space. You can't get that knowledge from just staring at it.
Can we measure the electromagnetic radiation from the sun on Earth? Of course we can. And are you calling like the electromagnetic spectrum not being a part of science?
The electromagnetic spectrum would be a part of nature. And then science would be giving explanations or beliefs on that phenomena. That doesn't mean that they are correct. That doesn't mean that they are correct or whatever in their explanation.
Again, it gives us a very strong justified belief of how it actually works.
Yeah, so what's your premise to come to the conclusion?
It's not.
You have to give the
It's just built on what we have justified beliefs of how things like in physics works. We can compare it to experiments that we do here on
You don't
Earth.
have justification or justified beliefs because all of these things are debated. You're in a room right now with flat earthers.
What?
No,
so they're not justified in my mind.
I don't know what the hell is going on this morning.
So do science have a reasonable, justified belief or understanding how fusion works?
On how what works?
Fusion, nuclear fusion.
Yeah, trial and error. Yeah, I would say you have habitual observation.
Well, hydrogen bombs, which is a fusion, has been set off from Earth, and the radiation
that's trial and error.
has been measured. That tells us that fusion creates such and such electromagnetic radiation, doesn't it?
And it's going to act the same everywhere in the universe as it does on Earth.
I didn't say that. That is what I said.
That's my point.
So when we compare that electromagnetic radiation to the electromagnetic radiation coming from the sun, because it does give us an idea what is causing the sun to produce these radiations.
Yeah, it's debated though. Some people think it's electric. It's an electric sun. I mean, you're extrapolating to say we can compare nuclear fusion on Earth to something 93 million miles away, and I just don't grant that.
There's interpolation, extrapolation.
Hang on. Yeah, when did electricity
speculation
ever produce electromagnetic radiation like we get from fusion, nuclear fusion? Has that ever been measured or observed?
There's scientists that have the electric sun theory, so it's a competing theory, dude.
Yeah, but it does not tell us like neutrino. How does electricity or electro-universe create neutrinos?
The point, Stefan. The point is, it's not settled science. It's not.
Yes, it is.
Science is always
you can have confidence. You can have
no.
Yes,
there's
that's
no
the
such
point.
thing as settled science.
Zoidberg. There's no such thing as settled science.
It is the most sure. Like if we're talking about like in a sense that it's not absolutely right, without contest, without contention, without problems. Of course, that's just trivial to say. What fucking human conception, right, about the world?
But since we're talking about
is of such nature.
since we're talking about the universe, and so I would advise as a point of moderation, but not like moderation for rules, but moderation of the conversation. I would advise for us to use specific language, specific area of expertise. I'm sorry, not area of subject language, right? Because I feel like when we use these vagaries, because we're used to using like vague terms, because everybody else around us, probably because most of us are probably surrounded people who agree with us, would also understand what we mean. That doesn't translate to people with the opposing view. Like flat earthers struggle when somebody says science knows things, right? That does not compute in their mind, and I completely understand why.
So how did we
get... you have to be more verbose and also concise. So how we're going to do that, I don't know. But use specific language so we don't hold the conversation and then go into semantical debates. Thank you.
Yeah, this is all kind of pointless ultimately. How do we get there from like whether or not flat Earth, is true?
Also, I don't believe misunderstanding. I think they perfectly understand what that link meant to represent.
They do. But either way,
I think it was a good conversation.
I hate it right now, dude. I'm just frustrated with this conversation.
I mean, I'm also
you
happy to
shouldn't be.
use the language to be more precise, but let's be clear about why we're doing it.
just semantical fucking, like thing, like trivial things to say.
No, I think you are precise. I just think that all of us live in this like bubbles of bias, and when we say things, we shorthand like expressions, we shorthand technical terms, we shorthand anything because everybody else, since they're on similar tunes as us, or similar frequencies as us, they'll understand what we mean immediately. But it's difficult if you have to discuss something like this with somebody who has the opposing view and is outside of your bubble.
Yeah, just to claim that semantics are being used or whatever. I don't know if this gentleman understands. Debates occur over semantics.
Yeah,
it's
but
the whole purpose of debate.
Oh my God! Thank you very much, Mr. Debate Bro. Yeah, you think you're so fucking smart? You're not.
I feel like we just need it.
I've heard these objections a million fucking times. People normally understand, right? That there's the caveats to this, right? Of course, when somebody says, yes, science, science has discovered, right? Or it's like, fuck, what was the term used? Sorry.
Science knows.
Yeah, science knows, right? I mean, we're not saying
to be
it's.
honest, I'm gonna be anal about this if somebody says this to me.
If we were,
sure, because you're like a contrarian.
Am I coming through? I only got 2 bars. My bad.
You are coming through.
Yeah, I just want to reach a middle ground if that's possible, right? Because I'm agnostic on a lot of these things. It's not that I automatically have a repulsiveness towards spheres. It's not the case at all. Orbs or spheres are not theologically conflicting for me at all. All the luminaries that we see could be spheres. The sun, the moon could be spheres. I don't have a problem with that, right? Does that now mean that the Earth is a sphere? You see where I'm going with this? And then mass attracting mass, things coalescing into spheres. I'm also not necessarily against that either. It's just that I'm not convinced. I'm not persuaded by what you guys call evidence. That's it.
Let's do Bab. Bab is good.
Yeah, I mean, when they do like experiments to see if this mass attracting mass actually is correct. I mean, even using neutrons, which are electrical neutral, give the same evidence as different kinds of Cavendish experiments. The one that Tony showed, that they had a superconducting gravimeter, and they had this young boy at 47 kilograms who was sitting on a shelf 1 meter above it, and they had done the calculation beforehand, and the supergravimeter measured less downward acceleration for exactly those 6 minutes that boy was sitting there. There's plenty of these experiments which has been done and still is being done, the new methods that all sort of conforms to this mass attracting mass, or call it mass curving space-time. It doesn't matter what you call it. But the effect of that has been shown so many times that denying it gets more and more difficult, from my perspective at least.
And also, to add to what you're saying, it's not that we can observe the phenomenon of mass attracting mass. We observe it in a precise way, right? Relatively speaking, and it fits the amount of force, quote unquote force, right, being exerted, if there was, relative to the mass, right? So then we scale it up, and if we do postulate that the Earth is also has gravity, based on calculations, we see that it should have the exact downforce that we measure. Like so what is it? Yeah, like big G. Like we can derive big G, the rule, the ratio of like how much force is exerted based on distance, based on mass. And it fits if the Earth was a globe and gravity existed.
Yeah, in our universe, yeah, correct. Until you go to the extremities and outside of our universe, outside of our solar system, and then you have to add something in mathematics. You have to add a missing mass.
No. For some things, yeah, you're talking about like dark matter shit, like explaining like shapes of some, galaxies or something. But for like basic observations for like celestial bodies, like how planets orbit other suns, right? I mean, just within our own solar system or beyond, right? We can see, they behave as if there was gravity. Right?
Yeah, but you would have extrapolated that differently. You would have extrapolated that differently because if you would have, instead of looking at the Earth first, looked to the distant galaxies and then came up with all your mathematics when you came to the Earth, you would have said, oh, there's something here that we need to add a mathematical equation. So it's not uniform like you're saying.
Not 100% again. Yeah, this is why it's like a theory, right? It's like it's a model, right? Also, right? And no model is perfect, right? By definition, right? We had this discussion actually here a few days back. So of course, there are many things missing, in a puzzle, right? Piece, but we see where the pieces are, right? We kind of know how it's gonna look like.
We disagree with you, bro. We don't want to accept that at all. Like, I don't want to accept your model, especially the size of it, the distances, the time dilation, the space expansion, the dark energy. I don't want to accept
time dilation is proven.
Before we go to that, speaking of pieces, right? How do you think the people in ancient Greece did the Antikythera mechanism? How do you think they figured out how the stuff works in the sky?
No. It doesn't do exactly. I mean, it's not like an exact thing.
It's pretty exact. It's pretty exact enough. How do you think they did it? Is the question. You think they used dark matter, dark energy, and
no, they did it.
No, they probably observed. The solar system, and the solar system isn't that affected by dark matter locally.
Yep.
But they based on the observation and probably some sort of measurements of the celestial bodies.
Yeah, that's to have a mechanism
with the Incas.
Exactly, they saw stuff in the sky repeat itself, and they made a system out of it.
Right, but they couldn't predict like novel things, like some bodies showing up in a different position, like fuck, was a comet or something, right? I mean, yeah, people saw a comet in the sky. That came about like regularly, but they couldn't predict where you would see it, right? We made that with like this kind of model, right? Gravitation, just with Newtonian physics, actually, we were able to predict where exactly the comet is going to be in the sky, for example, right?
Yeah, it's the same as they do now with this observation of local asteroids, and they measure their. For a while, they measure the how they move, the trajectories, and they then do calculations to see if it's getting close to Earth or not. And it's all based on the model of gravity. And it seems to work. Same with observing, like you said, comets. When we see them going around the sun, how they sort of go towards the sun, and they tend to calculate the returning trajectory. and based on the angles and the speed and so on, they can calculate when it comes back. And it's quite accurate. It's all based on this gravity of the solar system, the sun, and so on. So there's so many things that sort of conforms to it. It's a bit strange saying, nah, it's probably not that. It must be, it could be something else. Of course, it could always be something else, but the likelihood for that is minute, I think.
Yeah, it could be.
We don't deny gravity, dog. We don't deny gravity. We just deny your framework of gravity, the bending and warping of space-time. Gravity wells.
The problem if you don't deny gravity is that, like we mentioned before, and I think you agree too, that at a certain size, the object is just going to coalesce into a sphere. Right, then if gravity exists, no, that follows.
Maybe they will.
Follows, right?
We don't know, bro. We don't know. That's the problem.
We have done simulations.
Yeah, but
you can do particle simulations on this, right? We've done this.
Okay,
right?
but you have an accretion disk, dude. A disk initially, not a ball, right?
Sure. Then eventually becomes a fucking ball.
But
I think so.
But we see different, astronomy see different stages of these accretion disks. And they also see how within those that accretion is made up of dust and particles, how parts of it seem to be cleared of that gas and so on, and how a planet is built up by collecting the mass in a certain radius of its orbits around the new star.
The fact of the matter is, right, galaxies tend to be disc-shaped, and the universe itself seems to be disc-shaped.
Sure.
You heard of the axis of evil?
No, you're talking about the flat universe.
So if we're gonna talk about pure observations show discs.
No. We see spheres.
Not just spheres.
No.
Not just spheres.
And within
there's spheres also.
Those discs, we see a sphere.
Spheres also. I'm not gonna take that away from you, but to act like it's only spheres, that's not the case at all.
But
the universe itself seems to be disc-shaped.
Hang on. When we were talking about spheres, we were talking about stars and planets. And the strange thing is, like they do with the radar observation and stuff like that, and telescopes, they see that the bigger like these asteroids get, the more spherical shape they get. The smaller ones are regular, like when you get to Ceres and Vega, these huge ones, that tends to become more spherical. And that also conforms to what is expected by gravity and the lowest state of energy.
That's not true.
It is true.
Nope. Go look at the Oort cloud and tell me if they're all spheres. They're not.
Exactly, depending on the size. The small, then have to get to a certain size before gravity began, and of course it depends a bit on what it's made of, but it needs to get to a certain size before the force of gravity is big enough to make it sphere-like.
It's called the potato rule. Actually, there's a certain calculation, right? That's why we see like smaller objects to be like asteroids, like they can be shaped like weirdly, right? But as soon as it's an object of certain size, it's a sphere. And anything above it,
that was my point.
I'm not gonna push this any further. You guys got a better topic?
No, but it's true though. That's what's observed. So it is a bit strange than saying no, that's not the case. But so far, what has been observed, that's what astronomy sees.
Yeah.
Oh, the universe is not a sphere, dog.
You could definitely create mathematics based on pattern recognition of things. You know, if I give you a sequence like 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. You can come up with the mathematical equation that, it's addition of the number before. So then you can predict what the next number in the sequence will be. Doesn't mean you understand what you're talking about.
What do you mean? No,
the observations by both by radar and optical shows us that the bigger the size of an object in space is, the more spherical it becomes.
And Tor, you have to stop like saying this just like trivial, we just what you say number sequence. No, we make novel predictions based.
Yeah, you can make novel predictions with number sequences.
No, like how No,
Yeah,
but
like I could tell you the next number in that
that's if you have
sequence
the
up to 10
right.
more if you want, whatever you
But it's-
want, dude.
Right. But it's not that simple as a number sequence, right? There's like other phenomena in play there, right? There's gravitational fields, right, which act
Those are all
more
numbers.
force at a distance. No, but without that, right, you don't predict things. You don't predict novel things happening, right? In
It's still
reality,
possible with pure geometry.
No.
Yeah,
No,
pure
You need to take the
geometry.
observations. Hold on, let me
people
explain
tried.
it. It goes off trial and error, and you take observations, right? You could simply get all of the Newtonian mathematics that you need with a catapult and a boulder, dude.
You don't even need dynamics. All you need is kinematics, and you can predict where the luminaries are going to be, where the heavenly bodies are going to be.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Factoring gravity,
the problem is with the kinetics, it does not explain why this happens. There is absolutely no explanation. What is causing them to move?
You don't need dynamics. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You don't need dynamics. You don't need an explanation for what's causing the motion. All you need is kinematics. All you need is the orbits, right? Their shape, their geometry, and you can predict when there's going to be a intersection, when there's going to be conjunction. You don't need any dynamics at all.
But they didn't do that. Ancient people didn't do that.
I brought up the Schumacher levy. I brought up the Schumacher levy earlier today, which crashed into Jupiter. That was calculated on beforehand, and the how the trajectory sort of curved more and more as they get closer and closer to Jupiter, matched the supposed gravitational pull of Jupiter. You could not do that just by kinematics. You need more. See, so just invoking saying, you can explain about kinematics. No, you can't. There is absolutely no explanation for why it does that.
All right, that's fine. Listen, I can even
drawing
give you
a line on a paper and say, that's it.
Hold on, dude. I can even give you the dynamics, right? And give you the attractive force that Jupiter has on other masses. Even if I gave you that, just because you can predict the attractive force that Jupiter has according to its mass, doesn't mean that you know the mechanism that's causing Jupiter to attract things to its surface. People are telling me that it's the bending and warping of space-time. It's gravity wells that's causing things to fall into Jupiter. That's batshit crazy.
Is it?
Why?
It matches perfectly though. It was the calculations was based on gravity and the mass of Jupiter, and the way that the Schumacher levy changed its trajectory matched more or less perfectly to what was expected. Then coming in and say, well, it could be this or could be that instead. Well, please go ahead. Come up with a different model who can predict
I don't have to.
such an event in just as well or probably even better than based on the gravity.
But yeah, like Torres said, you can come up with these numbers for dynamics using trial and error.
Without gravity?
Observation.
How did they do trial and error the first time ever that a comet impacting a planet has ever been observed? Where did the error and trial come from in that respect?
You can study the interaction of the luminaries, right, of the heavenly bodies, how they interact with each other, and you can make an estimation of what would happen if another mass got to it of a certain size. These things can be done, dude. It's not. You don't have to be a prophet. You don't have to be a medium. All it requires is studying of the heavenly bodies, studying their movements, how they interact with each other, and coming up with equations. That's it. Just because you came up with a pragmatic equation that has utility doesn't mean that now space-time is bending, dude. Not at all.
What was? Hang on. What was that calculation based on? It has a basis of some sort. It's just not just numbers.
I don't know.
It's not just numbers.
Sure.
There are forces involved in the calculation. Why did it end up matching what was calculated?
I already explained to you, bro. You're just not listening or don't want to accept what I said. You don't need space-time bending and warping and gravity wells. to get predictions. You don't need any of that to get predictions. And just because you get predictions, just because you have utility, right, in your equations, doesn't mean that space-time itself is bending and time dilation is a thing. Not at all.
Okay, so let's say we didn't know about gravity. We didn't know the expected gravitational pull of Jupiter. How the hell could we be able to calculate the trajectory of the comet coming in way beforehand, and how it curved towards Jupiter? We have no forces, nothing that we know of that would act on it. Just put in some numbers, arbitrary, and think that, and do that until you think it match what really happened. That's not the way it works.
Actually, if you understand ephemeruses, right? Ephemeruses have been around for thousands of years, going back to the ancient Greeks that had ephemeris data regarding the heavenly bodies. They've been compiling this data for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. You think they just came up with the ephemeris data in 2025, dude, or 1982, whenever the hell that Levy comet was? Absolutely not. They've already had the geometry. They already had the heavenly body's trajectory. They understand the trajectory. They understand the geometry. It's not far-fetched idea to be able to predict what would happen if another mass came close to a heavenly body. They already know what would happen. They've done calculations for thousands of years.
Hang on. When did they ever calculate like a new trajectory of a comet going around the sun, passing the sun? Did they ever do that? No, they didn't.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. You're asking me things that I don't even know the specific comet that you're talking about. I wasn't even alive when that happened, dude.
It's called Schumacher-Levy 9.
Yeah, I wasn't even around, dude, when that happened. I have no idea what you're talking about.
But
maybe you should look it up then.
There's the Halley's Comet, right? Too, thing, right? That was famous thing, named after a scientist, and yeah, he predicted like something. I forget specifically what. I think it's location in the sky or something.
There's a Hadley comet and a Halley comet, and I often mistake them.
Yeah, I took an image of the Hale-Bopp on a physical camera. And
Hale-Bopp is also another comet, by the way.
Yeah, but I can't find the photo any longer. It fucking pisses me off.
Lion. Main point again. Yeah, we're not talking about merely like observing repetitive patterns within like the movements of heavenly bodies. Yeah, every civilization like observed that, right? But they couldn't predict like where like new like comets, new comets or different positions in the sky that the comets would take based on the knowledge of gravity, right? Then applying it to the heavenly bodies and like creating a solar system model, right? That came with us understanding that there is a solar system, there is gravity, right? Planets orbit and they interact with each other. They also interact with these heavenly like comets, right? And they change their trajectory sometimes because of gravity, right? None of the ancient people could predict some things like that.
I mean, Jupiter is so big that essentially redirects asteroids. Yeah, correct. Asteroids from the outer solar system away from the inner solar system.
Yeah, it's actually
the reason why we have an asteroid belt around the inner solar system is because of Jupiter as well. So I think there was in the past there were multiple speculations because of his gravity he broke a planet apart and therefore that's the asteroid belt.
Holy shit!
The inner.
But also another thing about Jupiter, the reason why
I know that's true. I said in the past it was believed because of Jupiter's immense weight and mass and gravity.
Well, one of the other things
they believe it's true.
Yeah, one of the conditions for a Goldilocks zone, right, for a planet to have like life, is to have a neighboring planet like Jupiter because it sucks in all the asteroids. Basically, they're potentially gonna like hit the planet, and
I mean, I've been hearing that since I was a child. That Jupiter is like a guardian that protects us from interstellar shrapnel.
Yeah, because it sucks in.
It's been doing it for a long time. Listen, I've heard that since I was a child before I was a flat earther. I get it. I know where you guys are coming. And honestly, like in the Neo-Tychonian model, the sun is actually carrying all the planetary bodies. So the sun is actually carrying or pulling all the planetary bodies. As the sun makes its motion around the Earth, it's pulling, right? It's attracting all the other planets around it. I'm just saying,
the sun has an orbit too of sorts, right? It's in a galaxy, right? So it's kind of orbiting to itself. Yeah.
I'm not denying the attractive force, right? I'm just denying the framework of what's causing the attractive force or the attraction.
Well, by the way, you mentioned the space-time thing. We have measured that. That's experimentally observable. Like we have atomic clocks, and we put one of them on like a plane, right?
Oh god.
Traveling like
And
or
why is
thing
it
with a
always at
satellite
higher
too,
altitude?
and we can see difference in time, like time-space warping.
Oh yeah, how do you know how do you know if you don't make a better atomic clock that's more precise that there isn't less time dilation?
Right, there's still time dilation.
Oh, there will always still be time
the only thing that probably would happen with a more accurate clock was to measure it more accurately.
Okay,
they would still measure time dilation.
How do you know there's not a perfect clock that won't measure any time dilation due to altitude, which may be correlated to something other than space-time? It might be.
Yeah, you can always say.
You can always say that. Yes.
Yeah, you can always say
what if. But the funny thing is, though, when you do this, when they do this, they can go ahead and use the model and do a calculation beforehand to see what the numbers are telling. Then they can do the experiment and see if it matches, and it does. That means that at least it tells us that the model is based on.
Like I do interview, like I. Hey, your mic's acting up.
Mike. Yeah.
But Stefan, but you see where we're coming from, because you guys want us to accept time dilation and space-time and bending and warping with space-time. As you know, as a creationist, to me that sounds batshit crazy. You guys don't bat an eye at all. You just gobble it up. Like you don't even, you just believe in it, right? You trust the science, you trust the scientists. But when we bring up the firmament or something like that, you guys ridicule us and critique us.
There's a big difference there. Yeah, there's a big difference. These experiments has been done in several ways by different scientists. No one has ever done any experiment to show us any observation or measurements or whatever of this firmament you're talking about. That's quite a big difference, though, isn't it?
No. So when it comes to real quick, let me just say this: when it comes to the experiments to verify time dilation, all those experiments are not conclusive, right? When it comes to the cesium atoms and their oscillation at different elevations, how could that possibly mean that you have time dilation just because of cesium atom? There could be a host of reasons why it oscillates at different elevations differently.
It's like telling, well, your clock might be showing you the time wrong. Sure, but okay, like always, there's a possibility. Yeah, fairies might be interfering with the experiment. You know, invisible magical fairies, right?
No, it doesn't have to be fairies. There's a host of actual mechanical reasons why oscillation would vary. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be relativity. Einstein's time dilation.
Yeah, you're saying that, but what would exactly speed or change over gravity would affect the cesium atom?
Even so, gravity itself could be affecting the cesium atom on a very mechanistic level, causing it to oscillate faster or slower, depending on your relative position to the mass of the Earth. It doesn't mean that time's dilating as you move up. No, it doesn't mean time's dilating and you're now younger when you get back. Not at all, dude. It just has to do with the cesium atom itself vibrating at different rates because of your relative position to the mass. Literally, nothing to do with time. You don't need any time dilation at all. All you need is classical mechanics.
So why does it change though? Why, if you move it up, if you have two identical clocks and you move one of them upwards, why does the one on the highest up run faster than the one closer to the surface?
I just explained it to you. You're not listening, bro. I get frustrated because I feel like you're not listening to me, bro.
Well, okay,
You just
lad,
want to respond.
I didn't understand quite what you meant.
Because of gravity. But it doesn't entail
but
time
is-
dilation.
yeah.
What you interpret
It's
when you
time
interpret the
dilation. Hang
data,
on.
when
Yeah.
you interpret the data, you think that because there's a deviation from clocks on Earth to clocks at 100,000 feet or whatever, you think, oh, time dilation.
Well, they've done this by only lifting one of them 1 feet above the other. So, but
Is gravity not
why is it?
stronger?
Yeah, but hang on. Why does it so nicely conform to relativity? What's expected? Why is that?
You've built a framework around these observations, around these experiments.
No.
Yes, it's known as. This is objectively the case. This is no. I'm answering your question. I'm still answering the question. This is curve fitting. You know what curve fitting is?
Oh, go ahead. Finish off.
You slightly start to adjust, right, the numbers based off of experimentation. So when this is science, it's fine. This is what science does. You start to adjust the numbers, make it fit your observations, make it fit your experimentation. And then once in a while, you make a prediction. You'll make a prediction, right, or post-diction. You're like, look, we've now verified relativity.
So hang on a minute. According to relativity, on a clock, at different distances between the center of gravity should give up different timing. Like a second becomes slightly shorter the further away, or time runs faster the further away you go. So you make up a hypothesis, and then you create the atomic clock, and you do the measurements in many different ways. Now I think the smallest one is made by Bose-Einstein condensate, and but forget that one. And then you do the experiments, and when your hypothesis is confirmed by the experiment, that is a new novel prediction confirmed, which is strong evidence for what you were thinking about. Your hypothesis is correct. Don't you agree?
That's not what happened though.
It is exactly what happened. Otherwise, why did they even bother testing this? Why did they first have it up in planes and now at the surface, and now at the surface to see if?
Dude, I'm trying to explain it to you, dude.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
You got to wrap it up, dude. You can't just keep talking and talking and talking. You ask me a question, I go to answer, you keep talking. Like, why do you do that? So, this is all based off statistical analysis, right? You combine all the evidences that you have, all the experimentation, and you can make predictions based off of that experimentation, right? But when you curve fit, right, where you fit mathematical functions, right, to make the math work, that's based off of other mathematical assumptions. You understand what I'm saying about curve fitting?
No. I think you misunderstand. You make your hypothesis and you calculate how much time difference that should be at such and such a distance, elevation between the two atomic clocks, and then you do the experiment and compare the measurements to what your hypothesis and your calculation would say. If the numbers the measurements conform to your hypothesis, that strengthens that your hypothesis was correct. Do you agree?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm trying to explain to you. Is that you're already doing experimentation, right? And you're already measuring the oscillation of the cesium atom. You've already done multiple experiments. It's not like you did it for the first time and then, oh, look, it just happens to match up. That's not what went down, guys.
Okay, so
you've done many experiments. They don't always line up. They don't always line up with your prediction. So what you do is you throw out the outliers, right? And you keep what you would predict to do, and then you narrow down the experimentation to fit what's predicted, right? That's what happens.
So the first time according to you, it sounds like there was never a first time that ever did this experiment.
No, there was, and it didn't match the prediction the first time.
Oh, but it did. It did.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. And
they
after
actually
that,
had to
it has been-
calibrate. No,
hang on,
they
I-
actually had to calibrate the device, and they had to put it inside of a special. I forget what it's called, but it literally calibrates it as you go up. I'm not lying to you, dude.
Yes, you are.
I don't have all. I'm driving a semi. I don't have the papers in front of me. We've been through this before. We've been down this rodeo before.
And what was the color? How was it calibrated, and why?
There's something that has to. I don't know the exact mechanisms, but there's something inside the cesium clock, right, the atomic clock, that adjusts the oscillation, right? So originally we thought that they weren't manipulating it at all, right? That it was just a pure experiment. Come to find out, no, they are manipulating the cesium atom clock, and there is calibration that takes place. It's not like raw measurements. It's not completely raw measurements. There is corrections that are being made.
But that was to have the cesium check that the cesium atoms at surface was oscillating at the exact same rate.
You have to go look at the technical data. Go look up the paper and read it for yourself.
I have. It was the two clocks were kept at the same elevation, and checked that they were ticking along at the same rate.
But anyways, it's all about how you interpret the data, Stefan, right? Like I'll give you.
Could I ask you a quick question about that?
Hold on. Let me just explain this to you. I'll give you that the fact that the clocks are in sync, right? When they're together at the same elevation, and as in one clock you start to move up, right? And then they're no longer in sync anymore. When you bring the other clock back down to Earth, you realize that they're no longer in sync anymore. I'll give you that.
They are.
Does that
mean... yeah. But after you put it back down again, and you bring down the difference that you had at different elevations, that difference maintained constantly as you put the atomic clock back down again.
I don't deny that.
Yeah.
That's
so
fine.
that shows
either
that,
way. Either way.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean time dilation.
It doesn't.
No.
So what is causing the clock to tick higher at higher altitudes?
Gravity.
Exactly. And time dilation is based not only on gravity and the effects of gravity, but also speed. So the GPS also has to be corrected for time dilation because how fast they are moving around the Earth. So now you have two different ones.
Stefan, bro, listen, I'm trying to explain to you. Just because you have a variation in oscillation as you move up does not mean that time's dilating. That's all I'm saying. It could very well be classical.
Hang on.
It could just be classical mechanics, right? So let me explain this to you. When the clock is closer to the Earth,
running away from your first.
No, I'm not, bro. I'm not, dude. I'm not at all. I'm trying to answer your question, right? So gravity can have an effect, right, on the cesium atom itself, right? The force of gravity can have an effect, making it tick slower on the Earth because it's closer to the mass, right? As you start to move away from the mass, right, you start to create distance from the massive object, the Earth, and the cesium atom. It's the force of gravity starts to weaken ever so slightly, right? Ever so slightly. As you start to move away, the force of gravity isn't as strong, and because of that, you have this oscillation variance. That's it. Nothing to do with time dilation.
But hang on. That's exactly what is expected due to gravity. That is why it's time dilation, because from relativity, it is hypothesized or expected that the less gravity you have acting on like an atomic clock, the faster the clock would run. And that is exactly what has been measured.
So I don't see your problem. I don't see. I mean, it's based on relativity, and the measurements conforms exactly to what's expected from gravity and relativity. So what the heck? Are you now saying that gravity might not be the reason?
I'm trying to be favorable. Listen, I'm trying to work with you here. I'm granting you basically your whole model except for time dilation. And you're not understanding that you can have the variance in the oscillation, right? Just because there's a variance in the oscillation doesn't mean time dilation, dude. You don't get that?
Yeah, but you said
pure classical
mechanics. Just a quick question. You said yes, gravity can have an effect on the cesium frequency. Yes.
Yes.
Here's the problem. It's not the force that makes the gravity, makes the clock run faster at higher altitudes. It's the fact that the gravitational potential energy is greater. It's about the place. It's not about the force. The force doesn't do anything to the cesium atom. Lyon's, claim that it does is just wrong. It's not about a gravitational force. If it were, cesium atoms would run faster when you put them in accelerated environments. They don't. It's just the fact that it's at a higher altitude. It's at a place that has higher gravitational potential energy. That's what relativity predicts. It's the potential energy, not the force.
Yeah, I think the Pound-Repka experiment is quite a good evidence for that, though, isn't it?
So I'm simply coming up with other mechanisms at play that could be affecting the oscillation rate. Now, when you brought up when you bring up centrifugal forces, though that is similar to gravity, that's not gravity, bro.
It is gravity.
Though you get acceleration, right? All
gravity
acceleration
is acceleration.
I
when
understand.
You feel a gravitational force. It's because you are accelerating. Period. In relativity.
I understand, bro. But just because you put some cesium clocks in a centrifugal machine and you're not getting any differences in oscillation doesn't mean that what I'm trying to tell Stefan has been debunked. Because when we have this downward force,
but what you're telling Stefan is wrong. It has been debunked. It's not what happens. It's not the force that makes the clock run faster.
All right. Yeah, that's just one possibility, right? But this downward force,
it's not
right?
a possibility.
It's universal. All right, dude. I don't know where I'm going with this, but what I'm trying, you have gravity, right? You have special relativity, general relativity, Newtonian mechanics, and in one it's a force, and the other it's not a force. And one you have coordinate and proper acceleration. All these things are going to complicate things. So when you bring up gravity in a centrifugal machine, that's not the type of gravity that we're dealing with here. Just because you spin things around in a circle, the Earth spinning around isn't what's causing gravity, right? It's the mass, according to Newtonian mechanics, it's the mass of the object that's causing things to be pulled down towards it.
Right.
Not
but
the Earth spinning.
dilation is not a Newtonian effect. It's a relativistic effect. It's due to gravitational potential energy. It's not due to force. There is no force in relativity. It's a gravitational potential energy thing. Relativity makes a precise prediction based on its way of understanding gravity for what that time dilation should be. And that's exactly what we observe.
Yeah, but if you understand relativity, not that I'm denying or insulting your intelligence, but you have general relativity and special relativity, and you have to contend with both. When you talk about the cesium atom and it's moving up in elevation, a special relativity states that it would actually slow down, right?
Ryan, you're just talking out of your ass.
Hold on. Let me just finish this.
You're just talking out of your ass.
General relativity.
John, you gotta let him finish, bro. Come on.
Hold on. General relativity states that the closer it is to the mass of the object, the slower it's gonna tick, right?
No.
Or is it the other way around? I don't remember.
It's neither of those things.
It's the other way around.
No, the oscillation is the same, though, isn't it?
No.
The surface of the upwards. Yes, it is.
in general relativity, I'm pretty sure the closer it is to the massive object, the slower it ticks. And then as you start to move away from the massive object, it starts to tick faster. Is that not how it works? And then in special relativity, the closer it is to the massive object, the faster it ticks, right?
Well, in effect, but the simple point is, all that matters is the gravitational potential energy difference between one clock and the other. It's not about how close you are to a mass. It's not about force. It's about the energy. It's about the energy level of the clock.
Can somebody fact check what I just said? Make sure I didn't get him flipped.
You got the direction right, but you're pretending that it's about being close to a mass, which in effect it is, but that's not the thing that makes it happen.
Are you talking about, what are you guys talking about? Time dilation?
Yeah.
Gravitational time dilation specifically,
Well, there's
although I
two
think
things that
right,
your
if you're talking
model,
about GPS satellites, then there's also the velocity contribution.
in your so-called model, there's two things that are responsible for that. One is speed, and the other one is gravitational mass. Two things affected in your model, yes.
Well, I mean, once again, as a second order effect, it's mass, but fundamentally, it's just about having lifted something higher in the gravitational field. It's not about the mass itself.
It is about the mass itself, directly
No, it isn't.
related.
Sorry.
Yes,
It
and
is.
the
No, it is
distance thereof.
related.
Yes,
It really is.
yes.
That's why I brought it up to
Check your model.
The mass creates a gravitational field, but it doesn't matter. You can calculate the gravitational time dilation, even in the case of a very, weird distribution of mass. And then you can't really talk about how close you are to the mass. It's just about the gravitational potential energy produced by that weird distribution at any point. Relativity, you can calculate the time dilation effect for any distribution of mass, not necessarily a spherical. It doesn't have to be a spherical distribution of mass. And so you can't talk about whether you're higher or lower or closer or further away. It's just where you are.
And your speed.
Just made
it's about mass
fantasy,
and
man.
speed.
That's all it is. You've been convinced of something that is not real.
Well, I know that you don't like it, SE, but your complaints that it's not real fly against the fact that it's been verified to extraordinary precision.
Well, if you want to talk about a cesium clock being flown around in propeller airplanes as proof, I mean, if that does it for you, hey, it's all
That's
good.
one of the proofs. There's GPS satellites. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, SE, is there proof that there's no requirement for energy? Like energy is not even really a thing? Like, so it doesn't take any forces for anything to act on anything else, because energy is just mass times the speed of light. Constant, so is like, does it take energy for motion in this, and if it does take energy, is energy just a displacement in a coordinate system and not actually, I mean, does it do away with the whole thing? Seems like it does.
Look, guys, they've been sold a story, right?
Yeah.
They've been sold a story that.
Yeah, go ahead.
A story that has been
they've been sold a story that if they
precisely
travel at a certain
experimentally
speed,
verified.
time slows down, right? But they believe this. So it's just amazing, right? They've been convinced that if you travel at a certain speed, time slows down for you. It's totally
Convinced by
amazing.
experimental evidence that shows that that's true.
Yeah, but their qualification of time is just speed. I mean, their time is just speed for them, right? So speed requires like some sort of motion, and motion requires some kind of a force, but they don't have forces. They just have energy, which is just equal to the distance between things. So it's not actually anything acting on anything besides, there's no need for, I don't know, twisting off a can or a lid off of a can.
There's so much nonsense there. I don't even know where to start.
I don't know. Start at the beginning.
Force.
Do you guys have energy existing in a physical form?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Does
Energy is a thing we
does it
use.
require
It's a concept that
energy?
we
Like,
use.
is energy something that is like manifests through material?
I don't know what that means.
All
Energy
right,
is
well,
a
then
thing we can
you're
calculate,
just not
comes in different
qualified for the
forms.
conversation.
You're not qualified, is it?
He doesn't know what it, I mean, he doesn't know what it means to like open a door. I don't know.
I don't know what it
where to go with him.
means when you talk nonsense. That's right.
Yeah, so like in their idea, see, it seems like they're going to do away with, like, well, where does the Earth gain its energy to continue to like rotate to go around the sun? Where does the energy come from, right? But they don't have energy. They don't need it.
You don't
Energy is
need
not something that actually exists
energy.
for them.
It doesn't take energy to orbit the sun. It just
Yeah, how's that possible?
that's something that happens. You don't have to feed energy in, you don't have to push on it. It just continues doing it. That's Newton's first
Where does
law.
where does it get the energy to accelerate in that
Well,
system?
in the first place, it gets the energy from the collapse of the dust cloud that created the solar system that had some residual rotation. That matter clumps up into balls.
Yeah, that's how it got its
Those
initial
balls are
spin or whatever.
rotating.
Yeah,
So
I
the
get
energy
that
comes
part.
from gravitational potential energy originally.
No,
Particles that are
I
very
get
far
that
apart
originally there's
get
a big
closer
bang
together.
and now it conserves that momentum from the big bang. All right, but now it has to go, accelerate and decelerate, change its magnitude of vector to go around something.
Accelerate and decelerate. What are you talking about?
Yeah, to go around.
No, it doesn't have to accelerate and decelerate to go around. It's just
I think he's thinking about the slight, a slight what's it called, oblate sort of.
He's right.
It's not a perfect. It's not a perfect circle that
yeah, I mean,
in order to make the orbital mechanics work, things have to accelerate and decelerate when they orbit.
No,
basically everything accelerates and decelerates.
No, you have to like add what is it called? You have to add energy to it, right? Like
no energy.
They're basically falling, right? There's no added energy there.
Yeah, so that's what I said. So there's no energy.
But the orbit around the sun is not completely circular. It's slightly oblique there. So
yeah, but I don't want
at some point, at one point, the Earth is slightly accelerating towards the sun, and then passes, that extra acceleration will bring it a tiny bit further away on the opposite side, and then it's brought back again.
That's right. So if you look at,
I mean, I don't want that to be the topic, right? Too much. It's just that in like John's model, there's no energy. There's no such thing. It's just
well, that's not true either. And in the case of the planet, if you consider the planet and the star, just consider a simple Earth orbiting sun thing, the energy of that system is constant. There's not energy being fed in and out. Now, it is true the energy is traded back and forth. The Earth gets more energy sometimes when it comes closer to the more kinetic energy when it comes closer to the sun, but it gets more gravitational potential energy when it's further away. There are forces.
Where's it getting this energy to accelerate? Right. So I mean, I don't want to argue that it is. Accelerating.
It's just
but is gravity a force now?
The energy is traded back and forth between buckets: kinetic energy, potential energy. When a planet's far from the sun, it doesn't move as fast. When it's
energy, what is that? What is that?
Yeah,
that
doesn't make any sense.
Energy. What is that?
Your model, even in your own model, it's conflicting.
No, an object and a massive object do carry a lot of, like the Earth, do carry a lot of kinetic energy, and then you have gravity as well, which we slightly accelerates towards the sun, and then the speed increases, and then we pass the sun, and we are pushed a bit further away before the gravity of the sun is pulling us back into the orbit. That's why it's slightly elliptic kind of.
Very good.
It's not. It has an elliptical orbit to the point where, at one point, 6 months into the year, it's 3 million miles further from the sun.
Yeah, where's the what?
That is
for
correct.
You guys, like for I don't know, for you guys who are doing away with forces and energy being like a thing that you accumulate, like you put in work for, what do you guys think energy is, and is it where would it be gaining the necessary energy? What do you guys think energy is, first of all?
Well, it already has kinetic energy, and as gravity pulls it slightly, as I said, than the 3 million miles closer to the sun. Then it
the kinetic energy increases because it's moving faster, then it goes on the opposite side and gravity is slowing it down.
Stefan.
So over the
Stefan,
years, like in
that's a problem.
equilibrium. No,
You
that's
know why
not
that's
a problem.
I'll explain, right? Because you're mixing Newtonian mechanics with relativity. So when it comes to the orbital mechanics, you got to stick to one or the other, right? Because in
No, in
relativity,
relativity, there's energy as well.
hold on,
There's
hold on.
energy in
But in,
relativity.
but in relativity, the Earth, right, is on a geodesic, right? It's falling. It's technically falling around the sun, right? Or the space time is actually curving around the Earth. It's actually following a straight path. It's not curving at all. The only reason it looks like it's curving, the only reason that it looks like it's curving, the only reason that it looks, hold on, I'm almost done, dude. Stefan. The only reason that it looks like it's curving is because of our reference frame, right? There should be no forces acting upon the Earth at all. Because according to relativity, if it's truly in an inertial state, right, falling around the sun, right, it's actually standing still.
Yeah,
it's falling towards the sun at the same at the same time as the tangential direction is away from the sun. It's like this has been explained with how satellites work as well. You end up in sort of an equilibrium.
You're not following. You're not tracking what I'm saying.
Describing the orbit. Hold on, just a sec. Relativity has its way of describing the orbit. Right? It gets the same orbit that Newtonian does with a slight addition of a gravitational, of a relativistic precession. Right? That's the Mercury thing, which didn't lead to, but was solved by relativity. So there's a slight difference. It gets the same thing. Yes, the orbit is curved. It's not because of our reference frame. It's curved. It looks curved in three-dimensional space, and that's the three-dimensional space. That's the space that we live in. Yes, relativity describes it as a geodesic, a straight line in curved space-time, but you don't have to. That's just a model. That's just a mathematical model. The important thing is that the predictions match experiment, and they do.
Let me just respond to that. I get what you're saying, but you cannot mix Newtonian mechanics with relativity. Relativity is so abstract, so out of this world, they're literally incompatible.
That's just absolutely not true.
Newtonian mechanics has utility. It's pragmatic. I know where you're gonna go with this, dude. Hold on, bro.
In most cases,
they're drastically different. They're drastically different.
Hello?
They're drastically
it's not
different.
unlistenable. It's unlistenable. You guys gotta chill.
One can derive Newton.
Listen, the fact is, if you study relativity, right, it's so abstract, it boggles the mind, right? When we're dealing with the curvature of space-time, when we're dealing with the curvature of space-time, space-time is actually bending around the Earth, around the sun, right? Things look like they're curving based on reference frames. Geodesics, the fact that the Earth is on a geodesic, it's traveling straight. It's not curving at all.
There's just no need to go there. Yes, it's complicated.
No, people need to know your model. People need to know the model in 2025.
Your ass.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
The
Earth should not be. If the Earth is
complicated,
dude, wait a second.
But it makes the same predictions. For fuck's sake.
Bro, you're getting triggered, but you gotta wait, right? So the Earth is on a geodesic, right? If it's on a geodesic, that means it's in an inertial state. There should be zero forces acting upon it. There should be no change in velocity.
Getting wild about bullshit.
No, I'm not.
This
I'm not.
Irrelevant to the conversation.
There should be no change in velocity. That means no negative or positive acceleration.
Yet
for your orbital mechanics to work,
I'm sorry,
for your orbital mechanics to work. For your orbital mechanics to work, you need both an elliptical orbit and you need change in velocity to explain the ephelion and perihelion of the Earth around the sun. Go ahead.
Can you do that by using Newton?
We're not talking about Newton. We're talking about Einstein, dude. That's why you guys love switching back and flip-flopping back and forth.
Could we do that by using Newton's laws?
Not necessarily. There's still the three-body problem.
Can we derive? Can we derive Newton from Einstein?
Yes, it's possible.
Yeah. So what's the big deal? What's the problem?
The big deal is that in 2025, right, relativity has completely replaced Newtonian mechanics. Granted, I know you guys are gonna say, oh, but you can use Newtonian equations locally and it works fine. Da 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 da. That's irrelevant. That's logically irrelevant. The fact is, in reality, what they're proposing is that space-time is actually bending and curving around bodies. The bodies are actually traveling straight, but space-time is bending around, making things look like they're curving, but the Earth isn't actually curving at all.
But space
Not
time,
only that,
bro,
it's worse than that, right? Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Go on.
It's worse than that because not only, Lion, you're right. They say it's a well, a gravity well, right? They show it as a well, but what you said is more correct because that well has to be all around. You understand? It's like a mythical thing. It's like Pegasus, a flying horse. Yeah.
What do you mean by all around? Like in 3D space?
Correct. Think about it. They show it as a trampoline, right? But in reality, what the model says, it's all around. Picture it. You can't picture this, right? But you have to picture a trampoline all around. That's what Lion is trying to tell you. That's the current model.
Yeah. It's hard to visualize how this work in 3D. That's why they use the 2D as an example.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They just use the sheet and the bowling ball as a way to visualize the way that it works. But in actuality, it's a three-dimensional funnel, meaning that it's all pulled towards the center from no matter where you're at. It's just a three-dimensional funnel or four-dimensional.
Right, exactly. And the Earth is actually moving straight. It's not curving at all. That's why you shouldn't be able to measure any acceleration. The Earth is not accelerating at all. It cannot be measured with accelerometers. When it decelerates around the sun and accelerates, it's ever so slightly. It's minute, right? But regardless, there should be no acceleration. The only acceleration that you should measure is the rotation of the Earth, not the actual revolution of the Earth. In their model.
Well, why? Hang on. If objects get you were talking about gravity earlier, so the closer objects are, the more attractive force there is. The further away, the less. So why can't the Earth at one point or one side of the Earth being pulled towards the sun and accelerates toward it, and then later on get further away?
I don't know. Can somebody else answer that? Because I don't know what he was asking.
I didn't understand the question myself. Can you repeat that?
He was earlier talking about gravity and how mass attracts mass, and why can't you have an acceleration due to mass attracting mass?
Well, there is no acceleration in relativity, right? Is there?
It would be considered coordinate acceleration. It's not. It's not actually accelerating. It's an illusion.
It's relative.
It's to the reference frame.
Accelerating in reference to what?
In relativity, we take accelerometers seriously. When an accelerometer says you're accelerating, general relativity takes that seriously. It says, yes, you are accelerating when your accelerometer says you're accelerating.
So when your accelerometer, let's say on your phone, right, is on the ground and it says it's moving, it's actually accelerating. When you can just see it there sitting there, right?
Accelerating. That's
not
right.
moving, accelerating. You guys hear that?
You set your phone on the ground and it will tell you directly, because it has an accelerometer built into it, it will tell you directly that it is accelerating upward at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's just a fact.
Right, that's what you believe. So listen carefully now.
It's not what
Hold on.
The accelerometer in your phone will tell you.
Right, let's repeat that. When I place my phone on the table and I see it not moving or accelerating, The accelerator tells me that it is accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared, correct? This is what you believe?
That's right. It's not what I believe.
There you go.
It's what actually happens. Sorry.
Yep, La La Land. Yep. The complete opposite of what you see and feel, you believe. That's how they get you, man. That's how they get you.
There is an accelerometer in your phone. That accelerometer will tell you what the acceleration of your phone is. And when you lay it on the ground, it will tell you that it's accelerating upward at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's not my belief. That's just a fact.
Okay, let me reduce this to a third, right? So if I have,
how do we do
my
that?
phone is showing this here in Canada, right? How about if someone's in Australia, his phone is showing the same thing, that the ground is accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared upwards for him too, right? On this round ball of yours, correct?
That's right. That's exactly right. The absolute
So
acceleration.
you don't see the problem there.
No, I understand why it's puzzling to you, and I've explained what it means many times. You just want to make it sound stupid, and it's not
It is stupid.
It's
You
just
said
something
I
that
didn't say
needs
it's
to be
stupid. You said it
understood.
yourself. You just said
I get
it, right?
that it sounds stupid. I get that, Essie, and I get that you love finding things that sound stupid and then being stupid and making a stupid thing about it. But I can explain what that means. I
Was
have
that an ad
explained what
hominem?
it
Was
means
that an ad
many
hominem?
times. No.
That was an ad hominem, no? But it's okay. We'll let it slide.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, I didn't say you were stupid.
record one more time. 1 second. Essie, you were doing this earlier today, and I couldn't really get in. You come up with an argument as an example. I think today we were talking about gas and vacuum. I don't want to change the topic. I would rather listen to relativity. But earlier today there was a talk about gas in a container or gas in a vacuum, and your thing was, there you go, I debunked you why put the gas in a vacuum. So here is the problem. You just say things without doing the thing yourself. As an example, the only time you can say, there you go, I got you, if you put the gas in a vacuum, then it won't work, it's not a rebuttal. It just shows you're saying things without understanding. You're just repeating a word or something you heard from somewhere. Have you done the experiment yourself? Have you done the experiment and see the conclusion yourself to come out around and say, oh, there you go, I can prove you wrong. Have you tried this? But the question now is, have you done it yourself? I've done an experiment. Let's say I've cut a wood using a paper, okay? You cannot tell me it's impossible to cut a piece of wood with paper unless you've done it yourself with the same material, with the same type of wood, and exact same conditions. You cannot come and tell me you're talking shit. I can prove you because paper cannot cut a piece of wood, okay? Have you done it? No. If you haven't done it, then, if as an audience I'm listening to you, I will go, you are dishonest. You're just saying things for the sake of saying things, without any evidence, without any evidence. You just say things because you want to say it.
Look,
all right, dude, enough. We heard it.
No, that's okay. Let him get it out. Look, dude, when it comes to the gas pressure without a container, right? In a vacuum, you can cry, you can say whatever you want, right? The fact of the matter is you can't have a gas ball in the vacuum. Now, you either accept that or you cringe and you say, I don't understand and blah, blah, blah. But physics proves you wrong, bro. You cannot have a gas ball in the vacuum. And if you don't understand that, that's
By definition, right? A vacuum is a vacuum. You can't have a gas ball in a vacuum. That's right.
But again,
I see it's disregarding any force of any kind that it could affect on gas in a vacuum system. That's what it completely ignores. If there is a sort of a force that managed to keep the gas together as a ball or whatever, with a vacuum around it, then there's no problem. But of course, if you disregard and there is absolutely no force that can do it, yes, it becomes impossible. That's where the problem lies, isn't it?
The problem lies in your belief that something can happen that's not physically possible because you can point in the sky and say, look, it's physically possible, right? That's on you, bro. You've been convinced of a physically, and why are you interrupting?
Please stop interrupting.
I don't want
let
to
me-
mute you.
Stefan, 1 second, sorry. You know, see, that's not what I'm saying, okay? My point of argument is you are just coming in and just say you can believe whatever you want to believe. The fact of the matter is, okay, when you say the fact, it means it's a known thing and you can prove it, or at least you have some sort of evidence for it, okay? You know about it, that's something I don't know, or the listener, at least to you, the listener doesn't know. Does that make sense?
Well, all the
It's
listener
only
has to
trying
do.
to bridge it. You know, I can say anything I want, but can I back it up somehow? That's the question.
Well, exactly. You can say whatever you want. Now, can you back it up? You can say that a
Exactly.
ball of gas can exist in a vacuum. And I can just simply say, okay, show me and you win. It's that simple. You know you can't do it, and you're just tripping out.
What if they were to say, like, there could be...
Can I just ask? Can I just ask you? I mean, everybody knows, nobody denies that the atmospheric density and pressure get smaller and smaller and smaller as you rise in altitude. Smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, right? Now, it never gets to be a vacuum. It never gets to be a vacuum because there is no vacuum in the universe. There's no vacuum. There's just low pressure. Are you trying to say that it's crazy to think that pressure can get lower and lower and lower and lower until it's really low?
No, you heard what I said. I was very clear in what I said. I didn't say anything like that.
Okay, well, then let me ask you, do you believe that it's impossible for pressure to get lower and lower and lower and lower until it's really low?
Absolutely. If there's a vacuum next to it or a near vacuum, absolutely. That is physically impossible. Yes.
Okay, interesting. So we have that on record. SE knows that the pressure in the atmosphere gets lower and lower and lower, but it can't do that until it gets really low.
Well, I think the way that he's the way you're describing it is a little different. It would be like you have vast amounts of low pressure, and then you have little pockets of high pressure. And then the force you're saying that's holding those little pockets of high pressure is gravity. So yeah, I think that's what you would have to demonstrate at that point.
What do you think happens when the pressure halves every, what is it? A couple every 3 miles, 5 miles, 4 miles, I think maybe. If the pressure halves every 4 miles, then once you've gone 40 miles up, it's halved 10 times. That means it's 1,000 times lower than it is on the surface. Another 40 miles up, it's 1,000,000 times lower than it is on the surface. Another 40 miles up, it's 1,000,000,000 times lower. Where does that have to stop in SE's world? Where does that pressure reduction have to stop?
Curious.
Because you can't have pressure without a container. Where does that stop?
Is it directly proportional to gravity, this pressure gradient?
Pressure gradient is gradient is G times density. That's what
Yeah,
the
but is
pressure
it directly
gradient
proportional
is.
to gravity?
Yep, it's the
weight.
product. It's the product of density and G, the gravitational field strength.
No, like directly proportional. So as you go up, your pressure gradient drops, right? Does your gravity gradient
Not very
also
much.
drop?
Not in the first 100, 200 miles. G doesn't change very much.
That's not even proportional.
Proportional to the weight of the atmosphere above that point.
Everything up, man,
equal
like
to
according
that.
to you guys, just drops at 9.8 meters. It's not proportional to the gradient of the pressure drop.
The pressure
as you were
gradient
saying.
is G times rho. That's what it is. That's the equation for pressure gradient. And G doesn't change very much. Rho gets smaller and smaller, right? So the pressure gradient gets smaller, but the pressure gradient has to get smaller because if you've lost half the pressure in the first 4 miles, you've only got the other half to lose.
I don't think you're really picking up what I'm putting down. It's not directly proportional. As far as I'm concerned, and I've
pressure
been told
gradient
anyway, it's
is-
basically
is-
what is it?
It's equal. It's equal to G times rho. That makes it directly proportional to G. And G doesn't change very much. So that factor at different heights doesn't matter very much.
The people in the ISS, are they under the same 9.8 meters per second squared.
The gravitational field strength in the ISS in their reference frame is 0, but in our reference frame, it's I don't know, 9.5 meters per second squared.
It's only
How is the
0.
ISS staying in orbit?
It's 0 because of their motion, right?
Well, it's
Because they're
0
falling.
because in relativity, the
stop
gravitational
moving-
field strength is frame dependent. They are weightless. In their reference frame, there is no gravity.
Yeah, don't bring in the the reference frame. If you stopped the ISS all of a sudden, it would start falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, despite the fact that
9.5
it's
maybe.
outside and it's like got very low pressure around it, right?
Right, 9.5 or something. I mean, it's not quite 9.8, but it's
So
pretty
you
damn
say.
close.
Yeah, cool. But it's not directly proportional then.
Well, I don't know what you mean. It's equal to that. You can't get more directly proportional than being equal to something.
It's not equal, mate.
I know what you mean. You mean that the G changes with altitude. Yes, it does a little bit. That's a very tiny factor.
Everything like that in the Glober model is too tiny to notice. You guys can claim whatever you want that way, right?
It's certainly not too tiny to notice. It's easily noticed. It's just too small to make much difference when you talk about the atmosphere. The atmosphere is fundamentally gone by the time you get up to 100 miles or so. You've lost all of it at that point. You're basically in a vacuum, and you're still just 100 miles up.
It's got a causal relate. It's not directly proportional though, right? Like the higher you go up, your pressure gradient drops much quicker than your gravitational.
That's true because the pressure, but that's not because of G. That's because of the density getting smaller. A 1% change in
We acknowledge
atmospheric density at sea level is an enormously larger change than a 1% change at an altitude of 40 miles.
I have a random question. I think David Blaine only could handle like a day upside down. How do the astronauts live in 0G?
Being upside down is very different from being in 0G.
No, it's pretty much the same.
No,
Your head's getting way more.
Are you kidding, man?
Blood rushes to your head.
Let's like negative G's, man. It's like saying like fucking fighter pilots, you know. Like, dude, no. When you're like upside down, there's increased pressure to your brain. The blood flows there. You can get a readout, by the way. Like fighter pilots get this if they do.
Well, how would you swallow and digest if you don't have gravity pulling down saliva and everything in your stomach settling at the bottom? Everything in your stomach needs to settle at the bottom for it to go to the gut.
Saliva. The stomach moves well. The gut like has its own like.
Yeah, the gut
mechanism.
pushes. I don't think the stomach can
You
contract to move.
swallow when you're upside down. It's difficult, more difficult, but it's not impossible. There are muscles that help you swallow things.
Yeah, but the saliva
just
isn't
ask your
going
mom.
downwards.
You guys are right.
Can you guys eat laying down? I want to see you guys do that.
Actually, yeah, I can.
Of course. Have you never done that?
Flat?
Are you
I want to see you guys
suggesting that you can't?
and then let's watch the astronauts eat.
Leave it up to Q-Op to ask how you swallow upside down.
But this is like one of my favorite like things to bring up because the ISS like it's not reproducible. There's no these astronauts
the
are not
reproducible. Wait, the vomit comet. Yes, it is. Do you know what the vomit comet is?
Like a roller coaster ride or something.
Huh? No, you don't know what the vomit really? It's a plane. It's like a specially designed plane with no seats. It's just like a open tube with like mattresses, basically soft things, and it falls down at the rate of like free fall, right? Minutes at a time. Then it goes back, right? Then you have a few minutes again of free fall, and it simulates 0G perfectly.
Yeah. So can they live like that?
It's not replicatable. People do this. You can literally buy. You can literally buy, like a ride on it. Yeah, experience 0G basically for a few minutes.
Yeah, you can't live on it because vomit comets are on parabolic trajectories that intersect the surface of the Earth. That's the problem.
They also induce a feeling, right, from the zero G associated with vomiting.
Well, it's seasickness, motion sickness. That's part of what happens when G changes radically. It induces motion sickness.
Yeah, your middle ear loses orientation, I guess. Same thing can happen in VR. I don't know if you... Anyway, Earth is round. We win. GG.
No, you have to eat upside down to prove the Earth is round.
It's not upside down. You understand? Zero G is not the same as upside down. I don't know how many times people have to tell you this.
That's how you get rid of hiccups, isn't it? Drink a glass of water upside down.
Yeah.
And the gas will fill the space. This is what you guys got to keep saying to yourself all day today. And the gas will fill the space. In other words, your
unless
ball
there's
in a
another
vacuum
force
is
acting on it,
physically
and you just ignore that
impossible.
constantly, and you've
just
been
the
told
fact
this.
that you
Why
have
do
to
you do that?
interrupt
You
me, I
fucking
know it's
idiot!
just killing you. I know I can feel it in your voice, bro. Go ahead.
No, you. The only thing that what you say is true if there were no other force acting on the gas, and you just keep ignoring that because you have to. You have to lie. You have to strawman. Otherwise, your whole argument would fall apart, and you have nothing left at all. And that is your problem.
Gas.
You fucking liar.
Yep, you lost
You
the
are a
argument.
fucking
All you have to do is
liar.
show it.
SE just revels in saying dumb shit that will trigger
We have
people.
shown
That's
it to you
what it is.
already, Essie.
Not my
You
fault.
are
You're
reset.
triggered.
You're reset already.
Where's the photo of the dome? The firmament. Where's the photo?
I have a question for you, SC. So that gas requires a container, right? Otherwise, it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, right?
You hear what I said? You can't have a gas ball in a vacuum.
Prove it.
Gravity.
Prove it.
So,
all you have to do is show me a gas ball in a vacuum chamber.
Okay, Essie.
I'm gonna
Okay,
sit
here
here
you go.
and laugh at you guys and
I will,
watch how
I
you
will,
interrupt
I will do it
mid-sentence.
again then for you.
Watch
I
how
will
you
do it
get
again for
triggered,
you.
and it brings me a
time today.
lot of pleasure. A lot
Second
of
time
pleasure.
today. Second time today that I fulfill your requirement.
That's you, 42. That's you interrupting me in mid-sentence. Thank you.
Yeah, I say it again. I will do it for the second time today to give you what you require. Look up to Jupiter. There you have it. Now sit down and shut up.
Right. You're so triggered. It brings me pleasure. So look and declare. Yeah. Sit down.
Let's see. I have a question. So how is it that all of these scientists, for I don't know how centuries at this point, have missed such a glaring contradiction with one of the most fundamental laws of physics?
Go ask them. Go ask them how they got it so wrong, or go ask them why they can't reproduce it.
I'm asking you.
What do you mean you're asking? You're asking me why they made up a stupid claim that they can't back up or show? Why are you asking me? Go ask them.
No, that's not the question. I'll repeat the question. How is it that they all missed such a glaring contradiction that you so simply have elucidated?
Once again, I will repeat. If you think this is possible, go to one of your genies, the ones that you think are so smart they couldn't have missed it, and ask them, look, we're asking you to show us your model, a gas ball in a vacuum chamber.
I'm going to repeat
Very simple.
The
question is what I just
how have
answered.
you managed to discover? No, you didn't answer the question. I'll repeat it. How have you managed to discover such a simple, huge contradiction in the standard model?
Very simple. I know for a fact that you cannot reproduce a gas ball in a vacuum chamber. Very, very simple.
They all know
A child could
They
understand
all know
that.
the same thing. Yes, they understand that too. They have multiple degrees. They're more than children. They understand that. Why does that not convince them? What do they know that you don't know? Or what do you know
Go
that
ask
they
them.
don't?
Go ask them. I'm just telling you what I think. Now, if
They
you
can't tell
believe
me
in the
what you know.
story, go ask these guys to, the stupid people that are saying this can be done, right? So all we need to do is just go to these experts that you believe and know everything and tell them, can you please reproduce for the dummies a gas ball in a vacuum chamber?
So let me say something. I'm gonna say something real quick about it, real fast. If you imagine space, vacuums don't suck. A vacuum does not suck. It's basically inert. It's on Earth when we create a vacuum, it's the air pressure outside trying to shove into the vacuum, not the vacuum sucking. So in space, if you have a ball, like our model says, gravity pulls towards the center of mass. There is no other force trying to pull away from Earth other than the tiny force exerted from the gas when it's, actively bouncing around the molecules. But other than that, you have the force of gravity pulling towards the Earth. You do not have a suction force trying to pull it off of the Earth. So the force holding it to the Earth is much stronger than any other force, and that's why it hangs onto the Earth even though the Earth is in a vacuum.
Perfectly said and completely understandable, even by a moron, if there were any around. But let's just be clear about that.
Hey,
Yes,
listen, Clown Show, your little jabs are not going to work. So just stay on topic. Okay, don't have this passive aggressive insult. It's not going to fly with me. Okay, Clown Show.
You already conceded, SE, that pressure does get lower and lower and lower and lower, and your claim is that it can't get really low. In other words, as low as we see. We don't have a vacuum. There's no vacuum anywhere. There's just very low pressure. And that very low pressure is not very far away, because when the pressure drops by a half every 4 miles, it doesn't take very long before the pressure is really, really low. Now, I don't know why you pretend not to understand that, but I do know that you're pretending not to understand that.
You can think you know what you know. Just keep what you think you know about me to yourself, because you have absolutely no clue. Your model says you have a gas ball in a vacuum. Now, you either understand that that's physically impossible or you don't. That is
this is not Dunning-Kruger here.
Don't try to convince me of your stupid model, bro, and we'll be good.
Ashley, can I ask you a question?
We both agree that
if there is a force acting on the gas in vacuum, could this force create like a gas ball?
First of all, you don't have a force, right? You don't, and you're going to Newton, right? That's been replaced. We got to explain to you guys your model.
Wrong.
I did not specifically say gravity.
Do you understand that?
Any force.
Again, you're talking through me. That shows that you're incapable of having a conversation, right?
And you're incapable of answering a simple question.
You don't have a force. Right?
He didn't say he has a force. It was a situation.
Newton, you see, again, you know what? It's not worth it, man.
Answer
you
the
guys
question.
believe whatever you want. Combo over. You cannot have a conversation.
I did not specify the force, did I? Another one, what we can look at is like the different planets. If you go to Mars, there's a lot less gravity. Or the moon, not the moon, just hardly any atmosphere at all. To move to Mars,
traveling to Mars
bigger.
in our minds,
Yeah,
in our
with
imagination,
Mars has a thin
science
atmosphere. Yeah, Mars has a thin atmosphere. But if you go to Venus, which is much larger, which is almost the same size as Earth, it has an atmosphere.
Are you taking with us on our imagination journey?
Exactly. See?
What was that?
I mean, Essie agreed earlier that there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum, didn't he? Like, all we're talking about really are just gradients. I feel like they already granted that.
So why can't we have a gradient other places than only on Earth? Is it impossible to have like a pressure gradient, let's say on Jupiter or whatever?
No, that's why I'm confused, because they said the container could be at the edge of the universe. We can have gradients. There could be multiple gradients around every planet. I mean, I don't see what the contradiction is, but somehow there's something somewhere that's some kind of limit that they don't want to concede, and I haven't got a clear answer to what that is exactly or how it works.
We have a limit to how much pseudoscience and fictitious models based on CGI you guys can make up just to prove your globe.
CGI, so that even I, as an amateur, can observe like Jupiter, Mars, and Venus in my telescope.
But we only see
it
it from
looks
one angle, right? And from very far, so you can't do any kind of measurements, look around it, see if what you believe is true. You can't get close, see how big it is.
Well, you could measure the distance, and you know the angular size. It shouldn't be that too difficult.
I mean, you can't argue with religious people. I realize. So
There's no way they're going to get the physics of this. They're going to believe the impossible. They're going to believe a gas ball in a vacuum. They have to believe it, right? And I'm just going to sit back and laugh at them.
You agree that there's no such thing as a perfect
it's just
vacuum,
not
right?
worth talking to you guys. I said what I had to say.
Do you think there is a very low
there's no
pressure?
such thing as a perfect vacuum?
Do you think there's a
Blah,
very
blah,
low,
blah, blah,
extreme
blah,
low
blah,
pressure
man. Until you
on
can
the
show a gas
outskirts
ball in a
of the Earth?
vacuum, you just have a fantasy. That's it.
Do you think that the pressure gradient of the Earth drops down until there's as low as a pressure as expected as in space?
He ran off again. Pussy.
Just keep it up, man. Keep it up. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah. Just hope.
So could I ask you a question again?
You cannot show what you're saying. You cannot show it. You have to believe it. It's like a religious belief, right? It's exactly
You don't want
like
to
a
continue a
religious
conversation,
belief.
that's fine, but don't pollute the airways with nonsense at that point. Like, you don't have to engage, no one's going to force you, but...
I can do whatever I want, whenever I want it. You understand that?
Could I ask you a question again, because you didn't really. Do you think that the pressure gradient of the atmosphere drops down by elevation until the pressure is about what is expected in space?
Again, until you show what you're saying, I'm not going to engage in back and forths of nonsense, right? Do you believe this? Do you believe that? Look, I don't want to believe in anything. Just show me what you're saying or you have nothing. It is that simple.
So
Jupiter is a good example.
By